Chapter 1 Yan Huangxing. Yan Huangxing, Yangzhou District, Tianshui City, Baisha District, Tianshui City Jiuwu Middle School, Gao 36, a teenager in white clothes is sitting in the final position, eyes looking at Yan Huangxing history book, mouth whispered to himself, is Xiaoping a human being, or a Yan Huangxing, is this really a dream? Having said that, his eyes are blurred. Xiaoping was originally an ordinary student of Yan Huangxing, and it was no different from other people, but just 3 days ago, suddenly there was a purple thunder in the sky, and he was stunned on the ground. After he was awake, he suddenly found a strange and familiar memory in his mind. In this memory, he seems to be a Chinese person from the earth. From birth, school, study, love, work, marriage, and children, he experienced more than 30 years. The life of the year was finally killed in a car accident. During these 3 days, the memory of Yan Huangxing and the memory of the earth collided and merged. This caused Xiaoping to have a splitting headache and confusion. It was not clear where he was, even the class was awkward. However, this memory fusion is not unhelpful, and the pain is not white, which makes his head a lot more flexible, and his memory becomes very powerful. Many things will be understood as soon as they are thought, and no longer as laborious as before. Have you heard it? In 5 months, you only have 5 months. A young woman stood on the podium in the classroom, dressed in a women's suit, and outlined the perfect figure. The curvature on the top was extremely amazing. Her face was beautiful, and her white face was wearing a pair of black border glasses, showing the charm of intellectuality. Absolutely a beautiful royal sister, so many men are fascinated. She is Xiaoping's class teacher, Qiu Shui, who is known as Qiu Jie and has an unfathomable martial arts repair. After 5 months, it is the time of the college entrance examination, which is a watershed that determines your life. The head teacher Qiu Shui held his hands on the podium. A pair of students looked at the students below. They were full of enthusiasm. I am trying to get into college or graduate to work. You must consider these things now. I will send a questionnaire and write out your future life planning. Don't allow me to write, do you know? Teacher, I only have the martial arts 3-day repair. Is it difficult to get into college? A female student stood up and asked. This grade is very common. The class teacher Qiu Shui nodded. If you want to go to a first-class university, it is impossible, but you can sprint the third-rate university. Of course, you want to work immediately, and it is okay to make money to support your family. Because there are so many workers in the society, you can choose to work in the company. During the work, I get a lot of money, buy all kinds of monster meat, take various elixir, and slowly improve my martial arts. If I can become a real warrior in the future, I will earn more than 10,000 yuan a month. If Xiaoping is an earth person, he must be confused about the dialogue between the two people. He has no knowledge of himself. But he has his own memory on the Yan Huangxing. It is natural to know that Yan Huangxing is completely different from the earth because it is martial arts and the world of science and technology is extremely prosperous. Originally, there was no difference between Yan Huangxing and the earth. It was just a large area, about 100 times that of the earth. There were hundreds of countries around it. It also went from the slave era, the feudal era, to the capitalist era of modern society. The rapid development of science and technology, martial arts have been ignored. But the change took place 1,000 years ago. A black hole suddenly appeared above the calm Yan Huangxing, and the strange black gas was ejected from above, and it was all over the entire Yan Huangxing. The weird black gas contains a terrible virus. Until now, no one knows what the principle of the virus is, but there is no doubt that it is terrible. Xiaoping looked at the history book. The whole Yan Huangxing was caught in a huge disaster, and the population died 50%. Any human with weak constitution died. Even because of the relationship between the virus, the animals and plants on the Yan Huangxing have undergone crazy mutations. They become powerful and unmatched, and the guns are invulnerable. The guns are hard to hurt, that is, it is difficult to kill with missile bombing. Moreover, these monsters are irrational, bloodthirsty, and cruel, and countless humans have died in the hands of these monsters. The population has been reduced by 40%, and the history is called the Cataclysm Era. But if this is the case, there will be no birth of Xiaoping. These viruses are terrible, and the crazy evolution of those animals can also make the human beings on Yan Huangxing get great benefits, and the bodies are evolved. At the same time, Yan Huangxing often has earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. There are actually many ancient ruins. From these super-ancient ruins, humans have discovered some martial arts exercises that have been passed down from ancient times. These martial arts exercises can actually lead to a more powerful evolution of human beings. Hundreds of steps, killing leaves, killing people, walking in the void, with one enemy, breaking mountains and rivers, changing the land, etc. Become a reality, even if humans do not rely on weapons. Can also stand alone against those terrible monsters, become Superman. Moreover, some of the ultra-ancient relics not only have strong and complete martial arts exercises, but also have incomparable advanced technology. These things are suddenly absorbed by human beings, and their strength is greatly increased. With the relics and martial arts exercises, human strength has greatly increased. They began to counter the mutated monsters and conquer a personal city. After hundreds of years, they finally became the hegemons of Yanwangsing, ruled the entire planet, and the country unified. The federal government was established and divided into 9 regions. Xiaoping looked at the history books. 500 years ago, when humans were not worried about survival on the Yanwangsing, the federal government began sending countless human powers to explore black holes and want to know the source of the cataclysm. But they did not find the cause of the cataclysm, but found that the other side of the black hole, but a vast world, humans named it Yangxiaji. The world area does not know how many times more than the Yanwangsing, how many times the aura is rich, the Tianmu treasure is countless, and it is also very suitable for human survival. It is simply the peach blossom source of human dreams. With a large amount of resources in the cloud industry, Yanwangsing's technology has developed rapidly. Today, 500 years later, it has become a world where martial arts and technology are extremely prosperous. Everyone is a strong martial artist and respected by Wu. The same is true of Xiaoping's school. Almost every student on Yanwangsing has the obligation to practice, and even become the content of the exam. If it is not strong enough, it will not be able to go to university, and even survival will be enough. Now he is a high school student. Facing the college entrance examination, he can get a good university. It has great significance for any student. It means better resources, better cultivation skills, and even better life. Call. After reading these history, Xiaoping's eyes immediately firmed. Forget it, it's useless to think so much, whether I am Xiaoping on Earth or Xiaoping on Yanwangsing. In short, I am me, the world is unique. No matter life. In which world, I have to live wonderfully. After thinking of this, he felt that the symptoms of his head's pain seemed to disappear completely, and there was no any obstruction. The memory of the sudden awakening, and the memory of the present, no longer separate from each other. Just then, there was a metal voice coming from my mind, without any feelings dash. Oh, the soul is integrated, and the super hate system binds the host. Xiaoping slaps his eyes. Super hate system. He hasn't recovered from the memory of another person. Now there is another weird system. What is this? Host. This system is specifically designed to attract hatred. As long as the host can get the value of hatred, you can exchange the drug in the system's mall, Tian Kabo, even the peerless practice and so on. Xiaoping asked, what is this hate value? The so-called hate value is the negative emotion of the living. As long as the host can cause the negative emotions of other creatures, the hate value can be obtained. The more the other party hates the host, the stronger the strength, the more hatred the host can get. The level of hatred is also divided into ridicule, hate, disgust, killing, not dying, etc. Pull hate. Xiaoping's face is speechless. How does this system feel so pitted? If you pull hatred everywhere, then isn't he a target, even a street mouse, everyone shouting? I am afraid that he will be worse than the traitor Qin Qin. And this hate value can be exchanged for what is the treasure of the heavens, the secrets of the exercises. Is this true and false? He has never seen the real thing, and he can't believe the sound that suddenly appears in his mind. I want to go to college, and it doesn't matter if I want to graduate and go out to work. It's all your life. The teacher can't help you choose, but the teacher has to say a little, that is, never make a decision and never regret it. At this time, the class teacher Qiu Shui asked the female student to sit down, then she shouted and poured the chicken soup. Yes, teacher, a group of students shouted. Qiu Shui was frowning because she found a student in the class who seemed to be absent-minded. This person was Xiaoping. She asked, Xiaoping, you said, what plans are there in the future? Plan. Xiaoping immediately knew that he must be stared at by the teacher. This class teacher is a new teacher. It only lasts for half a year. It is not the old fritters that have been taught for decades. They usually have a sense of responsibility and often urge those students who are not serious in class. Originally, he wanted to say that it was a good thing to test a third-rate university, but he thought about it, why not take this opportunity and try this super hate system is not true. Thinking of this, Xiaoping stood up and immediately said, I want to apply for Yanhuang University. What? The students in the entire class, including the class teacher, Qiu Shui, were paralyzed. What is Yanhuang University? It is the best university on the entire Yanhuangsing, founded by countless martyrs of humanity. There have been martial arts strongmen. Yanhuang University graduates are all over the world, some are company presidents, some are army generals, marshals, etc. And even the federal president have appeared more than a dozen. It can be said that you can enter Yanhuang University, all of which are humane arrogance. The entire 95 high school, eligible to apply for Yanhuang University, no more than 5, each year can be admitted to Yanhuang University, may not have one. If you can get one, the whole school has to hang the cloth, celebrate 3 days and 3 nights, send a message to inform each parent, and even each student will receive a chicken leg. Xiaoping is just an ordinary student. Wu Tian's 3-day cultivation is awkward. If you want to get into the third-rate university, you can't say that you want to go to Yanhuang University. Now this kid actually dares to say that he wants to apply for Yanhuang University. Isn't that crazy? Xiaoping, are you serious? Because Xiaoping's answer is too scary, the class teacher Qiu Shui did not continue to blame the other party for not being serious in class, but a little embarrassed feeling. Xiaoping nodded and said, yes, after 5 months, I want to go to Yanhuang University and become a strong martial artist. The annual income is over 100 million yuan. I am greeted by Bai Fumei and embark on the peak of life. When you are a brother-in-law, you will be trained in this martial art. It is enough to be admitted to the third-rate university, and you want to go to Yanhuang University. Do not be too self-sufficient to know where your limits are. The book is not easy to read. I want to make a big news all day. Do you know that this is the end? Everyone is a little overdone. As a salted fish, you still need some ideals. Maybe you really turned over. A group of students despised Xiaoping. Xiaoping was unmoved, watching a student who led the irony of himself, saying, Yang Wei, you can't do it, it doesn't mean that others can't, but some men are not born, they are not saved. Xiaoping. Student Yang Wei's nose was discouraged and roared at Xiaoping. Even if he used his knees to know, he was absolutely sarcastic. He laughed at his name and said that he was Yang. Usually, this nickname is basically taboo, no one dares to call himself, but this Xiaoping actually dared to say these words in front of the class, it is awful. Haha, there are still people called Yang Wei, what do you think of your father? A fat man in the corner is laughing, he and Yang Wei are a bit contradictory, and now see the other side of the ugly, not to hurry down the stone. Gaowan, what are you laughing at, you are not the same. Xiaoping said lazily. I am going to go, the fat man Gao Mao's face is green, and he stands up and screams at Xiaoping. He just wants to eat this. Other classmates are weird. Usually, this Xiaoping is just an ordinary student in the class. The results are not bad, not so outstanding. There is no sense of existence. How can people stop killing people today, and Buddha's way of killing Buddha is 2-0. Yang Wei is a bit embarrassed. The feelings are not specific to themselves. Instead, they eat gunpowder today. Enough. The class teacher Qiu Shui couldn't stand it, and Xiaoping was beautiful. He criticized, Xiaoping, what is going on? How do you give nicknames to other students? You can't say what people say like. Xiaoping nodded and said, the teacher is right, I have to review it. Wow, you bully people, me, I am not that kind of person, definitely not. When I heard the class teacher say this, Yang Wei's face turned blue and he burst into tears when he collapsed. It was like a girl who was bullied. He licked his ass, kicked off the stool, and left the classroom with a cry. Hey! The class teacher Qiu Shueqiu was a red face. He seemed to know that he had made a mistake. He wanted to call Yang Wei back, but the other party was running too fast, and he left the classroom all at once. Xiaoping! She yelled at Xiaoping. This happened, it was the fault of the bastard. Xiaoping spread his hands and he felt that he was innocent. I didn't expect his psychological quality to be so bad. Go out immediately, give me a good reflection. Class teacher Qiu Shui angry, pointing to Xiaoping. Xiaoping had no opinion at all. He just heard the sound of a ruthless metal in his mind, hate value +1, hate value +1. Chapter 2 Super Hate System. The top of the teaching building. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the students were in class, and there was no one at the top of the building. Xiaoping took the opportunity to be driven out of the classroom by the class teacher Qiu Shui and went to the roof to study the sudden super hate system. System, give me out immediately. Xiaoping thought of a move. Isn't that the value of hatred can be obtained? How much hatred did I get? Just now he tried a little knives and showed a bit of ridicule in his previous life. He didn't expect the effect to burst into a watch. He suddenly became a public enemy of the class and even cried a classmate. If this move has no effect, then he is purely a hateful person. Host, this time you got a total of 120 points of hatred. A cold system sound came out of my mind. First activate the system. Congratulations to the host to get the system spree mysterious exercises. Pure Yang not kill 1. Mysterious Gongfa. Pure Yang does not destroy. What is this? Xiaoping squinted his eyes. The sound of the system has no feelings. Is the system spree accepted? Accept. Xiaoping instinctively chose to accept. Rumble. At this moment, a huge amount of information was immediately infused into Xiaoping's mind like a tide, and he felt that his soul seemed to have been emptied of a void. In this space, there seems to be a white figure. This figure sits on the knees, and a golden meridian appears in the body, clearly showing the mystery of how this mysterious work works. No, this pure yang is not the top martial arts practice. How is this possible? Xiaoping could not conceal the shocking color in his eyes. Even in Yan Wangxing, the martial arts of the martial arts, the top martial arts exercises are extremely rare. Only the top martial arts families, or the libraries of superclass universities, can learn. The ordinary people can only practice the basic methods of the federal sect. It is very hard to absorb the pure aura of heaven and earth. The reason why the gap is so large is because the efficiency of the basic method of absorbing the aura of the heavens and the earth is extremely low, far less than the top martial arts. If the efficiency of the basic method is 1, then the top method may be 100 or even 1000. The gap is huge. People with the same talents, if they cultivate different martial arts exercises, they will not know how big the gap is. Over time, it is possible to know how precious the top martial arts exercises are. Is this top martial art practice true or false? Xiaoping could not help but be a bit skeptical, because according to the introduction of this pure Yang dynasty method, it runs the exercises, invades the universe, devours the essence of the sky sun, smelt incorporate into the body, burn the body, and forge an eternal body. If you think about it, it will be terrible. What kind of horrible thing is the essence of the sun? If the ordinary martial arts master absorbs some, it will immediately turn into a fireball, burn it into ashes, and even the will not be left. Even the strong martial arts master did not dare to touch the essence of the sun at will, but this practice began to devour the essence of the sun at the beginning, and it was a mess. If it is true, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the top practice. Although Xiaoping was a bit suspicious, his eyes quickly became firm. This is an opportunity. Whether it is true or not, you will know if you try it. Anyway, if there is danger, you will immediately terminate your cultivation. Thinking of this, he sat down on the knees and began to cultivate according to the information of the martial arts exercises from the system. Boom. After getting the system instilled, Xiaoping seems to have cultivated this martial arts for tens of thousands of times, and is very familiar with it. It is said at once, the whole person is integrated into nature, and his mind is in an ethereal state. As he cultivated, his body seemed to be turned into a black hole, and the essence of the sun that fell from the sky turned into a ball of fire, which poured into his pores and flowed through his body. If an outsider sees Xiaoping's cultivation, he will surely be scared to death, because the place where Xiaoping is centered for 10 meters turns into a black hole. Any sunshine near this area is absorbed by his body. Even the wind stopped, as if the time in this space was still. Boom. Xiaoping's body was shocked, his mouth opened, and a terrible swirling airflow spouted out. It seemed to be a sharp arrow, tearing the air, slamming it and bombarding the marble wall in front of the roof. With a bang, the marble wall was actually pierced by a fist-sized hole. The sun was shining outside. If it was on the earth, it would be enough to pierce the body of an ordinary person. It can definitely be called a breath. He opened his eyes and immediately gave off a golden light, as if two flames were spinning in the pupils, shining brightly until it was extinguished for a long time. Wu Ting's four heavens, just the first practice of this practice, actually helped me to break through a meridian, promoted to the four heavens of the Wutu. It is worthy of the top exercises, too powerful. Xiaoping said with emotion. He worked hard for 18 years, and he only raised himself to the realm of the 3-day martial arts. However, he cultivated this pure yang, but he was promoted to the 4-day martial arts in 2 hours. This achievement, even in the class, can be regarded as the upper middle level, out of the ordinary category, from which it can be explained how pure Chunyang does not destroy. It seems that it is not just as simple as breaking through the realm of martial arts. Xiaoping stood up, stood firm, twisted, punched, and powerful force from his legs, waist, arms, and fists to his fists. With a bang, the fist slammed on the marble wall in front, as if wearing a tofu was easy, and immediately a wall of 7 or 8 centimeters deep punches appeared, and the gravel fell. Good physical strength. Xiaoping clenched his fists and thoughts. To know that he did not use the infuriating body in his body, he only relied on physical strength, but he could easily penetrate the wall with a fist, and his fist was unscathed. And this is his first cultivation. If he is gradually deepened in the future, how terrible will he be? This level is not overkill on Earth. Of course, compared with those martial arts masters who can break the earth and walk in the void, he still doesn't know how far. Hey! At this time, Xiaoping's stomach was accompanied by a drumming sound. He practiced for 2 hours, and he had not eaten anything since the morning, and he was indeed hungry. Go to the dining hall to eat. Xiaoping walked toward the top of the building, and now it is time for lunch. Because Tianshui City Jiwu Middle School is out of school from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., you can't go home in the middle, so the average student will eat in the school canteen. Of course, some students choose to bring their meals to school. Xiaoping came to the dining hall, spent 5 or 6 federal coins, bought 2 dishes, and asked for a white meal, and found an empty position to sit down and want to eat deliciously. Xiaoping. At this time, a familiar voice passed over. Xiaoping looked up and looked at Yang Wei. He was looking at Xiaoping with a look of anger and anger, a bit of a toothy taste. At the same time, he stood behind 5 or 6 high school students, and he was full of pressure and seemed to be in trouble. Chapter 3 Flying Dragon. Oh, Yang Wei, it's a coincidence, you come to the dining hall to eat. Xiaoping greeted Yang Wei. Yang Wei gnawed his teeth. This is not a coincidence. I am here to find you. Specially looking for me. Xiaoping slaps his pure eyes. What are you looking for? Seeing this as if nothing had happened, Yang Wei's nose was discouraged. He said with anger, don't give me garlic, don't think I will forget what happened in class now. He glared at Xiaoping, and he just wanted to eat this babies. It was because this shameless gave himself a nickname, which led him to look different from other students. This feeling is extremely uncomfortable, as if he became a rare animal, and he heard that the students around him whispered. He felt that he was laughing at himself. Therefore, he hated Xiaoping even more. If he didn't beat the bastard, it would be hard to eliminate his hatred. What happened in the classroom today? Xiaoping seems to think of it. It turns out that you want to come and give me an apology. Actually, you don't need to be so polite. I didn't take it seriously. He waved his hand and revealed a big look. Who is coming to apologize to you? Don't give me a delusion here. Yang Wei was so angry that his nostrils smoked. He ridiculed himself and gave himself a nickname, which caused him to be greatly insulted and met by his classmates. Fling in teeth. He hasn't let this apologize to himself. He actually thinks that he wants to apologize to him. This kid thinks he has to have a limit. Not apologize, what are you doing here? Do you want to invite me to dinner? Xiaoping squinted. Farting, who would like to invite you to this shameless person to eat, even if he is feeding the dog with food? He will not ask you to eat this bastard. Yang Wei cannot say anything, he does not know how to communicate with this bastard. To shut up. At this time, a young man 2 meters tall and strong like a black bear came out like a hill, giving a fatal sense of oppression. He stared at Xiaoping and sneered, do you think that he can hide his fault when he is left? The academic performance is not so good, but he has learned to make a profit. Didn't your aunt teach you what is polite? Just give someone a nickname and humiliate your classmates in class. Is this your tutor? His words are very vicious. In my 18 years of life, my aunt only taught me one thing, that is to return my teeth. Xiaoping blinked and stared at the 2-meter-high brawny. The strongman squeezed his fist and squeaked, revealing his white teeth. It's a bit of a meaning, but I still dare to give up my teeth, and I am not afraid, but I don't know if you have this ability. The way we solve conflicts is very simple, that is, playing, the strong is respect. You and I go to the Dragon Station to play a game. As long as you win me, this matter will be written off, and we will not find you any more trouble. What do you think? Playing a game. Xiaoping's eyes flashed, because the world's martial arts flourished, every student knew martial arts, and all the young students were bloody, and they started to fight in a word, which led to serious conflicts in the school. In order to solve this problem, the school set up the Fei Long Tai, so that students with contradictions can play with the brilliance of the body, and of course some students will also go to the Dragon Station in order to learn from each other. It is because of this that private fighting is not allowed by the school, and it is strictly forbidden. Once it is discovered, regardless of its status, it will be expelled from school. Therefore, this brave man did not dare to look for Xiaoping troubles. He could only invite him to go to the Dragon Station and compete. And a group of people looking for Xiaoping's troubles, and soon found by the students around, are all looking towards this side. Look, some people want to play on the Dragon Station, and there is a good show. Is the 2-meter-high brawny not a bear bully? Actually, someone was troubled by him. That person is really bad luck. Xiong Heaven. That is the high 3 or 6 classes, the nickname of the black bear, has a natural power, a punch, a force, more than 1,000 pounds, repaired to reach the strongest of the Wushu 5 heavens. Yes, that is the black bear. He launched a no-brainer. There were several students who had conflicts with him. They went to the Dragon Station and were interrupted by 5 or 6 ribs. They couldn't take care of themselves for a whole month. Yes, I have heard about this incident. It is said that another student has left a psychological shadow and has dropped out of school. It's terrible. The kid was stared at by the bear bully. It's really a 3-year-old. Many students have been talking about it. Looking at Xiaoping's expression is a gloating scene. What's wrong? Are you scared? Xiong Batian pinched his fist and stared at Xiaoping like a smile. If you kneel down and ask for mercy, I can't forgive you once through my pants. Of course, once again, if you are not convinced. I will see you once, and you will not be able to take care of yourself for 3 months. Afraid? Xiaoping smiled. I will be afraid of you, stupid big. Stupid big. The students around are all stunned, and even Yang Wei is jealous. So, do you know what you are talking about? Xiong Batian is a warrior of the Wutian 5 heavens. He has a natural power and his force is a mess. However, this actually dared to say that the bears of the bears are just stupid big. Is this kid crazy? Xiaoping. Xiongba had smoke on his nostrils, his eyes were red, and no one ever dared to call himself a stupid big man. No one, if it was, he was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. But this kid actually dared to say this. It is simply not knowing how to live and die. It is not a big deal to promise you to go to the Dragon Station, but the victim is Yang Wei. Will he promise? Xiaoping said lightly. Yang Wei immediately said, I promise that as long as you promise Xiong big brother, then this matter will be written off, and we will never come to you again. For this kind of thing, he simply can't ask for it. This shameless should be on the Dragon Station and be taught a good meal. In short, he will see that the worse, the better, so he is satisfied. Although he did not personally take it, it is also a revenge for him. Well, I promised. When is the time? Xiaoping asked. He didn't care much about this matter, as if he wanted to benefit from the super hate system, he needed hatred. And these hate values can only be obtained from the enemy. The chance of erecting a large number of enemies like this is, of course, the more the better, so that he can get a lot of hate value. Well. Xiong Batian stared at Xiaoping. It will be set at 4:30 in the afternoon, just half an hour after school. I hope you don't run when you are, otherwise I will be very angry and the consequences will be serious. After that, he warned to look at Xiaoping, and took Yang Wei and others to leave the dining hall. Chapter 4 Practice 5-Shaped Boxing. When Xiong Beishan and others quickly left, the crowds left, but the matter quickly spread to all parts of the school, especially the class of Xiaoping's class, which was basically 36 people. No. After all, the parties are the people in their class, it is impossible to not pay attention. However, Xiaoping's face was very indifferent. After eating in the dining hall, he went up to the top of the teaching building again. It was more than half an hour away from the afternoon class. He also wanted to continue to study the super hate system. System, before you said that hate values can be exchanged for things, how can this be exchanged? Xiaoping asked. With a bang, suddenly there was a virtual panel in his mind. A shopping mall appeared on it, listing weapons, medicinal herbs, martial arts exercises, martial arts, etc., all inclusive, as if you could buy an online store. Host, the above things, as long as the host has enough hate value, you can buy. The system's voice passed. Xiaoping touched his chin. What can I buy? He thought of a move, immediately opened the martial arts exercises, and suddenly a page popped up. A series of martial arts exercises are listed above. The Great Emperor, the rank of God, the price of 10 billion hatred. Void, the level of God, the price of 10 billion hatred. Devouring the starry sky, the level of God, the price of 10 billion hatred. The magical prison mysterious classics, the grade of God, the price of 9 billion hatred. Yin and Yang life and death, grades of God, price of 8 billion hatred. Seeing the above price, Xiaoping is stunned, and the value of hate for dozens of billions of dollars can be afforded. He looked at the value of hate. He held only 120, which I am afraid I can't afford even one leg. Forget it, I already have pure yang, I don't want to use martial arts. It's useless to look at martial arts. It's better to look at martial arts. Xiaoping's eyes flashed, and the martial arts was fundamental. He could temper his body and absorb the aura of heaven and earth. Let the human body evolve and become a Superman. But martial arts is the supreme skill that can bring out powerful forces. The more powerful martial arts, the more horrible. For example, some martial arts can only exert 100 kilograms of strength to exert 100 kilograms of destructive power, but the wise martial arts can make 100 kilograms of strength and exert a destructive power of 1,000 pounds. This is the difference of martial arts. Of course, the more powerful martial arts, the more difficult it is to succeed in cultivation. Thinking of this, he thought of a move, clicked on the martial arts column, and immediately popped up a page listing the mysterious and powerful martial arts cheats. The Sky of the Wilderness Prisoner, the Grade of God, the price of 10 billion hatred. 6 rounds of reincarnation, the level of God, the price of 10 billion hatred. The Grade of God, the price of 9 billion hatred. 8 out of 6 palms, grades of God, price of 8 billion hatred. Void move, step by step, price of 7.5 billion hatred. Xiaoping looked speechless. When he saw the name of this martial art, he knew how powerful it was, but these were all can only be seen, can't move, and the billions of hatred values were killed. He couldn't get it. Moreover, he worked hard to put a map cannon and mocked the whole class. They only got 120 hatred values and wanted to get billions of hatred values. What year and month? The host doesn't need to worry. The system seems to perceive Xiaoping's thought. As long as the host keeps working hard, it will accumulate over time, and I believe that getting the value of 10 billion hatred is not a problem. At that time, you can buy all the treasures in the mall as you like. Crap. It's light. Xiaoping's mouth was pumped. If he didn't say how long it would take to get the value of 10 billion hatred, it would be awkward to get the value of hate. Just 120 hatred values, let him become the public enemy of the whole class, and even recruit Yang Wei's revenge. If he waits for him to get the value of 10 billion hatred, then how many enemies he will provoke. He calculated it carefully in his heart. If he wants to get the value of 10 billion hatred, it is estimated that the whole Yan Wanxing people hate him. At that time, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is universal. When I think of the whole planet is his enemy, a group of enemies clamor to find him to avenge, not endless, to kill his family, he feels a bit big. Forget it, don't care so much for the time being. Xiaoping blinked and thought, in fact, it does not necessarily need the value of 10 billion hatred. As long as it can redeem what you need, it is enough. If it is just ordinary goods, then it will offend the offense. It is nothing. Although this system is very dangerous, the side effects are extremely great, and it will provoke the enemy when it is not moving. However, if it is used well, it can help itself rise and peak at the peak of martial arts. Although the host can't afford such expensive goods for the time being, the mall has some cheap ones, and should be able to temporarily meet the requirements of the host. System Road. Listening, Xiaoping immediately said, the price of martial arts goods, from low to high luo. With a bang, the martial arts page was immediately replaced, and some cheap martial arts appeared. The cheapest is the 5 hate points, such as the basic boxing method, etc., which are martial arts everywhere. Hey! This 5-shaped boxing actually needs 100 hatred values. Why? Xia Ping immediately noticed one of the martial arts, called the Wushuquan, which was observed by a martial artist in ancient times: the tiger, the viper, the ape, the crane, Tyrannosaurus, and other animals, thus creating a powerful martial arts, contains countless fighting skills, powerful. It is also a compulsory course for the school. Every student must learn to be a basic martial art, but in the system mall, it is necessary to sell 100 hatred values. This is too exaggerated. Because the system sells martial arts, it is a tribute. It is a heritage. System road, ordinary martial arts need to host themselves to comprehend, hard exercise, down to earth, but the system does not need to teach martial arts. It instantly instills the memory of martial arts skills, integrates into the host body, and allows the host to learn in an instant, as if practicing for many years. The martial arts masters are generally the same as before. What? Xia Ping is shocked. If this is the case, then it is really worth the money. If you can learn in a flash, it is equivalent to saving 10 years of exercise. The benefits are not known. I bought it. Xia Ping immediately said. System road, yes, host. As soon as the voice fell, a huge warm current immediately poured into Xia Ping's mind, and immediately his soul seemed to be dragged into a white space with nothing in it. His hands and feet seemed to be controlled by a mysterious force, and immediately moved: tigers, vipers, apes, cranes, Tyrannosaurus, etc., one by one. The body is like the wind. As if at this moment, he turned into a fierce tiger, a viper, a monkey, a white crane, a Tyrannosaurus, and other beasts, and his body exudes a terrible beast, and his fists are simultaneously dispatched. Hey! Immediately, the air blew a bang, and he punched it with a punch. It seemed to have an air blast, and his power was terrible. In this way, he continued to practice in this white space, at least for decades, until the five-shaped boxing exercise to the extreme, to reach the realm of supernatural. With a bang, the space was broken, and then his soul was pulled out and returned to the body again. Five-shaped boxing. Xia Ping squeezed his fists and squeaked his fists. The pupils showed a glimmer of light. He had unprecedented confidence, and his body exudes the taste of a master of martial arts. Chapter 5. Not convinced. Almost in the afternoon class, Xia Ping went down from the top of the building and walked toward the 36th class. When he was about to get close to the classroom, he was suddenly stopped by two people. He turned and looked at it. Immediately, he saw that the two people who stopped him were all women. One was beautiful and cute, and the height was 1 meter and 5'4". The whole body was wearing a famous brand, showing an extravagant atmosphere. It can be seen that her background is very superior. Xia Ping recognized the woman, named Liang Xiaoxue, who was a classmate in her class. The real Bai Fumei, who was above the top, never put the students in the class in her eyes and rarely talked to him. The other one is glamorous and beautiful, wearing a white shirt. The upper part of the arc is very amazing, visual inspection at least D-cup. The lower body is wearing a pair of jeans, set off the slender legs, wearing white shoes under the feet. This Xia Ping also knows that Jiang Sanru, the leader of the 36th class, is a class flower. He has a very high popularity in school, his academic performance, and his martial arts talent is also very good. He is a goddess and has been pursued by countless people. At the same time, she and Xia Ping knew each other from an early age, and they were neighbors. Xia Ping, I heard that you intend to fly with the bears in the sky. Jiang Yaru looked at Xia Ping. Xia Ping nodded, yes. How do you promise and bear the dragon flying dragon? Jiang Yaru stared at Xia Ping's eyes and his face was very serious. Do you know that Xiong Ba Tian is not a good person? He has a 5-day repair of the martial arts, a natural power, and it is said that he also practiced intermediate martial arts. Fighting bears, the strength of the battle, even if the martial arts 6 heavens can be tied. You are only the repair of the martial arts trio, and go to the dragon station. Do you want to be abused by the other party? Still don't hurry to surrender and give up this stupid duel. You don't understand. Xia Ping Dao. Jiang Yaru took Xia Ping and said with anger, what I don't understand, it is definitely your temperament, and the other people's radical methods are stupid to promise this stupid duel. You know that you can't be the opponent of Xiong Beishan. If you go to Fei Longtai, you will be beaten. Why do you want to do this? Is it just for a sigh of relief? Even if Fei Longtai will not die, if you are seriously injured by Xiong Beishan, you need to go to the hospital for emergency treatment. This medical fee is not cheap. Do you want to increase the burden of your uncle? She knows that Xiaoping's family is just an ordinary person, and a medical bill is enough to hurt. This is the case with men. It is obviously not a bit of a skill. It is not an opponent of others. It is still stubborn here. Such a person is not called handsome, it is stupid. Liang Xiaoxue looked at Xiaoping defiantly. It is clear that this kid is not a bit of a skill, and he is still sensational here. She hates this man most, and she does not know why she cares about this kid. In short, you don't want to do anything, I naturally have my own size. Xiaoping waved his hand. He crossed Jiang Yaru directly and walked toward the classroom. How can Jiang Yaru know that he is not the same as today? He has been promoted to the four heavens of Wushu, and he has practiced Wuziquan, and his strength has increased greatly, which is enough to crush Xian Beishan. But why should he tell others about these things? I am afraid that even if they say it, the other party will not believe it, or use facts to prove everything. Xiaoping. Jiang Yaru took the back of Xiaoping, but he couldn't stop it. He was very angry. Liang Xiaoxue snorted and said, Yaru, what do you do with this man? Waste your energy. When he suffers, he is seriously injured by Xian Beishan. When he goes to the hospital for emergency treatment, he knows that he is wrong. But he was seriously injured. How can I explain to Huang Auntie? Jiang Yaru was annoyed. Liang Xiaoxue waved his hand. What confession does not explain? You have already discouraged the other party, but the other party does not listen. Is the other party trying to commit suicide by jumping off the building? Can we stop the other party from failing? Forget it, this is the end of the matter, and it can't be recovered. Jiang Yaru said helplessly, because both sides decided to go to Feilongtai, and the whole school knows that it is too late to regret. Well, I am going to class quickly. This is something for others. Don't worry about anything here. Go in. Liang Xiaoxue took Jiang Yaru and went to the classroom. At this time, Xiaoping also went in. Hey! Immediately, the eyes of the entire class were concentrated on Xiaoping, full of curiosity, doubts, and puzzles, because this kid promised and bears the dragon on the dragon platform. Who doesn't know how cruelly the bear bully is in school? It is simply a bully, arrogant, and basically no one dares to provoke, but this guy is provoked, but also wants to fight. Obviously, this is usually an ordinary student, and his grades are ordinary. There is no sense of existence in the class. Why do you suddenly make such earth-shattering things? Xiaoping, I heard that you are planning a duel with Xiong Batian. Do you have a chance to win? Asked a male student. Before the high pill was ridiculed by Xiaoping, he was angry, sneer, people want to test the high school students of Yanhuang University. Wu Daoxiu does not know how powerful, the area bears what is the day, I am afraid that one hand will be able to, he snored. He looked at Xiaoping with a look, and anyone knew that he was ironic. When I heard this, many of my classmates were laughing and laughing, as if watching a joke like Xiaoping. Okay, everyone, don't laugh at Xiaoping. Yang Wei stood up and revealed the appearance of a good man. After all, people challenge the bears against the sky. This courage is worthy of respect. At least I don't have this kind of courage. I don't know how to be self-satisfied. Other students are even more ridiculous. You are not convinced. Xiaoping glanced at him and looked at Gaowan and Yang Wei. I am serving your sister. Gaowan jumped out, do not be self-reliant, you must know your own limits, but you still want to test Yanhuang University, defeat Xian Beishan, what do you think you are? You are just a martial arts triple A, admitted to the average student who is strenuous at the third-rate university, actually still dreaming here, wake me up, salted fish will not turn over. Can I get admitted to Yanhuang University, defeat Xian Beishan, shut down your ass, and the dog takes the mouse to do nothing. Xiaoping waved his hand and was too lazy to pay attention to these people. Seeing that Xiaoping is still such a sly look, Gaowan is so full of anger, this is so irritating, but also ironic that he is a dog, too odious. His eyes turned and revealed a smirk, saying, since you are so confident, dare you to gamble with us? Gambling. Xiaoping looked at him. Is it really okay? I remember that your body is defective. If you take it off, others will mistakenly think that you are a girl. Xiaoping looked at Yang Wei and Gaowan with a look of suspicion and felt very worried. I am missing your sister. Who is physically flawed, we are not really impotents, and that thing is not so small that others mistakenly think that there is no degree, you do not spread some strange rumors here. Both Yang Wei and Gaowan are both half dead and their noses are smashed. This mouth is too owed. All day, some of them are not, if they really let other students believe what to do. Chapter 6 No Suspense. Yang Weiping regained his excitement. He felt that he would continue to talk to the bastard. Maybe his lungs would be blasted and he must be smashed. You don't need to worry about this. In short, you can't agree to this bet. Yang Wei looked at Xiaoping, step by step. Takamaru also yelled, yes, are you not confident enough? This is still a fart. Promise is not a problem, I am afraid of you. Xiaoping touched his chin. Yang Wei immediately interrupted Xiaoping's words and said, don't be afraid, we have no problem at all. Let's sign the contract now, so no one can repent. He clicked on the chip watch on his hand, and with a drop, a white barrage popped up, a virtual projection, which listed a series of legal provisions. Xiaoping knows that the law on Yanwangsing is completely different from the law of the earth. The gambling contract here is also recognized by the law. If you dare to violate it, you will be punished by the law. If you are serious, you will even be arrested in prison. If you are a little bit, you will lose your credit. If you enter the society, you will be struggling. If you want to make a bank loan, no one will care about you. It will even let the people around you stay away from you and be isolated. Of course, if the gambling is too much, it will not be recognized by the law. For example, if you want to have a life or something like a streaking in a school, it is a small matter and will naturally be recognized. Take out your student chip, we sign the contract. Gao Wan urged. Xiaoping's student chip is installed on his mobile phone. This chip records the information from birth to the present, bank account, student status information, physical condition, etc. It can be said that this is the ID card on Yanwangsing. His mobile phone touched the student chip of Yang Wei and Gao Wan, and immediately popped up a contract. Then he entered his password and clicked OK. Even if the contract was established, no one would regret it. Well, the contract is established. Gao Wan and Yang Wei looked at each other and showed a smirk. They were very proud. Hey, you can see the appearance of this kid. At this time, not only will this be beaten by the bears, but also streaking in the school, being laughed at by the whole school students, and may even be perverted by the police and arrested in prison. Hey, this has been defying our ability to do so. It has repeatedly ridiculed and caused extremely bad influence on our reputation. Yang Wei gnashed his teeth. When I go to see if he is a cow, is it really so cow? Force. Gao Wan has the same idea. He also plans to take this shameless Xiaoping's embarrassment and post it on the internet to let this kid debut in the world. This. Jiang Yaru in the distance was annoyed. When she saw Xiaoping and the two signed a contract, she was crazy. How could this be so stupid to promise this kind of contract? Is this not a loss? Yaru, don't worry, I think he is intentional. Liang Xiaoxue said. Jiang Yaru stunned, deliberate. Could it be that Xiaoping's plan? Yes, I have investigated on the internet. There are some abnormal men who have a special kind of hobby. It seems to be called a land bird. Liang Xiaoxue looked at Xiaoping defiantly. It is estimated that Xiaoping also has such a good, I have never been able to find a chance to satisfy my perverts. Now, Yang Wei and Gao Wan's classmates have come to the door personally. He looks very unhappy on the surface, but his heart is actually overjoyed, so he pushes the boat and pushes it halfway. Listening, Jiang Yaru looked awkward, so it makes sense to say that there is no reason to refute it. Is this Xiaoping really a hidden metamorphosis? In the afternoon, the class was over, and almost none of the students in the 36th class had a heart to listen to. They only care about one thing now, that is, the duel between Xiaoping and Xiong Beishan. At this time, the surrounding area of the southwest corner of the campus is surrounded by dense crowds. Many students who know the news have rushed to see the fun, standing under the dragon station, a look of good looks. Xiong Beishan has long been staying on the dragon platform, closing his eyes and keeping his eyes, holding his chest with his hands, regaining his energy, and calming his face. His face is very calm and seems to be waiting for Xiaoping. Where is the bearer fight with the bears? How come so many people this time? One student asked. He just saw so many people here, he ran to see the excitement, and did not know the details. Another student said, it is said that a student named Xiaoping, only the repair of the 3-day martial arts, because Xiong Batian wanted to vent his friends, went to the dragon station. No, is that kid crazy? Who doesn't know that Xiong Beishan is the strongest of the Wushu 5 heavens, but also the natural power to deal with the kid? I am afraid that I can send the other party into the hospital with a punch. The student was surprised and unbelievable. isn't it? So the kid is simply not self-reliant. There are so many people around, just to see how bad the kid is being beaten. In short, there is no suspense in the battle. The only suspense is that the kid is defeated by Xiong Batian after many moves, and how many days it takes to heal the injury. Many students have been talking about it. Look, Xiaoping is here. A student shouted. I saw a young student in the distance, wearing white clothes, looks very ordinary. The only thing that is more remarkable is that his eyes have been very calm. Even if there are so many people, there is no panic. Behind him is followed by a group of students, who are all in high class. After class, they also followed Xiaoping to run the dragon station to watch the fun. You came. Xiong Batian opened his eyes and looked at Xiaoping, who was on the dragon platform from below. He showed a strange color. I thought that you would run away, but I didn't expect to have the courage to come. Based on this, after that, he will be merciful and only interrupt your 5 ribs. He extended 5 fingers. No need. Xiaoping waved his hand. Although let go, you can interrupt me with a hair, even if it is good. If you are under your mercy, you may not be able to support it. Hurricane. The bear bully screamed coldly, and it was very uncomfortable to stare at Xiaoping. A guy from the district's martial arts trio actually dared to say such a big story, really what he was. Waiting for the start of the game, this knows what is called despair. He decides that he must not be merciful and let the kid get some lessons, otherwise he will not know what is called awe of the strong. When I heard Xiaoping's words, the students next to them were all speechless. They all went to the dragon station. They dared to be so hard. They were really beaten up, and I'm afraid I couldn't speak anymore. Gao Pei and Yang Wei in the distance were sneer. They waited to see Xiaoping being beaten by Xiong Batian. At that time, the boy not only lost the game, but even threw himself. He was taken away by the police as a metamorphosis. Chapter 7 Exalted. Teacher, the duel begins. Xiong Batian turned and stood next to a teacher wearing a white sportswear standing next to him. This teacher was the referee of the duel. The purpose was to prevent the 2 parties from fighting the rules and destroying the rules. The teacher nodded. Well, the duel begins, but remember to never let the hand die, otherwise I will immediately stop you. He glanced at the bear bully. Do not worry, teacher, I will love him very much. Xiong Batian showed a white tooth, very embarrassing. With a bang, the teacher jumped off the dragon station and announced that the duel began. Xiaoping, can fight with me, it should be your honor. I will give you a good lesson, what is called a real martial arts master. Remember not to be able to provoke others casually in the future, this will pay a heavy price of. Xiong Batian shouted a sigh of relief, and when he stepped out, the whole dragon station oscillated. He actually took a footprint on it. The whole body produced a powerful impact and the body marched like a thunder. Huge fists rushed, the air around them screamed, as if a black bear was roaring. Intermediate martial arts Ben Laba bear punch. If the power of this boxing is on the body of ordinary human beings, it will inevitably be torn apart. It's so strong, it's not a bear bully. This punch is more than 1,000 pounds. Even a piece of steel will be interrupted by hardships. That kind of power is too horrible, even if it is a common martial arts 6-day-old person can't match. Sure enough, it is the intermediate martial arts rushing Laba bear punch. Not only has the power of the black bear violent, but also the speed of the thunder. The 2 are perfectly integrated, and they have a violent beauty. I didn't expect Xiong Batian to be full of strength. It was a chance that I didn't intend to give the kid a hand to fight back. It was too cruel to break the hope of winning in an instant. The students in the downfall talked about each other. They were shocked and amazed at the power of Xiong Batian's boxing, and Xiaoping's chance of winning was not at all. Too slow. Although other students feel that such a punch is powerful and fast, but for the current Xiaoping, it is too slow, and the whole body is flawed. He was indoctrinated by the 5-shaped boxing, and his vision was already a master's grade. To deal with this pediatric martial arts, it is naturally a high-rise building that is completely unappealing. Boom. Tiger fist of the 5-shaped boxing, the tiger is out. In the twinkling of an eye, the momentum of Xiaoping changed. The whole person from a white rabbit without any attacking power instantly became a tiger in the jungle, but the tiger of the king of beasts. Even if he was staying under the ring, the students next to him felt the violent momentum of the king of the beasts, as if they were hunted by a white rabbit, and they trembled. Impossible, this kind of momentum, has it been cultivated to the realm of the 5-shaped boxing? The referee teacher felt this momentum, could not help but stunned, and the pupil contracted. He is well informed and naturally understands that this ordinary martial arts five-shaped boxing usually does not have such great power. To play the five-shaped boxing to this extent, it is necessary to cultivate this martial art to a very high level. What? Xiong Batian was shocked. He felt the terrible momentum from the other side. It was like a real tiger. He swallowed his whole body and exposed his fangs. Although he is also a black bear, it is nothing but a man with a bear's skin. He has to be invisible, and the other party is completely transformed into a beast. Boom. The fist and the fist against the bang, immediately arrogant, rumbling, as if a bomb exploded in the air. Xiong Batian could not help but reveal the shock. From the other side uploaded a burst of horrible power, actually along his fist, an inch of transmission, is like a spiral, want to directly smash his arm and chest ribs. Impossible, just because you also want to defeat me in strength, you are infatuated. Xiongba angered a sigh, his forehead bursting out, resisting pain, waving another fist. It's already late. Xiaoping shot like electricity, another fist has already slammed into the past, the five-shaped boxing tiger fist, hungry tiger bite the wolf. Hum. This punch is even more fierce, and the speed is very fast. It is a fatal blow given by the tiger after aiming at the prey. It is an irresistible blow. The fist was solidly squatting on the chest of Xiong Batian, screaming a few times, like a tiger bite, 7 or 8 ribs broke, and one violently exploded in his chest, bursting in inches. Impossible. Xiong Batiandao's heart collapsed, screaming, could not help but spurt a large mouth of blood, the entire body was directly blasted, and the air taxied. Awkwardly, he glided directly in the air for a distance of more than 10 meters, and then he slammed on the ground. The dust was flying up and the smoke was rolling. Impossible, you are just a waste of the 3-day martial arts. How can you beat me? How can I win the game? Xiong Beishan feels that every part of the body is painful, as if it were tens of thousands of ants. Tear-like, his face was awkward, very unwilling, trying to struggle. Go, you have lost. With a bang, Xiaoping walked up to him and didn't look at it. He kicked his stomach toward his abdomen. It was like kicking a piece of rubbish. His body flew down the ring. Ah! Xiong Batian screamed, extremely unwilling, squatting under the ring, seeing the incredible eyes of the students around him. He simply wished to dig a hole to bury himself. Because he was beaten to the dragon station, he was already lost, and he was treated like garbage. This is simply a shameful face. When he was so humiliated, he lost. Xiong Heaven. Xiaoping stood on the ring and was condescending. He looked at him like this: do you want to educate me what is a master of martial arts? Want to give me a good look? Want to send me to the hospital? Now look, who is the waste, you? I didn't think it so great. I'm going to be a low-key person in the future. Don't make troubles everywhere, do you know? You. Hearing this, Xiong Beishan was so anxious to die, grief and indignation, this actually used his own words to refute himself. This is too deceiving. He is awful, and his eyes turned over and he was so faint. Immediately sent to the medical room. The teacher standing under the dragon station had already prepared for it, and told the surrounding students to help them lift the unconscious bear bully. The teacher looked at Xiaoping with his eyes flashing. His eyes were very poisonous. You won this duel, but you can actually practice the five-shaped boxing into the realm of ecstasy. It is really amazing. It is no wonder that you can defeat Xiong Beishan, and your cultivation should have reached the 4 days of the martial arts. When is the school out of your character? The martial arts are also graded according to the degree of cultivation. They are ordinary, skilled, perfect, and superb. It is good for ordinary students to practice to be proficient. To achieve perfection, even to be superb, it is not as simple as trying hard to exercise. This requires talent and requires a very deep understanding of this martial art. Once the martial arts can be cultivated to the extent of ecstasy, the power of the martial arts can hardly be imagined. Even ordinary martial arts can exert the power of decay and magic. Fortunately. Xiaoping modestly said. The teacher looked at Xiaoping and smiled slightly. Is it lucky? There is nothing to be said about martial arts. The teacher is looking forward to your future development and continue to work hard. After that, he turned and left, and went to the school medical room with a comatose bear. Chapter 8. Sooner or later, someone will pack him up. After Xiong Beishan was taken away by the teacher and sent to the school medical room, the students around him felt extremely shocked. No, really, the bear bully is not the opponent of this kid. It was scrapped by 2 punches. It was like a dead dog. Is this still a trio of people? I didn't hear the teacher say that. The kid has been promoted to the 4 days of the martial arts. Fart, bear bully is the strongest of the 5-day martial arts, how to see is the bear tyrant. Normally, this is true, but the martial arts of that kid is terrible. The punch and the power are endless, as if the tiger is going down the mountain. Even if I stand under the platform, it seems to be swallowed up. Listen to the teacher, this is the point where the martial arts have been cultivated to the point of fascination. The power is endless and the challenge is overstepping. It is a leisurely thing, so Xiongba will be easily defeated. How hard it is to practice martial arts to the point of ecstasy. I have never heard of any student in school who can be so powerful. How can this suddenly become so powerful? I don't know, maybe this kid was very low-key before, and he has been playing pigs and eating tigers. Many students have been talking about it, they are very shocked. They thought that Xiaoping lost, but where did he think that Xiongba Tian was easily defeated, as if a dead dog was usually carried out? Not to mention that these ordinary students can't believe it. Even the 36th class, they are Xiaoping's classmates, and they can't believe that this will happen. According to their understanding, this kid is also ordinary in the class, there is no sense of existence, how can it suddenly become so fierce? Same as metamorphosis. This. Jiang Yaru is also stunned. She was already ready for Xiaoping to be sent to the hospital. Who can think that she still won, and she was sent to the hospital instead of Xiong Beishan? When did this guy break through to the 4-day martial arts, and even cultivated the 5-shaped boxing into the realm of ecstasy? She seems to know nothing about Xiaoping. How can this happen? Liang Xiaoxue was shocked. The performance of Xiaoping's platform was so deep that she was deeply scared. An ordinary person who didn't have a bit of skill, how could it become so powerful? Even if she is standing on the ring, she is not the opponent of Xiong Beishan. Is it that this guy has surpassed himself? Her face was very ugly, and a person who was despised by herself suddenly surpassed herself and couldn't match herself. This feeling was very uncomfortable, as if she had been beaten. It's awful, it's bad, it's completely gone. Seeing that Xiong Beishan was kicked down by rubbish, both Gao Mao and Yang Wei were green and half-faced. They simply couldn't wait to slap their own slaps. How could they make such a gamble with this bastard? Isn't that looking for death? If it is serious, it may be discovered by the police. It is directly arrested as a pervert and held for 10 days. Yang Wei, Gao Wan. Xiaoping stood on the ring and was condescending. He looked at the 2 men and said lazily, I will win the duel now, then follow the previous contract, you will go streaking. Hey! Immediately, the students on the stage immediately put their eyes on Yang Wei and Gao Wan, both of whom were curious. Xiaoping, in fact, we are a classmate, the previous contract is joking, can you cancel this contract? After all, really the impact is not good. Gao Wan stammered. Xiaoping said lightly, you may be joking, but I am not kidding. If you refuse to execute the contract, then I will default on your contract. Yang Wei and Gao Wan's face changed. If Xiaoping confessed to the court and said that they had breached the contract, the government's credit would be greatly reduced immediately. It would be very difficult to enroll in a good university. Xiaoping, don't deceive too much. Yang Wei grieves. Xiaoping sneered, I am deceiving too much, I have the ability to bite me. If he loses the game, put himself in the ground, when he asks for mercy, will these 2 people let go of themselves? I don't know if I use my knees. You. Yang Wei and Gao Wan are both half dead, but they can't help. Xiaoping, you are too much, everyone is a classmate, you have to spare people and go around, you know. A classmate can't stand it, just want to come out to preside over justice. This is just a small matter, why bother to care? Everyone bowed their heads and saw them, so why should they conflict? Yeah, right, let them go, when things haven't happened. A group of students helped. Both Yang Wei and Gao Wan are very proud. This kid is guilty of anger. This way he can't bow his head. To shut up. Xiaoping swept a sigh, you want to look for him. You have to measure yourself if you have the ability. If you don't accept it, you will go to the Dragon Station. If you win, I will listen to you. If you don't have the ability, let me roll. The most uncomfortable thing about him is this kind of person. He clearly has nothing to do with himself. He does not know the inside story. He discourages others from being generous and generous. If you want to be generous, don't be a chicken. This kind of person can't make friends because they will be sooner or later. Lightning. This. A group of students were half dead, and their hearts were depressed to the extreme. Even Zionbation was not the opponent of this animal. They were estimated to be serving food. They can do it with their mouths, but they really take the wax. Asshole, this guy is too arrogant. I thought that I had defeated the bear bully, and I was invincible. The villain is mad, and sooner or later someone will pack him up. Many students whispered, half mad, and their noses were smoking. For these people's jealousy, Xiaoping is not only angry, but extremely happy, because he heard a burst of voice from the system, hate value +1, hate value +1. Obviously, he just said a lot of hate values for himself, which is a huge benefit. However, the hate value seems to be a little less. It seems that it has to be increased a bit. Xiaoping touched his chin and stared at Yang Wei and Gao Wan. He said, "What are you waiting for here? I don't want to execute the contract immediately, but I am waiting to watch the show, don't want to break the contract. And you waste wood, you know that you are stubborn in your mouth, you don't have a bit of skill, there is a kind of go to accompany them to streaking together, no species don't be embarrassed, where to cool down." He opened a map cannon against a group of students, his face showing contemptuous eyes. Bastard. Both Yang Wei and Gao Wan are mad, and they can't wait to kill this guy, but with the contract, they can't do it unless they really don't want a future. Xiaoping, who killed this day, is too arrogant. How can it be so irritating? The villain is ambition. Is there anyone who can punish this bully? It's awful. The shame of the school, how do I think that the bear bully of the school bully is 100 times better than this bastard? A group of students were discouraged and roared at Xiaoping. Well, this effect is much better, and I have to do it often. Xiaoping was proud of it. He heard that the value of hatred on his body was rising, and he completely ignored the murderous eyes around him. Chapter 9 Inheriting the Position of Dad. Yang Wei and Gao Wan had no choice but to promise to execute the contract, but Xiaoping was not interested in watching it, because it was already late, he needed to go home to eat. Upon returning home, Xiaoping immediately asked for a thick smell of meat, fragrant, even the whole body of cells are eager, he could not help but swallow. "Mom, what kind of food is fried today, how is it so sweet?" A middle-aged woman wearing an apron and a slightly fat body came out. She was Xiaoping's mother, Wang Lanxin, and smiled slightly. "This is the fire bear meat that I just bought. You have a good mouth today." "Fire bear meat? Is it rich today? How can I buy these?" Xiaoping's eyes wide open. This fire bear beast is a powerful monster known as Yan Wangxing. It is difficult to catch, the guns are not in, ordinary guns cannot kill it. However, this meat is very precious and contains a lot of life energy. When it is taken, it can improve the body and even enhance the body's instinct. The strength is greatly increased. It is no less than the big remedy. It is better than the ginseng antler on the earth. The price is also very expensive, 600 cents a pound of coins, is considered a luxury, ordinary people cannot afford to eat, can only be a holiday, in order to occasionally eat a meal. If you don't make a fortune, you can't buy it. Occasionally you have to spend an extravagant meal. If you make money, don't you spend it, can you bring it into the coffin? The father, Xiaochuan, sitting in the living room coughed and showed a very generous look. Xiaoping is speechless. He remembers that his father, Xiaochuan Liu, is a civil servant. He works in the city administration. He is responsible for managing the small business hawkers in the city. In short, it is urban management. It is compiled. There are also 5,000 or 6,000 monthly salary plus benefits. Federal currency. The mother is a small business hawker on the street, selling snacks, although not earning a lot every month, there are 3,000 federal coins. It seems that a family income is also more than 10,000 federal currency. The problem is that this house is also bought by a loan. The 30-year period will cost 3,000 federal dollars per month, plus the monthly living expenses, as well as Xiaoping's tuition fees, etc., which is also a bit of a stretch. Eat a fire bear meat, not on the holidays, really cannot hold this heart. Well, don't say so much, hurry to eat. Mom Huang Lanqin quickly brought a plate of dishes up, filled with a table, 5 dishes and 1 soup, full of dazzling, fragrant, very rich. Seeing such a rich dish, Xiaoping's heart leaps and bounds. This is a banquet. It is a common singer, and the father who has to smoke the cigarettes is only a good father. It is definitely not so generous. Dad, honestly, is our family owing money to us? After eating this last supper, we are going to pack up the package and run away. Tell me the truth directly, I can stand it. Xiaoping looked very dignified and stared. My own dad. He was very impressed in his heart. This day has finally come. His father's character is also known. He is usually a bit gambling. He feels that this character will have an accident sooner or later. I did not expect it to come. Son, what is your look? What is owed to usury? What is going to run? What is your image in your mind? Dad Xiaochuan's nose is discouraged. Xiaoping squinted his eyes. I don't owe us alone. Of course not. Dad Xiaochuan is arrogant. Well, I am also a civil servant. I have a compiling, and my thoughts are higher than the average person. How can I bet on gambling? Of course, occasionally a small gamble can also cultivate my sentiment. Is there a saying? Emotional, big gambling, and bad gambling. Well, what are you going to say about this meal? Xiaoping still had some doubts. Seeing that his son still doubts himself, Xiaochuan's face is a bit awkward. Whoever asks for his usual image is not awkward. He coughed. It's not what happened. I'm talking about this level. I'll talk to you too. Today, your school should also start to talk and plan to fill in the volunteers. What are your plans for the future? His eyes were burning and watching Xiaoping. I plan to take the university. Xiaoping replied casually. Mother Huang Lanqin screamed, are you going to take the university? Son, really fake, do you still have this idea? Dad Xiaochuan looked at Xiaoping with a look of horror. Xiaoping's mouth was pumping, which is awkward. Is it true that parents often hear their son want to go to college? These two goods are like ghosts. I have such an idea. Xiaoping is honest. Son, this idea is wrong. This is a deviant. Xiaochuanliu's face is heartbroken. What is good about taking the university? After 4 years of study, it's not only $3,000 or $4,000 federal dollars a month. If you are unlucky, you will encounter a black-hearted boss. And I have to pay 4 years of tuition, but it is not a small amount. Dad, I want to give you the right thing. When you graduate from high school, you will come out and work in the government department. If you don't go to other departments, go to your father's city administration. Don't look at your father's low-key look, working for 20 years, still a little network, usually playing mahjong with the minister, usually flattering, holding thighs, 1 to 2 all mixed. At that time, I will put a few cigarettes in the past, bribe the bribery minister, walk the back door, and it is appropriate for you to enter the city administration. Later, you and my father and I will go to the streets to contribute to the city management and drive away the small spread the hawker and become a master in the city. A two-city management, saying that there is more prestige, it is estimated that people who say the media will break through our doorstep. Having said that, he showed a smug look and looked awkward. Xiaoping's mouth was pumping, and his face was speechless. Dad, I still want to go to college. You. Deadwood can't be carved. Xiaochuan screamed at his eyes, revealing a hatred of iron and steel. Okay, don't say these words, or hurry to eat, there is still some time to graduate from high school. This thing can be thought of slowly. Seeing the atmosphere is a bit stiff, my mother Huang Lanqin quickly opened her mouth. Okay. Hearing this, Xiaochuanliu did not continue to speak. Half an hour later, after dinner, Xiaoping went back to his bedroom to rest, and only Huang Lanqin and Xiaochuanliu were left in the living room. Chuanlu, my son does not seem to agree with you this way. Huang Lanqin looked at her husband. Xiaochuan swayed his hand and did not care at all. This is the period of resistance of young people. I am young and understandable. But the reality is that his performance is generally the same. After the college entrance examination, his achievements will show how wise his father is. Shenwu. When it comes time to say, he is sure to agree. Huang Lanqin also nodded. She also knows her son's grades, which is ordinary. It is also enough to be admitted to the third-rate university. If you play a little worse, I am afraid it will fall. Chapter 10 In order to make money. Bedroom. At this time, Xiaoping knees on the bed, running pure yang does not destroy, refining the fire bear meat that has just been eaten, a hot energy, rising from the stomach, flowing in the meridians, strengthening the infuriating body. Great, it's a top-notch. After running for a week, Xiaoping opened his eyes and revealed a glimmer of light. He felt that the infuriating body in his body had strengthened a little. It was just a few breaths. The energy contained in this flaming bear and beast was thoroughly refined by him. Be your own energy. It is necessary to know the ordinary cultivation method. Without a day's time, it is impossible to completely refine. Even if refining, there will be more than half of the energy loss and it will be excreted. However, when Xiaoping runs this pure yang, he feels that his stomach seems to be turned into a stove. In the blink of an eye, the monster meat is swallowed and refined, and the impurities are removed, leaving the essence. This is the advantage of the top practice method. The efficiency of absorbing energy alone is not comparable to that of ordinary exercises. Unfortunately, this fire bear is too little. If it is a little more, it does not take half a month, I can break through to the Wutian 5 heavens. Xiaoping pinched his fist. If you can eat fire bear meat every day, you can eat it in an unlimited amount. I believe that his progress is extremely fast. It is nothing to break through the 5-day martial arts. According to this cultivation, even if you are a top university, there is no problem. However, the price of the flaming bear meat is too expensive, 600 cents a pound. His family cannot afford it. No wonder those rich second generations, even if they have ordinary talents, have made progress so fast. They can pile up by relying on resources, far more than ordinary students. Xiaoping could not help but sigh. In the school, some rich second generation also overlook ordinary students. They eat monster meat every day, eat all kinds of supplements. How can martial arts repair not be strong? Ordinary students can only practice hard and absorb the faint aura between the heavens and the earth. Of course, they can't compare with each other. The gap will become bigger and bigger as time goes by. But with this system, if you get the value of hatred, you may be able to redeem some of the best medicines. Xiaoping's eyes flickered. Before he was at the school dragon station, he got 220 hatred. Because there were so many students on the scene, it was natural to get more hatred than when I was in class. But these hatred values are still too small. Good steel can only be used on the blade. After all, it is impossible to pull hatred every moment, otherwise it will become the public enemy of the whole people. Then there is no place for me. This is a double-edged sword. Sword must be used with caution. Thinking of this, Xiaoping is also a bit helpless. It seems that it still needs money. If there is no money, there is no way to buy all kinds of medicinal herbs, all kinds of monster meat, and it is impossible to quickly enhance martial arts. If he is still the unpredictable student before, it may be no big deal to promise his father to become a city manager. It is also a happy thing to have a faint life. But now he has a memory of another world. With this wonderful system, he has a hint of wildness in his heart. He also wants to see what kind of scenery is the peak of Wudao. But how do you make money? Xiaoping is very distressed. He is just an ordinary student. Even if he has received the top-level exercises, it is the realm of the 4-day martial arts. It is impossible to go out to work in the society. Doing business, no capital, no experience, want to go hunting and killing monsters, but it is only a martial arts 4-day. It is estimated that it is only a part of the food. Even if you can do part-time, it is an ordinary part-time job. As a waiter, send flyers what, cannot make any big money. Cannot meet the needs of cultivation. Right, it is better to write a novel. Xiaoping's eyes suddenly lit up. Even in Yanwangsing, this technology is far beyond the world of the earth. The charm of the text is still not faded. The true top novelists can earn more than $1 billion federal dollars per year, which is no less than the home of the top martial arts. This can prove that the industry of the novel has an extremely bright future. Moreover, the world is basically free of piracy, copyright awareness is extremely high, and paying users are numerous, which has also caused the novel industry to be extremely prosperous. He remembered his own memories on the earth, the novels that have seen countless fires, and because of the relationship of memory fusion, let him remember clearly what he had seen before. Even if these novels are reversed, there is no problem. The idea of writing a novel is fixed, but the question is which novel to write. After all, the novel also has many classifications, such as urban, fantasy, martial arts, science fiction, history, romance, suspense, etc., all-encompassing. The two novels of fantasy and martial arts are definitely not good. Xiaoping immediately ruled out these two novels. After all, this is the world where the martial arts flourish to the extreme. Writing fantasy and martial arts novels is not fantasy, but reality. And a fantasy novel that can be a fire on the earth, but it may not be a big fire in Yanhuangsing. Needless to say, urban novels, Yanhuangsing and the earth are not the same world at all, and there is no reference at all. History and romance are not within his consideration. The suspense novels are good, but they may not be able to fire in this world. So, the road to writing novels won't work. No, there is a novel that will surely fire. Xiaoping immediately cheered up. Functional novels, yes, I can write functional novels. Functional novels, in the more vulgar words, that is Xiaohuangwen. In the Earth China, such novels are strictly forbidden, and they cannot be spread on the internet at all. The shameless departments concerned have blocked a batch when they see a batch. Net. Severely hit. Some authors who wrote the novels fire will be arrested and jailed. There are even some who have written a point-and-shoot ball, and they have been squandered. Even so, in such a gloomy era, there are also some literary novels that shine, so that countless men relish and be read as holy scriptures. Yes, write a functional novel. Xiaoping clenched his fist. Although the background is different, the world is different, and the development of science and technology is different, but everyone is human, they are all men, and they all use the lower body to think about animals. Then this novel can be fired on the earth, and it can also be in Yanhuang. The Fire on the Star. What's more, the novel on Yanhuangsing has not been banned. The atmosphere here is extremely open. As long as you are over 12 years old, you can watch it without worrying about being blocked. In order to make money, you must write a small yellow text. Xiaoping's eyes showed a sacred light, clenched his fists, and he finally found a way to get rich. But what is the first functional novel to write? Although there are many classics on Earth, but it must be a kind of read and eye-catching, and it will become at once. Write The Teacher by Rome. Xiaoping thinks of this classic faculty novel, but that is his enlightenment book. I don't know how many days and nights, lonely nights, how many paper towels are wasted, that is definitely a book. If this book can't be a hit, then there is no other book. Chapter 11 Editing Meng Fei. Night. A middle-aged man with a big belly is standing in a room. His body is surrounded by a virtual projection page. As soon as he waved his hand, the virtual page disappears and gently enters another page. This is the computer on Yanhuangsing, and the virtual projection becomes a reality. But the virtual world in the legend, with the help of virtual helmets, can pull human consciousness into a virtual real world of high technology, which has not yet appeared. However, there are rumors that such technology has appeared in the top secret laboratories of the Federation, but this is only in the rumor and has not been confirmed. It's ridiculous. I thought I could write a good fascinating novel with just a casual writing. It's just laughing at my big teeth. The author is really too small to read the novel. The middle-aged man sneered. His name is Meng Fei, and he is 35 years old. He is the responsible editor of Penguin.com, the largest novel website on Yanhuangsing. His usual job is to review the novel, find potential novels, and then sign the contract with the author and then sell it. The problem is that he has not found a functional novel that fits his mind for several weeks. Most of the submissions to the website are thousands of times. There is no new idea at all, and there is no interest in his continued interest in looking down. It should be known that Yanhuangsing's functional novels have not been severely beaten by the government, which has led to the emergence of many novels of functional novels and the emergence of many outstanding works. The real top-notch faculty, the gains it can make, is no less than the other categories of fire novels, and even in terms of sales, is one of the many novel categories. This has led to a lot of authors coming over and trying to get the first pot of gold. Don't think that every faculty novel can be blazed and welcomed by countless readers. In fact, for readers who have seen countless faculty novels, their appetite has long been raised, and they have no interest in ordinary works. It's like reading a lot of old drivers, thinking that if a woman just takes off her clothes, can she get excited? No, it's just not enough. It's just that level. The old driver doesn't even bother to look at you. Even if there is no gesture of respect, it's better to play the game. Really? Meng Fei said with emotion, with the writing of Master Jia Ji Wei, and the growing age of the teacher, there is no one who can write a really furious novel that can't be stunned at night. He is extremely sighing. How brilliant the novels were 10 years ago, and excellent works emerged in an endless stream. At first, he saw that he was doing everything he could, malnourished, and shaped like a sly. He couldn't graduate from high school. He couldn't sleep every night, Of course, I can't sleep even if I look at it. The excitement, twists and turns of the storyline, as if the appearance of the present, the in melee wrestling, let him be excited. It can be said that the real top-level functional novels do not know how many times better than those film and television works. It is because of this that he entered the Penguin Novel Network and became the editor of the functional novel. It is a pity that after 10 years have passed, there are fewer and fewer excellent functional novels. Even some people have shouted that the functional novel is dead. It is better to go to see this abominable slogan. This makes him feel distressed and can't sleep at night. So he only worked overtime every day, watching every new work, in order to find potential works, to defeat these rumors, but unfortunately, so far, he could not find enough to make his eyes shine. But I can't find a really good faculty novel. Is it really that I don't have enough eyes? Should I quit my job? Meng Fei couldn't help but doubt himself. Because he was hit by a great professional crisis 2 years ago, when he was on the road, he was hit by a runaway magnetic car. He was lying in the hospital on the spot and was seriously injured. However, after he was discharged from the hospital, the doctor told him that he had the dysfunction. He couldn't straighten up in the future. Even if he was treated according to modern technology, he was completely cured. This is a terminal illness. Since then, he has never felt any more about the novel, like the wax. But he didn't tell the company about it, but he concealed it, otherwise he would have to be swept out. No, I can't resign. If I don't find a really good functional novel, I can't see it. The future of the novel can't be ruined in my hands. There are countless men's needs waiting for us to meet, and countless teenagers need us to enlighten. How can we give up and surrender at this time? This is the behavior of a coward. Meng Fei's eyes are extremely firm and reveal a sacred light. Like a martyr, his career is great. Even if no one understands it and suffers from the contempt of the secular, he still regrets. Forget it, after reading the last novel, go to rest, and continue to struggle tomorrow. With a bang, another new novel came over. Meng Fei looked at it and seemed to be a new author, Black Heart Wolf. The name of the work is Teacher by Rome. This is a very novel name. But just the novel name is not enough, the important thing is the plot, or the story content. Meng Fei sneered. He read a lot of books, but he is very picky about excellent works. Even if it is a new author, it is not good to look at it. He does not have the slightest mercy. The protagonist is actually a teacher. This teacher is very good, young, and beautiful, and fascinating, and his body is still hot. He is married at a young age. Damn, when I was young, I was a mother for my aunt, and I didn't feel a little during adolescence. Meng Fei's heart resentment. He continued to see, I am going to go, the beast, this principal is a beast, using his authority, actually openly shot his own beautiful subordinates, shameless, and people still have husbands. Principal of the beast, do you think that if you use this position, will people obey? I really tell you that it is going to prison. I really obeyed, still dare not resist. By Rome, you are a teacher, but you have a husband, have a little shame, give me resistance to him. His grandmother's is too odious. What happened to the sacred school now? Actually such a shameless act, such a beautiful teacher, so simple to get started, even the love of love is not, directly on the home run, 2 ghosts. But the novel should be like this, simple and rude. Meng Fei has been completely immersed in the world of novels. He found that the next plot is getting more and more intense. The dog and the man are not only chaos in the school, but even in the house. Finally, the husband suddenly came back, and the plot suddenly stopped. Why is it gone? Meng Fei's head is hot, and he is in a hurry. He simply wants to beat the author, and the key moment is gone. Is it still alive? Wait, what happened to my body? It seems that there is a heat flowing in the body, can you say that I am resurrected? Meng Fei felt shocked. Chapter 12 Absolutely God. God, this is definitely God. Meng Fei was very excited. How long has it been? 1 year, 3 years, or 5 years, he can't remember how long he hasn't seen such a novel. He got the dysfunction, medically it is terminally ill, but after reading this novel, he is actually eager to move, can't stop. This is not a God, then what is God? Sign down, you must sign it immediately. Meng Fei couldn't help but clench his fists. If such a is not signed immediately, he will probably regret it for a lifetime. The skill of this writing is terrible. It is simply deep into the hearts of the people. It seems that the real events happen to him in front of his eyes. This is already a skillful writing skill. Those who can write such works are absolutely master-level figures. They don't know how many films they read during the year, and they have rich clinical experience. Is it true that Master Jia Jiwei once again wrote himself? Thinking of this, he immediately read the author's contact information, as well as some information, immediately stunned. Writing this work is not a master, but an 18-year-old high school student. When did the high school students have such a pen power, and actually wrote such a masterpiece? Meng Fei could not believe his eyes, and repeatedly confirmed, and finally confirmed. Because this is the information that the author has personally filled in, and it is still serious through the ID card, it is absolutely impossible to falsify. It is true. This is definitely a genius writer. A superstar rising in the future may even surpass the achievements of Master Jia Jiwei. Meng Fei couldn't help but get excited. He also refused to be late at night and immediately added the author. Penguin communication number. With a bang, the friend authentication passed immediately. Has it been successful? Meng Fei was overjoyed and immediately established a video communication with the other party. Soon, there was an image on the opposite side. A young man wearing a white casual wear and a young face appeared in front of him. "Is you a black-hearted wolf teacher?" he asked cautiously. The young man groaned. He didn't expect someone to call himself a teacher, but he quickly reacted, "Yes, I am the author of The Black-Hearted Wolf who just submitted the manuscript. The real name is Xiaoping." "That's great." Meng Fei smiled. "I have seen your novel. I personally are very optimistic about this novel. I don't know if I can sign with my Penguin Novel Network. I promise you that there is definitely the most powerful promotion for your novel. Famous overnight." He is full of confidence. Even the old driver like him, just looking at the beginning, is excited to this extent. Such a novel is not fire, it is simply difficult to understand. "Yes, then sign it." Xiaoping nodded. He originally wanted to sign a contract in Penguin. After all, this online novel platform is the biggest of Yanwangsing. If it can fire, the income will be the biggest. That would be great. This is the contract of my Penguin Novel Network. They are all standard contracts. Every author has signed the same contract with us. I believe that you will not let the black-hearted wolf teacher suffer from you. Meng Fei immediately sent it on the internet. After a contract was over, if you promised, just sign it. Nowadays, the paper contract has been eliminated. It is directly signed on the internet and signed with its own ID chip. It is also legally effective. Yes. Xiaoping glanced at him at random, and signed the contract. He also learned about Penguin's novel website, the largest novel website in the industry, and there was no big scandal and it was trustworthy. When Meng Fei saw the signing of the contract, he was overjoyed and his attitude was more enthusiastic. "Black-Heart Wolf teacher, do you still have a manuscript? If so, please post it as soon as possible, and if you reach 100,000 words, I will arrange it for you as soon as possible. Recommend." In fact, no matter which world the novel is, if there are not enough words, there will be fewer people watching. If you save the manuscript, there is still no, but I can code it out soon. Xiaoping from the channel, he does not know how many times stronger than the earth in the world of Yanwangsing. The codeword speed has also increased greatly. Just tested it. It actually reached the speed of 20,000 words per hour, which is simply non-human. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he just knocked out the words from his mind. You don't need to think too much about the plot, and there are ready-made copies. In this way, I am looking forward to the next story of the Black-Heart Wolf teacher. Meng Fei felt very sorry for hearing that there was no manuscript, and he wanted to see the next content. But if there isn't, then there is no way. Next, he and Xiaoping checked the bank account, as well as the identity card information. After all, this is a matter of remuneration, it is very important, and naturally it should not be sloppy. After the verification is completed, the two parties will end the call. Haha, finally I have to create a new master of functional novels in my hands. Meng Fei is very excited, able to cultivate a top-level master of functional novels. The sense of accomplishment is extraordinary. In the novel industry, even if it is an editor, there are so-called achievements. If you don't bring out a few famous authors, no one will believe in your ability. Once you can train a master figure, your industry status will definitely increase, and even the salary will increase dramatically. It is not impossible to become the editor. But now Meng Fei is not considering this little thing. After reading the novel, he feels that his body is eager to move, and there is actually a flame that has not been seen for 2 years. You must know that since the car accident, his family has almost collapsed, and his wife can't touch it. He is very inferior. He is looked down upon by his superiors and is looked down upon by his wife at home. How miserable it is. But today, he is going to start reviving the glory, and the mother is begging for mercy. Meng Fei's eyes showed a raging fire, and he also felt in his heart that this masterpiece saved his life, no less than a dose of magic. Thinking of this, he walked toward his wife's bedroom, and the whole body exuded unprecedented confidence. At the end of the contract was successful. The next step is to continue to save the manuscript and send all the remaining chapters. Xiaoping clenched his fist. This novel is going to write 500,000 words. If you write 20,000 words per hour, at least it takes 25 hours. Of course, he still has to go to class. He can write 8 hours at most every day, and he has to write about 3 days. Some people say that some novels are millions of words, and the number of 500,000 is not too small, but for a functional novel, a dozen or 200,000 words are normal. If you have 500,000 words, it is already a huge system. Good, fight, make money. Xiaoping immediately turned on the computer, and before he went to sleep, he planned to code tens of thousands of words. Chapter 13 Arrested by the Police. The next morning, Xiaoping was full of energy. He spent 3 hours before going to bed last night, coded 60,000 words, plus 30,000 words in the previous code, there were 90,000 words. In 2 or 3 days, he will be able to complete this work completely. Although such a workload seems to be very large, it is nothing to him for the military. After breakfast, Xiaoping left home and planned to go to school, but he soon discovered that a group of aunts and uncles around him seemed to be interested in talking about gossip. Is it heard? There were 2 abnormalities last night. I streaking around the Jiushui City Jiuwu Middle School. It's really a worldly wind, and people's hearts are not old. I didn't expect anyone to actually make such a bad thing. Of course I heard that the 2 metamorphoses seemed to run around the school for a lap and a half. As a result, people were alerted. 3 police cars were immediately opened. A dozen policemen came down and arrested the 2 metamorphoses on the spot. A group of people applauded. Have a good grasp, such a metamorphosis does not take away, can social security be good? After that, my nieces are afraid to walk on the road, and I am afraid of being attacked by those perverts. I heard that the 2 metamorphoses seems to be the students of the 95th middle school in Tianshui City. No, it's still a student. Are they crazy? They've been so good at a young age, beasts. Now that I am approaching the college entrance examination, I may be under great pressure. The pressure is too big to streak everywhere, it is a crime. But there is no need to worry about the 2 metamorphoses for the time being. According to police intelligence, they have violated the law on public security and have been detained for 7 days in accordance with the law and cannot be released on bail. But sooner or later, I will come out and I must stare at them. Yes, you must stare. These 2 people are potential criminals in the future. You can't relax your vigilance. A group of aunts and uncles talked about each other. Xiaoping was speechless and he was 100% sure. The 2 abnormalities that were arrested were definitely Gao Wan and Yang Wei. They did not expect that they were so unlucky and they were really arrested by the police. However, he was too lazy to pay attention to this, and soon arrived at the school, but today seems different from the past. Out of what happened yesterday, he has become a celebrity in the class. Just after coming in, he felt the hot sight of countless classmates in the class. It is estimated that these students already knew that Yang Wei and Gao Wan's 2 brothers were arrested by the police. Xiaoping is very calm, returning to his seat, completely ignoring the eyes of the surrounding, starting to code words. For him, the code word is a serious work, which will soon earn a large amount of federal currency for himself. The class bell rang, and the teacher in charge of the class, Qiu Shui, came in. She suddenly saw 2 vacancies in the class. She asked a little doubt, Yang Wei and Gao Wan, why didn't they come to class? Teacher, they were arrested. A classmate yelled. It is said that he was detained by the police for 7 days and could not be released on bail. Was arrested and detained by the police. Autumn snow was too tender, and I was a little bit stunned. I am going to go. What is the situation? Although she only taught half a year and taught some bad students, she never thought that her students would be arrested by the police. It was only after doing something bad that they would be arrested by the police. What happened in the end? Why are they arrested by the police? Qiu Shui asked quickly, because she had something to do yesterday, and she left Tianshui City after class. She didn't come back this morning, so she didn't know what happened at school. They streaked around the school, and they were beaten by the ants who had a sense of justice. One classmate replied, but his face was extremely strange. Because he was at the scene last night, Gao Wan and Yang Wei were taken away by the police. When they were prisoners and they were caught in the police car, they shouted that the voice was exhausted. It seemed like killing pigs. He couldn't forget it for a long time. The listener is sad and tears. There is even a group of ants throwing eggs and cauliflower to the two people, which is very embarrassing. Qiu Shui is a bit dumbfounded. How can I streak in school? She remembered that although the two students were not very good in character, they were a bit bullying of classmates. But it is not going to make such a bad thing. It is estimated that the pressure is too big. Xia Ping replied casually. Too much stress. A group of students stared at their eyes and looked at Xia Ping. They were big eggs. In the end, it wasn't you who signed a contract with them that they forced them to streak around the school. It can be said that Yang Wei and Gao Wan were arrested by the police, which was caused by the bastard. In ancient times, it was a good thing, but it was said that people were too stressed to make such a thing. It's too shameless. Thick. Is the pressure too great? Qiu Shui did not understand the details, but she also felt that this was a very appropriate explanation. Isn't it stressful? It's only 5 months before the college entrance examination, which is a big thing that determines the watershed of life. Yesterday, she even opened a class meeting and held a meeting to analyze the seriousness of the incident. I am afraid that this will increase the pressure on the two people. As a result, they will not want to open and streak in the school. Hey, let's go, this is still my own fault. I didn't notice the psychological state of my students. I didn't release their psychological pressure in time. I didn't expect this to happen. I was arrested by the police. Thinking of this, Qiu Shui was a bit unsatisfied, saying, everyone, this happened. Then today's class is changed to self-study. Teacher, I went to the police station to see 2 students and see if they have anything. Need help. After that, she hurriedly left the classroom. The classmates next to them were all looking at Xia Ping, who was eccentric, but Xia Ping was still very calm and completely unaffected by these gaze. Self-study. Just right, take advantage of this time, code the rest of the plot as soon as possible. Xia Ping is happy inside, do not need to go to class, then he has a lot of time to write novels. One day, the blink of an eye passed. Today, the school was calm and the defeated bear bully seems to have disappeared. It is said that it was sent to the First People's Hospital of Tianshui City for treatment and could not be returned in a short time. Yang Wei and Gao Wan were also arrested, and they will have to wait 7 days after they come out. Call. After returning home, I had dinner and returned to the room. Xia Ping was desperately coded, and it was coded for a few hours. Today, it is worth 120,000 words, and then he publishes it once and put it on the network. He opened the Penguin Novel Network and looked at his novel page. Because the release time was too short, the website had not had time to arrange the recommendation, and there were not many readers on it. The situation was very bleak. Can't continue this way, you must take the initiative to attack, take the initiative to speculate, and thoroughly stir up the novel. Xia Ping's eyes showed a glimmer of light. Chapter 14 Crazy Hype. To be honest, hype is not a shame, it is also a way of self-promotion. Internet hype is a low-cost, highly efficient propaganda method. In the past, some stars, writers, or a little famous people will hype on the internet and increase their fame. If there are any film and television works coming out, the relevant personnel are more active, all-weather, in the post-bar, forum, Weibo, and other places crazy speculation, so that everyone knows. After all, it is not a time when the wine is not afraid of the alleys. The wine is more publicized and more hyped, so that the business can be hot and make a lot of money. Xia Ping is naturally not a good bird. He also saw a lot of darkness in his previous life. One piece wants to be a big fire, 50% depends on strength, and 50% needs to operate. On the Yan Wangxing, netizens seem to be very simple. They have not experienced the crazy hype of the Earth network. They are honestly posting on the internet and discussing each other. In this context, it is estimated that as long as he casually takes out some of the hype techniques on the Earth, he should immediately become hot and add fame to his novels. Thinking of this, Xia Ping immediately did it. He started to speculate on the most famous Tianyin forum on Yan Wangxing. He first registered a Vest account. He used this vest to immediately write an article, Teacher by Rome. This is the most outstanding faculty novel I have read in recent years. Previously these novels were shit. This article is dedicated to flattering, from plot, creativity, depth, description and so on. It describes the novel as being underground. If you don't look at it, it will be white, and even Xiaoping will have a blush. But this is just the beginning. Then he signed up for 5 or 6 different vest accounts and responded below. Like, the landlord is right. This novel is not the best in the world, but at present it can match it. It is a masterpiece of the banner of the novel. It is a mudslide in countless junk novels. I can conclude that it must be the most popular fascinating novel this year, and a generation of functional novel masters has risen. A vest brags. Blow your uncle, don't blow, you can die, but also the master. Why are you not a big man? I have read this novel, it is completely rubbish, it is unsightly, even if it is written by a primary school student, it is better than this novel. A vest is fully stepped on. After all, the hype cannot be touted. Otherwise, it will be seen by others. It must be touted and criticized to be true. Upstairs is right, I took a glance, it was written by a dog in Yangzhou district. Who doesn't know that the area is in the cultural desert? Yan Wangxing is never a literary master, a novel written by people in Yangzhou district. What's so good? There is a bunch of rubbish. To be honest, don't hit me, people in Yangzhou district have no culture at all, at least 100 years behind my Pazu area. A vest is very sinister and provokes a regional battle. Because Yan Wangxing is unified, the whole planet is divided into 9 regions, namely, Pazu district, Qingzhou district, Shuzhou district, Yangzhou district, Jingzhou district, Yuzhou district, Yizhou district, Pazu district, etc. Wait. The development of each region is different. Naturally, it is easy to cause contradictions in each district. They are not pleasing to each other. Sometimes there are many geographical blacks from time to time on the internet, and wars often break out. Well, you are a Weizhou dog. Don't think that you have a few celebrities in Pazu. You are amazed by some old people. There are no young people in the first generation. You have long since disappeared. If you don't say anything else, this novel alone will be able to hang your Pazu area for 100 years. A vest is screaming and exhausting, as if it were being bullied by Yangzhou district. That's right, I have long been unable to get used to the garbage in the Pazu area. It is completely a place where the sun is thin. I don't know what is so arrogant. A person who knows the truth does not support the truth. Of course, as a person from Qingzhou district, I am standing in a very fair angle. Dai Thin Shishan, your sister, just your sister, starving dead camel than Mada, how about my Pazu area? Not your garbage can be compared, your people in Qingzhou district is not a good bird, still pretend to be fair here. Who doesn't know that you have the most scammers, and telecom fraud doesn't know how to catch a few? A person in Pazu district was annoyed and immediately posted a counterattack. Because it was night, when the number of internet users was the highest, this controversial post immediately became popular on the Skyhawk forum, causing countless people to eat melons. Just an hour, this post has reached 3.6 million hits, and the number of posts posted has reached 89,000. I almost can't see it. Among them, the people in the 9 districts picked up each other and reached the level of personal attacks. Some people clamored that if they earned money, they would find someone to fight you across the district. The atmosphere is very hot. The altar of the Tianjin Forum was alarmed and had to come out to preside over justice. Xiaoping was also very speechless. He didn't expect these people to be so pure. It was so simple that he was provoked, and the atmosphere was so hot that he exceeded his imagination. But think about it, these are the speculations that the previous world did not know how advanced it was. The whites on Yan Wangxing suddenly encountered such a clever means, and all of them were paralyzed. The effect was normal. But it is impossible for him to stop now. The hype of a topic must allow countless people to participate. This is just the beginning, far from the end. So he went to some infertility stickers, registered several vest accounts, and then one of the vests quickly opened a post. The theme is, The Gospel of Infertility, the functional novel Teacher by Rome. This novel is so good. I used to eat Viagra and I couldn't help it. But since I read this novel, my waist is not sore, my breath is refreshing, and I can go to the 9th floor in one breath. I didn't take gasp, even my wife didn't hit me. I often looked at me with my adoring eyes. I think this novel changed my life and made me glow for the second spring. It is not as simple as a novel. It's just a doctor, then a Viagra. A vest appeared. Don't believe it, I also share the same feelings. I didn't believe it, but my big brother introduced it to me. After I was dubious, it was really effective, and it was much better than taking medicine. A vest echoes the road. Yeah, anyway, it costs money to treat the disease, but you don't need much money to read this novel. Why don't you try it? Maybe it will be successful. A vest is very insidious. Really, so I will try. Big Brother is too grateful. If it is really so powerful, then you are saving our lives. Yeah, since I got this disease, I was despised by my boss outside. I was despised by my wife at home. Even when I went out, I was despised by the nightingale. It was too bad. I didn't have a life to pursue. A group of netizens who don't know the truth are very grateful. Don't be too polite, I am so helpful, don't be too grateful to me. Xiaoping's vest immediately replied. Chapter 15 Celebrities Touch Porcelain. In addition to posting in those infertility posts, Xiaoping also specially selected posts on the post of Jia Jiwei and Bao Qichang and other functional novel masters. These two people are the novels of Taishan Beidou, which have written countless classics and have many fans. There are 30 million followers on the bar. If you can sizzle on these few posts, you will definitely attract a lot of readers. So Xiaoping immediately registered a few vests, one of which posted a post about, the work of Master Jia Jiwei's work is not seen in modern society. This article deliberately stands in a fairly fair angle, but from time to time, the work of Master He Jiazaiwai has made his work worthless. Agree with the landlord, although I also think that Jia Jiwei is a master of functional novels of an era, but his works are too old, and no one will read it in this era. I just can't understand what he is saying. What? I only know that self-satisfaction here is completely written for myself. A vest desperately stepped on. Isn't it? If Jia Jiwei once again writes a novel in person, except for some die-hard fans who buy it, others will marry her. I think his work is not as good as this year's new and fascinating novel, Teacher by Rome. There are also 100 years. A vest is a hidden propaganda. According to the rumors of the Grapevine News, Jia Jiwei did not completely seal the pen. He also secretly wrote a novel in another pen name on the internet, but it was a street, and no one looked at it. A vest with a sinister rumor, at that time, he read a novel, which seemed to be called, Teacher by Rome. As a result, he felt that the waves of the Yangtze River pushed forward waves. The former wave died on the beach, crying for one night, and he was not as good as himself. From then on, he never intended to go out again. It is sad to sigh. The generation of masters has fallen. I cried your sister, it seems to be true. A fan saw this post and immediately smashed it. The inner anger, desperately counterattack, don't make a sneak here, I have never heard of Master Jia Jiwei. There are other vests that write novels. He is a 67-year-old man. How could there be such a leisurely feeling? Shameless landlord, Jia Jiwei is a master of an era. His novels don't know how many people are affected. The current functional novels are written according to his ideas. They can't escape his frame. Those younger generations eat him. Leftovers left behind. You are a little new writer who is a fart, and dare to let the masters feel ashamed. How do you have this face? That is, Master Jia Jiwei is a novelist at the big level. His influence is unparalleled. There are also several remakes into TV drama movies. The box office is billions. You dare to smash him here? I still don't understand, use it's not a blind eye. Sorry upstairs, the landlord has climbed out of the mental hospital without taking medicine. I will take him back. Everyone is embarrassed, the landlord is my son. I have just released it before I have been educated. I am sorry everyone. I gave birth to this piece of pork and I knew that I had shot the wall. A group of fans of Master Jia Jiwei blew up. For the malicious smashing of this shameless landlord, Jia Jiwei saw a newcomer's work, and he cried in a self-satisfaction. His grandmother's, how can he be so shameless, his rumor is not so of. Seeing these words, these fans are angry, immediately post a rebuttal, resent the landlord, want to make this life cannot lift their heads, going out to be spit. The result was only half an hour, and the click-through rate reached millions, and the number of replies reached 58,000. This post was directly ranked first. Of course, most of them are reviling the landlord, and they have smashed the 18th generation of the ancestors. Xiaoping, this vest continues to open a new post. Don't believe it, the Teacher by Rong's novel is 100 times better than Jia Jiwei's works, it is completely hanged. This post is desperately praising the Teacher by Rong's novel, but it is in the dark, stepping on Jia Jiwei's work. It's worthless to make these works worthless. It's totally rubbish. Go to the landlord, and this work also wants to hang up Master Jia Jiwei. Don't dream of doing this, go see Jia Jiwei's sales record and say this again. I have never heard of this novel. I don't know where it came from, so I want to hang up Master Jia Jiwei. This is definitely a fan of the author of the novel, specifically here. He wants to be jealous, we will fulfill him. Doesn't he say that this work is more than all the works of Master Jia Jiwei? I am going to see how many cows there are. Everyone went to the crowd and washed his comment area, so that the author could not take care of himself. Yes, to kill the mixed ball, I dare to come here to smash the Master Jia Jiwei, I don't know how to live and die. Everyone, I am moving bricks. As long as I see the author, I will definitely give him a break in the back and wake him up. A group of fans were angry and raging, and the replies were very hot. Seeing these replies, Xiaoping did not agree, but his heart was very proud. This kind of speculation was very popular in the past world, and there is a professional term, that is, celebrities touch porcelain. To put it simply, there are some low-profile net-reds, deliberately saying something, looking for the celebrities of the big stars, stepping on the celebrities and adding a lot of fans to themselves. If the big star replies, it is to increase his exposure. The more intense the discussion, the better it will be. If you don't reply, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the fans will not be able to stand it, so that his activity will also become higher. In short, for small stars, or those who are not well-known, celebrities touch porcelain, it is a good thing, at least take advantage of this opportunity, let their names be known to the public, will not always be anonymous. Although this is very shameless, from the perspective of hype, there is no doubt that this is the best and most effective way of propaganda. So Xiaoping still painted gourd, and in the post of other famous novels, he wrote a provocative post, which stimulated the fans to fry, so that his novel, Teacher by Rong, was exposed. The rate is extremely high. After such crazy hype, the effect is also obvious. Originally, there was a large number of newly registered vests, and there were a large number of newly registered vests. They seemed to be a general army, neat and uniform, and desperately sprayed Xiaoping, all in one. In just 1 hour, there were more than 500,000 responses in the novel commentary area, which increased the novel by 3 million clicks and added 300,000 collections. Successful. Xiaoping clenched his fists. He knew that even if many people would hurt themselves, there would definitely be a lot of people who were curious and chose to subscribe to their novels. Even if the proportion of these people is not necessarily high, but it is a flame, the so-called star fire can poke the original. I believe that with this batch of seeds, his novel will certainly be a big fire. Chapter 16 Phenomenal Novel. 2 days later, one morning, Tianshui City Jiwu Middle School, break time between classes. Finally finished. Xiaoping sat in his seat and stretched out. After 3 days of hard work, he finally finished writing this 500,000-word novel. Moreover, during these 3 days, he was not only writing novels, but also constantly hyped up on the internet, provoked topics around him, and made his novels appear in the eyes of countless netizens. The results were very successful. Almost some large forums and post bars were discussing their own novels. Even his novel names were filled with the keywords of popular searches. I don't know how many readers brought him. Ding! At this time, a communication connection required to ring in Xiaoping's mobile phone. He looked at his own responsibility editor Meng Fei, and he clicked on the connection. Immediately after the appearance of a middle-aged man appeared in front of his retina, the virtual projection technique is now extremely high, can be projected outside, or can be projected to the retina through the chip, so as to be hidden from others. Black Heart Wolf Teacher. Meng Fei's expression is so excited that he can't suppress his excitement, and he dances and shouts, "Your novel is already on fire, even a big fire. Do you know?" He couldn't believe what happened in the past 3 days. Although he is very optimistic about Xiaoping's novel, the real effect is only after he has recommended it. But who can think that Penguin's Novel Network has not yet begun to promote Xiaoping's novel, but these 3 days, I don't know why, the whole network is about the topic of Teacher by Rong, like boiling water. Just boil up. The click-through rate has climbed, the collection has increased frantically, and even the number of reader comments has risen like an airplane. Even the most popular novels of the entire Penguin novel are inferior to this new book. Before he thought it was a problem with the website data, but after the technical department investigated, it was found that there was no problem, and everything was normal. Although I don't know why this happened, Meng Fei can definitely be sure that this novel is already on fire, or the phenomenon level, 10 years out. Oh. Xiaoping said a faint voice. Of course, he knows how high his topical topic is on the internet, because the black hand behind him is him. It is his topic that caused such a topic, and naturally he would not be surprised. Black Heart Wolf Teacher. Seeing the calm expression of Xiaoping, Meng Fei felt a little unwilling, immediately said, "Don't you see your authors backstage? Your novel, These 3 Days of Sales, has exploded, and even broken the sales record of many novels in Penguin's novel network is the performance of phenomena level. Works. Because this is a functional novel, only readers over the age of 12 can watch it, so it has been sold since the first chapter, and there is no public chapter at all. It is because of this that from the very beginning it was the work on the shelves." Author backstage. Xiaoping squinted his eyes, because during these 3 days, he was busy writing novels, and some were busy with hype. As for uploading chapters, they all got rid of Meng Fei's editing. Therefore, he did not pay attention to the background of his author. "Hurry up and have a look," Meng Fei urged. After listening to it, Xiaoping opened his own author's backstage, and immediately popped up countless notification messages. Congratulations to the author, the Black-Hearted Wolf has accumulated 1,000 orders, 1 million clicks, and 10,000 collections. Congratulations to the author, the Black-Hearted Wolf has accumulated 10,000 copies, 10 million clicks, and 100,000 collections. Congratulations to the author, the Black-Hearted Wolf has accumulated 30,000 yuan, 30 million clicks, 300,000 collections. At the end of the day, Xiaoping saw that his novel had actually acquired 223,560, and even the number of collections reached more than 2 million. Black Heart Wolf Teacher, I saw no, 3 days, just 3 days, I haven't started any recommendation yet. There are actually more than 200,000 copies, which is really exaggerated. Meng Fei was very excited. I have been in business for more than 10 years, and I have never seen such data. It is terrible. What does it mean to have more than 200,000 copies? It means that more than 200,000 people have purchased all the chapters of this novel. Simply put, they bought this book. When you put it on the physical book, it is equivalent to selling more than 200,000 books in 3 days. According to the pricing of the novel 1,000 and 5,000 federal coins on the internet, the book has a total of 500,000 words, which is a book price of 25 federal currency. In other words, in 3 days, sales reached more than 5 million federal dollars, and according to the site's 5/5 share, Xiaoping can get at least 2 million federal dollars. And this is only 3 days of sales. If the website continues to recommend, as time goes by, I am afraid there will be more readers to buy. This. Xiaoping finally knows why the editor Meng Fei is so excited. In just 3 days, he sold more than 5 million federal dollars, and he personally earned more than 2 million yuan. Anyone who sees this number will be excited. To know that his father is a city management, the government's public servants, the monthly salary of 6,000 federal dollars, is considered to be the middle class of this society, in the middle of the standard. Even if this is the case, if you want to earn more than 2 million, it will take another 2 or 3 decades, but now 3 days, Xiaoping will get such income, which is equivalent to his father's 30 years of struggle. It's a bit scary. Even if Xiaoping knew that writing novels could make money, he did not expect it to be so powerful and beyond his imagination. Black Heart Wolf Teacher. Meng Fei said with excitement, this is just the beginning. If our website promotes it, this novel will be fine even if it reaches tens of millions. This year it must be the most popular fascinating novel of Yan Wangxing. If you order it, it is equivalent to selling 10 million books. Even in the past, the books with millions of sales are considered to be extremely popular books. Of course, in the case of Yan Wangxing, whose population has reached more than 30 billion, and there is almost no piracy, there are also books that sell billions of dollars, and sales are only just reaching the level of popularity. However, for the category of functional novels, the sales volume is already phenomenal. Even the master literary novelists such as Jia Zhiwei, the total sales of books is only over 100 million. Sell millions of books. Xiaoping couldn't help but clench his fists, and his eyes were a little excited. Selling 10 million copies, what is the concept? Sales reach 250 million federal dollars, he can get 1.25 million, and suddenly become a billionaire. In this way, it may become a billionaire. Sure enough, knowledge is the greatest wealth in the world, it is priceless. Xiaoping could not help but sigh. Chapter 17 The Fire is Up. Black Heart Wolf Teacher. After reporting this good news to Xiaoping, the editor Meng Fei calmed down and said, "Please wait and see, I must make such excellent works for more readers to see." After that, he hangs up the video. More than 200,000 are set, this is really a little beyond imagination. Xiaoping was a little emotional, even if he knew that his level of speculation was very powerful, but the level of popularity is beyond his control. But in this way, he will be able to get a lot of money, have enough money to buy all kinds of elixir, monster meat, etc., and strengthen his own martial arts. But even though so many people subscribe, I don't know how the reader's evaluation is. Xiaoping gently clicked, slamming, the phone immediately projected a page, playing in front of the table. This is his novel page on the Penguin Novel Online. He can also project this virtual web page on the retina, but such a function is very harmful to the eyes, and if it is not a private matter, it will generally not do so. Just now he chatted with the editor Meng Fei. This kind of content is not suitable for others to know, only to start the hidden function. Now it is just browsing the web page, but it is not necessary. Hey! There is no screaming voice. Xiaoping swept the novel commentary area. In the past 2 days, because of the relationship between celebrities and porcelain, many readers ran over to comment on the area, making the commentary area smoldering. But 2 days passed, and those readers had long since disappeared, and they did not continue to comment. Those embarrassing comments were not deleted, or they were sinking into the sea and were overwhelmed by countless comments. He casually looked at it. A reader's comment that called me a big sword seemed to be added by the administrator. I opened it and said, I was a fan of Jia Ji Wei. I saw this reader's dare to spray. Master Jia Ji Wei, I was angry at the time, picked up the guy, and gathered dozens of brothers to wash. The comment area here. But then I thought about it carefully. I haven't seen such awkward novels. I want to spray his dog's blood, and I don't have any substance, but I am addicted. So I just want to spend some money to take a look. If you don't look good, you should treat it as a dog. I didn't expect to see it like this. It was like the stock market was stuck there. I can't get out of it now. This novel has a magical power. It is terrible. I am a little embarrassed now. Isn't it? I was also cheated by the article in the forum. After reading the first chapter, I just like eating the ancient elixir, and I can't stop it. Good book, this is the best novel I have seen this year. I don't know how many films the author saw at the end of the year. How many women have played with it? Actually, there is such a profound foundation. This is definitely an old driver, if not. I am eating live. You all praise him, but I want to marry him. This author is too shameless, too sorrowful, no wonder that he is a black-hearted wolf. Write this article all day, harming others, my family lives in slums, income is also general-like. Ever since I saw this novel, the nutrition fast line at home has disappeared. The nutrition can't keep up. There are 2 panda eyes. I haven't gone out in 3 days. My mom is so angry that I will drive me out of the house. I have 100% confidence. This author is definitely a beast. When I was 9 years old, I started to play with a woman. At the age of 12, I started to walk 5 or 6 boats. At the age of 15, I started to bring a woman to a hotel. Now I am 30 or 40 years old. It is already a veteran of flowers, with countless experiences, and even achieved great achievements. Otherwise he couldn't write such an old article. After all, such a novel, even the fascinating old drivers of my reading women are fascinated, but how terrible it is. Mom, I have known that I have been playing with women since I was 9 years old. This author is a beast. Don't worry about it, this is just speculation. Don't listen to rumors. Cut, although it is speculation, but I think this is also 70% to 80%. The following group of readers are replying, this topic alone, there are at least thousands of comments, the discussion is very hot. There is also a reader who is a potato who wrote a post, reading this novel has brought great shock to my mind. Although it is a functional novel, it is beyond the scope of functional novels. I want to say it is actually a literary work of critical realism. There is no rhyme from the protagonist by Rome. She is a glorious people teacher, a family, and a husband, but her husband is very incompetent. She is weak and at the same time, her career prospects have been hindered, her husband cannot understand her, cannot help her, friends are not around. At this time her heart is very empty and lonely. This is a lonely woman, and still beautiful. Although it is very sad, there are many anecdotes in beautiful women. Whether you are willing or not, there will be various rumors that are not conducive to you. This is the embarrassment, the darkness of society, and the pressure on the heroine. Bigger. Unfortunately, the incompetent husband could not help her and understand her. Therefore, she later went out of the orbit. This is the natural reason. So, let it be natural. She and a lot of men have had a period of emotional drama. There are principals, directors, colleagues, and hooligans. There are also first love lovers and even students, but I don't think this is her fault. This should be the fault of this society. It is the oppression and injustice of this society that will make her become like this. As we all know, even in this era of extremely developed technology, women still live under various kinds of discrimination, and are bound by many traditional rules. Because of this, many women have suppressed their inner needs and pleaded for perfection. This has bound the talents of women's free growth and has caused tragedies in many times. I think the author should want to use this novel to make use of the vivid image of Byron, the heroine, to satirize all kinds of injustices in society, and to show the shocking scene. At the end of the reading, I was already in tears. I couldn't stop for a long time. Now I don't want the heroine's future ending, but I think there are thousands of same women in the society who live like Byron. In the midst of the heat, I feel that my heart is unbearable and I can't sleep at night. Big Brother, this is a small yellow text, the author did not think so much. The landlord is a great talent. I can see so many social meanings from a functional novel. Please accept my knees. The landlord is right. There are still many such women in the world living in dire straits. I plan to call a few people tonight and spend some money to save them. I also feel the same. In fact, I also cried, just crying in different places. Is there really an emotional drama? Why do I think it's all action drama? A group of readers responded. Xiaoping saw these readers reply. He felt that his 3 views have been refreshed several times. Xiaoping. Just as Xiaoping read the novel's comments, Jiang Yaru suddenly came over. Chapter 18 School Fighting Competition. What's up? Xiaoping squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Yaru. There is something to inform you. Jiang Yaju said, after 3 days, the school will hold a martial arts fighting competition. We have 10 places in each class in the 3rd year of high school. There was originally a place for Yang Wei. But now he was arrested by the police and could not come out in a short time. So I want to ask you, do you want to participate in this school's fighting competition? Speaking of this, her face is very strange. It seems that Yang Wei is because this guy was caught by the police. I think that Yang Wei was originally a good student, but he did not expect it to provoke the bad guy, and his reputation was destroyed. I don't know what Yang Wei will become after he is released from prison. School fighting contest. Xiaoping's eyes flashed. He also heard this competition. This is the annual school martial arts competition. Almost all the outstanding students of the school will participate. If they can win, they will be rewarded. Of course, the rewards of the school are nothing at all. What is important is that if you can get the top 10 in the school fighting competition, you will be eligible to participate in the high school student fighting events in Tianshui City on behalf of the 95th Middle School. This is the event that the top leaders of all the middle schools in Tianshui City gather together. I don't know how many viewers are attracted. The rewards are also very rich. If you win, you will even have the opportunity to enter the military and enhance your strength. Every year, students who have the opportunity to show strong strength in the Tianshuicheng High School fighting competition have a great chance to enter Yanhuang University. These things had nothing to do with Xiaoping. He didn't pay much attention to it, but now it is different. Maybe he can increase his hatred value and enhance his strength through this event. If I represent the class to participate in this school fighting competition, do other people have no opinion? Thinking of this, Xiaoping looked at Jiang Yaru, and asked. There is no opinion. Jiang Yaru shook his head. Because you have defeated Xiong Ba Tian, showing your strength, with such a record, I believe that other students will not have any opinions. This is also normal. The proof of the strength of the martial arts is the record. If you can beat someone, it means how strong you are. Although Xiaoping was unpredictable before, there was no special feature, but he recently defeated Xiong Beishan on the Dragon. This is the record. Even in the 36th class, there are not many students who can beat Xiangbation, so Xiaoping can represent the class and other people can't have opinions. Even if you really have opinions, just say one, can you beat Xiongba Tian? Then others have nothing to say. However, Jiang Yaru has felt incredible until now. He was originally ordinary, and Xiaoping, who had no characteristics, was promoted silently to the Wutu Four Heavens. Even the strong players such as Xiangbation defeated. It's too strange. What happened in the middle? Well, I promised. Xiaoping immediately said that with such an opportunity, he is absolutely impossible to miss. Oh, then I will report your name. Jiang Yaru nodded, but she couldn't help but ask, Xiaoping, I recently noticed that you didn't seem to concentrate very much on class. What are you doing? Nothing is done, just writing a novel. Xiaoping replied casually. Writing a novel. Jiang Yaru is very beautiful, and he looks at Xiaoping incredibly. According to her understanding, this is a Chinese idiot who can sleep less than 3 minutes after reading a book. How can he know how to write such a tall thing? Before, how could this be promoted to the 4 days of the martial arts so quickly, and what changed in him? Soon, she noticed a page projected on the table of Xiaoping, and she said, do you say that your novel was published on the Penguin novel? Is this work written by you? What did you write? Awkwardly, Xiaoping immediately turned off the page, and the board began to face. When you write something, it has nothing to do with you. You still have to go back and study hard. Don't you know it here? His face is weird. If Jiang Yaru knows what novel he is writing, he is expected to want to eat himself, so this thing has to be concealed. I am in the way. Hearing this, Jiang Yaru was half dead, and his pretty face was red. Well, you are a Xiaoping, defeating Xiongba Tian, the tail is tilted up, and I still feel that I am in the way. Now you are able to endure it. Since she was a child, she has been pressing Xiaoping, her grades are excellent, her sports are omnipotent, and she is still a school flower. She has always been ignoring Xiaoping's inconvenience, and she has not been tempted to abandon her. But now that the started to get up, she dared to say that Jiang Yaru was in the way. Things are not what you think. I can't explain anything to you. Anyway, you can't understand this novel. It's useless to talk to you. Xiaoping wants to send Jiang Yaru as soon as possible, so as not to continue talking. As soon as he was out of control, his novels really couldn't be seen casually, especially women. Cannot read it. Hearing these words, Jiang Yaru is even more angry. She is the top 10 outstanding student in the whole school. The Chinese grade is the top level. She can't understand any novels. Even if she is ancient, she can translate one or two. It is clear that this has now defeated Xiongba Tian, his mentality has expanded, and he has nothing to do, and he does not put anyone in his eyes, so he said this kind of big words, even her Jiang Yaru is not in her eyes. It is good. Since you don't want me to see it, I will go and see if you have written something about Xiaoping, and you still have to go to this level, too much. Jiang Yaru decided that she not only had to look at this Xiaoping's novel, but also had to look at it seriously. By the way, she wrote a post-reading feeling, criticizing the writing level of the bastard, so that he should not be so savvy, and that he should be humble. There are a lot of people in this world who can be more than one. Teacher by Rome. It should be this name, but the name of this novel is quite elegant. Is it specifically describing campus life? Is it a description of the relationship between students and teachers? Or is it a touching story describing the hard work of teachers? Or the school's workplace struggle? But I did not expect that this guy is still a bit sentimental, and actually began to write literary novels. Even if I only took a glance, but according to Jiang Yaru's powerful dynamic vision, the deep martial arts repair, still remember the content of that page for a moment, nothing. Thinking of this, she stunned Xiaoping and returned to her seat. I finally left. Xiaoping also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party did not intend to ask. Unfortunately, if Xiaoping knew that Jiang Yaru not only intended to read his own novels, but also wanted to write a post-reading feeling, it is estimated that his face is very good. Chapter 19 Gold Pharmacy. Night, bedroom. A web page is projected in the air, Xiaoping is sitting on the bed, and this page lists a series of supplements, monster meat, and precious elixir. 3 days later, the school's fighting competition is about to begin. If it is only by virtue of the strength of the 4-day warrior, it is estimated that there is no way to enter the top 10 of the school. Don't look at the bear bully as the campus bully. The strength is strong, but only the wushu 5-day heaven. It is not ranked in the top 10 of the school. The school even has the martial arts 6 heavens, the 7 heavens strong. This is far more powerful than the bear. According to Xiaoping's current practice of Wutian's 4 heavens, it is still difficult to enter the top 10 of the school, so he must strengthen his cultivation in order to stand out among many students. Gold Pharmacy. Xiaoping saw a life potion introduced on the page. This golden potion uses dozens of monster hearts, such as violent bears, flying tigers, unicorns, etc., as materials, plus 774 precious spirits. Pharmacological assistance, refined through numerous processing procedures, is extremely precious and contains enormous energy. It can be said that taking such a life pharmacy, even if it is not a problem from the 4-day promotion of the martial arts to the 5-day martial arts, it is a pity that this is a ban. The reason why it will be listed as a banned drug is that the energy contained in this golden medicinal agent is too violent, and there is a tiger-wolf power. If a person with insufficient strength injects this golden medicinal agent, it will immediately be blasted by this energy, and it will burst. And burst. The body died. Therefore, those who want to buy gold pharmacy must reach the martial arts 7 or more days. If they do not reach this martial arts realm, they cannot buy them. This has been strictly prohibited by federal law. Golden pharmacy, this is the most suitable thing for me. Xiaoping's eyes flickered. For ordinary people, this golden medicinal agent is too violent. Those who do not reach the martial arts 7 heavens will die. But he is different. He cultivated the pure yang, and the violent energy of the sun's essence can be tamed. The energy of the golden potion is counted. It can be said that if he wants to be promoted to the Wutu 5 heavens as soon as possible, this golden potion is the most suitable choice, but unfortunately he is not yet eligible to buy. The more prohibited, the more profitable the thing is, the more people will carry out such illegal activities. Everything is for the federal currency, so the gold medicine is still circulating in the market. But if you want to buy it, you can only go to the black market. Black Moon City. Xiaoping opened a post with the introduction of the city. This is the most famous underworld in Yangzhou district. There are a lot of fish and dragons, lots of bars, a bunch of casinos, and countless gangs living in this city. In this city, betrayal, fighting, poison, goods, blood, death, it is a common thing. There are many interests here: prohibited items, prohibited weapons, monster meat, medicinal herbs, elixir, martial arts exercises, etc. Will be traded. There are no thresholds. As long as you have money, you can buy everything you want. Here is heaven, hell, a gathering place of wealth, and a paradise for crime. Countless wicked people live in this place. People who are good will not come, otherwise they will regret life. He is also unclear why the federal government will make such a sinful city a bright and honest existence. Perhaps there is an unknown transaction in this. In short, there is truth. But a gold medicine is too expensive. It actually needs 500,000 federal coins. This is a robbery. Xiaoping looked at the price above and was a bit stunned. The concept of 100,000 federal currency, like the middle class of his father, can take 7 years to buy without eating or drinking. This is already a down payment for a house. But this is just a potion. From this, we can see how profitable the industry is. If he didn't make a lot of money by writing a novel, he would not be eligible to buy it, only watching it. It seems that I need to contact Meng Fei's editor to see if I can advance some money in advance, otherwise I can't buy it. Xiaoping's eyes flashed and immediately contacted the editor Meng Fei through the contact, and he also wanted to advance in advance. The matter of the fee is told to the other party. 10 minutes later, the editor Meng Fei replied, saying, "This is not in accordance with the rules, because the company has the company's charter, it must be paid on the 15th of each month. After all, there is a need to pay taxes and other processes. It is very troublesome to issue in advance, which will affect the company's series of procedures. However, I have discussed it with the editor-in-chief and the company's financial staff. You also have your own difficulties, so it is a special case. You can issue 1 million federal coins in advance, and the rest will be distributed again next month, but it is not an example. It is indeed a special case. In fact, if it is not Xiaoping's novel that suddenly becomes a fire and becomes a phenomenal level work, the future is boundless. It is estimated that this request will be made, and the other party will not be willing to pay attention to it. But in order to retain Xiaoping, a phenomenal writer, they are also willing to provide some convenience. This is a privilege. Thank you." Xiaoping also knows that this request is a bit unreasonable, but in order to buy gold medicine, it can only be so. Black Heart Wolf Teacher, don't know when your next work comes out. Editor Meng Fei can't wait to ask, because the novel of this teacher by Rong is really hot. This morning, more than 200,000 people have bought this book, but by the end of the day there will be more than 300,000 people. This increase is almost horrible, at least 67 million federal dollars are sold. It's just the beginning. I am afraid that until the end of this craze, the achievement of the sales volume is simply a breeze. If you continue to write a novel, taking advantage of this momentum will certainly continue to be hot. For Penguin's novel network, this is also a huge opportunity to increase performance. For Meng Fei personally, he also wants to see more excellent works, and he is looking forward to it. There is no inspiration for the time being. It is estimated that it will be at least 1 month later. Xiaoping Dao, the interests of this book have not been maximized, and he is not in a hurry to launch a second novel. Well, then I am waiting for the next masterpiece of the Black-Hearted Wolf Teacher. Although editor Meng is a little pity, but also knows that writing novels is not immediately available, which requires inspiration. Hey, the two ended the communication. Tomorrow is Friday, the day after tomorrow is the Planet 6, Sunday, just can take the Friday night to go to the Black Moon City, buy gold medicine. Xiaoping thought about the plan for these 2 days. Ding! At this time, a message came from his mobile phone, and Xiaoping glanced. Your account has transferred 1 million federal dollars, please check. The next morning, Xiaoping went to the school and was about to stop when he was going to the classroom. He turned and looked at it. Jiang Yaru's eyes were glaring at himself with an angry flame, a look of wanting to kill. Xiaoping. Jiang Yaru gnawed his teeth and looked at Xiaoping. He just wanted to eat this scorpion. Chapter 20 Everything is connected. Good morning. Xiaoping greeted him. He felt a bit strange. Jiang Yaru was a woman who was angry. Was it a big ant coming over? I heard that this period, the woman's temper is a little changeable, cannot be arbitrarily provoked. Good fart. Sure enough, Jiang Yaru's mood was very bad. She also had a pair of panda eyes. It seemed that she didn't sleep for a night. She showed a look of grief and indignation. The white face was flushed. You bastard, what? Show me something, you can write such a shameless novel. She was almost mad. She went to the Penguin Novel Network last night to search for the novel. She also spent 25 federal currency purchases. I wanted to see what the guy wrote from beginning to end. This morning, I also put on a look that I really looked down on. Where to think, from the first chapter content is a bit abnormal. It is not a campus novel, not a workplace novel, nor a literary novel, it is actually a shameless functional novel. She is a top student, and she has excellent academic performance and countless readings. Naturally, she also knows what a functional novel is. To be honest, Jiang Yaru has no prejudice against this novel. He believes that existence is reasonable. Although she does not like to read such a novel, it will not hinder others from seeing it. The problem is that it is one thing, and writing it is another. Can you imagine? This Xiaoping is just a high school student. He is only 18 years old. It is a period of innocent youth. It is like a blank piece of paper. But this is actually a novel that is so shameless, and his head is thinking. What, is this the idea of a man's inner dirty? The man's inner heart is dirty, she knows it too, but the average man just thinks about it inside, and won't show it, but this shameless Xiaoping is different. He is a beast, actually turns ideas into actions and writes it came out and even published online, letting countless readers watch it. This kind of behavior is terrible. When did Xiaoping become such a shameless man? If he had to go through a few more years, he might have embarked on a criminal path. You read the novel I wrote? Xiaoping was a bit stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Yaru to actually go and watch it. It was not so simple to look at her. It seemed to be read in detail from beginning to end. Yes, I saw it, and I saw it from beginning to end. Jiang Yaru was a red-faced woman. He looked at Xiaoping with a glance, and his heart was very guilty. She was rejected for such a shameless novel. Critically, what is so great about such a novel? If you want to see such a novel, you might as well go to see the film. But she couldn't think of it. This novel was really good to write. It suddenly caught her eye and made her feel like she couldn't stop and completely indulge in it. It seems that the heroine by Rong's joys and sorrows, her inner struggles, her weakness and helplessness, her strongness, are all presented in front of her. It seems that she was being played by different men, but in fact, she was not her different between men, play with other men, and the description is also very exciting, lifelike. What do you think? Xiaoping was very interested in this. Originally, he thought that this novel is generally a man, but in fact, many women like to watch it. In fact, women seem to be more embarrassed than men. It's not good at all, it's too bad, it's awful. This novel completely reveals your inner psychological activities. If you dare to further develop, it is a criminal, and will definitely be caught by the police. Jiang Yaru took a look at Xiaoping, and he was blushing. In fact, last night, it was the overnight reading of this novel that led her to grow a pair of panda eyes today. The content inside is too irritating for a girl like her, as if she had not graduated from elementary school, she would have to do a university test. It was too difficult and she was sunk at once. It's hard to imagine, this realistic novel plot, how they came out, no experience is difficult to write, can it be said that the looks like a woman without a woman, is actually a veteran who plays with women? At the age of 12, I started walking on a few boats. At the age of 15, I took a woman to the hotel. By the age of 18, I have reached the limit of the flowers. Jiang Yaru couldn't help thinking this way. She looked at Xiaoping and looked suspicious. Even though she and Xiaoping were happy, she actually had a lot of things to know him. For example, when Xiaoping was promoted to the 4 heavens of Wushu, she did not know about this. Very bad. Xiaoping picked up his eyebrows. It seems that you still can't understand. It is estimated that only men can understand. Who can't understand? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yaru suddenly became angry. I tell you, this is nothing remarkable. The so-called art is from life, higher than life. Wait, from life? Jiang Yaru was shocked. She seemed to think of a very shocking thing, because the protagonist of the story seems to be a teacher, and her class teacher, Qiu Shui, is a beautiful woman. Although she is not reconciled as a woman, she has to admit that Qiu Shui's teacher is beautiful and has a hot body. The body is full of mature women's atmosphere. There are many school pursuers. Even some students in the school don't know how much they like her. Even the woman who is a woman, is extremely embarrassed. Xiaoping likes Qiu Shui, who is normal again. Is it because he likes Qiu Shui teacher too much, and finally develops to the degree of metamorphosis, cannot be vented in reality, so he wrote this novel. The protagonist's name also seems to have a great relationship. White is snow, and Rong is actually hibiscus. The hibiscus flower blooms in the fall. These two words are connected together. Isn't that talking about autumn snow? My goodness, to a beast. Actually, there is no such thing as a teacher. It is no wonder that this beautiful teacher at the end of the novel has remarried with the students. It turns out that this is the reason. If she is known by Qiu Shui, she knows that her students have written a novel because they like themselves. It is estimated that the teacher will go crazy. She also looked at the hit rate of the novel. It seems that it is over 100 million. The popularity is very hot. It is estimated that many people on the internet do not know how to read this novel. Birds, I didn't expect you to be such a person. I really misread you. If this matter is known to the teacher, can you afford this responsibility? Jiang Yaru roared Xiaoping. Responsible? Xiaoping squinted his eyes. He didn't understand Jiang Yaru's words. He just wanted to write a novel to make money, and he needed responsibility. However, when he saw Jiang Yaru's angry expression, he felt as if he had made a big mistake, as if he had left his trousers. Chapter 21 Gossip. What? Responsible? What happened to Xiaoping's responsibility? Several students immediately heard Jiang Yaru's words and suddenly went to gossip. Yeah, this thing can't be known by the teacher. What is bad? A classmate was also very curious. For the conversation between Xiaoping and Jiang Yaru, they have been paying attention to it. No way, school flowers have always been the focus of everyone, no matter where they go. I just saw Jiang Yaru rushing in the early morning, and brought 2 panda eyes. It is estimated that I didn't sleep for a night, and I was under great pressure. A classmate observed very carefully. I didn't expect to find Xiaoping. On the spot, he was caught outside, as if he was an adulterer, and he was so angry that I guessed that the two were traitors. I still guess a fart, and it's a big deal. A male student grievously said, I have to be responsible. What else is said? It must be that Xiaoping's scum mail was abandoned and took Jiang Yaru to the hotel. As a result, she was pregnant and had an accident, so Jiang Yaro only let him be negative. Responsibility. Many of my classmates have changed their faces, and it is not impossible to look at them. Looking at Jiang Yaro's angry eyes, the pretty face that has risen red, it seems that the pairs are tearful. How they look like they are pregnant in March, the woman abandoned by her husband. Impossible. Xiaoping's appearance is flat, and the family is poor. How could it be that the Colonel Hua Jiang Yaro, even I am not qualified, how could he have such qualifications? A classmate does not believe, he is desperately trying to explain, so that the surrounding students do not believe this absurd guess. There is nothing unbelievable. I have heard about it. Xiaoping and Jiang Yaro are neighbors. I have known each other since childhood, and I have been eating for a long time. Then, on a night when the night is high, my parents are not at home. The fire was dry and it was out of control. I am going to go. I saw this kind of plot on TV. Listening to you saying this, the plot is very lively. This is the so-called near-water tower first month. Don't look at the fact that Xiaoping is ugly, and there is no advantage in the body, but the advantage of the neighbor is too great, and we are not at the same level. It is estimated that it was the fire that burned the fire, and the result was one. I lost a lot of hatred. No wonder the mental pressure is great, all of them are panda eyes. The high school girls are pregnant, but this is a big event. Shameless Xiaoping, let Jiang Yaro get pregnant, soaking up the school flowers. This is still not satisfied, actually still want to start to abandon, he wants people to be angry. According to the gossip, Xiaoping may have a woman in another school, and he has 5 or 6 boats. Slagman, there are women in other schools. I didn't expect this Xiaoping to look very honest, but it is such a person. Many students talked a lot, and the crowds were surging. Some people with psychological sinisters were still proclaiming rumors that Xiaoping had a few boats on his feet and suddenly got up in class. Hearing the words around, Jiang Yaro was pretty like a tomato. She didn't think that her words were misunderstood to the extent that she did not mean it at all. Okay, let me go home and say, don't make trouble here, lest people be jokes. Although Xiaoping did not know why Jiang Yaro was very angry, he did not want to be discussed here. Anything to go home and say. Many students are shocked. This kind of common language is not a dialogue between old couples. Usually the husband and wife quarreled outside and were surrounded by people. As a result, the husband spoke to his wife. In such a scene, the expressions of the two people are similar to what they are now. This is the tacit understanding cultivated by long-term life. The atmosphere like the old couple is fully revealed. This is in the show. Oh my God, I don't want to live, a flower is stuck in cow dung. I have to go home and say that it is estimated that both of them are living together. Birds, only high school students live together. In ancient times, it was to be immersed in a pig cage. It must be that the animal of Xiaoping is tough, and Jiang Yaro is not the one who will do this kind of thing. It's all the fault of Xiaoping's beastly bastard. It's not that he doesn't happen at all. I hope that the summer plane will explode. When I am out of the street, I will be thundered and hit by a car. Everyone agrees to raise my hand. Today is the darkest day of the 95th middle school, comparable to the early days of the cataclysm. I haven't confessed yet, the goddess is pregnant, is there anything worse than this in the world? Many of the students mourned, it seems that one heart is broken, heartbroken, and the hatred of Xiaoping is soaring. What? Xiaoping squinted his eyes. He clearly heard the system constantly reminding the voice. It seems that his hatred value is increasing, and it is very turbulent. This. Jiang Yaro also heard the words of the surrounding students. I feel that this misunderstanding is big, but all this is caused by this Xiaoping. She gnashed her teeth and licked Xiaoping. Xiaoping touched his chin and said, do not worry, I am not an irresponsible man. Things are going to this point. I will be responsible. What are you talking about? Jiang Yaro was dizzy, and what she said was not the same thing as the said. The classmates around me were awkward, and sure enough, the relationship between the two people has reached this point. Has it been necessary to talk about the stage of responsibility? Well, I have started class, and I will say something later. Xiaoping waved his hand and didn't want to continue talking. Say a fart. Going on, it's all gossip. Jiang Yaro glared at Xiaoping, and did not fight for a fight. When she slammed her feet, she stepped on Xiaoping and turned away. She also knows that she can't continue to talk about it, otherwise she doesn't know what it is like to be passed down. And this anecdote spreads very quickly, because Jiang Yaru's popularity is too high. There are many fans in the school, just an hour, actually spread throughout the school. Is it heard? Jiang Yaru has a boyfriend, and she is pregnant. Oh my god, really fake, this kind of thing is too hot. I don't believe, how could this happen? Who is her boyfriend? It seems to be a classmate, a guy named Xia Ping. Is that the one who defeated the bears? Yes, it is him. It is said that he has been abandoned and there are more than a dozen women outside the school, of which 7 or 8 are pregnant, and Jiang Yaru is one of them. Birds, high school students have to do such a thing, he is not a person, is a pig. I want to hack him. Reassure, the school wants to hack him for at least 1,000 people, you have to line up. Shameless Xia Ping, peddling more than a dozen boats, bullying school flowers, he is the shame of the school. How did Jiang Yaru look at this man? Too much vision. Women are always deceived by the scum, which is also a growth experience. Experiencing an egg, why not experience me? I hope that the men will explode in the summer plane and be hacked to death by an angry woman. Numerous students are discussing this gossip, and the hatred of Xia Ping is soaring. Chapter 22 Don't entangle her. After school in the afternoon, Xia Ping left the classroom, but it was discovered that the students around him seemed to point at themselves as if they were rare animals like giant pandas, and they became celebrities without knowing it. Look, that is the legendary Xia Ping. It doesn't look like it. How can I make school flowers pregnant? People can't look at each other, and the sea can't fight. Maybe someone else will take medicine. It is very likely that at first glance it will be known as a criminal. It will be caught by the police sooner or later. It is said that there are 2 in their class who were arrested by the police for streaking in school and detained for 7 days. Things are gathered together, people are divided into groups. This is definitely not a good bird. The students around the world whispered, looking at Xia Ping. It turns out that it is the relationship of the anecdote. Xia Ping did not expect that the scandal spread so fast, just one day, it seems that no one in the whole school did not know. With a bang, the system reminded, congratulations to the host, so far, a total of 736 hatred values have been obtained. What? 736 hatred value? Xia Ping was very speechless. A few days ago, he opened a map gun and mocked how many people did not know, and he also went to the Dragon Station, which is the value of 200 or 300 hatred. But now that only an anecdote has come out, I have received so many hate values. Is it that he and the school flower exchanges so many people hate it? Too much nonsense. However, it is true that an ordinary person has soaked up the school flower for no reason, and it is still a very popular beauty. How to look is an envy and hate. Is it true that there is no need to ridicule others to get the value of hatred, just pick up the girl? Xia Ping is very serious about the feasibility of this matter. You are Xia Ping. Suddenly, a majestic voice passed over, and Xia Ping turned his head and immediately saw a student with a height of 1 meter 8, perfect posture, handsome appearance, and a forced force. He came from afar, and he followed 5 or 6 followers, all of whom were tall, with a strong martial arts atmosphere. The students around did not dare to block and opened a road. Isn't he Zhou Taiyan in the high school class? It is said that he has reached the realm of the 6-day martial arts. The school ranks in the top 3 and has mastered the intermediate martial arts Wuyue boxing, which is stronger than Xiongba. Not only is the talent amazing, it seems that the family is still very rich. I opened a 5-star hotel in Tianshui City. The assets are over 100 million. It is a luxury car with hundreds of thousands of dollars to come to class. The cow can't. It looks so handsome, it is the school grass of the 95th middle school. I don't know how many girls like him. Unfortunately, he likes Jiang Yaru. He has been pursuing and rejected the confession of countless girls. This is interesting. Isn't the kid Xia Ping not Jian Jaru's rumored boyfriend? This is the rhythm of preparing to fight. Many students have a lot of arguments, and their eyes show the breath of gossip. It is obvious that this week Taiyan's angry look is to find Xia Ping's troubles. What are you looking for? Xia Ping looked at Zhou Taiyan who came over. Zhou Taiyan stared at Xia Ping. You should know what I am looking for, it is about Jiang Yaru. His eyes showed a glimmer of light, and he seemed to want to see the secrets of Xia Ping's whole body and exude a powerful pressure. I have heard some rumors from the school, but I don't believe it. Jiang Yaru is not such a casual girl, but I am here just to tell you something, don't continue to entangle her. His tone is extremely overbearing. You came here to warn me. Xiaoping frowned. Zhou Tian sneered, yes, I am warning you, don't think that you have defeated the bear bully. What is great about him? He is just a clown at school. It is not a countertop. It is a confusing point. I am a gangster. I didn't deal with him before, it was that he didn't violate my dignity, not that I can't afford him. I also investigated you, your father called Xia Chuanliu, just a city management, the mother is Huang Lanqin, but it is a street stall. The family earns 7 or 8,000 federal dollars a month, and even bears hundreds of thousands of loans. Jiang Yaru is not the same, she is a true genius, the arrogant woman of heaven, her future stage is not in the small Tianshui city, but in Yanhuang University, in the cloud world, she and you are not born into a world. Your family can't do it, and the study is normal. At most, you can get into the second-rate university. If you are such a person, how can you give Jiang Yaru happiness in the future? You must have self-knowledge, do you understand? His face is extremely proud, as if standing in the mountains overlooking Xiaoping, has an insurmountable superiority. Hearing Zhou Tian's righteous words, Xiaoping smiled, but he sneered, Zhou Tian, you think that others say that you are a school grass, that you are the strongest in school, and that your family has the right to become a strong person. The police want to interfere with my affairs. Others compliment you, please you, it is someone else's business, in my eyes, you are not even a fart. Don't say whether I have a relationship with Jiang Yaru, even if there is a relationship. What do I want to do with Xiaoping, what I like, and why I need to explain it to you? He looked at Zhou Tian like this, and his eyes were cold and indifferent. You. Zhou Tian's pupil shrinks. He didn't expect this kid to dare to be so daring, not only ignoring himself, but also dare to face his face and sweep his face. He is rampant in school, there are many younger brothers, even the teacher gives face, very respectful to him, but this kid actually dared to say that he is not even a fart. This made him feel very annoyed. Xiaoping, you are too arrogant. What is the identity of Zhou Laoda? What is your identity? And dare to talk to Zhou Laoda. Don't dare to say that Zhou Laodalian is not a fart, then what are you? After defeating Xiong Batian a little punk, I thought I was invincible in the world. This world can be a big man, you are a fart. A group of screaming and yelling at Xiaoping, Zhou Tian is the real top student, the top 3 in the school, and this Xiaoping is something, actually want to compare with Zhou Tian, this is ridiculous. Xiaoping. Zhou Tian's face showed a hint of coldness, I've seen more people talking, and I'm not bad for you. Some people say that they are invincible in the world, and they are powerless when they start doing things. I heard that you will also participate in the school fighting competition on behalf of the class. You better pray not to touch me, otherwise I will let you see the gap between genius and mortal. I am a person you can never match, no yet. He squeezed his fists, squeaked, and screamed, his body exudes a terrible breath, as if a beast, the students around could not help but retreat several steps. Xiaoping did not speak, so he looked at him without any influence. Let's go. After saying this, Zhou Tian glanced at Xiaoping with a gloomy face, and with a wave of his hand, he left with a few of his classes. Chapter 23 Black Bear Company. Tianshuiqing Station. An ordinary person, who seems to have no characteristics, appears in this place. He is Xiaoping, but his appearance is completely different from before. That's because he bought a human skin mask from the store. This is actually a high-tech mask that can be turned into a variety of faces on the face. This is very popular among children. It is a kind of toy. You can buy one of the 20 federal coins. The reason why you buy a human skin mask is because Black Moon City is too dangerous. The places where the underworld characters gather are incomparable. Chaos, the situation is complicated, it is best not to appear in the Black Moon City with your true face. In fact, many people who travel to Black Moon City will change their appearance in order to avoid all kinds of dangers. This is also a skill to protect themselves. Be sure to buy the gold pharmacy. Xiaoping pinched his fist. He remembered the appearance of Zhou Tian, and he couldn't help but raise a sigh of relief. If he has the strength over the other side, is Tian still so arrogant this week? Taking advantage of the cultivation of the sixth heaven of the martial arts, taking advantage of his own family background, he insulted himself, unscrupulous, and did not put him in his eyes. He remembered this account, and when he returned from Black Moon City, he would definitely repay it. Thinking of this, Xiaoping immediately boarded the suspension train. From Tianshui City to Heiyue City, The two cities are more than 1,000 kilometers apart, but in the face of the speed of thousands of kilometers of floating trains, they arrived in just over an hour, and did not feel any shock throughout the journey. Of course, the price is also expensive. You can get a ticket for 4,000 or 5,000 federal coins, but for the current Xiaoping, this price is still within the range. After more than an hour, Xiaoping arrived at the station of Black Moon City and just got off the bus. He immediately felt the atmosphere different from that of Tianshui City. The first feeling is chaos. The ground is full of plastic garbage, confetti, colorful beverage cans, etc. As the wind blows everywhere, it creaks, the white walls are scribbled, and many ancient and strange portraits appear, very infiltrating. It seems that there are no cleaning personnel around the station working at all. And there are many people, very complicated. A variety of men appeared in this place, most of them are stunned, with scary tattoos on the shoulders, such as scorpions, tigers, cheetahs, etc., muscles, vests, and the hair on the head is colorful, like a chicken coop generally. It is very messy, of course, some are bald. There are also a lot of rogues around the station, wearing very exposed, highlighting various key parts, and the face is full of makeup, from teenage girls to aunts of 40 or 50 years old. Once a man comes out, they will come up enthusiastically and ask if they want to stay. Xiaoping is also in a bad situation. When these ants are not surrounded, they will leave quickly. Otherwise, they will not know where to go by these hooligans. Right, according to the map, the Black Bear Company seems to be not far from the station. Xiaoping opened his mobile phone and immediately displayed the nearby map. The so-called Black Bear Company is where Xiaoping decided to buy gold pharmacy. On the surface, it is a legally registered federal company, but in fact it is just a shell company. In the dark, they did some smuggling activities. Even the Black Bear Company is a relatively large-scale underworld organization in Black Moon City. There are over 10,000 full-fledged members, and one of the goods sold by the company. Because this Black Bear Company seems to be more famous, the scale is relatively large, there will be no fakes, so after many comparisons, Xiaoping chose to go to the Black Bear Company to buy. He walked along the map and walked for 2 or 3 kilometers. He found that the surrounding high-rise buildings were very old and there were no windows. Looking at the past was like a ruined building. The location on the first floor seemed to live. A lot of the poor, the whole body is thin and awkward, and there are dangerous people everywhere. And the terrain here seems to be very complicated. A building is close together and there are alleys everywhere. Even if it is daytime, because of too many buildings, they are close together and resist the sun, making this alley very dark. Is the Black Bear Company really in this place? Xiaoping walked along the map, but found himself continually deep into an alley, and there seemed to be no more roads around. Even people have become scarce, and gradually no one has come to this place. Worse, it is really wrong. Xiaoping looked at the map and looked strange. He found that he actually came to the back door of the Black Bear Company. It was not the position of the front door. It is no wonder that there are not many people here. Although the map shows that it is a point, it is also the building of the Black Bear Company, but in fact it still needs to take a circle to get to the front door. After all, the front door is the place where the Black Bear Company sells goods. The back door is definitely not able to enter. Forget it, it seems that I have to go around. Xiaoping was planning to leave. Suddenly he felt that his head was dark and there was a whistling sound. It seemed that an unknown object had fallen from a Black Bear building of up to 40 floors and fell directly under his head. Asshole, who is parabolic at high altitude. He was so annoyed inside that he felt that the person who casually lost things was too mundane, but he quickly adjusted his mentality, operated the infuriating body, and punched the unknown object. Tiger boxing, tigers start. Since the battle with Xianbation, Xiaoping has also been cultivating, constantly practicing the pure yang and not destroying the scorpion, extracting the essence of the sun, and enhancing his cultivation. He has already understood the 5-shaped boxing more profoundly, and exerted it with great enthusiasm. The power of this boxing is even more horrible than when it is fighting with Xianbation. It is like a punch, as if several tigers are roaring, the momentum is amazing, and the air is torn. Even if the Wutu 5 heavens face this punch, they must be killed on the spot. Boom. This boxing hit this unknown object, and it was bombarded for more than 10 meters on the spot. The powerful power broke out, as if the tiger bite and shred everything. What? But the unidentified object suddenly made a scream, a few screams, and the sound of several broken ribs came along, such a voice in this quiet dim alley, very clear. What? Hearing this voice, Xiaoping was also taken aback. This unknown object actually came out with a voice. Isn't this something, but human beings? He fixed his eyes and saw the unidentified object being hit by himself. He actually rolled a few laps on the ground, spit out a water, and then stared at himself with a very ferocious look. It seemed very angry and murderous. Chapter 24 Kill. In the darkness, Xiaoping looked at the past. This unknown object turned out to be a middle-aged man. He saw that the other person was full of blood, and there were injuries everywhere. His chest was fluctuating and he seemed to have suffered serious injuries. It can be seen from his fierce and cruel eyes that this middle-aged man is absolutely not dead yet, and it is extremely dangerous, just like a beast that is dying. From the height of 40 or 50 floors, I even punched me, but I still haven't died yet. This person is definitely a master. Xiaoping's pupil shrinks, subconsciously moves away from this middle-aged man several steps, maintaining a certain distance. The middle-aged man stared at Xiaoping, his eyes showed a glimmer of light. I didn't expect the Black Bear Company to arrange an ambush in the back door. It is really powerful. But do they think that if you send someone who is a small martial artist with 4 heavens, can you kill me? It's just a dream. Kid, although I have no innocence with you, but blocked my way, you have to die. Boom. When the voice just fell, he shot in vain. Advanced martial arts, destroy your heart. In the twinkling of an eye, Xiaoping can feel the horror of this middle-aged man. The power does not know how many times more terrible than the bear bully. The fierce and sinister, violent airflow is crushed. It seems that every effort is enough. His body was torn into pieces. Even the terrible murderousness, directly colliding with the soul, suffocating, the liver and gallbladder crack. Under this palm, the ordinary people are unable to move at all, and they are killed by a palm. Go to death. Xiaoping screamed. In the face of such a crisis of life and death, his whole body nerves were tight, and his 5-shaped boxing has been cultivated into the realm of ecstasy, and the moves are readily available. Dragon Fist, Golden Dragon is now clawed. He turned his palms into claws, and the 5 fingers were like an eagle. He grabbed the past and faintly revealed the dragons behind his body. Dozens of almost condensed into real spirits attacked the past, and it was extremely violent. This move is even more horrible than the tiger boxing. It is already the strongest move of Xiaoping to gather the spirit of the gods, tearing up everything. Even the earth has appeared more than a dozen traces of anger, split the earth. Hey! The collision between the fist and the slap, the 2 powerful spurs collide with each other, slamming to the extreme, bursting with anger, making a sound of explosion, and the sound waves rolling. Awkwardly, Xiaoping stepped back a dozen steps and felt the blood rolling. And the middle-aged man just stepped back, but his face was awkward. How is it possible? Although I have no power in this smashing heart, it is not a small martial art that you can resist. In the original way, you have cultivated the Wushuquan, and you have reached the realm of supernaturalization. It is no wonder that you can exert such a horrible power and exert the power of the 5-shaped boxing on advanced martial arts. It's amazing, it's really amazing to be able to do this at a young age. You are a genius, but you shouldn't be a Black Bear Company. You must die today. As soon as the voice fell, he suddenly took out the silvery things from his body. Damn. Xiaoping suddenly saw that it was a laser gun. Once the trigger was pulled, the laser could penetrate a 1-meter-thick rock in an instant, and the ordinary people would not even say it. A cold chill, instantly rising from the bottom of his foot to the Tianling cover. If he really let the other party take out the laser gun, then he is dead, no hope of survival. After all, how can people get lasers faster? Snake boxing, spirit snake drilling hole. In the twinkling of an eye, his nerves tightened to the extreme. At this moment of dying, his soul was in an ethereal state, as if the whole world had slowed down. His thinking is at least 10 times faster than before, and almost all of his mind sparks in his mind. Xiaoping feels that his current power is more sensitive and powerful than ever. Hey! Xiaoping's body flickered and turned into a snake. The trajectory of movement was very fast, like lightning. It crossed a few meters in a moment and was close to the middle-aged man. What? The middle-aged man was unbelievable and looked at Xiaoping with horror. How could this kid's speed be so fast? It's obviously a 4-day man of the martial arts. How could he get close to his body in a flash, and let him not the way to find out? Snake boxing, viper snake rabbit. Xiaoping's right-hand snake, the speed is extremely fast, fierce and sinister, the track is natural, like an antelope hanging corner, no trace can be found, and instantly rushed toward the middle-aged man's chest. With a bang, his right hand seemed to be a bullet, and instantly penetrated the middle-aged man's chest. The heart was also poked, and the flesh inside broke. The middle-aged man's eyes widened and he looked at Xiaoping incredulously. He didn't seem to think that he was actually killed by a small martial artist and he wore his heart. Awkwardly, his body slowly fell to the ground, splashing a dust. Boom. Xiaoping runs his own body, and runs pure yang. The hot energy spreads around for a moment, dispelling all his fatigue and negative emotions, and even burning them. Obviously it was the first time to kill, but he did not feel anything at all. It was like a robot, calm and calm. This should be the effect of pure yang. This top-notch practice has gone deep into the bone marrow. As long as he reveals a slight negative emotion, he will burn the flames in the body and burn them. Although I have long known that Black Moon City is an extremely dangerous city, the underworld is rampant, and death and killing are everywhere, but I did not expect that I just came in and I was confronted with a battle of life and death. Xiaoping suddenly took a breath and calmed down the fatigue of the body. The battle of life and death just consumed most of his energy. If there is such a moment of negligence, it is estimated that he died in this place. He couldn't help but be surprised by the middle-aged men who fell on the ground. There were more than a dozen scars on the chest of the men who could see the bones. Even the bones didn't know how many roots were broken, and they were seriously injured by sudden death. But even if this is the case, there is actually the ability to kill himself. I can imagine how terrible it would be if the man was in its heyday. Wait, what are these things? Xiaoping went forward and immediately saw that there was a black package behind the middle-aged man, bulging, as if something was loaded. He took it down and felt quite heavy. But I haven't waited for Xiaoping to open it and look at it. There is a whistling sound in the distance. Catch up, the guy is absolutely not dead, actually dare to betray my Black Bear Company, must grab it, smash the corpse. Let the traitor know the means of my Black Bear Company. Damn, this is a big problem. Xiaoping immediately knew that he had caused a lot of trouble. Obviously, this middle-aged man did not know what he had done, grabbed something, offended the Black Bear Company, was chased by countless strongmen, and ended in a sudden death. Now he killed the middle-aged man and got the parcel on the other side. If he was known by the Black Bear Company, he still has a life. I must escape. Xiaoping immediately took the initiative, although he is now an 18-year-old boy, but after awakening memories, the means of doing things become very sophisticated, and extremely decisive, will never drag the water. He grabbed the parcel and fled towards the depths of the alley. Chapter 25 Chase. Less than 5 minutes after Xiaoping left the place, 2 or 3 people immediately appeared from this dark alley. The first one was a tall middle-aged man, dressed in black, full of muscles, very strong, and squatting. Exudes a strong breath, showing the inscrutable martial arts. Boss, look, this guy is dead. Next to an eagle hook nose saw a corpse lying on the ground. The people slammed and shook, seemingly shocked. What? The middle-aged man in black changed his face. What happened? According to his strength, even if we are besieged and severely wounded, it is impossible to die so easily. There was a blood hole in his chest. It should have been pierced by a hand. The eagle hooked the nose and looked at the body. There is a third person who appears in this alley and kills him. He did not expect that such a thing would happen, and there were people from third parties. Where is the thing on his body? The middle-aged man in black hurriedly asked. The hook-nosed man looked at it and said helplessly, "It's gone, it's estimated to have been taken away." Damn. The middle-aged man in black immediately gloomy face, angered, immediately notify the people of the Black Bear Company, completely block the nearby squares, and chase all suspicious people. Once I find the target clue, I will allow you to kill, no matter what happens. I just need to see those things come back, otherwise you will come back to see me. He was so angry that his body was horrible and murderous. The momentum was fluctuating, and the concrete floor at his feet was cracked and creaked. Yes, boss. The 2 men shouted. The area where the Black Bear Company is located is a ruin of the Black Moon City. There is an abandoned building in it. There are countless ruined high-rise buildings, row upon row, and the roads are very complicated. There are gravel shards everywhere and deep pits on the ground. The environment is chaotic. It is said that this area, during the cataclysm, was attacked by a large number of monsters, and the people living there fled, resulting in the ruins of the place and the destruction of the building. Even if these monsters were later driven out, they did not become prosperous. Instead, they were used as places where the gangsters gathered, and the smoke was smoldering and the personnel were complicated. Moreover, the area is also very large, with a diameter of at least 200 kilometers. It is a huge maze. Without a map, it is easy to get lost in this place. At this point, from the Black Bear Company quickly fled for half an hour. Xiaoping ran for 20 kilometers in one breath, came to the first floor of an abandoned building. It is temporarily relieved. Damn, this is unfortunate, I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Xiaoping was very helpless. Now I am killing people near the Black Bear Company. How can I buy gold medicine? How can I change other companies? Have you purchased it? He knows very well that he killed the strange middle-aged man and took away the mysterious package. It can be said that he has completely provoked the Black Bear Company. Once he returned to the Black Bear Company again, it was conceivable that even if no one saw his appearance at the time, he did not dare to take the risk. However, the mysterious middle-aged man took something in the end, and actually provoked so many top experts to chase it, and also angered the underworld organization of the Black Bear Company. Xiaoping's eyes flickered, and immediately wanted to open the package to see what was inside. It actually caused the Black Bear Company to anger and sent a group of masters to attack. At this time, a small alley in front of the abandoned building, suddenly a voice came out, "Hey! The building on the other side seems to have a footstep, we have a look." What? Xiaoping instinctively felt bad, immediately hiding in the corner next to it, just blocking the gaze outside the alley. He heard the rapid footsteps, is coming in this direction. Not so smart, are these people coming to me? His eyes flashed. A few times, 2 or 3 men appeared immediately at the entrance of the building. They all wore red vests. Everyone had the strength of the 4-day martial arts. The body was murderous, the eyes were very ferocious, and there were knives on the face. Hey, there are tattoos on his shoulders. At first glance, you know that these are definitely not good men and women, and they are probably killing people. The 3 men appeared on the first floor of the building and looked around. They were very vigilant. Weird, I just heard that there was a sound, how is it now? A man blinked and his face was confused. Another person said, maybe it is a meowing, you misunderstood, here is the abandoned place, how could someone be there? According to me, go to another place to search. To shut up. The third person said, you also know that the members of the Black Bear Company are told to check out any suspicious people who have entered the Black Moon City. Any stranger who appears on our site needs to check it carefully. Once the target is found, characters immediately kill on the ground, absolutely cannot be merciful. It is true that the boss has already opened his mouth and the members of the entire site have been mobilized to form a tight surrounding network in this area. If we dare to neglect, we will certainly be punished by the boss, and will not be killed. The eyes are very scared and seem to be very fearful. I don't know who has such a great courage, but I still dare to steal my Black Bear Company's things. This is a dead end. Another person sneered. It doesn't take long, the guy will be found out. 5 horses are separated. No one can make trouble on my Black Bear Company site. No, it's a bit wrong here. The third person's eyes were sharp and stared at the traces on the ground. Look at the floor. No one has come in here for a long time. There are dust everywhere. There are footprints besides us. Someone just came in. Oops. Xiaoping's face changed. He was too hasty when he was avoiding. He forgot to eliminate his traces. He saw that the 3 men had followed their footprints and walked slowly. The eyes showed fierce light and the murder was permeated in the air. No way, since the whereabouts have been discovered by the other party, only kill. Boom. In the twinkling of an eye, when the 3 people were close to the corner of the wall 2 or 3 meters, Xiaoping suddenly jumped out of the corner, like a cheetah, full of explosive power, a fist hit. Leopard boxing, cheetah chain. This punch is very fast, the angle is smashing, it is extremely hot, tearing the air, bringing the whistling wind, has a terrible attacking force, and it hits in an instant. And how do the 3 people want to get the enemy's speed so fast? And the heart is unintentional, the 2 sides are also 2 or 3 meters away, how can they stop it? Hey! For a moment, 3 muffled sounds were heard in the air, and the horrible fist slammed on the chests of the 3 men. On the spot, the chest of 2 Chinese characters collapsed, the bones broke, and the heart burst. Damn! There is still one person who is tenacious in life. After receiving this attack, he actually took out his sharp knife and wanted to go to Xiaoping's abdomen, which was extremely hot. Go to death. Where Xiaoping would give him such an opportunity, he came to this person in an instant, grabbed the men, and snorted, and he broke his neck. 3 people, killed on the spot. Chapter 26 Heaven and Earth. After killing 3 people in a row, Xiaoping felt that the blood in his body was boiling. He looked at the death of the 3 people, but there was no mercy. I was in the crisis of life and death. If they were not dead, they died, so how could he stay? This is a laser gun. Xiaoping turned over the bodies of the 3 men, and immediately found a 15-centimeter silver laser gun, and 2 titanium knives, sharp, extremely absolute weapon. Fortunately, I just killed the 3 people in time, or else they waited for them to take out the laser guns from the body, and he was dead. He would not underestimate the brutality of these underworld figures. However, the people who actually dispatched the entire Black Bear Company came to me, issued the order of the killing, and even surrounded the area of 100 miles. The laborers moved the public. What did the guy do, which caused the Black Bear Company to be angry with the people? Xiaoping did not expect to kill the men himself, and he won the parcel. The matter was more serious than he had imagined. He was awkward and he immediately opened the parcel. Immediately, there was a medicinal agent with a golden liquid on it, which gave off a dazzling light. In addition to this, there is also a cheat sheet, and the book cover seems to read, The Heaven and Earth. No, this is a golden potion, there are 20. Seeing these coveted potions, Xiaoping not only did not rejoice, but instead pumped his mouth, because he could think of the seriousness of this matter. This is a golden pharmacy worth 10 million federal dollars. Is it true that these mysterious middle-aged men were stolen from the Black Bear Company? However, even if this is the case, the people of the Black Bear Company will not be insane. Let countless members be dispatched, and the blockade will be 100 miles. After all, the loss of 10 million federal dollars is not a big deal. This cheat sheet seems to be very extraordinary. He stared at the cheats and looked at it. It described a special martial art. It uses a unique breathing method to make people reach the realm of breaking into the Baihui hole and generate spiritual strength. Once this spiritual power is released, it will be easy to perceive the wind and the grass in the range of a few squares. Even if an ant crawls on the ground, it can be heard clearly. How is it possible? This secret surgery can actually break through the Baihui point in advance and produce mysterious spiritual power. Xiaoping's body was shocked and his breathing was short. He immediately knew the preciousness of this cheat. It is necessary to know that the martial arts are 9 heavens, one heaven is stronger than the other, but there is no way to generate spiritual power. Only by breaking through the martial arts 9-day heaven and advancing to the military, can this mysterious power be produced. But now this secret surgery, actually can do this kind of thing in the martial arts situation. Can imagine how precious this secret technique. It is estimated that this is the most important reason for the Black Bear Company to go crazy. It's no wonder that the group of underworld characters will be crazy and block the 100 miles. This cheats alone is worth at least 100 million federal dollars, and money is not necessarily available. This is the real secret. Xiaoping's eyes flickered and her mood was very exciting. However, this secret technique does not seem to be cultivated by anyone. The following must indicate that talents who are far more spiritual than ordinary people are qualified to practice, otherwise ordinary people will have no use even if they get it. Strong spirit. My mental strength should be stronger than the average person. It is estimated that I can cultivate this secret technique. Xiaoping thinks that he has 2 souls, and the quantitative change produces qualitative change. It is definitely a gift for spiritual strength. Different. Hey! Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps outside, and it seemed that someone was coming from afar. Well, I have forgotten it. Here is the site of the Black Bear Company. There are countless members, their eyeliners are everywhere, and they must hide in a safe place. If it is really inevitable, then kill it. Xiaoping's figure flashed, and his eyes showed his murder, and he quickly left the abandoned building. A building with a height of hundreds of floors, a middle-aged man in black standing on the top, screaming in the wind, blowing his clothes to hunt, but still standing still, like a rock, nothing can shake him. He is a director of the Black Bear Company, whose name is Zheng Cheng. Originally, this company passed a secret channel and spent hundreds of millions of federal coins. Many people were killed and injured, and the losses were heavy. Finally, they were obtained from the remains of a certain Yan Wangxing. A secret technique. This secret technique is the heaven and earth visual law. But I didn't expect that at the crucial moment, a strong martial artist of their company suddenly rebelled. He stole 20 bottles of gold medicine from the company, and the secret, and wanted to sneak away. The result was discovered by Zheng Cheng. He immediately gathered countless masters inside the company and besieged the traitor. Even though the traitor was extraordinary, Zheng Cheng was even stronger and reached the realm of the martial arts. There were also a lot of helpers. In the end, many people were killed and injured. Later, they severely injured the traitor and fell from a high altitude. Although the cost is very heavy, Zheng Cheng does not regret it at all. He thinks that this is worthwhile, because this heaven and earth visual law is too precious, and its value is far more than 100 million federal coins. In the martial arts, you can actually cultivate spiritual strength. What does that mean? On behalf of, you can break through the bottleneck of the martial arts in advance and have the power of the military in advance. This is a huge advantage. Once this T&D audio-visual DAFA is successfully cultivated, it means that there is no bottleneck in your martial arts and military situation. After reaching the Wutian 9-day, you can naturally enter the military. It is entirely conceivable that if their Black Bear company can get this secret technique, there will be a steady stream of powerful warriors. Even if the entire Black Moon City is dominated in the future, it may not be impossible. Even Zheng Cheng can use the secret technique to break through the bottleneck of many years and be promoted to the military and become a true master. Warrior. Zheng Cheng's eyes are shining with enthusiasm. For the real martial arts masters, the martial arts are just small children. They are not adult at all. Only the military is the real strong. Once you reach the situation of the martial arts, you can put it out in the air, killing people by the air, and displaying a 100-step fist. A punch is separated by 100 meters. If you shake it, you can shatter a big stone. Only when you reach the military, you are qualified to leave the city, go out to hunt monsters, and compete with tyrannical enemies. If you don't advance to the military in a day, it's just a cockroach. Zheng Cheng's eyes showed a fierce radiance and clenched his fists. In order to advance the military, the secret technique, heaven and earth to listen to DAFA, must be obtained. Whoever dares to stop, whoever has to die. Zheng is in charge. Suddenly, in the distance, I quickly ran a young man from the Wushu Five Heavens. He was one of Zheng Cheng's elite men, named Song Hui. He soon came to Zheng Cheng. Chapter 27 Wushu Wuzhong Tian. Hearing the voice, Zheng Chengto did not return, and held his hand. Say, what news? Reporting Zheng Zheng. Song Hui immediately said, we have not found the target person for the time being, but some people have come to sue. We have lost 5 or 6 people, and they are all good hands of the 4-day martial arts. They were killed by a blow. What? Zheng Cheng frowned, a blow to the commandment. Tell me in detail. Song Hui thought for a moment and said, the places where people died were abandoned buildings, remote alleys, etc. They were all caught off guard and were attacked. They broke the heart with a punch and shattered their lungs. Some even the neck is broken. From this point, we can see that the other side is extremely strong, experienced, sultry, and thoughtful, but I estimate that the strength does not exceed the 5-day martial arts, otherwise it will not attack. He immediately inferred a lot of conclusions from some clues. Indeed, I can see it. From the wounds he killed the traitor, the power of the attack is very powerful, but the cultivation is not high, and the martial arts are in the sky. Zheng Cheng's eyes showed a glimmer of light, but the guy is experienced and has a strong fighting skill. It is not to be underestimated. It is necessary to dispatch the martial arts 6-day talent to solve him. However, the company also needs to guard against the sneak attacks of other gangs to protect the company's property security, and it is not possible to dispatch too many strong people. In this case, call Zheng Hua in the past, let him find the enemy and kill each other on the ground. What, Zheng Hua? Song Hui heard this and his eyes flickered. This Zheng Hua is not someone else. It is Zheng Cheng's own son, who is only 18 years old, but he has the martial arts of the Black Bear Company. And a young age, has been mixed in the underworld, has a lot of experience in fighting, can be said to be very powerful, but Zheng Hua is the son of Zheng Cheng, or the only son. If the other party has any accidents during the pursuit process, he may not be able to afford this responsibility. Cheng Zheng, this incident is very dangerous, the other is a desperate, heart-stricken, I am afraid it is not right. Song Hui blinked, could not help but reminded. Zheng Cheng waved his hand, no need to worry, the people of the 5 martial arts in the district, but how can you get me, even if you cannot beat each other, escape can escape. And there are still a few months, he has to apply for college, just the current strength, more or less unsafe, I hope he can increase a little more combat experience, so the probability of entering a first-class university is also won little by little. Yes, Zheng is in charge. All said so. Song Hui had no reason to refuse, and immediately went on. At night, an abandoned warehouse in Black Moon City is surrounded by uninhabited smoke. Xiaoping was hiding in a remote room in the warehouse, which was very secretive and no one could find it. In order to avoid the pursuit of the Black Bear Company, he continued to break through, and then killed 5 or 6 underworld murderers again, and suffered some injuries. He finally stood out and went to the warehouse to rest temporarily. After so many fierce battles, he was more or less exhausted, and now he has not eaten much. It is simply hunger and cold. No, continue this way, my Xiaoping will definitely die. Xiaoping clenched his fists. He did not expect that the group of underworld characters are so fierce. All of them are desperate. Even if he saw his companion's death, he didn't wrinkle his brows. Instead, he was fierce. When he was not careful, he was cut by one of the murderers. Of course, he also backhanded his hand and smashed the other's head into pieces, hitting him with 7 holes of blood. No matter what, he also suffered some injuries, and his combat effectiveness also weakened. Although it is a little dangerous, but still taking gold medicine, promoted to the realm of Wutu Wuzhong Tian. Xiaoping's eyes flickered, and finally made up his mind, according to his current strength, to continue this way is a dead end. Awkwardly, he opened the package and took out a golden potion. Hey! Xiaoping said nothing. He swallowed the bottle of gold medicine, and immediately he felt a kind of energy like a melt into his body, and then into the blood, flowing in countless blood vessels. His heart seems to be beating in the drums. His blood is swelled, his muscles are bulging, and the body seems to have a stream of scum, which seems to be about to explode. It's too violent. Xiaoping felt that after the golden agent entered the body, the golden liquid, the violent energy was flowing wildly, too violent. The heart, blood vessels, and even the head seemed to burst. Pure Yang does not die. With a bang, he immediately ran the heart of the mind, posing in a 5-hearted posture, the body's huge real air flow, and immediately his dantian seemed to be turned into a furnace. This violent golden energy flowing in the body, like the attraction of mysterious power, has poured into the interior of dantian, and then through the refining, purification, and elimination of impurities in the furnace, the violent drug is completely removed, leaving only the purest mild energy. Flows into countless meridians. It's not pure yang, it's too strong. Xiaoping felt that, after such infuriating, these violent energies, like the tamed wild wolves, became extremely docile. In fact, this is normal. Pure yang does not destroy this top-level practice. Even the violent energy of the sun essence can be easily refining, and the regional gold pharmacy is nothing at all. He felt that this gentle energy poured into the body, and every cell in the body seemed to be cheering. It seems that greedy cockroaches generally absorb this energy, grow and evolve. Boom. I don't know how long it took. When this energy reached its peak, a meridian was instantly connected, and Xiaoping felt that his body was powerful. Even at this moment, his muscles, meridians, bones, and skin have been greatly strengthened. The original scars have also shrunk rapidly, and the injuries have recovered, as if they have changed. The huge infuriating air flowing around him, like a rushing river, screaming, the huge air current oscillated around his body, and the dust around him was washed away. Successful, promoted to Wushu 5 Heavens. Xiaoping clenched his fists, his eyes showed a glimmer of light, and his heart filled with endless joy. He finally passed through the 5th meridian and was promoted to the Wutu 5 Heavens. The infuriating body was stronger than before. Hey, he couldn't help but punch a fist, and immediately there was a burst of air in the air, and the muscles passed through an inch, like a tiger, a bear, and a powerful, terrible power. This fist has reached a total of 3,000 pounds of force, far more than Bear Bully. Chapter 28 Mental Strength. It's too strong, my strength is stronger than the Bear Bully. With a bang, Xiaoping casually picked up a hard stone on the ground, grabbed it with force, and immediately shattered it, and then pinched it a few times. It turned into a stone chip and ran out from the fingers. He also felt that his physique was unprecedentedly powerful. After the tempering of pure yang, coupled with the aid of the golden medicinal agent, the surface of the body seemed to have a golden glow, as if it were King Kong. In fact, the martial arts world is the realm of tempering the body. The more the body becomes stronger in this realm, the better it will be for the future and the greater the potential. Finally, I have reached the 5 days of the martial arts. This kind of achievement is excellent even in the school. Xiaoping pinched his fist and screamed, as if to pinch the air. Before Zionbation was just a 5-day martial art, it was enough to dominate the school. People like Zhou Tian, who are 6-day martial arts, are even more geniuses, enough to enter the top 10 of the school. In accordance with the strength of Xiaoping, people who encounter the 4 heavens of the martial arts can be blasted by a punch, and the Wu sect can be defeated by the 5 heavens. Even if it is a martial art, it may not be his opponent. Among the group of underworld people who surrounded the group, it seems that there are not many people in the martial arts. Maybe he can finally get rid of those people, go to the station and return to Tianshui City. But it is not safe. After all, those gangsters also have laser guns. If they encounter a group of people, it is very dangerous. Xiaoping's eyes flashed, his heart was calm, even if his strength improved, he was not arrogant. Big. Right, it seems that I still get a secret book called The Heaven and Earth Visual Law. If I can learn this cheat, I might enhance my strength. Thinking of this, he immediately opened this cheat, read it carefully, and constantly try to figure it out. Using a unique breathing method, and then breaking through the Baihui point, creating a mysterious spiritual power, a little meaning, I don't know if I can do it. Xiaoping immediately closed his eyes, his breathing was gentle, began to breathe according to the cheats of the cheats, 3 long and 1 short, the chest is very rhythmic in the ups and downs, the surrounding air faintly appeared a strange wave. In just 1 minute, he actually discovered that the whole world has changed. He feels that he seems to be settled, spiritually unified, and integrated with the heavens and the earth. As he entered, the soul power of his mind was actually mobilized, forming a huge whirlpool, rumbling, and even the air was affected by this fluctuation, making a loud noise. When this force reaches its utmost, a slamming sound, the depths of the Baihui cave at the top of the head seems to be easily broken by this mysterious soul power, and there is a little gap. And this gap, actually a glimmer of gray fog, floating in the depths of my mind, immediately Xiaoping felt a mysterious force born from the depths of his body. This is the spiritual power in the legend. Xiaoping closed his eyes, and as the force slowly extended out, he felt that the whole world seemed to be bright. 20 meters in the square, the earth, dust, dirt, gravel, paper scraps, even the ants crawling on the ground, the mosquitoes flying in the air, the trajectories of the drops falling in the distance, he feels clear, as if this is God as a general perspective. No, incredible, this is the spiritual power. I succeeded, actually practiced successfully. Xiaoping was inexplicably surprised. He just wanted to try it. He didn't expect it to succeed. He can feel that the effect of mental power is too great. Even if he closes his eyes, he can clearly see the surroundings. Within the spiritual coverage, he is simply a god, omniscient, and nothing. No. Of course, this is just an illusion, but this can't hide the power of this spirit. This feeling. Xiaoping's heart seems to be the body's instinct. Awkwardly, he gently extended his right hand and lifted it lightly. A fly that was flying around was so gently caught by his that he could not move. Then he gently let go, and the fly seemed to be scared and flew away quickly. The legendary strongman of the military is extremely powerful, can avoid laser guns, and even the missile cannot be locked, it is beyond the limit of the human nerve reaction speed. Xiaoping's eyes flashed, I am still wondering why in this case, if you have the spirit, everything is possible. No wonder the Black Bear Company made a crazy rush to get this secret trick back. It is really too important for this secret technique, far from the ordinary cheats. But if you want to cultivate this secret skill successfully, not everyone can succeed. Now, Xiaoping knows why he can easily cultivate successfully. There is no other reason, because his soul is powerful, at least 10 times more than ordinary people. This secret technique is for the soul of a powerful person, that is, the secret treasure. You can succeed if you practice, but if you are an ordinary person, even if you get this secret, you can only blink. Even if it is really successful, with the ordinary soul power, it is impossible to break through the Baihui point. How can it be helpless? Only a person with a strong soul like Xiaoping can easily break through like a ruin. Well, it seems that someone is coming. At this time, the sky was already bright, and I had already cultivated one night without knowing it. Xiaoping's heart was moving, his eyes were clever, and he immediately noticed someone coming out of the warehouse. However, he is not worried. After taking the golden medicine, he has already supplemented his whole body's energy. He is full of spirits. Now he is promoted to the Wutian world for 5 days and gains spiritual strength. No matter who he is not afraid. Hey! Immediately outside the warehouse, there seemed to be 7 or 8 strong men in black clothes. One of the young men was wearing white clothes and his face was tender, but it was the head of the group. The white man looked arrogant and looked at one of the little black men. Are you sure someone is hiding in this warehouse? If you dare to deceive me, do you know what the end is like? No one would have appeared here, but it appeared last night, so the small one suspects that the person hiding inside is likely to be the person that the Black Bear Company pursued. Just come to report. If I have a half-lie, the sky beats 5 thunder. He swears to heaven. Thank you, Jingongzi. The short black man suddenly rejoiced, but before he could say the next words, a slamming sound, a stone flying out of the warehouse window, very fast, tearing the air, like a sniper bullet. Awkward, I immediately pierced the head of a short black man. Chapter 29. Who are you? What? Upon seeing it, the young men in white and other people all made a jump. He watched as the little man was killed, his head was blown by stones, and a bunch of red and white things flowed out, just like watermelon bursting. This short man has at least a 4-day repair of the martial arts, but he was killed in this way, and there was no way to struggle. Damn, dodge. A black man screamed and screamed. He was very experienced. He instinctively felt that his hair was erected and immediately knew that he was definitely stared by a master. But it is already late. Hey! In the twinkling of an eye, 4 or 5 stones were flying out of the warehouse window, as if they were slamming bullets, and the speed was extremely fast, tearing the air, quietly. The 3 or 4 black men in the front couldn't react so fast, and they groaned a few times. The stone was terrible, and the horror of the horror, they suddenly penetrated their chests. Immediately, a big hole appeared in their chest, and the heart was blown up on the spot, and a lot of blood flowed out. Dodge, hurry to avoid. Do not hide is death, there are strong enemies in the warehouse. The remaining 4 or 5 black men yelled, and they were terrified. How did they think that the gangsters hiding in the warehouse were so terrible that only the stones that were visible everywhere became as terrible as sniper rifles? This is also normal. Xia Ping was promoted to the realm of the Wutian 5 heavens, and his strength increased greatly. He had 3,000 pounds of giant strength. Throwing things according to such power, even if it is a subtle thing, will become a terrible weapon, let alone a stone. This is actually nothing. It is said that some military forces have reached hundreds of thousands of pounds. They can shake the earth with their hands and feet. Even if they take off a leaf, they can be used as a flying knife to kill people. For mortars and smashing the city, this is the real martial art. Damn. The white young men and the 5 black men were quickly dodging. Their faces changed greatly and they sneaked toward the obstacles around them, hoping to avoid enemy attacks. But how did they know that Xia Ping had practiced the heavens and the earth and listened to Dafa, and cultivated his spiritual strength? The wind and the grass of the 20-meter radius were all in his grasp, and their whereabouts were invisible. Hey! 4 or 5 stones flew out, and in a different direction. The power was terrible, and there was a whistling sound in the air, and even a dazzling spark. Awkwardly, the 2 stone holes penetrated the cement wall, and there were 2 black men who tried to hide under the corner of the wall. They couldn't get out of the way, and they were hit by the stones on the spot. Their heads burst like a watermelon on the spot and they were killed at once. There were 3 other black men trying to hide in the side of a huge iron bucket, but the stone smashed through the steel, with a terrible penetrating power, directly hitting the bodies of the 3. Ah! The 3 black men screamed, and their bodies were blasted out by 3 stones, flying directly in the air, flying for dozens of meters before they fell from the air. But when they fell on the earth, they were terrible. The black eyes were white, and the color of panic was revealed. Their internal organs were completely shattered by the power of this stone. Even if they follow the current technology, they will not be saved. Another stone flies out and blasts to the young men in white, with a smothering murder, as if it were a meteor, to completely kill this young man in white. Looking for death. The young man in white screamed and snorted. He pulled out a large knife that was 1 meter long from his body and slammed it with a knife. Awkwardly, the stone was split in half on the spot and the incision was smooth. There is a kind of come out and fight with Zhenghua for 300 rounds. The ghosts are hiding in the warehouse and secretly attacking. This is a good man. Zhenghua screamed, and he was shocked and angry. Originally, he brought his hand down here, just want to kill the murderer, make a great contribution to his father, and let other Black Bear companies see their own power. He also believes that according to his own strength, as long as he finds the murderer, he can easily get rid of it. There is no need to waste any effort. But who can think of the face has not seen it yet, and his own hands are all dead. One by one is killed by the other side here. Stupid, this is killing, it is war, not you are dead or I live, how can you fight 300 rounds with you? Xiaoping sneered at the warehouse. He saw at a glance that Zhenghua is just an ordinary student. He is a greenhouse flower. Without any experience, he will say such ridiculous words. Such a person is not afraid even if he is trained to reach the sixth heaven of the martial arts. Hey! For a moment, Xiaoping squeezed his right hand, and the blue veins violently, producing huge force. At the same time, he threw 9 stones out. At the same time, the 9 stones were divided into different trajectories to kill the past, with a hint of inexplicable charm. Originally, his ability to throw a hidden weapon was not very clever, and he did not practice it. However, after practicing the heavens and the earth to listen to Dafa and practice his mental strength, the 20-meter radius was within his control. In this range, he is a god. Where to play, where is the 100? Although such a hidden weapon is not as good as a real top player, killing these underworld characters is enough. Bastard. The young man in white, Zhenghua, sighed and felt the murderousness from the opposite side. Suddenly his body was cold and his hair was erected. It seemed that he had encountered a crisis of life and death. Hey! Well, he is also a genius, practicing with one hand to perfection. In the twinkling of an eye, in this life and death crisis, he broke through the limits of the past, and a breath has become a 9 knife, each knife exudes terrible gas. Strength. A few times, 9 stones in the air were crushed by him. But before he even waited for Zhenghua to show his joy, he suddenly felt the threat of death. A huge black shadow was like a tiger, jumping out of the warehouse and emitting a strong momentum. With a bang, the other party actually came to his side. But now Zhenghua has just smashed 9 stones, the power is exhausted, and there is still room to resist such a terrible attack, only to watch each other. No, no, you can't kill me. My father is Xing Cheng. He is the director of the Black Bear Company. You killed me. You can't live without the Black Moon City. You have to die. You have to die here. Do you know? Zhenghua finally feared, could not help but scream. Boom. A fist hit, the air faintly came the roar of the tiger in the mountains, earth-shattering, the air almost condensed into the essence, the fist was solidly squatting on the chest of Zhenghua. Awkwardly, Zhenghua's whole person flew out like a piece of paper, slid for dozens of meters, and finally fell on the wall of the warehouse. The heart was blown on the spot and a blood hole appeared in the chest. His eyes widened and he died. The battle of life and death, how can you manage your father, dare to kill me, you have to die. Xiaoping faintly looked at the young man in white who had been killed by himself, his eyes were very indifferent. Chapter 30 Angry 1. Seeing that all these enemies were killed, Xiaoping suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, the boiling blood slowly cooled down, the intense heart beat, and now it cannot stop for a long time. He felt that he seemed to be in a dream. Before that, he was just an ordinary student of the martial arts trio. Even the third-rate university was enough. The best ending was just to follow the father's pace and become a city management. Live for a lifetime. But now he has been promoted to the Wu to 5 heavens, even these fierce underworld figures, as well as the strongest of the 6-day martial arts, were also killed by their own hands, bursting with a punch. It can be said that the strength of Xiaoping has made great progress. Well, isn't this a recovery medicine? Xiaoping went forward and searched for something in the white young man. It turned out that the person's identity was not normal. Just looking at it casually, he immediately found 4 or 5 bottles of healing agents, which can help the 6 strong men of the martial arts to replenish their physical strength and restore the infuriating loss. A bottle of such a recovery agent is worth 100,000, not a local tyrant cannot afford it. It is estimated that these recovery agents were prepared by the kid for the occasional need. Unfortunately, he did not even have the opportunity to use it. He was killed by Xiaoping. There seems to be a cheat. Xiaoping also saw that this kid also brought a martial arts cheats, which seems to be called Qian Kuan Sansai Law, which may be the knife technique he learned, and the power is not to be underestimated. If you take this cheat to sell it, it may be worth at least $1 million federal dollars. Go, look at the warehouse in the past, I seem to hear a scream. No, is there an enemy there? In the past, it is very likely that the murderer has appeared. I can't let go of any winds and waves. Suddenly, there was a whistling voice in the distance. The movement here was too big, and it also caused the attention of the Black Bear Company around the patrols. A group of people rushed. "No, you have to go, you can't stay in this place for a long time, or you will die if you are surrounded." Xiaoping immediately collected these things and quickly fled. Just after Xiaoping had just left for a few minutes, a group of black people immediately arrived around the warehouse, and they soon found the bodies of 7 or 8 black-clothed strong men who fell on the ground. "Oh, these are not the security guards of the Black Bear Company. I have seen them in the company before. How are they all dead now? Who killed them?" A black man was shocked. Other black people were also surprised. They knew that these black-clothed security guards had 4-day repairs of the martial arts. Some even reached the 5-day martial arts, but now they are all dead, and they can imagine how powerful the enemy is. "Look, there is also a dead person over there." Another black man noticed not far away, and seemed to be lying in a white young man, motionless. With a bang, a middle-aged man immediately rushed over and saw the appearance of the young man in white. His face changed dramatically and his mouth was screaming, "Damn, this is Zhenghua's son Zhenghua. No, it is actually the son of Zheng. I heard that Zheng's supervisor ordered the last night to let his son chase the murderer, but now he is dead. It must have been the murderer." The two sides met with each other and Zhenghua was killed. Zhenghua is the only son of Zheng's supervisor. Now that he is dead, will Zheng's supervisor not go crazy? This is a big deal, and it will be reported immediately. A group of black people are dignified, but they know that Zhenghua is a famous genius. At a young age, he has reached the realm of the 6-day martial arts. His future is unlimited and he has always been the pride of Zheng. But now this genius is dead, and it's got beaten by a punch. Once this matter was known to Zheng, it was not known that there would be more horrible anger. Drops. Immediately, the middle-aged black man immediately took out the communicator and reported the incident to the Black Bear Company. No matter what, this matter could not be concealed and must be reported immediately. A few minutes later, on the top floor of a building, Zheng Cheng, the director of the Black Bear Company, also received the news. Immediately, his eyes were black, and he was screaming and sorrowful. "Ah! Actually dare to kill my son, no matter who you are, no matter where you are hiding, no matter how big your background, Zheng Cheng will kill you and crush you." Zheng Cheng's horrible roar, the air and the waves rolling, the building as the center, the 10-kilometer radius of the building heard his sorrow, the concrete floor of the roof was shocked by sound waves, actually bursting a crack. Some Black Bear Company security guards near the roof of the building were scared and regressed, and they did not dare to approach, for fear of being injured by this aftermath, which would be a big mold. Supervisor. Next to Song Hui worried about Zheng Cheng, his fears finally happened. "Zhenghua is my son, the only son." Zheng Cheng screamed, "I have raised him with hardships and hardships for 18 years, for 18 years. I don't know how much resources are wasted, just to make him a talent. I have no use for Zheng Cheng. Now, it is the waste of the martial arts, and the achievements of my life are like this, so I can only count on my son in this life. But he is dead now, killed by a traitor, and 18 years of painstaking efforts. You said that you can't bear this breath, you said I can't bear it." He is angry at the extreme. Can't bear it. Song Hui Shensheng. Yes, absolutely can't stand it. Zheng Cheng clenched his fists and almost bite the bleeding. He said, "Tell my orders, let the people of the Black Bear Company all be dispatched, block the squares, and block the station. I want the kid to fly in the wings. Is he not trying to escape? I sealed the entire area, I see where he can escape. If I kill my son, I want to escape. I told him that there is no door. Once I am caught by the bastard, I will smash him a corpse, even if it is a friend, relatives, and parents around him, I will grab it together and destroy the Jiuzu." He gnashed his teeth in anger to the point of madness. He wanted his son to chase the murderer just for the experience, but now that the experience has not been obtained, he has even gotten his life. How could he be willing? If you don't catch the kid and torture it, you won't be willing to give up. Yes, supervisor. Song Hui immediately went on to convey the order. Hey! Immediately, a command went on. Members of the Black Bear Company, which were distributed around the Black Moon City, acted immediately, appeared in the streets and alleys of the area, and even the stations were their people, checking every passenger entering the station. The purpose it is to let the murderer have absolutely no chance to escape. It must be said that the power of the Black Bear Company is too large in this area. Once it is running, it can smash everything and make people have nowhere to hide. Chapter 31 Not Dead End. Drip. Just as Xiaoping planned to go to the station to leave Black Moon City, suddenly there was a reminder from the system. Some people have endless hatred against the host and reward 1,000 hatred. What? Hearing this voice, Xiaoping was also shocked. Actually, someone had an endless hatred for himself. Who is it? It seems that he did not do anything bad, just killing a few underworld madmen. Is it because he killed the relationship of the white young man? He immediately thought of the young man he had just killed. When he saw it, he knew that non-rich is expensive, not ordinary people. Now the other party is killed by him, and it will definitely cause big trouble. However, Xiaoping did not expect that some people would hate and endure. Indeed, the situation is really a bit wrong. Xiaoping walked cautiously toward the station. When he walked to an alley close to the station, he immediately discovered that the gangs who were patrolling around were 5 or 6 times more than before. He clearly saw that a black man, a tall man, wearing sunglasses, walked around the station, almost everywhere in the station, like a soldier, guarded. Anyone who is close to the station will be intercepted by these black men and search for things on the body. After no problem, they will be put on the train and allowed to leave. Once there is any problem, immediately seize it and torture it. It seems that it is really a big trouble. It is estimated that the identity of the dead young man is not simple. Xiaoping's eyes flickered, and he used his eyes to listen to Dafa and perceive the situation around him. He immediately discovered that not only the station, but also the nearby there were many hidden black people. They all looked at each pedestrian carefully and never let go of any suspicious people. Soon, Xiaoping found several black people chatting nearby. Oh, it's a big bang, I haven't seen such a scene for a long time. Isn't it? I heard that Zheng is angry and angered, using his highest authority, launching members of the entire company, and even ordering peripheral members. It is necessary to take out the murderer. Once someone catches it, there are many rewards. This is normal, my son was killed, and which one is not angry? Oh, the murderer is dead, and Zheng's supervisor is speaking. Once he catches the murderer, he immediately smashes the corpse and even finds his identity and annihilates the 9. It's really hot, but I still have family members, but this is offending our Black Bear Company. Yes, dare to kill my Black Bear Company, but also the people who left safely, no one. Smart, don't let the murderer run away. Of course, I have been staring, and I will never let go of any suspicious people. Several black men talked a lot, and watched them with vigilance. Hearing these words, Xiaoping's face suddenly became gloomy. He did not expect the people of the Black Bear Company to be so hot. If his true identity was discovered by the other party, it would definitely bring great trouble to his family. Fortunately, he was prepared in advance, and someone had a mask to change his appearance, and the other party could not find his identity unless he lost his hand and was caught. The people of the Black Bear Company should have never seen me. I have been careful before, I have done it a few times. Xiaoping's eyes flashed, but it's almost impossible to get on the train safely. Once you get close to the train, the gold medicine and my cheats on my body will be discovered immediately. If he discards these things, he can safely escape, but he is not willing, and does not want to make these things cheaper than others, so he wants a method that offers the best of both worlds. Right, I have to look at what is in the system mall, you can get rid of the current predicament. Xiaoping's heart immediately opened the system mall in his mind, viewed the above items. This investigation was half an hour, and finally he found a useful thing. Invisible Dan, worth 1,200 hatred. This kind of medicinal medicine has a special effect. Once taken, it can immediately converge on the body's breath, hidden invisible, and the surrounding creatures can't detect their existence at all, and the effect is 1 hour. If you take this remedy, he can easily leave this place. However, Xiaoping was terribly frightened by this meat. This is a full of 100 and 200 hatred values. He has accumulated for a long time, and now there are only 1,000 hatred values. Just redeemed this medicinal drug, he lost most of it, how can he be willing? No, absolutely can't let the Black Bear Company like this, actually forced me to this desperate situation, sent so many people to chase me, don't repay the Black Bear Company's kindness, then does it seem that I am very polite. Xiaoping's eyes showed a glimmer of light, and his mind immediately formulated various plans. He had to break the Black Bear Company and he was willing to leave the Black Moon City, otherwise he could not swallow this breath. An hour later, the first floor of the Black Bear Company building. Zheng Cheng, as well as his son Song Hui, and a few confidants are standing on the first floor of the hall. Their faces are very gloomy. It is simply overcast. The atmosphere is very depressed. What is the problem? Jing Qing stared at his own men, and his anger broke out. An hour has passed, do you know? You can't find a clue. The company wants you to use this waste. He could not believe this fact. Obviously used the resources of the entire company, and tens of thousands of members were dispatched to surround the area. According to normal logic, even flies can't fly. But they couldn't find it. They couldn't find anything. The murderer seemed to be invisible, disappearing without a trace. I am sorry. Song Hui smiled bitterly. Supervisor, we really did our best. All the people were dispatched, and even searched through each pedestrian, but they found nothing, as if the guy was evaporating before it was able to find a trace of clues. But half an hour the guy disappeared without a trace before. I dare to guess that the guy must have accomplices, and the power is not simple. Others also nodded. Without the help of their associates, it is impossible to get rid of their tracking. The rice barrels are all a group of rice bowls. Zheng Qing is unstoppable and his temper is very violent, but he also knows that Black Moon City is not only a gangster of the Black Bear Company, but also a lot of powerful gangs than the Black Bear Company. If the gang's characters help, even the Black Bear Company can't help but can only recognize it. But the Black Bear Company can recognize the plant, he Zheng Qing absolutely cannot. Supervisor. Suddenly, Song Hui looked at the front in horror, pointed out his fingers, and trembled at the door of the hall. Look, there is a blank sheet of paper, something to write. Chapter 32 Give you a big gift. What? When I heard Song Hui, everyone else was shocked. I immediately looked at it. A piece of white paper stuck to the door and seemed to have some words. No, I remember very clearly. This door was originally without white paper. It suddenly appeared here. Song Hui felt that his heart was cold. It is definitely not for us. Suddenly there. The people present felt a chill on the bottom of their feet. They were all strong martial arts, but they didn't notice anything. Suddenly, a blank sheet of paper was posted nearby. If the other party wants to assassinate them, isn't it a breeze? Go and see, what did you write? Zheng Qing frowned deeply. He also felt that this was unusual. According to the repair of his martial arts, he could not detect any movements. But just because he can't feel anything, it's very strange. Yes. Song Huiqiang endured the inner fear. When he looked forward, he read the above words, "Thank you for your love for me. For this reason, I will send a gift to the Black Bear Company. I am grateful." Signature, waste. Big gift. The people present are all face to face, do not know what to say. What is this big gift? Could it be that the other party did this kind of thing in order to thank them for the Black Bear Company? The problem is that their Black Bear Company is a gangster. No evil, no killing, no family, no gift, no surprise, no gratitude. Who is the waste? Zheng Qing asked. Song Hui and others are shaking their heads. I don't know, I have never heard of this name. Damn, it's bad, there is danger here, hurry up. Suddenly, Zheng Qing's hair was erected, and a strong threat spread all over the body. The fear of death shrouded his sixth sense. With a bang, his muscles were tight, like a polar bear, violently running out of the building, directly with the whistling wind. But it is too late. Boom. At this moment, the time-lapse micronuclear bullets ambushing in the Black Bear Company immediately exploded, the power equivalent to hundreds of tons of explosives, and suddenly the whole Black Bear Company building was blown into pieces. Even hundreds of meters of squares were razed to the ground, and the strong fluctuations of the poles swept around. The air almost condensed into substance, and the earthquake shook, and the glass within a few kilometers was shattered. No. Song Hui and others screamed. Their eyes showed a terrifying look, but their reaction rate could not keep up with Zheng Qing, and they were buried in the Black Bear Company all at once. Dead. Even though Zheng Qing's reaction rate is extremely fast and his strength is strong enough, the power of the explosion is still terrible. He was directly injured by huge explosion fluctuations, and even the sky dropped countless boulder. These are the reinforced concrete of the building, falling from high altitude. As if it were a meteor, it was enough to pull the ground out of a terrible deep pit. Hey! A few minutes later, the entire Black Bear Company was blown up and shredded. There were construction waste stones everywhere, and it was ragged, and there were huge pits on the ground, as if it were no different from the ruins. A figure struggling out of the rock, He was bleeding, was seriously injured, his face was stunned, and it seemed that his anger was extremely extreme. He was Jing Cheng, and he was the strongest of the martial arts, even if suddenly the terrorist attack can also escape the first time and be extremely viable. Shortage. Jing Cheng Yang Tiangxi Axio, it is simply blowing the lungs. You dare to blow up my Black Bear Company building, dare to make such a big thing, do you think you have escaped? Can you still live? You are dead, do you know that you are dead? Even if you are in the world, no one will save you. I swear, I will catch you, and destroy the nine. He never felt so angry. Some people dared to deal with themselves, dared to deal with the Black Bear Company, and even ambushed the timed micronuclear bombs to blow up the entire Black Bear Company building. Unprecedented, this is simply an unprecedented event. This is clearly a provocation, that is, playing the face of the Black Bear Company, is humiliating them. If their Black Bear Company does not fight back and does not arrest this wasteland, their Black Bear Company will have no face, and it will not lift its head in Black Moon City. And Jing Cheng, who will be demolished because of this incident, will be hit hard, and the position of the supervisor is definitely not guaranteed. Hey! Suddenly, there were more than a dozen stones flying in the distance, as if they were slamming bullets, tearing the air, making a sharp voice, and the power was extremely terrifying, and it immediately covered Jing Cheng's body. What? There are ambushes. Jing Cheng was shocked. He didn't expect to blow up the entire Black Bear Company building. The murderer had not escaped. Instead, he stayed in the same place and saw the survivors kill. However, after all, he is the strongest of the martial arts 9-day heaven. Even if he has a bomb, he has lost most of his combat power, but he also has a little strength, which is not comparable to ordinary people. Hey! He shot like electricity, and in the twinkling of an instant, he smashed 9 punches. Each punch was more than 10,000 pounds. It seemed to be a roaring bear. It was terrible. I don't know how much the horror of the bears than the bears. For a moment, these stones were smashed and smashed. Hey! However, the enemy's attack did not give him a chance to breathe. More than a dozen laser shots almost covered Jing Cheng's body. Every laser was aimed at the key. Once hit, it would definitely be killed. Bastard! Jing Cheng panted, trying to resist, his body flashing, a jump, his legs like a spring, and suddenly jumped away from the coverage of laser shooting. Before he could relax, suddenly, a terrible force came, as if the tiger roared, and it was so wonderful that he caught Jing Cheng's flaws and made him unable to fight back. Boom! The fist was sturdy on Jing Cheng's chest. On the spot, 3 ribs were interrupted. The whole person flew out, just like paper scraps, and there was no resistance at all. Who is it? Who is it? Is it you? Is it Wasteland? Jing Cheng screamed, sorrowful to the extreme, because he has not seen any figures around him until now. Even if he was hit by a punch, he did not see who was attacking him, as if the enemy could be invisible. Yes, I am a Wasteland. A voice rang from the air. With a bang, a laser shot. No, no. Jing Cheng saw it, and he was terrified to the extreme. He was inevitable in the air. There was no place to borrow. He couldn't dodge. The laser blinked, and he was stunned. The head. Jing Cheng, dead. Chapter 33 Black Bear Company. Xiaoping looked at Jing Cheng's death coldly, and there was no fluctuation in his heart. This is war. If this guy does not die, waiting for him to retaliate, it is that he is dead and his family is dead. There is no right or wrong, only the position. To put it another way, if you are taken by the other party, I am afraid that it is really a survival, and you can't die, so he can't keep it. I didn't expect that things went very well. After Xiaoping's eyes flashed and he exchanged Invisible Dan, he secretly came to the vicinity of the Black Bear Company, observed around, and then took Invisible Dan. Then he took advantage of the fact that no one found himself, and he swayed into the internal warehouse of the Black Bear building. After all, it was a black market, selling drugs, monsters, medicines, medicinal herbs, weapons, and various prohibited items. It is a pity that there are very few things that he can take. He finally found 20 bottles of gold pharmacy. Other things are not that he can't look at it, or he can't take it. He can only give up. Finally, he found several timed micronuclear bullets in the warehouse, set the time of the explosion, destroyed the entire Black Bear building, and buried all the enemies inside. The plan went very smoothly, no one could obstruct him, and even the culprit Jing Qing was killed by himself. However, if the whole Black Bear building is blown up, I am afraid that it will really provoke the Black Bear Company to anger. Xiaoping looked at the Black Bear building that had been turned into a ruin. He knows that the headquarters of the Black Bear Company is not in this place. This building is just a branch. After the bombing, it will not make the Black Bear Company hurt. But this will definitely irritate each other. Forget it, anyway, after this incident, I have returned to Tianshui City. It is estimated that it is impossible to return here in the future. It is offensive to offend. Xiaoping's eyes turned. If offending is inevitable, then still not as good as it is. Thinking of this, he immediately used a laser gun, pulled the trigger, and carved a few large characters on the ground, clearly placed in front of Jing Cheng's body, Murderer, the Fire. This wasteland is a codename for him. The purpose is to mix and see. Okay, just like this, now, buy a ticket and get back to Tianshui City. Seeing these characters, Xiaoping is very satisfied, throwing away the laser gun, and then grabbing a parcel on his body, the station fled. There is still half an hour left for the effect of the invisible Dan, and he has to hurry. Hey! Just as Xiaoping left for a short time, there were more than a dozen people coming from afar. They were all members of the Black Bear Company. They patrolled around and heard the sound of the explosion here. They all came quickly. What happened? Our company building was blown up. A man in a black suit was shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. The building that was originally dozens of stories was now turned into ruins. And the gang members inside, one by one, are tragic deaths. Look, Jing is also dead, and his head is shot by a shot. Another man in a black suit is also incredibly looking at the body lying on the ground. The man is a Jing Cheng who has a martial art. Damn, which is it? This is too serious. We can't handle it. We must inform the people in this department. More than a dozen black suit men talked a lot, and their faces were ugly to the extreme. They immediately took out the communicator and informed the senior executives of the Black Bear Company headquarters. Half an hour later, a floating car flew from the air and landed on the ground. He slammed the door and opened the door. From there, he walked out of the men with a strong breath and dressed in a training suit. The first one was wearing a white exercise uniform with a knife on his face and a fierce middle-aged man. He walked out of the suspended car, and a group of people stood behind him with respect, and the atmosphere did not dare to come out. He is a veteran of the Black Bear Company, Dian, who has reached the strong position of the military. The killing arson is a waste. The knife man, Diane, saw a few big characters in front of Jing Cheng's body. His eyes were full of murderousness, a big courage, a big dog gall, come to my Black Bear Company to kill and set fire, and dare to leave a name. This is the waste, who is it? He looked at the dozen black suit men in front. I don't know, maybe it's a rookie. A black suit man quickly said, but it is certain that he has a very close relationship with our company's traders. It is said that he killed the company trader in an alley and grabbed it. Got the 20 bottles of gold pharmacy, and the cheat's worth more than 100 million. So, Zheng's supervisor issued an order and sent countless masters to kill him. He did not expect to be killed by him for more than a dozen people. Even the son of Zheng's supervisor died in his hands. But we never thought that he was so mad that he directly killed my Black Bear Company building, exploding the head of Zheng, and the whole building was followed by funeral. He was so angry that even if he broke his head, he did not expect this guy to be murderous to such a point. Being surrounded by them was almost dead, and he still thought about counterattacking. It was awful. Other black suit men are very angry. No one dares to provoke the Black Bear Company, kill their people, destroy their nests, and steal their belongings. If they are still indifferent, are they still gangsters? Good, very good. Diane Gas smiled, the person who killed me, but also took away our belongings, and even blatantly left the name, a murder and arson. It seems that our Black Bear Company is completely smashed. Immediately globally ridiculous. I don't care who he is, no matter what background he has, dare to come to the Black Moon City, pull the urine on my Black Bear Company's head, I will definitely not spare him. As long as someone can provide clues, reward. As long as you find a trace of clues, kill him. No one can offend my Black Bear Company, and it can be safe. With a bang, he slammed it on the ground, and the gas was exploded. A horrible force exploded. The bombardment on the ground suddenly showed a huge pit with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters. The cracks spread, as if they were spider webs, the whole earth was shaking, and the sound waves were transmitted 5 or 6 kilometers away. Yes. A group of Black Bear Company members yelled. Their eyes were extremely angry, and they were so small that they did not grasp the wasteland. They refused to give up. At this time, Xiaoping had already boarded the train back to Tianshui City. At this time, the invisible Dan's potency has now disappeared. His body shape has been revealed. Before he went to the station without knowing it, he went to the train in the toilet and disappeared. Even if the Black Bear Company is bigger, it only dares to wait outside, and does not dare to go into the station to mess up. After all, it is against the federal government and is looking for death. Drip, the host provokes a large number of enemies, causing anger in the sky, hate value +10, hate value +10. At this time, Xiaoping's mind sounded the voice of the system. Chapter 34 Northern Meditation. Tianshui City, Xiaoping's home. The next morning, the sun shines in from the window, very soft. Call. Xiaoping Duan sat on the big bed in the bedroom, and exhaled a long breath, almost condensed into a substance, turned into a white practice. The body's infuriating, like the tide of the sea, let the body full of explosive power. He slammed his eyes open and shot a golden light of the sultry. The mysterious power flashed deep in the pupil, as if wearing a void. After a night of cultivation, he took a bottle of gold medicine and made him feel infuriating. It has also increased a lot, stronger than the previous day, and the strength is increasing all the time. It is a golden remedy, and the energy contained in it is extremely pure and huge. It is not comparable to ordinary energy agents. Xiaoping's eyes flickered and he was very satisfied. Last night, he absorbed a bottle of gold medicine, assisted him in his cultivation, and he did not kill the pure yang. The result was a rapid progress. It was only one night, which was comparable to the cultivation of the past 3 months. It is conceivable how great the gold pharmacy helped him. However, the price is also very expensive. A bottle needs 500,000 federal coins. This price is not affordable for ordinary people. At least the super rich can take it at will. Fortunately, I went to Black Moon City this time and actually let me get 40 bottles of gold medicine. This time it was really big. Xiaoping smiled slightly. He originally wanted to go to Black Moon City to buy gold medicine. But who can think of it, there will be such a sinister accident, almost died in the city of Sin, but fortunately he is safely back, and even get a gold medicine worth 20 million federal dollars. This is a huge sum, and even if he writes the proceeds of the novel, it is estimated that it is not so fast. Of course, this is also a windfall. A thief cannot see the light. Once you see the light, it is estimated that the people of the Black Bear Company will come to the door, and even the government department will find him to settle accounts and pursue legal responsibility, and then he will be in danger. But no matter what, he is safely back, and even got great benefits, which is a good thing in the end. After taking 3 or 4 bottles of gold medicine, it takes me a month to get through the 6th meridian and break through to the 6-day martial arts. Xiaoping pinched his fist. The reason why it takes a month is because it can't take gold medicine continuously. The so-called too much, the absorption of the body is also limited. Every time he takes a bottle of gold medicine, he needs to spend a week to exercise the body, thoroughly digest the energy of the gold medicine, and consolidate the martial arts foundation. If he takes too much at one time, it will not only be bad for his body, but he will even lose the foundation of the martial arts, which will lead to instability. It is very difficult to promote to the military and even higher. However, is there no way to enhance the efficiency of the body to absorb energy? Xiaoping's eyes flickered, although the efficiency of a 6-day break through the 6 days of the martial arts has been very fast, but he thinks it is not enough. After all, it is only 4 months away from the college entrance examination. If you do not enhance your cultivation as soon as possible, you will not be able to get a good grade in the college entrance examination and you will not be able to enter a good university. Suddenly, the voice of the system came out, the host, the method is still there. What? Xiaoping was shocked. He didn't expect the system to suddenly jump out, but he quickly calmed down and immediately asked, what is the way, say? There is a martial art called the North Guardian. The system replied, it is a supreme bodywork, extremely powerful, can absorb the power, energy, etc. that the enemy has attacked, and transform it into the energy of oneself. Even through enemy attacks, beatings, destroying body cells, muscle tissue, bones, etc. in your body, and then running mysterious life energy to constantly repair damaged body tissue, can greatly enhance the speed at which the body absorbs energy. the physique will also become more powerful. If the host practices this method of body protection, and then competes with others, it will be beaten, so that it can quickly digest the excess energy of the body and become stronger. North meditation. Xiaoping's eyes immediately lit up, and being beaten up can continue to become stronger, increasing the efficiency of the body's absorption of energy. This is a convenient auxiliary method, too ridiculous. Even on the Yan Wangxing, he has never heard of such mysterious exercises, but if this practice is true, then it is the best auxiliary technique for him. But he still calmed down. How much hatred does this practice require? He knows that there is no in vain lunch in the world, and this is especially true of his own system. The exchange requires a total of 1 million hate values, the system replied. Xiaoping's mouth was pumped. Sure enough, I know. How can such a powerful exercise be cheap? The hate value on my body is not enough. He was a little helpless. No. System road. This is the price for redeeming a whole cheat, but the host can only redeem the first layer of cheats, and the rest can be redeemed later. This is a discount for the host. You can do this too. Isn't this an installment payment? Xiaoping's eyes lit up. For his current martial arts realm, it is a little extravagant to redeem the entire cheats. It is only the secret of the first layer. The current practice is enough. Let's say, how much do you need to redeem the first layer of cheats? System road. To redeem the first layer of cheats requires 3,000 hatred values. 3,000 hatred values? Xiaoping asked, is the hate value enough now? There are a total of 2,600 hatred values on the host, and there are still 400. The system is honest. Still 400. Xiaoping was a little pity. When he was in Black Moon City, he killed many members of the Black Bear Company and caused a great disaster. Many people in the Black Bear Company hated him and brought him a lot of hatred. The value not only saved the loss of Invisible Dan, but also made a small profit and gained some benefits. But I didn't expect it to be enough. It was 400. Right, tomorrow. What Xiaoping suddenly remembered, his eyes lit up. Tomorrow is Monday, the day of the school fighting competition. When I play on behalf of the class, countless students watch the battle below. This is the best opportunity to pull hatred. To get the value of hatred, of course, the more people, the better. Tomorrow is the opportunity. I believe that with his skill in attracting hatred and gaining 400 hatred values, it is a breeze. And Zhou Tian. Xiaoping squeezed his fist. The last thing, you must repay and repay him. His eyes showed a blazing flame. Chapter 35. And you are not finished. In the morning, Tianshui City Jiuwu Middle School. At this time, a group of students gathered on a huge playground, lined up in a class, standing together in a dense manner. The number of students in the school reached at least tens of thousands. Because this fighting contest is an annual event of the school, equivalent to the sports conference of the previous Earth, even more heated than the sports conference, students are more enthusiastic. So before the start of the fighting contest, the students of the school will gather together, listen to the instructions of the school leaders, then assign the order of the duel, and then start the fighting. Because the number of participants is not very large, only the third grade can participate, so the entire fighting contest will end in one day, and will not delay too much time. Xiaoping entered the school, came to the playground, and soon found the team in his class. He actually saw Gao Wan and Yang Wei, who had not seen for a long time. Hey, brother, I haven't seen you for a long time. Xiaoping immediately went up and said hello. Gao Wan and Yang Wei were chatting and chatting. When they heard a voice like a demon ringing in their ears, they couldn't help but shudder, and soon they saw Xiaoping, who wanted to beat the beat. Damn, I don't see you in a week. This Xiaoping is still so flat. Both of them are staring at Xiaoping. Xiaoping did not care. Instead, he eagerly patted them on the shoulders and asked, I didn't expect you to be released from prison so soon. Is it not for 7 days? Get out of jail. I am out of your sister. What are you talking about? This mouth is not zippered, so why not immediately seal it up? Gao Pei and Yang Wei's face immediately blacked out half, stunned the shameless bastard. This guy is really a pot that doesn't open a pot. Who can say that he is released from prison when they meet, but they are students, not criminals? Isn't this clearly discerning the attention of other students? Originally, they wanted to cover the past with a low-key, comfortable and safe, and spent the rest of the few months. Now, with this bastard, the plan is all gone. Sure enough, I heard the words of jail, and the students around me were curious. Prisoning? What is going on here? Is there someone in our school who is in prison? A student in the next class asked curiously, and Xiaoping's words immediately ignited his gossip. You don't know this. The two are called Gaowan and Yang Wei. They are students of the 36th class. They were taken away by a dozen policemen for 7 days because they streaked in school a few days ago. I am going to go. I dare to streak in the school, the cowman. I will do this kind of thing. I heard that these two people are perverted. I have been planning this for several years. I will do this when I graduate from high school. I want to be named in the school history. It is indeed the history of the Qing dynasty, and few of the schools did not know him. Great, I think they are not only doing things, but also their names are very abnormal. People are as famous. A group of students whispered, and looked very surprised at Yang Wei and Gao Wan. I knew that I had no good things when I met this bastard. I heard the arguments of the students around me. Both Gao Wan and Yang Wei cried. Their reputation was completely ruined in school. Right, you have nothing to do at the detention center. I heard that there are many animals and there are many foundations. Xiaoping asked curiously. You have been waiting for 7 days. Is it really okay? When you take a bath, there is no let's move. Gay. Hearing this word, a group of students played chicken blood, and I took it. There were gossip among them. It was not a good place to be reminded by Xiaoping that they also remembered the detention center. The place is all criminals, all of them are fierce and tyrannical, and there is no shortage of basics. 2 fresh white flowers enter the detention center. Isn't that the sheep into the tiger's mouth? I am your sister, we have nothing. Xiaoping, you don't make rumors here. Gao Wan grieves, his face is green, just want to tear the big mouth of this bastard. No one thought of this kind of thing just now. It was this big mouth, deliberately yelling, let the students around to think over there, if this rumor was passed out, can they still mix in school? Yang Wei is also angry with Xiaoping. If it is not estimated that he can't beat the bastard, he has already rushed to beat the shameless guy. Mom, being detained by the police for 7 days, they stayed at the detention center, it was just like a year, surrounded by a group of strong men, almost chrysanthemums are not guaranteed, have never experienced such a thing in their lives. It is because of this that Yang Wei and Gao Wan have a bit of separation, but now they become buddies. Oh, I am wrong. This is my fault. I shouldn't ask you these sad things. You really didn't happen anything. Xiaoping showed a look of what I knew and gave them the reassuring look, seems to be saying that the secret will never be revealed. Do you understand? If you know a fart, you don't even know what it's like to know what you know. Nothing happens to them. Originally, this is nothing, but if Xiaoping is so negated, then it is not even more likely to cause doubts. Gao Wan and Yang Wei are both crazy. Sadly, it seems that something really happened. Isn't it? It was a detention center. It was detained for 7 days and was surrounded by a group of people. It is hard to think of nothing. It is also difficult for this classmate. I still want to keep the two secret. I don't know if the secret can't be kept. Everyone knows that these two people were being held in the detention center for 7 days, but it was 7 days. I am going to go, this time is very imaginative. I think this can be written as a novel and a movie with a box office of over 100 million. No wonder I just saw the two people look like a vain look. It turned out to be exhausted. Really, this is the end of the metamorphosis, see who dares to streak in school. I want to have a name for the history of the Qing dynasty. The two seniors are the lessons of the past. A group of students felt sorrowful and looked at Gao Wan and Yang Wei. They felt that these two faces seemed to be ruined by others. They felt that there were many terrible stories in these 7 days. Xiaoping, I am not finished with you. Gao Wan and Yang Wei both sighed and their faces were almost all green. They decided that they would not die with the bastard, even if they went to prison for 7 days. Hey, isn't this a bear bully? Is it discharged so soon? Is the injury all right? Xiaoping ignored the Gao Mao and Yang Wei, and soon noticed that Xiong Beishan, who wanted to walk quickly from here, also greeted Xiong Beishan very enthusiastically. Chapter 36 I'm so angry. This god. Hearing this voice, Xiong Beishan's face was black. He wanted to leave this place quickly and avoid this shameless bastard. I didn't expect it to be discovered by this. And he was also stopped on the spot, which also made him go. Gao Wan and Yang Wei are going to worry, but when they see Xiong Batian also appear in this place, they also stunned. Xiaoping's is so cowardly that he still wants to provoke Xiong Batian. Isn't it true that your injury is at least a month? Is it going to which hospital to treat? Xiaoping asked curiously, looking up and down the bears. According to normal, Xiong Baishan's flashing must be at least a month to be good, but now only a week in the past. Xiong Baishan is alive and kicking, obviously not using ordinary treatment. This is a madman. It is clearly that this will send Xiong Baishan into the hospital. I dare to ask the other party where to cure it. It is just to poke the pain of others and expose the scars of the bears. This is not afraid. Xiong Batian is awkward. Both Gao Wan and Yang Wei were stunned. When they saw that Xiaoping was so violent to this point, I don't know why their inner anger has disappeared. This has nothing to do with you. Xiong Batian gritted his teeth. Xiaoping said with a smile, I heard that you also participated in the fighting competition on behalf of the class. It is best to be careful. If you accidentally touch me, if I don't know how to deal with it, you have to go to the hospital again. I am going to go. A group of students are shocked. This is invincible. The so-called uncovering people do not expose, short-selling people do not face. This ambiguity is specifically looking for people to hurt, to pull hatred. Sure enough, Xiongba's face turned red, and he wanted to worry about it, but he still couldn't bear it. If he played here, it would probably damage the venue and he would be severely punished. He gritted his teeth. Well, then I will wait for you to send me to the hospital. After that, Xiong Batian turned and left. His face was very angry, apparently on the verge of the explosion. This is simply the best, is the devil, for fear that others do not hate him. Yang Wei is dumbfounded, but the school's little bully bears the sky, actually dare to offend in this death, too arrogant. This is absolutely a madman. We still don't want to be mad with the madman. It's crazy. Gao Wan has a convulsive look. He feels that according to the character of this kid, sooner or later he will be killed. Maybe he doesn't have to shoot himself. Actually hold back. Xiaoping was very surprised. I didn't expect that after a hospital visit, the change of Xiong Baishan was so big. In the face of his own ridicule, he could not hold back. Originally, he still wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get the value of hatred. It seems that he can only think of other ways. At this time, the class teacher Qiu Shui came over and said, the team is ready to be organized immediately. The conference is about to begin. She waved her hand and let the students standing around line up. After listening to it, Xiaopingren also arranged the team according to their own student number. Not long after, the school fighting competition began. One school leader sat on the stage, gave a speech, and the principal gave a speech, but everyone said that 1 minute was over and there was no delay for too long. At the end, I asked the student to speak on behalf of Jiang Yaru. The host on the stage said loudly. After that, Jiang Yaru walked out from behind the stage and stood directly at the front of the stage. Her appearance suddenly aroused the cheers of the whole school. Too beautiful, this is our school goddess Jiang Yaru. Sure enough, it is a well-deserved reputation. It has a temperament and a body. If you can find such a woman to be a wife, it is simply a smoke from the grave. I don't know how lucky. Don't dream, she already has a boyfriend, and she is said to be pregnant. I am going to go, this is not true. Who is her boyfriend? I immediately killed him. It is said that she is a classmate, and the two are still very happy, and the result is won by the beast. I heard that her boyfriend is just a personal scum. He has more than a dozen boats. Other schools seem to have his horse. Jiang Yaru is just one of them. Even several of them are pregnant. They are still discussing whether they are abortions. Birds, her boyfriend is not as good as a beast, but she is still not satisfied with the goddess. She still has more than a dozen boats and wants to have a high school girl abortion. How did he do it, and those women are blind? Yeah, it is said that the background of the shackles is ordinary, the middle class, the father is just a city management, the appearance is not outstanding, the results are very common, I can't understand why. Of course you don't understand, I really want to understand that you are a love lover. To tell you honestly, such a man is the most dangerous, ordinary, and very ordinary, like a human and animal harmless look, this kind of the appearance makes those beautiful women lose their wariness, and they think that the other party will not change their minds, they will be captured, but they do not know that such a man is the most dangerous. It makes a lot of sense. Although the handsome guy has a great advantage, but when a woman sees a handsome guy, she can't help but think that the other party may be very fancy, and the subconscious has joined the blacklist. From this perspective, the handsome guy is also a disadvantageous condition. I am going to go, so I can say that ordinary men like me have a chance. Cough, this, a man as big as your chin, the chance is a bit. Don't talk nonsense, who is Jiang Yaru's boyfriend? It seems to be Xia Ping, the one who defeated Xiong Ba Tian before. It turned out to be the bastard. When I was out of school, I was looking for someone to ambush him. Many students have been talking about it, and they are full of resentment against Xia Ping. Some even want this scum to disappear completely. The goddess like Jiang Yaru can't be tainted by the beast. Xia Ping, who stood in the class, suddenly heard the system constantly reminding, it is detected that some people nearby have negative emotions on the host, and some even produce killing, hate value +1, hate value +1. What the is going on? I can't do anything, can I provoke hatred? Xia Ping looked depressed, this situation is too weird, it is completely innocent. By the way, Jiang Yaru, the reason should be her. Xia Ping suddenly remembered what happened a few days ago, and the rumors of Jiang Yaru's affair, causing many people to hate his hatred. Sure enough, the mouth gun has been out of date, picking up the girl is the best way to pull hatred. Xia Ping touched his chin, it seems that he has a lot of hateful chances on Jiang Yaru. A few minutes later, Jiang Yaru's speech was completed, and then the host announced the official start of the school fighting contest. With a bang, suddenly, Xia Ping's mobile phone immediately received the information from the school. It was a table about today's fighting competition, and the schedule of the players fighting each other. What? The first game Xia Ping vs Zhou Tian. The news swept the entire school, including the 36th class. Chapter 37 First Match. In the first game, I played with Zhou Tian. Xia Ping saw this schedule, and the pupil was shrinking. He felt that he would be with Zhou Tian sooner or later, but he did not expect the opponent in the first game to be him. We must know that the schedule of this school fighting competition is to follow the system of the Tianchuiqing High School fighting competition, and adopt the elimination system. There are 27 classes in the senior high school of the whole school. Each class selects 10 competitions, and a dozen of them have chosen to retire because of accidents. They did not participate. As a result, there are exactly 256 people. In the first game, the 256 people played against each other. If they won, they would advance, then 128, 64, 32, 16, 8, 4, and finally the champion. If you can win the final, you need to play 8 games. However, in the random selection of more than 200 contestants, he actually happened to be on the first game with Zhou Tian. It is really clever. Xia Ping played with Zhou Tian in the first game. It was a bad luck, and he was out of the game before he started. It doesn't matter if you go out, but do you still remember what happened last Friday? Zhou Tian is trying to teach Xia Ping, this time a rare opportunity. Xia Ping is miserable. Isn't it? Once I go to the ring, I am afraid I will be seriously injured and sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Although a referee can stop it in time, it is enough to delay a second. The power of a punch is enough to make Xia Ping scrap, and it has not happened before. But it's a coincidence that the first Xia Ping will be with Zhou Tian. This is not a coincidence. It is said that Zhou Tian also has a relationship at school. It is estimated that he is leaving the back door. Please ask the teacher who manages the back-end data. It is very normal to change the situation. Indeed, it's just a matter of changing the order of the duel, and it's still a school event. The students in the 36th class were all talking about it. They looked at Xia Ping with a pity. I felt that this kid was offended by Zhou Tian. It was a bad luck. Let's be alive, this should be alive. Gao Wan and Yang Wei both looked at each other and saw the joy of each other's eyes. Mom, finally someone took out the shameless Xia Ping. This is God's eye. God knows that they were bullied by this Xia Ping, and they were all sent to prison. Their reputation is even worse than that of shit. When they came to school this morning, they were thrown eggs by the roadside ant. In the face of such a nightmare, it is conceivable that they hate the shameless of Xia Ping, dreaming of this unfortunate and tasting the humiliation they received. Now, it's being stared at by Zhou Tian, the school's king. Xia Ping's death is also a layer of skin. Gao Wan and Yang Wei are both very comfortable. They have already thought about it. Once Xia Ping was beaten to the hospital, they also faked the past to visit this. They had to sneer in front of them, and they took the and poured them over to let them marry them. Rumble. When the school announced the beginning of the fighting game, the stadium was immediately transported into a huge silver box by a black heavy truck, so it was placed on the ground. A few times, a staff member pressed the button next to it. This huge silver box was transformed like a transformer, and immediately transformed into a small platform with a length of 10 meters and a width of 10 meters. Next to this small metal platform, there was even an auditorium, which went up one level and was enough to accommodate 200 or 300 viewers. There were also high-definition cameras around. Even if there is no way to go to the scene to watch, you can use this high-definition camera, all-round, 360-degree view of the inside image. The technology is extremely advanced. There are a total of 126 small metal platforms, which are rented from other companies for today's competition. They are scattered all over the school playground. Because the school sports field is huge, these downfalls can also be easily accommodated. Only half an hour, the entire venue was set up by the staff. This is the power of technology. There is no need to consume much manpower and material resources. Please enter the ring immediately. The game will start after 15 minutes. If you miss the game time, it will be regarded as automatic admission. The school broadcast sent a sweet announcer voice. Hey! Hearing this, the students on the playground, as well as the contestants, started to act and walk towards the platform where they were. Each of the above platforms had their own logo and it was easy to find. I seem to be on the 88th, this is a lucky number. Xiaoping looked at the game information and casually walked toward the 88th. He immediately discovered that too many students gathered on the 88th, not only the students of the 36th class, but also the students of other classes, and even a large number of girls. They surrounded this platform, and the 3 floors were dense and screaming, but the other platforms were only 3 or 2 kittens, which seemed very sad. It seems that most of the audience has been attracted to this place, and there is no way. The person who called this competition is called Zhou Tian. The other party is the school grass of the 95th middle school. It is liked by countless little girls, equivalent to the campus idol. Popularity. Not to mention Xiaoping, Jiang Yaru's rumored boyfriend. This time is simply a battle between rivals. Whether it is topical or wonderful, is not comparable to other games. Many students want to see the scum male in this legend. Let the school flowers are pregnant, pedaling a dozen boats, and starting to play a woman's at the age of 9. What is great? Come on, Zhou Tian is coming. A girl screamed, and suddenly caused a lot of girls to cheer. I saw a young man walking in the distance, wearing a white suit, handsome, hair waxed, looks very chic, just like Prince Charming. This person is Zhou Tian. Behind him, he followed dozens of followers, and he was so vast that compared with ordinary students, he was simply a standing. Step aside. Zhou Tian said coldly to a group of spectators in front of him. He screamed, and the crowd around him was like an army. He immediately separated a road and let him go into the ring. The students around are even more admired. It is the existence of the school king. This domineering is not comparable to ordinary students. Many young girls are even more screaming. With a bang, Zhou Tian slammed and the whole ground vibrated. There were 2 clearly visible footprints. The concrete floor creaked and there were more than a dozen cracks. At the same time, it produced terrible jumping power and jumped a dozen meters at once. The height of. When he banged, he landed on the platform, and it was as light as a goose, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 38. You are not an opponent. It's so strong, it's too strong. Is this the master of the 6-day martial arts? If you jump, you can jump a dozen meters, and you will have a lot of power in a single punch. It's too horrible. A group of students was shocked. It was just this hand that surpassed many students. These ordinary people and such geniuses simply couldn't compare, and the gap was too far. He just told us to let it go, not worried that it would hinder him from entering the game, but that we would be obstructed in front of him, hurt by the wind that he jumped, too gentle. A girl is crazy about it. Oh my god, it's so careful, 2 men. The boyfriend is bursting, such a man is the real school grass. Sure enough, Zhou Tian is the star of our school. I have fallen in love with him. When I see his majestic men, I can't sleep at night. It's almost hard. Get up. Many students shouted. They were all killed by Zhou Tian, and they are the top masters of the school. They are not the ones outside. They are comparable. What is this person? Do you know the shame? Even if you sneak into the audience at this time, you don't know a little rules. A student is dissatisfied, he is half dead, Thinking that Xiaoping is the kind of squatting in the gap, I want to occupy the audience around the audience. After all, too many people come here to watch it. It is very difficult to find a location. Southwest, the first place to go is the location. If the position is robbed, it can only stand outside and use the live video software of the mobile phone to watch it live. This is of course different from the feeling of watching it on the spot. Another student immediately said, he is not an audience, but Zhou Tai's opponent Xiaoping. What? This kid is Xiaoping. A group of students looked at the past curiously, because this is Jiang Yaru's rumored boyfriend, or Zhou Tai's rival. It is said that this time, in order to deal with this guy, he also relied on the school's relationship to change the order of the game. The purpose is to give this Xiaoping a profound lesson. For such legendary figures, the students on the scene are all curious. It seems that this guy is ordinary, his feet are exaggerated, and the foundation of the martial arts is not solid at all. It is not a great character at all. Such a person is also an opponent of Zhou Taiyan. Just kidding. Of course not an opponent. Zhou Taiyan came to deal with him, just to warn. What kind of character Jiang Yaru is, it is not that this kid can be finger-dyed. So there is only one purpose for Zhou's big shot this time, that is, playing. Playing this kid can't take care of himself and never dare to appear in front of Jiang Yaru. Hey, poor guy, who is offended who is not good, actually dared to offend Zhou Taiyan. It is estimated that Zhou Degu has another purpose, that is, killing chickens and monkeys. By this opportunity, I warn other people who want to use Jiang Yaru's brains. This kid is just a target. After today, I may never see this Xiaoping again. Many students are merciful and look at Xiaoping who step by step. They don't think that Xiaoping has any odds. After all, Zhou Taiyan is still a character. It is the general existence of the school king. At least, the strength is at least 10 in the school. Where is an ordinary student? Even if this kid is lucky, he will be favored by the school flower, and he will use the rhetoric to win the heart of the school flower, but the strength is strength, and it is not allowed to falsify. Once on the downfall, this Xiaoping estimated that a punch was beaten by Zhou Taiyan. At this time, Xiaoping stepped up the step step by step, the action was ordinary, so he came up to the stage, standing in front of Zhou Taiyan, the two separated by 5 or 6 meters, so far away. Zhou Taiyan held his hands and looked at Xiaoping indifferently. I didn't expect you to dare to come up and down, not scared to escape with your tail, but it is a bit courageous. But don't think that I will be merciful. Before I said it, I will definitely give you a lesson, let you see the gap between genius and mortal, and let you realize that there is an insurmountable gap between us. When you wait, you clench your teeth and close your eyes. This will reduce your physical damage. Otherwise, your bones will be interrupted by me. It is chilling to reveal the murderousness of his words between his words. Before Xiong Beishan also talked to me like this. As a result, he was beaten by me and was taken away by the teacher. He was unconscious and was lying in the hospital for a week. Xiaoping said lightly. Hey, Xiong Beishan counts something, and it matches my Zhou Taiyan. Zhou Taiyan sneered aloud, my Zhou Taiyan has penetrated 6 meridians, which is the strongest of the 6-day martial arts. The intermediate martial arts Waiwekwen practiced to perfection, and the strength can at least rank in the top 10 of the school. Xiong Heaven is nothing, a coward who is a little bit of strength. He didn't deal with him before. It was he who didn't threaten him and let him run rampant in school. A mortal like you, the horizon is really too small, and how do you know the world of martial arts? I was lucky enough to worship the strongman of a military situation 3 years ago and join the Wuwei boxing hall to listen to him. In the boxing gym, I fought with many teachers and brothers, honed my fists, and even went out to the wild with the masters, killing monsters, being hurt, seeing blood, and reaching the 6-day martial arts so quickly. Greenhouse flowers like yours, let alone the realm of the 4 heavens of the martial arts, even if you reach the 6 realms of the martial arts, how is the strength in me the same? Life and death, kill me, as simple as stepping on an ant. In a sentence, he showed his unparalleled self-confidence and completely crushed Xiaoping. Referee. Speaking of this, Zhou Taiyan turned to the next referee, announced the game, I don't want to waste so much time. In this waste, I have more important things to do, understand? Well, the game begins. The referee teacher also nodded and immediately announced the start of the game. When the voice just fell, Zhou Taiyan shot, and with a bang, he slammed his feet, and the momentum of the whole body skyrocketed. It was like an unsurpassable mountain, full of thick and solid atmosphere, and he was overbearing. Intermediate Martial Arts Wuyue Boxing, Taishan Top. Chapter 39 The Power of a Punch. A fist hit. Zhou Taiyan's fist broke out with a horrible force, and it actually produced a gas explosion directly in the air. It was like a mountaintop, so the power did not know how much stronger than the bear bully. Even the students under the ring can feel the dignity of this boxing. Thick and thick, there is nowhere to hide, and the horrible punches spread throughout the ring. It's terrible. This is Zhou's Wuyue boxing. It's a punch. Even if a buffalo has to be beaten into a bolognese, it's divided and killed. One student admired, "What bears the sky is heard to be a natural power. It's extremely fierce, but it's not like a big brother, even a fart. This kid is finished, just this punch, it is enough to shock the heart, scare him to the body cannot move." Someone shook his head, very pity to look at Xia Ping. "I still want to fight with Zhou to go. I really don't even know how to write." It is estimated that after this time he will never dare to learn martial arts again. This is the gap between genius and mortal. Many students are sneer at Xia Ping. No one thinks that Xia Ping has the hope of victory. The only ending is that he will be sent to the hospital and it will take a long time to come out. "Zhou Taiyan, you are so disappointing to me, you don't know what is called martial arts." Xia Ping sighed, his mental strength spread over 20 meters, and he understood Zhou Taiyan every move. Although it seems to others that Zhou Taiyan's attack is flawless and terrifying, but under his mental power, the flaws are simply numerous, just like children. In fact, I don't blame Zhou Taiyan. It's true that Xia Ping is now much stronger than before. After the Black Moon City line, his strength has grown rapidly, he has seen blood, killed people, and martial arts have reached a state of supernaturalism. The spiritual power possessed by the military is not comparable to that of ordinary students. Boom. The dragon of the five shapes boxing, Shenlong goes out to sea. Xia Ping clenched his fists and slammed his fists. In an instant, as if the whole space had resounded through the dragon's shackles, the airflow seemed to condense the prototype of the dragon, exuding the supreme majesty and shocking the heart. The students around the ring were feeling bloody, vibrating, and the heart beat fiercely. The air produced ripples visible to the naked eye. They were almost screamed by the void. What is this? Zhou Taiyan's face changed greatly. He only thought that Xia Ping's fist was extremely horrible, just attacking the place where his Wuyue boxing was flawed, so that he had almost no way to defend. Even the power of this boxing is terrible, like a dragon, a condescending, shocking the world, it is so powerful and horrible that it is not capable. With a bang, Zhou Taiyan couldn't resist it. The whole man's chest was taken by this boxing. It was like a rock, and it burst into a huge force like a flood. What? He could not help but scream, spit out of blood, ribs broke 3 or 4, the body was like a ball flying out, but Zhou Taiyan's body flew in the air. Xia Ping suddenly jumped up. He turned into a white crane, which produced a powerful jumping power. He jumped into the air in an instant. He was a foot, like a dike, stepping on Zhou Taiyan's chest. With a slamming sound, Zhou Taiyan's body smashed from the sky and immediately pulled out a humanoid hole in the platform of the titanium alloy metal. Immediately after, the entire platform caused a huge shock, many people were directly shaken out of the chair, and the titanium alloy platform also appeared a crack, and even split the platform into 2 halves, making a creaking sound. Is this a five-shaped fist? A group of students squinted their eyes and were scared to death. They also learned the five-shaped boxing, but they were just ordinary boxing, but they thought that the five-shaped box had such a fierce and unparalleled power. It's just a punch, but it's like a rock in a rock. The dragon is roaring. The mountain collapses. It's easy to smash the defense of Zhou Taishan and make him a dead dog. Is this still something that people can resist? Both Yang Wei and Gao Wan are scared of urine. When Xia Ping became so abnormal, it seems to be more than a few times more horrible than a week ago. The whole humanoid Tyrannosaurus is just terrible. The classmates of the 36th class are also big glasses. This is not the Xia Ping they know. This is already a real martial arts master, and has the embryonic form of the martial arts master. The referee teacher was also stunned. How did he want to get a student from the district, and he actually mastered such a terrible martial arts, and even the collapsed stage was beaten up? Yu. Zhou Taiyan struggled. He looked at Xia Ping with shock. He seemed to see this man for the first time. He had severe pain in his body. More than a dozen ribs broke and his lungs were severely damaged. He couldn't believe this fact. He was a strongman of the 6-day martial arts. How could the other party defeat himself with a punch? What was the power just now? You are not a martial artist. I have already been promoted to the realm of the Wu Five Heavens. Zhou Tian stared at Xiaoping, his eyes were bleeding, and his fists were pinched. I said, you don't know what martial arts is. Xiaoping took the hand and stood up. Worship a master of the martial arts, practice to the 6 heavens of the martial arts, go out to the city to kill the monsters, see the blood, a little combat experience, you are very strong. It's just that you are complacent. You Zhou Tian is just a frog at the bottom of the well. This world is bigger than you think. When I heard Xiaoping's condescending, Zhou Tian was mad. These words were all told by Xiaoping before. I didn't expect it to be returned by the original words. This is to play my face. Thoroughly humiliate yourself. If he can easily defeat Xiaoping, then this is nothing, but now he is being looked down on by Xiaoping, who is despised by himself. Doesn't it mean that everything he does is useless? Is he simply a waste? What he said was simply a shit. If so, what position does he have to teach Xiaoping, and what qualifications despise Xiaoping? Xiaoping, give me to die. Zhou Tian's face was distorted, and the body's infuriating, like a mad, slamming sound, he rushed over, like a tiger, desperate. Even if he is fighting for his life, he will tear this Xiaoping. It's too ugly, let's go. Xiaoping took a shot and penetrated all the movements of Zhou Tian. He shot quickly like a thunder and lightning. At the same time, he contained the power of terror, and the emptiness of the slap in the face of Zhou Tian's face. With a bang, Zhou Tian's body was rotated 5 or 6 times in the air, and 3 of the front teeth flew out, mixed with blood, and his face quickly became red and swollen. Chapter 40 Have you served? Awkwardly, Zhou Tian fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, white eyes, his face red and swollen like a pig's head, no longer as handsome as before. At this point, he had been unable to move, and his body was full of severe pain. Zhou Tian, have you served? Xiaoping was condescending, so he looked down on him. Ah, I don't accept it, I don't accept it. Zhou Tian screamed in anger, he wanted to attack Xiaoping, but he couldn't even lift a finger. Shame, this is simply a shame. He is a tyrant of Zhou Tian, the strongest of the 6-day martial arts. He is called the School King. He has dozens of younger brothers and many admirers. He was defeated by a hybrid that he couldn't look down on. He was even humiliated and even his face was swollen. It is. I ask, how can he endure such a result, how can he be affected? Seeing Zhou Tian's grief and indignation, the audience around him felt empathy and sympathy. Too much, if you win, even if you still humiliate Zhou Tian. That is, this Xiaoping's character is too bad, it is simply awkward. People. Isn't it? Everyone is the same school, actually doing this kind of thing. I have one, and I still ask people to dissatisfy. This is clearly assault in people's wounds. Many students are talking about it, roaring Xiaoping, and feel that he is doing too much. Noisy. Xiaoping stood on the top of the ring, standing with his hands on his back, and glanced at the audience around him. I don't want to roll up to play a game, I can even let you have one hand. He was sneer in his heart, and Zhou Tian humiliated him, and he was not allowed to humiliate Zhou Tian. Why? Is it because he is a top student, because he looks handsome and has a good family background, so he should be humiliated? It's just a joke. If you have the courage to provoke him, you have to bear the consequences. This. The students around are afraid to speak. They all feel the horrible momentum emanating from Xiaoping. It is like a tiger, and it is terrible to choose people. Even Zhou Tian, the strongest of the 6-day martial arts, couldn't stop the man's punch. It's like taking a fly, and Zhou Tian slaps the slap, and even the titanium alloy metal has cracks. What is this? Terror. If these ordinary students go up and estimate that the other party is sighing, they will be seriously injured. Going up is to find death, so no one dares to go up. Everyone is silent and afraid to speak. Is there? Does anyone dare to come up and do it with me? Xiaoping stood shoulder to hand and glanced around the audience. The tone contained supreme majesty. Is it you, or you? He immediately pointed to the 3 students who had been screaming loudest. At the same time, his mental strength was crushed, and this terrible spiritual power covered the 3 students. Immediately, the 3 students felt a horrible temper, as if there was a tiger. Come over, bite off their necks, the illusion is extremely realistic. They are just ordinary students. The flowers in the greenhouse, where they have seen such a terrible scene, suddenly scared that the heart has collapsed. No, no, not me, not me. Forgive me, spare me. The 3 students screamed, and they panicked. They were scared to go back and forth, their bodies were squatting, their trousers were wet, and they fell on their seats and did not dare to move. Scared of urine? The audience around me was stunned. It was just because of the Xiaoping's glance, and she was scared to this extent. How terrible is this guy, or is it human? The students around were stunned and looked at Xiaoping's eyes, and could not help but show fear. No timid class. Xiaoping looked at the students in a faint look. I just dare to call me with this ability. Calling you, the bed is very loud, but you can't do it with real guns. I am jealous, this shameless Xiaoping, too dirty. A group of students were so angry that their faces were green and trembling. They had never seen such a public insult, and it was awful to the extreme. This person is simply a scum. It's too irritating, this Xiaoping is really a scumman. This kind of person will be thundered sooner or later, everyone will wait and see. It's nothing to win, this character can't. Is there anyone who comes to clean up this campus bully? It's awful. Under the broad public, publicly adjust and play a lot of good women and men, this Xiaoping is a beast. When you are out of school, everyone will knock him on the sap. Many students are angry with the nose and smoke. They want to go to teach Xiaoping, but they are trying to measure their strength. They don't dare to move. They can only give up. But they all curse Xiaoping in private, and they just wanted to kill the bastard. Both Gao Wan and Yang Wei are stunned, Mom, and this is simply a guy who is naturally hated. It was not estimated to be directed against them. This is exactly because the character of this is too bad. The students in the 36th class are also twitching. They are also seeing Xiaoping's ability to provoke hatred. From a certain perspective, this is definitely a genius. Cough, well, don't quarrel. The referee teacher saw the situation is not good, immediately coughed a few times, announced the results of the game. Now Zhou Taiyan students have been unable to fight again. I announce that the winner is Xiaoping. No, I can still fight, but I can fight. I didn't lose, I didn't lose. Zhou Taiyan yelled, very unwilling. He did not admit that he lost to Xiaoping. It's really noisy. Awkward, Xiaoping shot, slaps and stuns Zhou Taiyan. After doing all this, he clapped his hands and was very satisfied. Now, this guy will not continue to argue. The referee teacher was speechless, and he could not blame Xiaoping for doing this. After all, he did not stun Zhou Taiyan. It is estimated that this kid is still shouting here and continues to toss. Shameless, this Xiaoping is too shameless. How can I stun Zhou big brother? This is clearly a public feud. Looking at the big brother cannot move, give him a visit. This is revenge, clearly retaliation. The shameless to the extreme bastard, the danger of swearing. It's awful, this guy will be revenged sooner or later. A group of students cursed Xiaoping, they were stunned by Xiaoping's movements. They had never seen such a jerk, and they even shot a person who couldn't move. It was just bad to puss. Come a few people and move Zhou Taiyan away. The referee told him. Hey. Soon, several students from the following quickly lifted the unconscious Zhou Taiyan away. A few drops, Xiaoping heard the prompt sound from the system, hate value +1, hate value +1. It's not bad. I didn't expect to get more than 300 hate values in one time. It's still 100 enough to redeem the North Guardian. Xiaoping touched his chin. It seems that it is still bad. Chapter 41 Invincible is too lonely. Zhou Taiyan was defeated by Xiaoping and soon spread throughout the school. The big upset, shocking and unpopular, Zhou Taiyan was defeated. The person who defeated him is the scum male Xiaoping. I am going to go, isn't that guy who is a martial artist? How can you beat Zhou Taiyan? This news is out of date, and the kid has long been promoted to the Wutu 5 heavens, and his strength is very good. I also saw the game. Zhou Taiyan was so miserable. He was swollen and his face was swollen. If he was serious, he would have to go to facelifting to restore his original appearance. It is said that the humiliation is shameless. Even if Zhou Taiyan has no power to fight back, he will be beaten, humiliated, and spit. If it is not for the teacher to stop it in time, it is estimated that he must kill him. Birds, have a hand for a person who has no power to fight back. Is he a demon? Many students have been talking about it, and they are very shocked by this news. They swept the whole school in an instant, and almost no one knows no one. No way, Zhou Taiyan's reputation is too big. It is called the Prince Charming of the 95th Middle School. It is still the school king, the idol's general existence. This time the championship is hot. The whole game is full of heated discussions, and the attention of other games is much less. Half an hour later, the second game began. This time, 128 people have been eliminated, and the number of downfalls has also been reduced by half. The stadium is also half empty. This time a bunch of people gathered on the platform of the 75th, because this game is the match between Xiaoping and another opponent, who is very curious about how much strength Xiaoping has. The opponent is a bald head, full of muscles and looks very tall. He has a 5-day repair of the martial arts. When he sees so many people watching his game, he feels a little flattered and the vanity is greatly satisfied. Blur, kill Xiaoping, don't make him so arrogant. That is, the swelling of Xiaoping's face, and finally his aunt does not recognize the kind. Bloom, I support you, you must beat him. That Xiaoping is simply a beast, you don't beat him, are you still a person? A group of students desperately support the bald students. They are more mad than Xiaoping. The kid is simply a devil, a shameless, and lawless. How can a shameless person like this support someone? Therefore, they all hope that someone can give a good lesson to this Xiaoping, and give them a bad breath. When I heard these support, the bald student got the spur of the extreme. When was he so popular, such support, such cheers, it was like a big hero. He stared at Xiaoping, pinched his fist and squeaked, yelling, Xiaoping, you. Before the bald students talked, Xiaoping waved his hand and said, don't talk to me, don't tell your name. I don't have any interest in you. Anyway, you are the one that can be solved with a fist. Remembering your name is a waste of time and wastes brain capacity. Even Zhou Taiyan, the strongest of the 6-day martial arts, was easily defeated by him. This opponent's martial arts is even more of an opponent than a 5-day martial art. What did you say? The bald student's nose was discouraged, and almost all of his head was smoking. The inner ear was so angry that his face was flushed. In front of this boy, he was actually a small character with no name to remember. Even if you look down on people, give me a limit. The audience around me was a bit stunned. Although I knew that Xiaoping was extremely arrogant, I didn't expect it to be so arrogant. Even the names of people are too lazy to remember, too much to look down on. Xiaoping, you said that you can solve me with a punch, what a joke. The bald student is crazy and angry. This time I must crush you, interrupt your limbs, let you see and see me. Great. With a bang, the referee announced that he was like a hungry wolf, and his voice was fierce. His hands were like wolf claws, tearing the air, while his feet were shaking and his figure was flashing. He is proficient in the middle-level martial arts Hungry Wolf 18 styles, each of which is a killing trick, possesses the power of horror, moves quickly and strangely, cultivates into a deep realm, and when it is clawed down, it can tear the mountain. Hey! In the twinkling of an eye, there were 5 or 6 bald students in the entire ring, and each of them was like a hungry wolf, exuding a fierce momentum. Although he was only a person, he was played by the power of the wolves, enough to shred all the prey. However, this speed, in the face of the world of Dafa, is simply a pediatrics. His self-righteous speed, in the eyes of Xiaoping, is simply slow like a baby. Boom. The summer plane is expressionless. It is just a punch. It is light and heavy. It is silent and penetrates the shadows of countless hungry wolves. It is so stunned to hit the heads of the bald students, and thousands of pounds of giant power broke out. The flood of the levy is general. What? The bald student's pupil reveals a terrified look, making a scream of screams, his head being deformed, his nose being instantly discounted, and the whole person being bombarded like a ball. With a bang, he flew directly in the air for 20 or 30 meters, and finally the hard-growing cockroach was outside the ring, causing an exclamation from the surrounding audience. Then the bald student's neck stunned and he was unconscious on the spot. The students around me were silent, stunned, and no longer able to scream. It was really a punch that defeated the bald student, and did not even support for a second. Although this kid is a bit arrogant, this strength is not fake. I have said it for a long time, this is a thing that can be solved with one punch. Xiaoping stood shoulder to hand and revealed the appearance of a martial artist, but he does not blame him, not that he is weak, but that I am too strong. It is estimated that the whole school can't find a punch that can catch me. Is this the feeling of invincibility? Too lonely. There was a sense of loneliness in his body. It seemed that the martial arts master standing on the top of the mountain seemed to be playing invincible in the world and could not find an opponent. I am going to go and say that this guy is fat and still really breathing. It is also a martial art 5-day guy who dares to say that he is invincible. This school is better than him, and some are. Mom, I want to beat people for the first time. Is there anyone who wants to go to fight him, and quickly report to the police? The scene is almost out of control. A group of students were mad at Xiaoping's arrogant attitude, and the hatred value soared. A martial art 5-day-old dared to say that he was invincible. The entire school could not find a punch. Chapter 42 Paiyun Pom. But no matter how angry these students are, the opponents of the third game and the fourth game are only the students of the Wushu Five Heavens. They were also beaten by Xiaoping, and they could not resist for a second. In this way, Xiaoping directly entered the top 16. Drip. At this time, the voice of the system's prompt came, "Congratulations to the host, attracting a lot of hatred, this time to get 453 hatred value. I hope the host will continue to work hard." Xiaoping's eyes flashed, 453 hate values. Plus the previous ones, then I am not able to redeem the first layer of the North Guardian bodywork. Yes, the host, is it now redeemed? System Road. Xiaoping nodded, exchange it. He also wants to try how amazing this magic is. Rumble. In the twinkling of an eye, there was a warm current in his body, and there seemed to be a loud voice in his mind. There is a fish in the north, and it is called a dragonfly. It's big, I don't know how many thousands of miles. It's a bird, it's called Peng. The back of Peng, I don't know how many thousands of miles. I'm flying, my wings are like clouds. A sentence of martial arts is flowing in his mind, and countless mysterious esoteric groups are integrated into his body. Immediately, he seems to have instinctively grasped the cultivation method of this North Guardian. This is the North Guardian body. Xiaoping's eyes flashed. When he felt that he was running this mysterious method, the body was surging, and there appeared to be a thin layer of true gas protection on the body surface. The hood, as if flowing water, covers every corner of the body, emitting strange and wonderful fluctuations. Just this layer of true gas shield, he felt that the defense is extremely powerful. It seems that even if the laser gun bombardment on his body, it will be weakened. If it reaches a very high level, even if it is bombarded by missiles, it is estimated to be unscathed. However, if there is any power in this practice, if you don't try it, you won't know. Xiaoping touched his chin. Right, the next game is the 16th. It's better to try this. The law is good. After half an hour, the venue was finished, only 16 huge downfalls appeared, and the other platforms were carried away. Now, after a morning duel, the list of the top 16 schools has been born. Xiaoping stood on the top of the ring, and the opponents did not seem to be the former fish, able to enter the top 16, each has the strength of the top 10 in the school. This time his opponent, named Tao Liang, the strongest of the 6-day martial arts, practicing intermediate martial arts, is a martial arts strongman who claims to be no less than Zhou Taiyan. Tao Yun, I heard that your strength is no less than Zhou Taiyan. Xiaoping asked Tao Yun. Suddenly, Tao Yun was a bit flattered, because this slammed on the stage, never talked to the opponent, it was a punch, a fierce mess, and now actually talked to himself, but also called his own name. I don't know why, he actually felt a little bit of a deer's feeling of colliding. Suddenly he yelled, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Yes, it's no less than Zhou Taiyan. Do you have any opinions?" Not what I said, everyone. That's what it says. At the end of the day, he was a little weak and looked very lacking. There is no way to blame this. Xiaoping is too ferocious, even the strongest such as Zhou Taiyan, have been beaten like this, is not the enemy of this kid. It is said that Zhou Taiyan has been sent to a nearby hospital for emergency rescue. The ribs have been broken 13 times, and the lungs are severely damaged. They can't get out of bed for a month. Even if he is quite confident, he believes that he does not lose to Zhou Taiyan by his own strength, but in the face of this unreasonable Xiaoping, he still has no confidence. Seeing this, Tao Yun's face is small, Xiaoping is also a bit speechless, so it looks like he is a gray wolf bullying a white rabbit, posing hand, "Don't be afraid, I will not bully you." Things it's like this. It's too boring to beat the enemy with a punch, so I can't lift my interest. Like this, I am standing here and not moving, you come to hit me, as long as I can lay down the downfall, even if you win. he said his decision. What? Tao Yun was so stunned that he couldn't understand the meaning of Xiaoping. What did he say? He said that he would let him beat him and still stand here. Is this kid crazy? He didn't understand it, but the audience around him understood it all, and all of them were upset. I am going to go. Xiaoping wants to go against the sky. Standing here, don't move, let the opponent fight what he wants to go to. He is only a 5-day martial art. In the face of a 6-day opponent of the martial arts, he dares to be so arrogant. Since he wants to die, he will fulfill him. I don't know the dead guys, it seems that the head is in the paste. I really think that I am a strong player in the military. Standing here does not move, it is estimated that a punch will be used to scrap this Xiaoping. Tao Yun, kill him, when he is hot with his head, this is a great opportunity. To defeat a fool, although it is a victory, but this person is no problem with Xiaoping, who makes him oh. Many students are stunned, all of them are very angry, this kid cannot afford to play a new trick, before defeating the enemy with a punch, humiliating the enemy. Now, even the fists are too lazy to move, let the opponent fight. The classmates of the 36th class, including Gao Wan and Yang Wei, were also stunned. I feel that this kid is crazy. Even if he is arrogant, he has to be a little limited. How much do you despise? You, are you talking about it? Tao Yun looked at Xiaoping with a little suspicion. It wouldn't be a trap. Although it is standing still, but when I am attacking the past, I will attack myself. Xiaoping said impatiently, you can't fight in the end. If you don't fight, I will hit you and break your 5 ribs. He stared fiercely at Tao Yun. Being scared. Tao Yun was so scared that he was half dead, his face was white, and he nodded again and again. I am playing, this is playing. At this time, the referee announced the start. With a bang, Tao Yun immediately rushed up, took a palm to shoot, and displayed the first type of flowing water in the palm of the cloud. The whole air surged like a flowing water, producing terrible power. Xiaoping stood in the same place and stood still motionless. I still stand here and don't move, let me play. Upon seeing it, Tao Yun was overjoyed. If this is the case, then he must have a chance to overcome this time. After all, he is the strongest of the 6-day martial arts. How can a person who fights a 5-day martial art, who can't move, how can he win? Since the other party is guilty, it is no wonder that he is. Boom. A palm of the hand, the bombardment of the slap in the body of Xiaoping, the power of the palm of the cloud immediately broke out, making a sound like a morning bell and drum. The entire ring seems to be shaken by the power of this palm, roaring. Chapter 43 Crashing and Crying. It's awesome. One student was shocked. Tao Yun estimates that this martial art has been cultivated to the perfect state. With one palm in the past, it contains the ultimate feminine power, and the destructive power is extremely terrifying. One palm is shot on the rock of half height. It is estimated that it's hard to say that the strength of the martial arts is comparable to that of Zhou Tian, and this hand is not covered. Isn't it? Another tall student is also shocked and screaming. Although Tao Yun looks very weak, but at least the strongest of the 6-day martial arts, this power is not an ordinary student. Compared with this, Xiaoping is so arrogant, and certainly has suffered. If the two sides engage in war, Xiaoping has the hope of winning, but hard to pick up this palm. Even if the strongest of the martial arts 7 heavens must be seriously injured on the spot, carry on the treatment. This Xiaoping is dead, and he has to go to the hospital for a few months. It's so good. Finally, someone can teach the bully and avenge Zhou's big brother. This is God's eyes open, let the kids head into the paste. Many students are overjoyed and stunned by Xiaoping on the platform. However, in fact, Xiaoping did not have anything at all. When Tao Yun slaps on his body, he is immediately resisted by a layer of genuine gas shield. This unique gas shield constantly vibrates, and the power of Tao Yun's hand is weakened and transmitted to every corner of Xiaoping's body, forming a strange shock and tempering the body. Even that power was absorbed by Xiaoping, as if Peng Peng absorbed water. Not only did this force not cause any harm to him, but it also greatly increased his strength. It's so powerful, is this the North Guardian? It's too strong. Xiaoping's eyes showed a glimmer of light, even though he knew from the system that this martial art was extremely powerful, it was the supreme bodywork. But when he really saw the true power of this practice, he was still taken aback. After all, the power of Tao Yun's palm is not covered. It's the pinnacle of the 6 strong martial arts. The average student has to shun the palm of his hand. But now that I am standing in the same place, I can easily resist this move without moving, but I can imagine how strange this work is. Are you okay? Tao Yun was a bit stunned and looked at Xia Ping, who stood in front of his eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes. Even the strongest of the 7-day martial arts face his own palm, and he was seriously injured. But what is this kid doing? Actually still standing in front of myself, no fart, the most weird, revealing a look of enjoyment. It is terrible. Continue to come, is your strength only this level? Xia Ping stood in the same place, standing with his hands, motionless, still looking at Tao Yun with contempt. He still wants to try this great power of the North Guardian. It is just the power of a palm. It is not enough. Awful, look at the trick. Tao Yun's face was red, and it was irritated. If he even stood in the same place and let his own beating people fight unbeaten, wouldn't that mean that his 10 years of practicing martial arts were in vain? He immediately swelled a powerful momentum, struggling to make a step forward, and made the outskirts of the clouds, the moon-wearing clouds, the clouds and the rain, and the mountains and the sea. Hey! Each palm contains a huge amount of horror, and it is bombarded in Xia Ping. This kind of power is even a piece of rock that has to be made into a powder. The ordinary students have to slam a record, and they have to be seriously injured and fell into the ground. The surrounding audience can feel that the power of the pottery that each of Tao Yun exerts is absolutely not false, and one palm is enough to kill a tiger. Putting it into the millennium, the martial arts was not prosperous. This is already the strength of the martial arts masters. Not bad. Xia Ping stood in the same place, but it was motionless, feeling the feeling of each palm bombarding himself. Although such power can seriously hurt ordinary students, it is useless for him to cultivate the North Ming body. When this horrible force is bombarded on your body, it is immediately transformed into a strange shock, tempering your body, and constantly stimulating your body's potential. He only felt a warm stream in the body. It seemed that the energy of the golden potion hidden in his body was finally thoroughly stimulated, quenching the body and strengthening the infuriating body. It took at least a week to digest the absorbed energy, but under the attack of Tao Yun, it allowed him to absorb it in a short time, and the body became stronger in a little bit. Sure enough, this North Guardian is a supreme auxiliary practice. If you are beaten, it will enhance the efficiency of the body to absorb energy, and even the effect of quenching the body. It is too strong. Xia Ping is satisfied with the extreme. He feels the body is crisp. Crisp. Hemp. There is a constant flow of energy, and the body is growing. The attack on the other side is like a hammer. Not only does it not hurt itself, but it helps itself exclude impurities from the body. How is it possible? You have nothing at all, just kidding. Tao Yun took a few palms in a row and displayed the instinct of the whole body. He showed the singularity of the palm of the cloud. He had some physical exhaustion. He thought that the other party would not be dead, and he would be seriously injured. He still has some faint regrets. Is it too heavy to shoot himself? But after he finished playing, he discovered that this kid is still standing still in the same place. He has no fart, and he has not even moved one step. There is something fart, your palm is weak like a girl, how can it make me have something? Xia Ping held his hand and stood still looking at Tao Yun so faintly. This. Upon hearing this, Tao Yundao's heart collapsed, his face rose red, and he made a full-fledged row of palms. In front of this man, he was weak and like a girl. How is this possible? Still standing here, continue to use force, I have not enjoyed enough, continue to help me massage. Xia Ping urged, it is rare to have the opportunity to test the power of the North Ming body, he does not want to miss. After being beaten like this a few times, he can quickly digest the energy of the golden potion in the body. In a few days, Dan Tian is full of gas, and he can break through the 6th meridian and reach the realm of the 6 heavens. No, my Paiyun palm is not helping you massage. I am strong, not a girl. Upon hearing this, Tao Yun burst into tears, wow, crying, watery eyes, finally can't stand it. You bully people. Dropping this sentence, he actually collapsed and fled from the ring, crying. Chapter 44 successfully entered the quarterfinals. Seeing that Tao Yunxia was crying from the ring, and a pair of people who had been blown down completely, Xia Ping looked speechless. Although this guy seems to be a small one, it is also a strongman of the 6th heaven of the Wushu. It is so hard to fight. He turned to look at the referee next to him. The referee, what should I do? The referee next to him was also the first to encounter such a thing. In the previous stage of the competition, there were serious injuries, those who were beaten down, and those who thought they were defeated. But it has never been scared to cry, but instead fled from the ring. Today is really a rising opinion. Well, Taoyuan left the ring, as if it was automatic admission. Xiaoping won. The referee was also a veteran, and his eyes turned and immediately found the explanation of the rules of the ring, and announced the results of the game. However, this result has caused the confusion of the surrounding audience. Devil, this Xiaoping is definitely a demon. The Taoyuan is so scared and crying, this guy's heart is too dark. He must be deliberate. In order to completely humiliate his opponent, he deliberately does not shoot, let the other side attack, but how to play is useless. Is there a more desperate fact than this? If I stand on the ring, I guess it will collapse and cry. This is too cruel. In order to enjoy the fun of the game, this guy can't satisfy him even with a boxing defeat. Now it is a step up, even the enemy's heart is defeated, and the enemy's dignity is trampled worthless. He is not a demon, who is a demon? No wonder I can make a school flower. I still have more than a dozen boats on the outside of the school. I have made several high school girls pregnant. With such a means, which woman has to be recruited? But I haven't heard the story of this kid before, it seems very low-key. Hey, haven't you heard a word? Rabbits don't eat grass in the nest. This kid must know that he can't make things big in his own nest. He only shot people outside the school, and he has been acting low-key. But he can't stand the rohua of the school flower Jiang Yaru. Finally, the devil's palm was extended to the school flower. I didn't expect the matter to be revealed. The old things that were inferior were exposed. This Xiaoping, everyone has to be stunned. Many students in the downfall were extremely angry. They all regarded Xiaoping as a public enemy of the whole school. Everyone wanted to beat the who was arrogant to the limit in the ring. Hearing the sounds around him, Xiaoping felt that he was speechless. He just wanted to test the North Ming Guardian. How did he become a demon who likes to trample on the dignity of others? Moreover, I have peddled more than a dozen boats, and I have let several high school girls get pregnant and countless flowers. Which rumor is this bastard? Why didn't he know that he had done this kind of thing? However, Xiaoping heard the system constantly reminding him of the hate value, and he was too lazy to explain it. Anyway, this seems to be no bad thing for him. At most, the reputation is stinking. Half an hour later, the list of the top 8 finally came out, including Xiaoping, and even Jiang Yaru. No way, Jiang Yaru is a true martial genius, the arrogant woman of heaven. To some extent, she is the first master of the 95th middle school and has reached the realm of the 7th heaven of the martial arts. It is rumored that she will be able to break through to the 8th heavens of the martial arts. This kind of achievement is very promising even if it is admitted to Yanhuang University, so her reputation is only in the middle of the 95th middle school. Jiang Yaru can not only have beautiful appearance, but also the strength is second to none, so there are many fans in the school, and even many school girls are her admirers. It can be said that she is the real champion of the school fighting competition, even Zhou Taiyan is far less than her. Xiaoping also entered the quarterfinals, and was promoted to the Wutu 5 heavens. Even Zhou Taiyan was beaten by him. When Jiang Yaru heard the news, he was terrified and stunned. She didn't think that Xiaoping would suddenly have reached this level. When was this man already excellent to this point? Was it before playing pigs and eating tigers? Now it really opened the pigskin. What is the appearance of the tiger? Not only Jiang Yaru was surprised, even the students in the 36th class were terrified, and I don't know why this is always the ordinary Xiaoping, who will be so fierce to this level. This is simply a fantasy. How can this be? Jiang Yaru's girlfriend Liang Xiaoxue could not believe it. When she heard the name, she thought it was the same name, or it was wrong, but repeatedly confirmed that Xiaoping did enter the quarterfinals. Her face was very ugly, and she was eliminated when she was in the 32nd. The poor boy actually had the ability to enter the quarterfinals and defeated Zhou Taiyan. Doesn't that mean that the other person is above himself? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but pinch her fists. She was extremely reluctant. Jiang Yaru, who lost to the genius, even now, but now she lost even a poor boy. What is this? When it's over, can we still take revenge? Among them, Gao Wan and Yang Wei were even more bitter. They were the most scared. They both started from Xiaoping and played with Zhou Taiyan. They saw that Xiaoping had been beaten up. But after each game, their hearts sank, and when they entered the quarterfinals, they finally understood that they seemed to be not at the same level as Xiaoping. If this continues, can this guy really get into Yanhuang University? Both Gao Wan and Yang Wei couldn't help but think of this in their hearts. But the more you think about it, the more desperate you are. It seems that this way, they have no hope of revenge, and the gap between the two will become bigger and cannot be made up. Before, Xiaoping looked up to himself, but now they are looking at Xiaoping. Xiong Beishan also received the news. His face was very gloomy, the surrounding atmosphere was very depressed, and the students around him did not dare to approach, for fear of touching him. Because he did not even enter the quarterfinals, he was eliminated by others when he was in the top 16, but Xiaoping defeated Zhou Tian and entered the quarterfinals. It is said that he did not say anything at the time, turned and left, and did not even watch the rest of the game. Entering the quarterfinals, the class teacher Qiu Shui also felt very surprised. Her impression of Xiaoping was just ordinary. It seems that there is no special feature. The only impression is that when the road was in talks, the student uttered madness and said that he would take Yanyan University. But it didn't take long for the students to enter the school's top 8, which is simply incredible. Don't he say that he was low-key before, and did not show his true level? Now because of Jiang Yara's business, he finally showed some skill. The class teacher Qiu Shui couldn't help but think like this. Chapter 45 Tiger Fighter. The quarterfinals. Xiaoping stood on the ring, while another opponent called Goldman Sachs, the strongest of the six-day martial arts, is also a frequent visitor to the top 10 of the school, and had a great reputation before. The students around them were holding their breath and watching the battle between the two. Xiaoping. Goldman stared at Xiaoping and pinched his fist. I don't know how you beat Zhou Tian, and you don't know what kind of means you used, but don't think you can beat me so easily. My Goldman Sachs practiced the intermediate martial arts Tiger Tyrants, and the boxing power was fierce, but it was not comparable to those of your previous opponents. If you dare to look down on me, I can send you to the west in a punch. His face is very embarrassing, the muscles of the whole body bulge, as if the steel is poured, the whole body exudes a sly taste, such as a tiger from the depths of the jungle. In fact, he did not blow. With his practice of Tiger Fighter, the attack power was second to none in the school, and the power was strong and hegemonic. Even Bear Day had to bow down in front of him. Even if Xiaoping defeated Zhou Tian, he also had absolute confidence and would not lose to anyone. Is it a tiger punch? Xiaoping's eyes are lit up. This is good. This is good. The stronger the attack, the better. If the attack power is weak, isn't that a problem for him? What you want is an aggressive opponent. He raised his eyebrows and showed a look of contempt. He said, who can't blow? Zhou Tian also blows himself to be the first in school, but I was beaten by a punch. Hu Baquan is awesome, but people are not good at using fart. I have heard that some people will practice this Tiger Fighter to sell Mingju, do not know if you are like this. I sell your sister's cute. Hearing this, the lungs of Goldman Sachs were all mad, and the mouth of this kid was so poisonous that he was so fierce that he was so fierce that he was so arrogant. He is a top student in the school, and the strongest of the six-day martial arts. How can he cultivate a martial art that specializes in selling Meng? This is the biggest humiliation for him. Since you want to die, I will fulfill you. With a bang, when the referee announced the start, Goldman Sachs jumped out like a tiger, clenching his fists, and the muscles of his body were tight, exploding with explosive power. The infuriating air in his body seems to contain a lot of force, a punch, but Xiaoping does not evade, let the other's fist bang on himself. What? This kid didn't even evade, he wanted to commit suicide. Goldman Sachs was taken aback, but now he can't take back his strength. Boom. His fists were solidly shackled on Xiaoping's chest, and he was so energetic that he felt like a tiger, shaking the forest, and even shaking the entire platform. There was a crumbling taste. Oh, it's a pity. I thought this kid defeated Zhou Tian, and it was a good opponent. Goldman Sachs sighed in the sky. But I didn't expect his head to enter the water. He stood still and did not move. I was punched. It is estimated that he will have to go to the hospital for 4 or 5 months, and he will be able to recover after the college entrance examination. What are you calling? Xiaoping stood in the same place, running the North meditation, and felt the vibration of this powerful force. The energy in the body was quickly refining and enjoying the fast feeling of strength, but I don't know why the guy seems to have stopped and is still pretending to be a bit uncomfortable. Hey! Hearing the voice of Xiaoping, Gaosheng was shocked. What happened? Why didn't you make a scream of screaming, not being kicked by me, falling to the ground and stunned? According to the normal logic, this kid has a fist in his own, there is no reason not to be seriously injured. As far as your strength is concerned, I want to make me scream, and fall to the ground and be unconscious. Xiaoping despised, I said, your boxing method can only be used to sell Meng, and other uses are not big. Upon hearing this, Goldman Sachs was mad and shouted, impossible, I punched me, where is there someone who doesn't scream? I don't believe it. He couldn't accept this absurd fact. He was awkward, clenching his fists, like a storm, a huge fist, a fist punching on the body of Xiaoping, is simply doing his best. Hey! The bombardment of each boxing is like a morning bell and a drum, and the sound of a shocking sound is erupting, but Xiaoping is still standing in the same place, standing with his hands, and has not moved in one step, letting Goldman Sachs attack. In just 5 or 6 minutes, Goldman Sachs did not know how many punches he had smashed, 100 punches, 200 punches, or even 300 punches. But this is still nothing, but it also reveals a very enjoyable expression. It is the most powerful attacker in the school. The power of each punch is at least 3,000 kilograms. The huge vibrations temper my body and quickly refine the energy in the body. This guy is simply helping me to practice. The best candidate. Xiaoping is extremely satisfied. He feels that the instinct in his body is increasing. Dan Tian is full of enthusiasm, and there is a feeling that he is about to break through the 6th meridian and advance to the 6th-day heaven. Hey! The energy in the body is exhausted. Soon, he found that with the attack of Goldman Sachs, it seems that the effect on himself is getting weaker and weaker. At the end, there is no way to help him improve his strength. It is estimated that after this attack, his body has become accustomed to the other side's attack, and the energy of the golden potion has been refining, and it needs to be taken before it can be cultivated again. It seems that today is only the end of this. Xiaoping knows that even if he continues to fight like this, he will not be able to continue to improve his cultivation. But now Goldman Sachs is already panting, and it has collapsed. He looked at Xiaoping a little desperately. Impossible, I have been playing 200 or 300 punches. Why are you not doing anything? Are you still human? I said, your fist can only sell Meng. Xiaoping stood up and showed a high-profile style. Even if you are standing here and being beaten by you, you will not fight back. I have nothing. But you have so many punches for me, and I am also going to punch you. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, Xiaoping lifted his fist in vain, the bones creaked, the muscles were tight, the horse stepped, twisted, the force went from the bottom to the top, the passage of the section, the air turbulence. He slammed into the Goldman Sachs, like a meteorite, a powerful, unbeatable, slap on the chest of Goldman Sachs. What? Goldman Sachs immediately screamed screams, and the ribs broke 3 times in a moment, and the powerful force slammed the lungs. His whole person immediately flew out without resistance, flew directly for 20 or 30 meters, and finally squatted outside the ring, and his neck was stunned. Chapter 46 30 Years of Hedong 30 Years of Heshi. The surrounding audience was very pitiful to look at Goldman Sachs, which was quickly carried away by medical personnel. It is estimated that after this blow, his heart collapsed and he did not have so many fighters. But when I punched myself, I flew out, screaming, seriously stunned. Is there a more cruel ending in the world? This summer is really a demon. Damn, can no one sanction this bully? Looking at the appearance of this kid in the ring, I am not convinced. What kind of exercises did this kid practice? Why is it all right? There is no reason, such a scumman can also enter the semi-finals, there is no king in the world. A group of people mourned, they were very wrong in their hearts, and the inner depression was basically unable to tell, but they watched the kid step by step into the semi-finals, but no one could stop him. The students in the 36th class are numb, and they all enter the semi-finals. Even if this kid wins the championship, it is not impossible. What kind of body protection is this? How can it be so weird, but so powerful? The class teacher Chiu Shueme flashed, revealing a trace of doubt. Even according to her vision, I can't see what Xiaoping is practicing. However, this kind of thing can't be questioned. After all, the school is the place where the ministers are employed. There is no mandatory method for students to practice. This is the freedom of students. No one has the right to ask questions. Soon, the semifinals also began. Undoubtedly, Jiang Yaru easily defeated his opponent with his powerful strength and entered the semifinals. The other two who entered the semifinals were also frequent visitors to the top 10 of the school. They were a man and a woman, named Hong Yu and Zhu Erqin, both of whom were masters of the six-day martial arts. Xiaoping's opponent is the Hong Yu, and Zhu Erqin's opponent is Jiang Yaru. Jingle. A bell rang and both teams played at the same time. But what everyone did not expect was that Hong Yu was just playing and said to the referee, "I admit defeat." What? Everyone was shocked and looked at Hong Yu with a stunned look. They didn't expect Hong Yu to make such a decision. They actually admitted to losing in the semifinals. Is this crazy? However, Hong Yu also had his own ideas. After watching the previous Xiaoping games, he knew that he was not the opponent of Xiaoping. If he barely played, he would probably end up with Zhou Tian and Goldman Sachs. He must be seriously injured for 1 month. Since they can't win the opponent, then he is better off surrendering directly. After all, the remaining college entrance examination is very important. There is no need to be injured here. The referee was a little surprised. "Do you really admit defeat?" "Yes, I admit defeat." Hong Yu was very refreshing to leave the ring, and the referee had no choice but to announce the result. Xiaoping won the battle without a fight and entered the finals smoothly. As for Jiang Yaru, he quickly defeated the opponent Zhu Erqin. He punched Zhu Erqin and flew under the ring, so that the opponent did not have any counterattack force. No, really let this kid enter the finals. Mom, isn't this guy winning? Who doesn't know that this is a small white face, and Jiang Yaru has a leg? Isn't it? At this time, this guy is a little bit flattering, saying something sweet, "Let Jiang Yaru automatically surrender, this school champion is not a minute to get it." This is a black box operation. Both husband and wife have 1 or 2, and there is nothing to fight for. I don't accept it. This kid has won the championship again, and he has the beauty to return. The benefits are all taken up by him. Do not worry, this will be thundered sooner or later. Many students are cursed by evil, and they are extremely reluctant. At this time, Xiaoping and Jiang Yaru also fell on the stage, and finally it is the final, and everyone is eye-catching. Once you win, whoever is the school champion will receive a school bonus of 100,000 federal dollars. Of course, even if you get the second place, there are rewards, probably rewarding 10,000 federal coins, and the third and fourth places are 5,000 federal coins and 1,000 federal coins. Xiaoping. Jiang Yaru looked at Xiaoping with a burning eye, showing a strange color. "I have never thought of it until now. One day I can fight you in the ring. This feeling is really strange." Because according to the previous performance of Xiaoping, that is, the realm of the 3-day martial arts, even the competition is not qualified, let alone stand on the stage of the finals. 30 years of Hedong, 30 years of Heshi, immobile is poor. Xiaoping held his hand and stood, revealing the temperament of a master. The eyes seem to see through the prosperity of the human world. Don't think that I am the same as before. If you start, Jiang Yanru will not be my opponent. It seems that you are a bit different. Jiang Yaru also felt that the momentum of Xiaoping was completely different from that of the previous one. He was no longer the big boy of the neighbors, but a strong martial artist who could compete with himself in the ring. Even Zhou Tian, Goldman Sachs, and other martial arts strongmen were beaten by him and they did not fight back. This combat power, even if she is not small, must be treated with caution. Come on, let me see how much you have grown into. Jiang Yaru puts out his posture, and his body exudes a powerful momentum of the 7 heavens of the martial arts, just like a mountain. This is the true look of the genius girl who dominates the school. Once it is done, it is better than anyone. I surrender. Suddenly, Xiaoping turned and said to the referee, "Put away." Jiang Yaru is all stunned. This is what is going on in the end. Just the appearance of the martial arts strongman, the expression that he will never lose, now you actually give me a fate, what a joke. The referee is also a bit embarrassed and overwhelmed. Xiaoping, don't make a joke, immediately fight with me seriously. Jiang Yaru said with anger. I know that you are very strong. It is impossible to admit defeat. Can you despise me, Jiang Yaru? She roared at Xiaoping, and her body was terrible, like a tiger. Upon hearing this, Xiaoping touched the back of his head and revealed a very worried look. Wife, don't be angry, you can talk about what you can do later, but you should be careful, don't move your tires. Of course, if you want to hit me, it will be good to beat me. I am thick, and I can bear it. I have been used to it many times before, I have been used to it. He patted his chest and said that he was strong. Jiang Yaru was stunned, his head was a paste, and he was in a state of inability to think. She did not understand what Xiaoping was saying. Fetal gas. What are you talking about? Her eyes are full of doubts. Jiang Yaru did not understand that the students around, even the teachers, were in a burst of sorrow. All of them vibrated, and they all looked at Jiang Yaru with a stunned look. Chapter 47 Public Enemy of the School. Oh my god, this news is really true. Jiang Yaru was pregnant by this shameless scum. A male student sighed in the sky and burst into tears. It seemed to have suffered a major blow and collapsed. This Xiaoping is a beast. The cliff is a beast. There is no humanity. At a young age, the high school girl is pregnant. Is he still a person? Everyone said that he is a human. A tall student is very angry and mad. He just wants to rush to beat Xiaoping. In fact, many people have the same idea, and some people are ascending. There is no reason. What is this Xiaoping? We just pick one out here, which is 100 times better than this summer. Beyond the family, it is better than what he looks like. A group of students were angry and had a sense of enthusiasm. I understand that the top powerhouses such as Tao Yunyun and Goldman Sachs are not the opponents of this. How to play Xiaoping is indifferent. The body is as strong as a steel plate, and it seems that nothing is attacking him. The student with glasses suddenly realized that it solved a shocking problem. Someone immediately asked, "What is going on?" You hurry to talk. You haven't heard what Xiaoping was saying. The mysterious reasoning of glasses student said, Jiang Yaru is pregnant, has a fertility, and has a temper and mood. It is terrible when a woman comes to aunt, and she beats Xiaoping. You think about it, what is Jiang Yaru's character, the arrogant woman of the sky, or the strongest of the martial arts seven heavens, the first in the school, no one can be enemies, simply said that the humanoid female Tyrannosaurus, Xiong Beishan, and other characters there is only a copy of the beggar in front of her. It is often beaten by this character. If it is not dead, even if it is tofu, it will be tempered into steel. Xiaoping has become so strong that I can understand it. Everyone suddenly realized that they understood why Xiaoping was so strong. This kid was originally a waste wood. In the school, it was very inconspicuous. Anyone could step on him. However, after hooking up on Jiang Yaru, he was beaten up without moving, so he exercised his skills. After all, I want to live in the beating of the humanoid female Tyrannosaurus, and I don't want to be strong. Big brother, listen to you saying this, I suddenly feel very reasonable, the plot is very lively. Damn, this kid's life is so good, was beaten by the school flowers, actually martial arts training to enter the finals, tyrannical to this extent. I don't really believe it. To be honest, I am not afraid of jokes. I am often beaten by my girlfriend of more than 300 kilograms, but I have no such effect. I went to the hospital for a few times. Of course, she also it is not intentional, that is, sometimes the hands and feet do not know the weight, unconscious. Can your girlfriend compare with the school flower Jiang Yaru? People beat their boyfriends, that is the kind of fighting to death, completely stimulating the body's potential, from the level is not the same. I am still very interested in the experience of this big brother. How do you hook up the girlfriend? Are you still not broken up, are you threatened? Many students have been talking about it. They all understand why Xiaoping will become so powerful. It is not a cold day. It is estimated that after years of hard work, this kind of skill will appear. The classmates of the 36th class are also blindfolded. Although the rumor of Jiang Yaru's pregnancy is from their side, the rumors have not been confirmed. But now this Xiaoping actually admitted, is this really true? The class teacher Qiu Shui was even more stunned. She felt that she had only been a class teacher for half a year, but she had experienced too many things. 2 students were arrested by the police because they streaked in school and were detained for 7 days. This has already made her big. Now, a top student, the school goddess is actually being pregnant, father is still classmates, my goodness, this society is so complicated. Xiaoping. Hearing the arguments of the students around him, Jiang Yaru finally understood what they meant. He suddenly became half dead, and the white and tender face immediately became red, and his head almost smoked. She has nothing to do with this shameless bastard. It is just a neighbor, she knows it when she is young, when she is pregnant by this man, and she has a fetus. This rumor came out from somewhere. Although she had not beaten Xiaoping before, but I don't know why, This time she really wanted to beat a man who was shameless to the extreme and deliberately spread rumors. Xiaoping's eyes turned and said, "Well, I'll leave if I have nothing. I suddenly feel a little urgency and want to go to the bathroom." He left the sentence and he slipped away. Bastard. Jiang Yara was half dead. How could she let this kid go? But before she stopped the kid, the referee came over, grabbed her hand, lifted it up, and announced loudly, "I announce that the champion Jiang Yara." I. Jiang Yara wants to catch up, but she is caught by the referee. She can't move. After winning the championship, she must go to the podium to receive the reward. It is impossible for her to leave. She was so angry that she waited, and would be caught by her sooner or later. At that time, she must give this Xiaoping a good look, otherwise she would not be Jiang Yara. At this time, Xiaoping came to the toilet. He is indeed a little bit of urine, and just took advantage of this opportunity to avoid it, otherwise he will be seen by other students, maybe he will come over and encircle himself. Drip. The system heard a voice, "Congratulations to the host," causing public anger, attracting a lot of hatred. So far, the host has received a total of 3,700 hatred values, and hopes to make persistent efforts. 3,700 hatred value. When I heard this number, Xiaoping's eyes were lit up. The value of hatred on his body was basically consumed because of the exchange of the North. However, because of the relationship between the duels and the anger of a large number of students, it has gained more than 3,000 hatreds at once, which is simply a bumper harvest. The only downside is that he is now a public enemy of the school, and his reputation is stinky than that of a shit. Maybe he will be thrown into a stinky egg when he walks on the road. There is definitely a loss in one world. The world is no more than this. Xiaoping is very open-minded and has not continued to entangle this kind of thing. Forget it, now it is late in the evening, or go home for dinner. After a day of competition, it is now 5 or 6 in the afternoon, and he is hungry and screaming. Xiaoping solved the private problem in the toilet and wanted to leave the school. But when he walked to the school gate, he was immediately surrounded by a dozen young men wearing white exercise clothes. Chapter 48 Master of Wu-Wei Martial Arts. Seeing these people wearing white exercise clothes surrounded themselves, Xiaoping's eyes flickered, and did not panic. Here is the school gate, the public is wide, and these people do not dare to do it. And even if it is really hands-on, he is not afraid. "You are Xiaoping." The person who spoke is a young man with a head on, about 17 or 8 years old. His body is very strong, his eyes are like a god, and his whole body exudes a strong taste. His every move seems to be natural, and it seems that between the walking, the martial arts are integrated into the ordinary movements. Xiaoping suddenly sees that the other is a master, stronger than Zhou Tian. "I am, what are you looking for?" Xiaoping faintly looked at the man in the inch. The man in the head of the board has a bright light and is aggressive. "My name is Yao Zhong, a great disciple of the Wu-Wei Martial Arts Hall. Zhou Tian is also studying at this martial art hall. It means that he is my younger brother. Do you understand what?" The huge momentum on his body was crushed and seemed to force Xiaoping to yield. "It turns out that Zhou Tian can't beat me, let your brother come to me for trouble." Xiaoping looked at the other person disdainfully. "If you hit a small one, it will come out old. It seems that Zhou Tian is really a loser." "People. Shut up, your kid knows a fart. Those who can't afford to lose it, you guys don't spread rumors here. We did not ask us to come to us, it is our own." A group of white acrobatic men screamed in anger and yelled at Xiaoping, who simply wanted to eat this kid. If you let others believe that their Wu-Wei Martial Arts Hall is a group of people who cannot afford to lose, their reputation in the Wu-Wei Martial Arts Hall will be ruined. It seems that your kid is not only mean and shameless, but his mouth is also very poisonous. Yao Zhong stared at Xiaoping, but the military relies on strength, hard work, and the strong is respect, not the mouth. Just the person who speaks by mouth, this is the same thing for a lifetime. There was a hint of coldness in his mouth. Xiaoping said faintly, "Is it true? Your younger brother seems to have been defeated by a man who can only play with his mouth, and he will be abolished by a punch, and he will not climb." "Shut up, I let you talk. Don't know how to lift." With a bang, Yao Zhong's eyes showed a hint of coldness, and he shot in vain. A slap in the face of Xiaoping's face, whistling, containing powerful power. And this palm is extremely strange and terrible. In the twinkling of an eye, there are countless palms in the air, just like wearing a butterfly, so that people can't see through the slap. "Hey!" Xiaoping did not look at it, his body flashed, his body stepped back a few steps, and he easily avoided this palm. With a bang, the palm of the hand slammed into the empty space, and the powerful palms fluctuated and spurred. Immediately, a cement wall was nearby, and a clear palm print was made, and the gravel fell. What? This kid actually escaped the master's 1,000 magic palms. How is this possible? A group of men wearing white exercise clothes were shocked. They were originally planning to watch the show and watch the kid being slapped by his brother. Being sucked by this slap, it is estimated that even a few teeth will fall off, full of blood, like a dog lying on the ground. However, this kid has easily avoided this palm, and it seems to be light and windy. It's a bit of a skill, no wonder I can beat my younger brother Zhou Tian. Yao Zhong's eyes flashed. I can escape my 1,000 magical palms. It seems that you are not a parallel. He is the strongest of the 7th heaven of the martial arts, and he still suddenly shot, and he was unintentional, but this kid can actually escape. This state is very unusual. You want to find death? Xiaoping's eyes showed a hint of anger. This guy is arguing that he wants to provoke. If he hasn't escaped, he will be immediately slapped in the face, his face will be swollen and he will be thoroughly shamed again. Court death. Yao Zhong sneered aloud, on your strength, I want to do it to me. I advise you to hold on, it is better, even if you are lucky enough to escape me, you cannot be my opponent. And I am here, not to come to you to fight, just to warn you a kid, don't be too arrogant, or you will suffer a long time. My brother lost to you this time, but it does not mean that you will lose to you in the future. This hatred, he will come to report in person in the future, you will wait. After saying this, he wanted to leave with a group of people. You hit me, do you think you can leave so simple? Xiaoping looked at Yao Zhong faintly. You also pick me up and see if you have such qualifications to speak big. Boom. In the twinkling of an eye, his body moved, and the momentum soared. He suddenly crossed 3 or 4 meters. Before coming to this Yao Zhong, he was in a punch. The dragon of the 5 shapes boxing, Tsung Long is moving. What? Yao Zhong's face changed a lot. How did he want to get this kid to dare to do it, and dare to take the shot of himself as a strongman of the martial arts, and suddenly he was a little off guard. Moreover, this punch is extremely terrible and overbearing, emitting thousands of pounds of giant force, banging and banging, as if there is a dragon roaring in the void, shaking the world. In the rush, he can only reach out and put out a defensive posture. The fist and the 2 palms collide and burst into flames. And Yao Zhong couldn't bear the power of this horror, and the body was immediately blasted out. Boom. His body squatted on the wall of the school, and a hard-working smashed out a human-shaped pothole, the gravel splashed, the smoke rolled, and even he couldn't help but spit out a blood, and the lungs were damaged. On this point, I dare to swear to me. Yao Zhong is not qualified enough. Do you understand? Xiaoping faintly looked at Yao Zhong, who was shot by himself, and held his hand. If I get angry, I will also abolish you and send you to the hospital, just like your stupid brother. Upon hearing this, a group of white clothes were angered and the man was angry and exploded. Do you dare to be so arrogant? Dare to shoot your brother, you want to die. Everyone goes up to kill him and give him a good look. They are all mad. Want to do it? You'd better measure it. Xiaoping sneered. This is the 95th middle school in Tianshui City. This is my site. As soon as I ascend, hundreds of brothers will come out. If you want to die, you will start. Hearing this, the dozens of white exercise clothes men suddenly stunned, a little timid, they now remember that they are at the people's site, they are standing at the school gate. If this kid is really shouting, maybe he will immediately rush out hundreds of people and beat them up. When they are afraid, they will be miserable. At least they have to go to the hospital for a few months. For a time, they looked at each other and didn't know how to be good. Chapter 49 I am serious about it. Stop it. After a moment, the gravel rolled down, Yao Zhong walked out of the wall, and his face looked very gloomy and looked at Xiaoping. He did not expect to kill him. This kid dared to shoot himself. Moreover, the strength of the other side is indeed not simple. It is only a 5-day martial art. It is actually a punch that will force him to fly, so that he does not even have time to react. Although it also has its own reasons, but on the whole, this kid is really strong, no wonder it can be a boxing defeat Zhou Tian, this is not unreasonable. Yao brother. A group of white exercise clothes men looked at Yao Zhong, clenched their teeth, very unwilling. Yao Zhong stared at Xiaoping with a gloomy look. You are very good. Actually, I have the ability to hit me with a punch. Although I am smacking my sneak attack, I have to admit that you are more or less skillful. Don't pretend. I punched in, you vomited blood. Xiaoping despised, to be honest, even if you don't care, you are not my opponent. I am jealous, this kid is too arrogant. A group of white exercise clothes men are mad, just can't wait to immediately rush to beat the bastard. Obviously it is to attack Yao Yao's brother by sneak attack, but now it is very arrogant to force out. I have never seen such awkward people. However, it is a garbage of 5 martial arts. In the face of the master of the 7th heaven of the martial arts, what qualifications are there to say such words? Clearly is owed. Yao Zhong's face was ugly, and if he couldn't wait to rush to beat the kid, but in fact, after a punch in the opponent, he was more or less injured and his combat power was damaged. If you really fight, not your own in the heyday, maybe it is not the opponent of the other party. Of course, he will not admit it if he kills this kind of thing. Xiaoping, I don't argue with you. The strong is punched out, not blown out. Yao Zhong stared at Xiaoping and said, you are the top 10 in the school this year. It must represent the 95 middle school to participate in the Tianshui City High School fighting competition, and I am also the representative of the 99th middle school. I have to look at it when I am in the ring. Can you still be so arrogant? Let's go. After saying this, he turned and took a group of younger brothers to leave. Other white exercise clothes men are very reluctant, but they also know that it is unwise to find shackles in front of other schools. Maybe they will be attacked by the group. So they all looked at Xiaoping, and did not say anything, just followed Yao Zhong quickly. A group of idiots. Xiaoping defiantly looked at the people of these Wu-Wei martial arts. If these people encircle him, it is estimated that he can only run. Because he is now the public enemy of the school, the kind of anger of the gods, there is no such ability to ascend a call. Maybe you will be beaten. The students of the school may also cheer. Of course, the people of these Wu-Wei martial arts do not know about this matter, and everyone has been stunned. But see you again in the ring. I am afraid that when I meet again next time, I am not a martial artist. Xiaoping's eyes showed a trace of coldness, watching the back of those people leaving. Yao Zhong's group of people soon returned to the Wu-Wei martial arts hall. They were all sulking and clenched their fists, and they were extremely unwilling. Damn, brother Yao, why should you hold it down? That is, it is just a garbage of 5 martial arts. With the strength of Yao's brother, a punch is enough to make this kid a disability and send it directly to the hospital. If you are afraid of being besieged by the people of the 95th middle school, don't be afraid. If we are big, we will die with him. Yes, who is afraid of us? We are not injured. By the kids run like this, I can't swallow this breath. A group of people were angry, they were all mad at Xiaoping, and they all wanted revenge. Oh, at this time, Yao Zhong couldn't help but spit out a blood, so he sprayed on the wooden floor, his face pale, his body seemed to be weak. Yao brother. Everyone was shocked and wanted to hold Yao Zhong. I don't know why Yao Zhong would happen. Don't worry, I'm fine, just a bit of bruise, and it's okay to spit it out. Yao Zhong waved his hand and signaled that his injury was not a problem. Some people were shocked. No, Yao brother, is it really the shameless who said it? Just the kid attacked, and you will hurt your brother in a punch. Others are showing an incredible look. Yao Zhong is a strongman of the 7th heaven of the martial arts. How could he be injured by a small martial art 5-day strongman? Even if it is a sneak attack, it is very difficult. Although I was not reconciled, the kid did hurt me. Yao Zhong clenched his fists and his face was very reluctant. He can defeat Zhou Tian's younger brother, and it is not blown out. The kind of attack power does have the power to threaten the 7 heavens of the martial arts. I just took a moment to make a big move. If it is not because of this, he has already countered it earlier, and he will bear it down. So wrong. Some people are ugly and ugly. If this is the case, isn't Yao's brother not the opponent of that kid? In this tone, we can only swallow it. Others are unwilling. They are all people who practice martial arts, all of them are full of blood, high-spirited, and they can't help but start this fight. Swallow a fart. Yao Zhong pinched his fist and sneered, the kid is just a sneak attack. I am not prepared for it, but I hit it with a punch. With real skills, how could he be my opponent? And I am at the peak of the 7th heaven of the martial arts. After another month, I will be able to break through the 8th meridian and be promoted to the 8th heaven of the martial arts. The strength will increase greatly, and the punch will have a lot of strength. It's easy to deal with the garbage of a martial art. His eyes are extremely proud and full of absolute confidence. It's not Yao's brother, it's too strong. Because it is a high school student, there is a chance to break through to the martial arts. This is not a genius. What is a genius? It is estimated that several high schools in the vicinity are the strongest of Yao. With this strength, even in the Tianshuiqing high school fighting competition, you can achieve good results. That kid is dead, not to meet Yao brother, but once he meets, he will be bleak. A group of people talked a lot, their eyes were lit up, the martial arts were 9 heavens, one heaven was stronger than the other, and some strong ones were able to fight more and more, but it was impossible to challenge the 3-day challenge. At this time, Xiaoping also returned to his home, but he found that his parents seemed to have waited for a long time, and he was watching himself in danger. Chapter 50 It's all rumors. Seeing that Xiaoping came in, his mother Huang Lanqin immediately went forward and asked, "Son, what is this in the end? How do I hear that you have enlarged the belly of Yaru? What time is this? Why didn't you tell us about such a big thing, now it's a life?" She looked at Xiaoping with a dignified look. Xiaoping didn't know what to say at the time. He didn't know the rumors in the school. He came to the house so quickly. The speed of the rumors was really amazing. "Son, you are a bit too much to do." Father Xiaochuanliu's face was heartbroken, because high school students know that women are playing everywhere, even people's lives are made out, and there is no mature and stable at all. To tell you honestly, before I met your mom, I was still there. Male, even the girl's hand has not been pulled. Xiaoping looked at his father with a contemptuous look. Is this mature and stable? Purely unpopular. I thought he couldn't hear it in other words. What eyes, son, what is your look? Xiaochuanliu was a little crazy, said, don't think that I can't see what you are thinking about inside. Anyway, you also think that your father would not be popular in the past. But in fact, your guess is wrong, and it is a big mistake. At that time, I was a schoolgrass. I don't know how many girls first love, dream lover, almost debut as a star, no. Although I am now a middle-aged blessing, with a beer belly, the waistline is a few big laps, and even the hairline has retreated. I can't deny that I was handsome. He almost wanted to take pictures of his youth. Okay, don't brag here. Mother Huang Lanqin took a look at Xiaochuanliu and said, now we have to solve the problem of the son getting married. The girls are pregnant. This is not a trivial matter. Do you know? Cough. Xiaochuan coughed, and the board said, that's right, son, what do you say? Let's be a child of our neighbors. I have known since childhood, beautiful, and good character. Although I don't know how she squinted at the goods like you, but this is the end of the matter, I can only recognize it. My summer family is not the kind of person who eats things and doesn't wipe their mouths. The negative responsibility should be negative. When I heard this, Xiaoping looked at his father without a word. Was he really so unbearable? Actually, others look at themselves when they blink. It can't be said that the advantages of our son are still there, it is not obvious. Mother Huang Lanqin helped. This time I can do this kind of thing. It is estimated that the ancestral grave is smoking. Xiaoping's mouth is pumping, and the advantages are not obvious. Is it not obvious that it is an advantage? It is better to say that he has no advantage in the whole body, and he needs to turn around. He coughed and stopped his parents from saying, you misunderstood, those are rumors, there is nothing between me and her, and the other party is not pregnant. What? When I heard this, my mother Huang Lanqin clearly showed a disappointing look, but it seemed to have been expected. I already knew that there wasn't such a big pie falling in the sky. Father Xiaochuan sighed and sighed. It seems that your son wants to get rid of singles. You still need a blind date. You have to step on your father's footsteps. But don't worry, this is a family tradition. Xiaoping ignored her two wonderful parents, went straight to the living room to have dinner, and then went back to her bedroom to rest. 3 days later, one morning, in the bedroom. Boom. Xiaoping's pure yang did not die, his body vibrated, the body was so turbulent, the sunlight coming out of the window came in, turning into endless energy pouring into his body. At the same time, the energy of 2 or 3 bottles of gold medicine just taken, with the help of pure yang, does not refine, and turns into a lot of infuriating gas, pouring into the depths of Dantian. Rumble. At this moment, the surrounding air vibrates, and the body's infuriating gas seems to rush like a tide, flowing in the body's meridians. Awkwardly, a level was immediately broken by a powerful force. Finally, at this time, Xiaoping passed through the 6th meridian and was promoted to the 6th heaven of the Wutu. The martial arts 6 heavens. Xiaoping squeezed his fists and opened his eyes, revealing the sultry light, as if there was a flame, with the sun symbol spinning deep in the pupil, revealing the mysterious taste. He felt that at the moment he was promoted to the 6th heaven of the martial arts, his body's strength and speed had been greatly improved, at least 4 or 5%. Even the infuriating body of the body is also powerful. There are kinds of powers that smash the mountains, and even the spirit is much stronger. The scope of exploration has increased to 30 meters. As long as his mind is moving, the body-centered 30 meters is within his exploration. Even if a fly flies, an ant climbs over and he knows it clearly. This North Guardian is really amazing, and it is the best auxiliary law. Xiaoping could not help but feel that he had expected at least a month to be promoted to the 6th heaven. But who can think of it, after cultivating this practice, it is assisted by other people to help him to quench his body and enhance the efficiency of energy absorption. In just 3 days, he absorbed 10 bottles of gold medicine, and finally let himself fill the dantian, and successfully broke through the realm of the 6-day martial arts. But if you want to continue to speed up your cultivation, you may need to find more opponents and let more powerful people beat the body, so as to enhance the efficiency of the body to absorb energy. Xiaoping's eyes flashed, and his eyes flashed a glimmer of hope. Now he can not only want to be promoted to the 7th heaven of the martyrs, even if he is a martial artist, he will want to achieve it. After all, in the high school students' fighting competition, it is said that even the enchanting martial arts of the martial arts have existed. It is only the realm of the 6-day martial arts. It is not enough to see. The problem is that if you want to run North meditation to practice, you must find more opponents, but fewer and fewer people in the school who qualify to become his opponents. If it is an opponent whose strength is worse than oneself, then there is no use for him. Attacking on himself is similar to ants. It is impossible to continue to improve. It seems that we must find a place where a large number of opponents exist, and it needs to be strong enough. Xiaoping blinked and thought about the cultivation problems afterwards. Right, martial arts. When I think of it, his eyes suddenly brighten up. It is estimated that there is no place in Tianshui City than the martial arts hall. There are more places where strong people exist. It can be said that most of the masters of Tianshuiqing have studied in the martial arts hall. Chapter 51 Kick the Pavilion. The so-called martial arts museum is actually equivalent to the past tutorial classes. Because the college entrance examination needs to test martial arts, and each parent wants his child's academic performance to be good, the things he learned from the school alone are not enough, so he sent it to the martial arts hall to continue to deepen the training. Therefore, the martial arts hall gathered the top students of the major schools in Tianshui City. There are even rumors that people who have not been to the martial arts are basically not qualified for first-class universities. Of course, just as the cram school is good or bad, the martial arts hall is naturally famous for its size. The more famous martial arts hall, the more students there are, the stronger the students are. The Wuwei Martial Arts Hall is undoubtedly a famous martial arts hall. It has taught many powerful people, and even people like Zhou Taiyan are attracted. It seems that I have to go to the Wuwei Martial Arts Hall to try it today. There should be a lot of masters in that place. It is the place that is suitable for me to practice. Xiaoping's eyes flashed and he immediately made a decision. Time blinked and it was time to go to school in the afternoon, and Wuwei Wuguan was not far from Tianshui City Jiuwu Middle School. It was about 3 or 4 bus stops. Xiaoping took the automatic driverless electric smart bus and arrived at Wuwei Wuguan in a few minutes. This is the Wuwei Martial Arts Hall. From the bus, Xiaoping came to the front of the Wuwei Wuguan, and saw a huge building in front of himself, square and square. The style is very simple, as if the ancient building courtyard. At the entrance, there are 2 stone lions with 1 person high. There are plaques on the top, and the 4 large characters of the Wuwei martial arts are written on the white paper. The sky is powerful and the dragon dances. At this point, some part-time students seem to be issuing flyers at the door, constantly recruiting students. This friend. A tall man came to see Xiaoping, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he immediately came up with a very enthusiastic attitude. You want to join the Wuwei Martial Arts Hall? I tell you, you are right. Who doesn't know that the Wuwei Martial Arts Hall is a long-established martial arts museum in Tianshui City? There are countless martial arts strongmen who go out from here, and even the top students of all major universities have joined in here. As long as you train for 2 or 3 months in the Wuwei Martial Arts Hall, I believe that your martial arts training will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, even if you are admitted to a first-class university. 3 months is also 15,000 federal dollars. Of course, the price is not very close to the people, but I can guarantee that this is definitely worth the money. The people who come here have thumbs up. He seems to be a salesman and continues to sell the Wu-Wei martial arts to Xiaoping. However, this price is not close to the people, it is simply too expensive. The tuition fee for a semester of the 95th middle school is more than 1,000 federal dollars. You can only need 15,000 federal coins for only 3 months of training. This is not something that ordinary people can afford. I came here to play the pavilion. Xiaoping said a faint voice to the chattering guy. What? Not only the tall men, but even some of the people who are sending flyers are also stunned. They seem to be scared and turn to look at Xiaoping. Come to kick the pavilion. The tall man's face showed a smile and a smile. He turned his head and shouted at the inside, Su Shixiang, there is another person who doesn't know how to live and play. You come over and deal with it. What? There are some idiots coming over today. I am really looking for death. I really want to be here. I don't teach the lesson, I thought I was bullied by the Wu-Wei martial arts. Awkwardly, a man standing 2 meters tall and tall like an iron tower from the door, he walked step by step, heavy and powerful, very amazing. He squeezed his fists and squeaked, his face stunned and looked at Xiaoping. Is it kid, are you? Want to come here to play the library? The book is not easy to read, actually dare to come here to cause trouble. Come with me, I am free. Give you a martial arts class. When the voice just fell, he immediately extended a big hand and wanted to catch Xiaoping's head. Boom. Still not waiting for the man's big hand to approach, Xiaoping shot in vain, a light punch, lightweight, like a thunder, so a fist hit the man in front of him. Ah! The man made a scream and his face was painfully twisted. The huge body flew like a ball and squatted on the nearby cement wall. With a bang, a human-shaped pothole appeared immediately on the cement wall. Numerous cracks appeared and the gravel rolled off. And the man like the iron tower was slammed on the wall, the body could not move, the ribs on the body were broken 5 or 6, and even the corners of the mouth flowed. Out of blood, it looked very miserable. This. The students next to them were all stunned and looked at the tower men incredulously. They knew that the man was strong, but it was the strongest of the 6-day martial arts. Even in the Wu-Wei martial arts hall, it is considered to be an elite, sweeping many brothers, and the boxing power is unparalleled, but just being beaten by this kid, he was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Kick the pavilion, some people really came to the pavilion. The tall man suddenly reacted, showing a look of terrible horror. He really realized this time that the man in front of him really came here to play. Not coming here to be funny. He panicked and ran into the martial arts hall, and reported it to the brothers inside. Step on. Xiaoping walked in step by step, and calmed down, as if walking in a leisurely manner. At this time, the students all around showed a look of incomprehension, and they did not dare to stop. They could only watch each other enter the Wu-Wei martial arts hall. After entering the Wu-Wei martial arts hall, he immediately discovered that there was a training field in front of him. It was an open space, large in size and very empty, equivalent to the stadium of the school. Hey! The tall man went to the letter, and the students in the martial arts were alarmed one by one, and they ran out of the dojo. They suddenly appeared on the martial arts field. Suddenly, there were hundreds of people gathered in the practice field. The momentum is very amazing. The person headed by is Yao Zhong, who is the strongest of the 7 heavens. Damn, isn't this Xiaoping of the 95th middle school? How come here? It's really the kid, the look of the O, and I know him when I turn it into gray. It was him. When I was dreaming last night, I dreamt of him. At that time, I beat him hundreds of times and asked him to kneel on the ground for mercy. This is really a dream that has not been done for a long time. I heard that this kid is coming to the pavilion. It is to find you. Damn, we didn't bother him, he just came to the door. A group of white exercise clothes men talked a lot, all of them were filled with indignation and angered Xiaoping in front of them. They all followed Yao Zhong to find Xiaoping troubles. Of course, they knew this kid. Xiaoping, what are you doing here? Yao Zhong was gloomy and stood up. Chapter 52. Come to beat you guys. Come to the pavilion. Looking at Yao Zhong in front, Xiaoping directly said his purpose this time. Kicking the hall. When I heard this careless words, Yao Zhong immediately rushed out of a wrath. Before being attacked by this kid, he punched a punch and was seriously injured. It was a hatred and the two sides were in the same water. But I haven't found this kid yet, but this is looking for him personally, to find him trouble, even if it is arrogant, there must be a limit. I am too sorry for people. With some words that your IQ can understand, it is to beat you up. Xiaoping feels that the explanation is simple, otherwise people may not understand. Beat us a meal. Everyone in the Wuwei martial arts hall is crazy. To kick the pavilion is to beat them up. What the more people look down on? Do they only have to be beaten? It's too arrogant. Xiaoping, you are looking for death. Dare to come to Wuwei martial arts to find you, you are in the wrong place. You don't need Yao Zhong's brother to shoot, I can marry you alone. The popularity of a group of Wuwei martial arts museums was like a cat that was stepped on the tail, and it was half dead. Among them, there was a bald man whose temper was very violent, and immediately he could not suppress his inner anger. He slammed out and rushed out in a flash, and wanted to beat Xiaoping. Silly. Xiaoping was so determined that he looked at the bald man's shot, and when he was close to himself, he shot in vain, as lightning quickly, exuding the spirit of a master. Post-production. With a bang, his backhand was a palm, and his slap on the face of the bald man, and the bald man flew up on the spot, spinning 5 or 6 laps in the air. Ah! At the same time, the bald man made a scream, a few teeth mixed with blood flew out, and finally fell on the ground, white eyes, white foam, mouth is already unconscious. What? Many disciples were shocked. The bald man was the strongest of the 6-day martial arts. It was considered to be an elite martial art, but it was a slap in the face of this kid, and he was stunned at once. Even if they knew that the strength of this kid is not simple, they did not expect to be to this extent. I said, I am coming to beat you. Xiaoping stood up and looked at the people of these Wuwei martial arts. One by one, don't worry. The popularity of the Wuwei martial arts hall is full of smoke, and he is really getting more and more stunned, and no one has reached the limit. Yao Zhong's face was gloomy and stared at Xiaoping. It's like this. If you don't see it for a few days, you actually have 6 meridians, and you've been promoted to the 6-day martial arts. The strength is greatly increased. No wonder you dare to go to the door. His eyes were very sinister, and he suddenly saw Xiaoping's martial arts. The disciples of the Wuwei martial arts hall are shocking. This kid has been promoted to the martial arts 6 days in such a fast time. Was it not just the realm of the Wutu 5 heavens? How can it break through so fast? I don't have the strength to increase so exaggerated, just to achieve the degree that can just beat you, not worth mentioning. Xiaoping faint, his eyes are extremely calm. I am going to go, is there more arrogance than this sentence? What is the degree of hitting us, isn't that his strength is above them? What did they eat, actually have such a big breath, is it eating garlic? A group of people roared Xiaoping, angry, and clenched his fists, and the scene was a bit uncontrollable. Xiaoping. Even if Yao Zhong's city is deep, in the face of this situation, he couldn't help himself. He said, you hurt my younger brother Zhou Tian before, and he sent him to the hospital. I don't care about you. Before you shot and hurt me, the means are mean, I don't care about you. But your kid really thought that Yao Zhong's temper is a soft persimmon that you can hold. I don't care about you, you are up, and I am pulling my urine on my head, and even dare to come to my Wuwei martial arts hall, swaying and angering my brother. In this case, even the clay figurine has 3 points of fire. Today, Yao Zhong does not kill you, just go eat it. With a bang, Yao Zhong jumped out and took a shot. In the twinkling of an eye, there were countless palms in the sky, dense and dense, like 1,000 hands guanyin, and the momentum was amazing. Every slap contains the power of horror. Whenever a palm is shot, even a boulder is turned into a powder, and countless palms appear. The illusion is real, and people can't tell which one is true and which is false. Once you can't figure it out, you will be hit by the palm of your hand, seriously injured and fell to the ground, vomiting blood, and no more battles. This is the illusion of Yao Zhong's body. It's amazing, this is the master of Yao Zhong's master. It's too strong, and Yao Zhong's brothers have used the school to learn the best in the world. Even the strongest of the martial arts and 8 heavens can match 1 or 2. The leap level challenge is that it is a gossip. This is a high-level martial arts. The difficulty of cultivation is simply a burst. Many people, even if they are 40 or 50 years old, may not be able to master it, but they are mastered by Yao Zhong's brother. It is simply a genius. A palm shot, a magical palm, illusory, true and false, who can resist? And the power of the palm, with the ultimate feminine power, the most keen and sinister, penetrating horror. Even the powerful defense of the monster will be hurt by a palm. That kid is miserable. This time, I angered Yao Zhong's brother, and he will be seriously injured. No, if you accidentally send this guy to the hospital, are we not criminally responsible? Responsible for a fart. The atmosphere of Yan Wangxing martial arts is strong, the martial arts hall is prosperous, and the behavior of kicking the pavilion is endless. The law has long stipulated that anyone who dares to come to the pavilion will not be held liable unless he dies. That is, as long as we don't kill him, then we are not guilty. Well, you can say that. Poor guy, he came in straight today, and he is estimated to be lying back. This is the end of the troubles of our Wu-Wei martial arts. I must give him this lesson. Many disciples of the Wu-Wei martial arts have been talking about it, all looking at Xiaoping with a sneer. Thousands of magic palms. It is a good martial art, but under my spiritual strength, it is nothing to be seen. Xiaoping's eyes showed a glimmer of light, the spirit of power broke out, and instantly captured Yao Zhong's big hand. Got you. He shot in vain, crane fist, shin a shrimp. With a bang, his hand turned into a crane, the speed is extremely fast, the angle is smashed, through numerous palms, not blinded by any palm shadow, accurately find Yao Zhong's palm. Boom. Immediately, Yao Zhong's palm was caught by Xiaoping in an instant, as if it were a lobster caught by a crane, nowhere to escape. Chapter 53 Have a false name. What? Seeing that his own magical palm was cracked, even his right hand was caught, Yao Zhong's face changed greatly, and he did not expect to be defeated so easily. At the same time, he felt a fierce sense of crisis. The whole body's cells were tightened and he wanted to pull out the right hand caught by Xiaoping, but his right hand seemed to be shackled by the crane, which contained horrible entanglement. No matter how hard he uses, he can't get rid of it, it's terrible. Oops. At this time, Yao Zhong was ashamed, and he felt a strong sense of crisis, because when his right hand was caught, the other party was making a fist in the left hand and punching in vain. Leopard boxing, leopard hits the shooting star. A bang, as if the sound of a cheetah was rising in the air burst, and the slamming bang on Yao Zhong's abdomen, and immediately he felt a horrible force to blast in his abdomen. What? Yao Zhong made a scream of screaming, and the whole person was slammed out of the ground, slid 100 meters along the ground, and finally stopped on the wall. His eyes stared at Xiaoping, seemingly trying to struggle, but struggling for a few seconds, the body came a painful pain, and he fell to the ground, and the pain of the hard life passed. Yao Zhong brother. A group of disciples of the Wu-Wei martial arts hall yelled and were in a hurry. They all surrounded the past and were very worried. Some people are simply unbelievable. This is the famous Yao Zhong, the strongest of the 7-day martial arts, sweeping the area invincible, called the ace of the Wu-Wei martial arts. But now, it was actually defeated by this kid with a punch, but also stunned in the past. Is there any reason? This is dizzy. Xiaoping's face showed a slight disappointment, it's really fragile. It's just fainted with a punch. Wouldn't it be acting? The big disciple of Wu-Wei Wuguan has only this strength. Who is the mother who is acting? Did not see Yao Zhong brothers turn their eyes. I know Yao Zhong's brother, he is not so good acting. A disciple of the Wu-Wei martial arts screamed. Listen, another little fat disciple is annoyed, stunned, slamming a guy who said, you say an egg, can you talk, don't say, no one will take you when dumb. The man was very wronged, but he is insulting Yao Zhong's brother, I can't stand it. Insulting a fart, your words are insults. The chunky disciple was so angry that he couldn't wait to beat the violent storm. Xiaoping looked speechless and waved his hand, well, don't make a noise. I know the true level of your Wu-Wei martial arts hall. It seems that it is not awkward. It has a false name. What? Upon hearing this, a group of disciples of the Wu-Wei martial arts hall were mad, and all of them turned their heads and yelled at Xiaoping. They all seemed to want to rush to completely shred the bastard. Upon seeing it, Xiaoping glanced at him, what's wrong? You are not convinced. I am serving your sister. Wu-Wei Martial Arts Hall is a long-established martial arts museum. If the strong is like a cloud, it can be a generation, can you be insulted by your kid? I will change my mouth immediately, otherwise you will not want to go out to Wu-Wei martial arts. Everyone is guilty of Xiaoping, and his heart is bursting. Interesting. Xiaoping stood shoulder to hand and looked at these people faintly. He said, "Let me see your strengths, but I am going to deal with you. It is simply bullying, it is unfair, it is beating you." The disciples of the Wu Wei Martial Arts Hall are all discouraged. It is too for them to look down on the extent of the person. It is too damn. This person is too owed. That's it. Xiaoping put forward his own suggestion. "I will stand here and do not move, let you attack me, as long as you can let me take a step back. Even if I lose, I will automatically leave the Wu Wei martial arts. This I will not come in my life." Too mad. Who do you think you are? Standing here does not move, let us attack. You are too arrogant, even if the strongest of the martial arts 9 heavens do not dare to do so. As long as you take a step back and admit defeat, you is too despised, we really do. I am afraid you go to the hospital to lie for a year to know. The disciples of the Wu Wei martial arts are distorted. They feel that they have lived for so many years, and they have never seen such an irritating bastard. It is simply sloppy to the extreme. You all said this, then I will honestly say it. Xiaoping is very simple and straightforward. In fact, I look down on you and think that you have no strength. Even if the attack is on me, it is like a mosquito bite. If you don't accept it, just try it. He put on a sloppy look and stood still, leaving the other side to attack. I am embarrassed, I have never thought of a person in this life. Try it together, kill the together. A disciple of the Wu Wei martial arts can no longer stand, and rush to the first time. Upon seeing it, many disciples followed suit. Hey! These people are kicking and kicking against Xiaoping, doing their best, and exerting all the tricks. It's like beating sandbags. Don't mention that they are all trying hard. Even when they are usually trained, they are not that serious. But when they attacked Xiaoping, they were all surprised, as if they were attacking not a human being, but a group of cotton. No matter how fierce fists, banging on this kid, the powerful attack power will be digested and absorbed, and this feeling of depression almost makes his mother vomit blood. What's wrong? There is no strength at all. Is it necessary to go home and let your mother feed you milk? Ah. Xiaoping stood shoulder to hand and stood in the same place, running the North Guardian, and letting these enemies attack. He felt his body crisp. Crisp. Hemp. Hemp, the warm current flowing around the body, very comfortable, a trace of infuriating around the body, constantly becoming stronger. I have to say that this is simply the best way to cultivate. Even if you practice retreat, you can meditate on the spot and absorb the energy of the heavens and the earth. It is not as fast as it is now. At the same time, in order to stimulate the combat effectiveness of these people, he also provocatively stimulates their nerves from time to time. I will give you a face. Everyone uses some strength, don't keep your hands. Kill this bastard, this kind of person is born to blame. Don't beat this up to the whole body, and the face of our Wu Wei martial arts hall has been lost. This is not only our dignity, but also the dignity of the Wu Wei Martial Arts Museum. It must not be retired. A group of people in the Wu Wei Martial Arts Hall screamed and screamed, and they all swear that the Xiaoping could not be seen. At least he should be beaten back and swept out. Otherwise, other martial arts people know that they have so many people attacking, but they can't beat him back even one step at a time. It is too shameful. Chapter 54. I finally sent away my god. However, he was beaten for an hour. Xiaoping did not have anything at all. Instead, everyone who beat Xiaoping was a prostration. It seemed to be dried up by his girlfriend 7 or 8 times. He had no strength at all. Hey! One disciple fell to the ground, panting and sweating, and it was already a little weak. Even if some of the more persistent disciples are still attacking Xiaoping, they can see that their fists are already weak and weak, like babies. What's wrong? Can't you? Is it what you are doing? Isn't it the elite of the Wu Wei martial arts? If you play for an hour, you will have no strength. How is this trained? Xiaoping is very unhappy, he just enjoyed it. The strength of the body is a little bit stronger, this unparalleled pleasure is not too comfortable, more refreshing than massage. But now, these people have no strength, hit him, a little exercise does not have the effect, but flies like a fly, just annoying. When I heard this, the people in the Wu Wei martial arts were bent to the extreme, but now they are really a little weak, and even the power of screaming cannot be issued. They are also helpless to the extreme. This kid is a monster. They have hundreds of people taking turns to beat him, but this is not enough, even let him step back and can't do it. After playing for an hour, they were collapsed. The other side also looked like a dragon and a tiger. They were completely dressed. No wonder even the master Yao Zhong is not an opponent. I didn't even respond to this. It seems that these people really have no strength. Xiaoping touched his chin and looked at the Wu-Wei martial arts disciple who was lying on the ground like a shoal of mud. No matter how ironic he was, he felt that he might only end here today. Forget it, let me go today, I will come again tomorrow. He dropped this sentence and turned and left. What? Tomorrow is coming, don't come, we have served. A disciple of Wu-Wei martial arts had seen Xiaoping leave, and was happy. But when I heard this sentence, his face was completely green. This blasphemy is still coming tomorrow. Is it not subject to the mental abuse of this kid, plus physical abuse? Not only is his face green, but the disciples of other Wu-Wei martial arts are also green. However, no matter how reluctant they were, the next evening, Xiaoping arrived at the door of the Wu-Wei martial arts on time, and screamed, "Let these people beat themselves. If these people are not beaten, he will beat these students and be arrogant." The trainees of the Wu-Wei martial arts are also good martial arts strongmen. How could they have received this kind of temper, rushing one by one, and helping Xiaoping to assist in cultivation? For 3 days, Xiaoping simply took the Wu-Wei martial arts as his own home, and every day he abused the disciples of the Wu-Wei martial arts hall. Use some strength, right, that is you, the tall man who is 2 meters tall, has such a large muscle, why do you punch a fist and a baby, are you coming over without eating? And you, your kid is a strongman of the 6th heaven of the martial arts. Why is it so weak and powerful? Is it what I did with my girlfriend last night? I am so relaxed at a young age. I guess you will be impotence, control point. Do you know? Laughter, the 3 of you are the same, Bai Chong is so big, and he is said to be the top student of the school. I can't see it at all. Is your school level too low to bring you out? Xiaoping stood in the same place and called the martyrdom. He continued to mentally abuse the disciples of these Wu-Wei martial arts halls, and they were so angry that they were white and green, and almost wanted to vomit blood. If it was 3 days ago, they still had a desire to fight back, but now they are used to being abused by the bastard, and they are completely convinced, one by one, cumbersome on the ground, and they don't want to move. Why don't you move, hurry up, are you still a student of the Wu-Wei martial arts hall? Or a top student in the school? Do you want to take a first-class university? According to your attitude, it is simply a dream, not a janitor. I will ask you. The people who saw a group of Wu-Wei martial arts lie on the ground, like mud, and Xiaoping continued to bombard. However, no matter how he bombed, the people in these Wu-Wei martial arts halls seemed to be intoxicated. They all lay on the ground and pretend to die, letting Xiaoping call, and they are not willing to move. Forget it, it seems that you really have no strength, I will come again tomorrow. Xiaoping is a little pity, it seems that today's cultivation can only be one step. After listening, the face of a disciple of the Wu-Wei martial arts hall was green, and shouted, "Big brother, we served, can we still serve it completely? Don't come here to abuse us. The last time we came to your school to put a forced, not much meaning, need such a big hatred. We will not come to provoke you in the future, spare us this time, and then we will not be able to withstand this." A group of disciples were green and yelled again and again. They were not convinced of Xiaoping before, but now they are being beaten by hard people. If they are not satisfied, they will continue to come tomorrow. Which one is not afraid? Even their master, Yao Zhong, was scared by this shackle. He was severely wounded for 2 consecutive days. Now he is lying in a pretense, and he seems to want to hide his head. No, I have to say that your quality is very good. It is a good sparring. Xiaoping said, I don't want to trouble you, I am uncomfortable. Comfort your sister. A group of people are half dead, you are comfortable, they are miserable, and they have nightmares every day, for fear that they will follow their homes and beat themselves at night, and they all have psychological shadows. Big brother, don't you just want to find a sparring? There are some martial arts halls in Tianshui City. There are a lot of powerful ones than the Wu-Wei martial arts hall. Why don't you find them trouble? That is, we are actually very weak, don't bully us. Anyway, come back, I will not lie on the ground. The disciples of the Wu-Wei martial arts hall are called martyrdom, and some of the disciples still want to play around, so they are lying on the ground. Other martial arts halls. Xiaoping had to seriously consider the feasibility of this incident. After these 3 days of abuse, the enthusiasm of these disciples was indeed reduced a lot, and they did not hurt him. If you continue this way, his cultivation plan may have to be interrupted. And he abused them for 3 days, and he was a bit tired. Well, I will stop here today, and I will go to other martial arts museums tomorrow. Xiaoping decided, turned and left. I am going to go, this finally left, to harm other martial arts. Celebrate, we must celebrate. Great, these 3 days are clouded, I almost want to leave the Wuwei Martial Arts Hall, and now it is finally raining. The disciples of the Wuwei Martial Arts House were so weeping, they all cried together and finally could send this away. Chapter 55 Famous Reputation. The next evening, the extremely fierce tiger warrior came to an uninvited guest. This person opened the door of the tiger martial arts. It was very arrogant. I came to the pavilion, and the living people gave me get out. He stood directly at the center of the door, and he was the only one who respected me. This person is obviously Xiaoping. Go to death, who has such a dog, dare to come to the Tiger's martial arts hall to play. Send a few people to kill him and give the kid a lesson to see. Don't be too heavy, half residual. The trainees of the Tiger's martial arts were half dead, all rushed out, beat the guy and wanted to kill the guy who didn't know how to play. But they beaten for half an hour, but found that the person did not have anything, still standing in the same place as the mountain, but also showed a very comfortable look. Do you have this ability? I looked at the online rankings. You seem to be a little higher than the Wuwei martial arts, but now it seems that there is no name. It is not as weak as the Wuwei Martial Arts Museum. Xiaoping showed a look of regret. He knows that the Wuwei martial arts and the tiger martial arts are in the same ranks. They are often high and low, and they are often pulled out for comparison. Therefore, people in the two martial arts halls often have conflicts, and they are not convinced by both sides. Although it is not a life and death enemy, it is also the kind of old-fashioned deaths. If you don't agree with each other, you will be provoked by Xiaoping. All of them are fried. Asshole, actually take the Wuwei martial arts and us, they are old. You have a name for you, and your boy should not be too arrogant. Waiting for you to see our fierce tiger martial arts is not the kind of garbage that can be compared with the Wuwei martial arts. The people in Wuwei martial arts only know some three-legged cat martial arts. It is comparable to the strength of our martial arts hall. It is so powerful that the boxing is like a tiger, and the tiger can be alive. You can kill the enemy with a punch. Do you know? Is this a person from the Wuwei martial arts? If so, then you are looking for a dead end. Everyone went up together and beaten this half-dead. I have all the medical expenses. Sure enough, the students of the Tiger's martial arts hall were completely irritated by Xiaoping's words, and their noses almost smoked. They could lose anything, that is, they could not lose to the Wuwei martial arts. Hey! A group of people rushed up, kicked against Xiaoping, and displayed the Tiger's boxing method. Every punch has a huge force, and even a big stone can be crushed. Not bad, it is still good for newcomers. Newcomers are aggressive, some old fritters will not work, and when they punch, they will cut corners and work, and they will come to the new martial arts hall for cultivation. That is correct. Xiaoping is very satisfied. He runs the North Guardian body. These fists lie on his own body and immediately transform into a strong temper. He constantly tempers his body and the energy in his body is quickly refining. It's just one day, it's worth a normal month of cultivation. After half an hour, the trainees of the Tiger's martial arts that seemed to be alive and kicking were all cumbersome on the ground. They had no strength at all. They were sweating, their bodies were collapsed, their faces were pale, and they were simply dried up by the demon girl. Bastard, is this kid a monster? It's okay to play, it's terrible. I have no strength, and I have not been so tired for a few hours. The people of the Tiger's martial arts mourned and succumbed to the extreme. Even if they wanted to go up and beat the bastard, there is no way. It seems that the people in this martial arts hall can't do it, and continue to challenge the next martial arts hall. Xiaoping was very excited, and finally found a shortcut to cultivation. Although the students of the two martial arts halls have been abused, the world's martial arts is prosperous, and there are many martial arts halls in Tianshui City, all of which are full of streets, and there is no other martial arts challenge. So the next week, Xiaoping constantly challenged the martial arts hall, the Batianwu Pavilion, the Hurricane Wu Museum, the Black Cat Warrior Hall, the Rhinoceros Warrior Hall, the Flying Pig Warrior Hall, etc., and challenged 7 or 8 martial arts halls in succession. It can be said that almost all the famous martial arts museums near the Jiushui City Jiuwu Middle School were challenged by him. The students of each martial arts hall were all abused by him, and then left refreshed. The devil's posture makes the people of each martial hall fear and fear. And this matter was quickly spread out, so that the surrounding students were aware of this matter, and they were madly discussing in the school's post bars, forums, and so on. Is it heard? Tianshui City has a fierce man in the 95th middle school. It has challenged 7 or 8 martial arts halls in succession. The students in the school have been beaten up by the students. The scene is very fierce. Of course I heard that I was at the scene. The man was extremely abhorrent. He took advantage of his powerful strength and did not put the people in the martial arts hall in his eyes. He was too arrogant to let the martial arts attack, but all the way. Useless. Everyone's attack did not have any effect on him, but instead he was beaten for a long time, but he was off force. It is said that some people who want to cut corners and lose their strength are also caught by the demon. They beat a meal and they all have broken bones. They can't recover in 3 months. The scenes are so chilly. I slipped. I am going to go, it's too arrogant. The kicking halls are all arrogant to this extent. They actually stand still, let the enemy attack, and it's okay, what is he? I personally investigated it before, and finally found that the name of Xia is Xia Ping. It seems to be a student of Tianshuiqing Jiwu Middle School. It seems to have won the 2nd place in the school fighting competition, and there is a beautiful girlfriend, it seems to be school flowers. Birds, strength, and strong, and school flowers as a girlfriend, a natural life winner, this kind of people will not be thunder. According to the gossip, he is very mean and shameless, devastated, and extremely frustrated. He already has more than a dozen girlfriends, 8 of whom have a big belly and are pregnant for 3 months. Sure enough, this kind of life winner is usually a beast. This kind of thing is done. Let's quickly arrest the police, check his details, and promise to go to labor for 3 years. There have been people to check, but it is very clean, there is no illegal crime. In the past, it was still low-key, it is a good citizen. It is estimated that the family has a background and those bad things have been settled. Damn, no one will pack up this bully. It is said that everyone in the martial arts hall is in danger now, for fear that the devil will go to the pavilion and abuse them. Easy to everyone, soon someone will pack him up. I heard that he plans to go to the Chu's Martial Arts Museum tomorrow. That is the biggest martial arts hall in our place. If the strong is like a cloud, he will definitely be very miserable. I will go see it tomorrow, take the photo of and let everyone watch it. This kind of animal should make him famous and let everyone criticize him. There was a group of people on the internet who had a bad discussion. Among them, there were many martial arts students who were badly picked up by Xia Ping. They were all maliciously spreading rumors and maliciously slandering. Chapter 56 Chu's Martial Arts Museum. At this time, the Chu's Martial Arts Hall. Disciples who are wearing white exercise clothes are gathering in this place. Everyone is silent, not looking at each other, and the atmosphere is dignified, as if they are enemies. Chu Rong Shiji came. Suddenly, a disciple called a shout. Hey! But this still can't block her extremely hot body, exquisite embossing, arrogant, handsome, and the waist is full of grip, it is definitely a worldly thing. When she came in, all the male disciples couldn't help but widen their eyes, revealing the meaning of love, as if the glory of the world was taken away by her alone. Hey! The girl did not care, as if she had long been used to this kind of gaze. Step by step, she went straight to the foremost position, sitting cross-legged, faintly looking at the disciples of these Chu's martial arts in front of me, the eyes are hidden majesty. The disciples around are all bowing their heads and dare not look straight, because this girl is not only beautiful, but also powerful, is the daughter of the master of the Chu martial arts, is also the first master here, the strongest of the martial arts 7 heavens. In other words, none of their people here is her opponent, sweeping the enemy. I heard that someone wants to come to my Chu's martial arts hall to play. Chu Rong said. Yes, that kid is a student of Tianshuiqing Jiwu Middle School, called Xia Ping. They came to the forefront and picked 7 or 8 martial arts halls in succession. The martial arts students were beaten very badly. Although he is only a 6-day martial art, but he does not know what martial arts secrets he learned, he actually practiced across practice, no matter how many enemy attacks, he is fine. Even the kid took advantage of his own practice, and he was very embarrassed. When he kicked the pavilion, he did not take the initiative to attack the enemy. When the enemy came to attack, the martial arts students were completely humiliated. It is said that after being challenged by the kid, many martial arts students collapsed in their hearts. They were unable to get up for 3 days after being hit. They almost wanted to give up the martial arts. It can be said that it is a demon, a devil who humiliates others. It is estimated that he will come to our choose martial arts tomorrow and want to come here to humiliate us. Many students said that they had unwillingness on their faces, but according to the record before the kid, it was too scary. They did not have much confidence in defeating each other. But escaping is also impossible. They are martial arts halls, all of them are martial arts strongmen. If you meet each other, you choose to avoid it without fighting. Isn't that timid? Can they still mix in Tianjui City in the future? If they do this kind of thing, they will be laughed at when they go out. Tian Shuiqing 95 High School. Their people actually dared to come to my choose martial arts to find, he wants to die. Chu Rong could not help but clench his fists, merely exposed a trace of anger. The disciples around also know why Chu Rong is so angry because most of them are students of the 88 Middle School of Tianjui City. They are born to be the opposite of the 95th Middle School. Because of the long-standing grievances, the students of the two schools are in a competitive relationship, and they are not pleasing to each other. They often meet each other's schools on the road, and they all spit at each other. But now that the bastards 95 middle schools actually oppress them, can they not be angry? Sister Chu, I heard that Xiaoping seems to be the boyfriend of Jiang Yaru in the 95th middle school. A student immediately spoke out. The gossip message spread around the network. What? That kid is Jiang Yaru's boyfriend, how is it possible? Upon hearing this news, Chu Rong was shocked, because she and Jiang Yaru were also dead, and often met in the events between various schools in Tianjui City. The competition between the two was fierce, and no one would serve anyone. For Jiang Yaru suddenly had a boyfriend, but also was a big belly, she felt very unbelievable, and for a time her head was a little blank. Yeah, I also heard that, the kid is very slag, and he has peddled more than a dozen boats outside the school. He has made a lot of girls' stomachs and forced them to go to the hospital for abortion. Even Jiang Yaru was recruited in the night. The not only enjoys humiliating the enemy, but even likes to play with women. I started to pick up a girl when I was 8 years old. I went in at the age of 12. At the age of 15, I started to bring different women to the hotel. I can imagine that this guy is a villain. No one is worse than him. A group of students added vinegar and spread rumors. Damn. Listen, Chu Rong is extremely angry, heartbroken. Jiang Yaru, I thought you were a good opponent, and have been working hard to cultivate, just to completely defeat you. But I didn't expect you to fall into the arms of a scumman. You are still my opponent of Chu Rong. Is it a martial artist? You are so disappointing. She clenched her fists and gnashed her teeth. Although she wanted to defeat Jiang Yaru, she did not want to win in this way. The other party was self-satisfied and won without winning. This is a victory for the door. This kind of victory, she will never admit it. Jiang Yaru. Chu Rong gritted his teeth, and the beauty showed a blazing flame. Since you have been deceived by a scumman, you can't see anything clearly, then let me wake you up completely. The men will be defeated by me, let you see the true face of the men who is not a woman like you is worthy of giving. One of the students said a little hesitantly, but Chu Shiji, that Xiaoping is a slag, but the strength is real, and it is extremely amazing to have a cross-practice. It is said that even Yao Zhong, the master of the Wu Wei martial arts, cannot break him. The defense, and then was beaten by a punch, now hiding in the hospital cannot come out. Running kung fu. Counting a fart. Chu Rong snorted, my martial arts cracked the mountain legs, specializing in cross-cutting kung fu, the penetration is terrible. There was a guy who had practiced the iron cloth shirt and wanted to challenge me. I flew him on 3 feet and flew directly for more than 10 meters. The ribs were broken 5 or 6. Can he still cultivate 10 or 20? Are the people who are practicing kung fu in the year still strong? She is very confident in her own, no one is her own opponent, even the genius Jiang Yaru is only able to rival himself, but it is impossible to defeat himself. That's right, how powerful is the smashing mountain leg, even a monster with strong defense, will be kicked and visceral, and the block can't stop it. The kid is not an opponent. The famous martial arts of my Chu Martial Arts Hall is not what they can compare. Dare to come, we will give him a good look. The disciples of the Chu's Martial Arts Hall are called martyrdom, and they are enemies. Chapter 57 Who Dares to Stop Me? The next evening, the Chu's Martial Arts Hall. At this time, the martial arts hall was covered with dense crowds. It seemed that all the students who heard the sounds were surrounded by the martial arts hall. It seemed that they wanted to see the lively look. What happened? Although it was said that the summer to kick the pavilion, but it is not so many people onlookers. Is the name of Xiaoping really so big? One asked curiously. His companion looked at the men contemptuously and said, "You don't even know the power of this Choose Martial Arts Hall. Most of the audience is not for the Xiaoping, but for the Choose Martial Arts Hall, you know." "No, this Chushi martial art is so bullish, is it so popular?" The man was unbelievable. Companion wrote, "It is better to say that the master of the martial arts hall, Chu Rong, has a high popularity, but the famous female anchor on the internet is beautiful, hot, and powerful. She has long been a celebrity on the internet and has many fans. Once she broadcasts live broadcasts and explains various martial arts competitions, there will be millions of viewers coming to watch and reward countless. You can imagine how popular her popularity is. It can be said that Chu Rong is a living sign of the Choose Martial Arts Hall. Many disciples have joined the Choose Martial Arts Hall for her." His eyes also show the meaning of love. Obviously he is also a fan. It turns out that the people who come here are all fans, and it's no wonder that they are so fanatical. The men suddenly realized that he looked around and did not look the same as the ordinary audience. The companion sneered, "In short, Xiaoping will not come. Once he comes here, he will certainly make a lot of anger. At that time, I am afraid he can't do without the Choose Martial Arts. Even if you win, you have to get a sack in the alley and beat it up." He showed a look of disgust. "Look, the Xiaoping is really coming." Someone exclaimed. "Hey!" Everyone looked at the past. A bus stopped on the platform, and then a figure slowly came out from above. It is the legendary Xiaoping. They have all seen photos on the Xiaoping network, even if they are turned into gray. "Well, why are so many people? Are you here to welcome me?" Xiaoping was also a little surprised. He came to the Choose Martial Arts Hall to kick the pavilion, but he did not expect so many people to meet each other. It is like the president of the tour. "Welcome to your sister." A strong man of 2 meters tall stood up. His face was stunned, and he squeezed the big fist of the casserole, squeaking, and he stared at Xiaoping fiercely. "I advise you to roll back immediately, not to challenge Chu Wuguan, otherwise, I will be rude to you. Broken 3 ribs are trivial. Yes, the Choose Martial Arts Hall is not something you can provoke. Dare to hurt Miss Chu with a hair, I will take your life." Immediately, 2 or 3 men came out, standing 1 meter 9, like a tower, and suddenly resisted in front of the summer plane. They are the strongest of the 6-day martial arts, and the momentum is amazing. Everyone is sneer. "Today this kid does not want to go to the Wu Wei Martial Arts Hall. I am afraid that at the door, I have to be beaten by angry people, and I can't go in." Roll. Xiaoping only said a word, punching in vain, like a tiger hunting, shot like electricity. In the twinkling of an instant, waving 3 punches in the air, each fist burst out of thousands of pounds of force, turbulent. "Hey!" The first 3 strong men were caught off guard, but the reaction was not enough. One person's abdomen slammed a fist, and the whole person flew out and slid along the ground for 40 or 50 meters. With a bang, they even spit out their bile. Their eyes were white, and they fainted directly. "You wanna die?" The 2-meter high man is furious, and the whole person is like a black bear. It suddenly comes, and the hill-like body is full of oppression, as if it can tear all the prey. Leopard boxing, thunder leopard. Xiaoping slammed into the air, and the wind blew up. He thundered and thundered in the air. He was on the body of the strongman, like a heavy hammer, and the hill-like body immediately flew out. Boom. He flew out of the hole man and squatted on the wall of the martial arts hall. He snorted and smashed 5 or 6 cracks, and a large amount of gravel rolled down from it. When everyone looked at it, he was shocked. The brawny had been stunned by the hardships and could no longer move. You must know that this strongman is a master of the 7th heaven of the martial arts. His combat power is extremely powerful. He can tear the tiger cheetah by hand, but this is not the enemy of this man, and he is easily defeated. "Who dares to stop me?" Xiaoping stood shoulder to hand, his cold eyes swept around, filled with the ultimate sense of oppression. Everyone around him was bowing his head, feeling the enormous pressure, and he didn't dare to look at it, and his body was paralyzed. They saw the 4 masters, and they were shot by the kid. The lungs were broken, the bones were broken, and there was no effort to fight back. It was even more fragile than the chicken. Who would dare to stop him? Although Xiaoping is only here to cultivate, but it does not mean that he has no temper. Do not take the opportunity to teach these people, do not know what is called the strong cannot be humiliated. Suddenly, the people present were silent and did not dare to say anything. Although Xiaoping is only one person, it is like an ancient beast. He has pressed so many people and let them not even dare to take a sip. Enough. At this time, there was a sigh of anger at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Then he walked out of a group of disciples wearing white exercise clothes. The one headed by the woman was a woman, and it was Chu Rong. The surrounding audience is always bright, and it is worthy of the beauty that is rumored on the internet. It really is a stunning color. The kind of cool and graceful style is enough to make any man feel at ease. You are not here to kick the pavilion, but to make troubles. Chu Rong roared. Xiaoping, seeing this hegemonic act, her impression of the is getting worse. However, it is just a little bit of strength, and it is a shameless person who is provoked everywhere. There is no advantage in the whole body. I don't know why Jiang Yaru has seen such a man. Is it because he can't see it? This is not a matter of blaming, but a few flies are killed by hand, and a few ants are killed. Xiaoping took the hand and stood up. It is a problem for people to cause trouble. They are not qualified. What? A group of people around me. How arrogant this is, although it has long been rumored that there is no one in the eye, but did not expect to be so arrogant. Even the martial arts 6 heavens, the 7 heavens strong are actually regarded by him as flies, ants. Then what talent is his opponent? Is it the strongman of the military? The people of the Chu's martial arts hall are even more mad at half. They are mad at the arrogant attitude of Xiaoping. They have never seen such awkward people. It seems that every word and every sentence provokes their nerves. Immediately beat the bastard. Chapter 58. Actually there are lovers. This bastard. Rao is Chu Rong, who feels that his temper is very good, and he is also mad by the arrogance of this kid. It is obviously only a martial artist with 6 heavens, but he dares to be so blind. If he is promoted to 7 heavens, 8 heavens, and 9 heavens, isn't his tail on his head? She has also seen many martial arts strongmen, even those who have seen it in the military, but have never seen such an arrogant person, as if no one in the world is his opponent. You Chu people martial arts only have you guys. Xiaoping saw Chu Rong and others, and suddenly felt very disappointed. I originally thought that the Chu's martial arts ranked first in this area, or a lot of less and a little bit of skill, but it still seems to disappoint me. I want to resist me. It is estimated that you have to personally take the shot. He sighed in the sky, revealing the look of a master. Hurricane. Our owner is a strong fighter, how can you deal with you? Don't be too arrogant, you are a shameless bastard, so we can beat you and run away. Everyone in the Chu's martial arts hall was angry and green, and all of them were shaking. Generally speaking, this kind of kick-off behavior is that the apprentices deal with the apprentices. The masters deal with the masters. They will never go one step further, and the masters will not bully them. Therefore, even if Xiaoping went to the door to challenge 7 or 8 martial arts and defeated countless disciples, the lords of the martial arts did not personally take the shots, but only let their apprentices take shots. But this is no one, even the disciples of the Chu's martial arts are not in the eyes, and even want to challenge their masters. This is simply the biggest insult to them, which can bear. The people on the side of the crowd are also awkward. I think this Xiaoping is too odious, and the small martial arts want to challenge the military. Isn't that looking for death? Although this challenge will certainly fail, it indirectly despised the disciples of the Chu's martial arts hall, indicating that there is no disciple in the Chu's martial arts hall that can take out the hand, only the owner can defeat him. Great breath. Chu Rong's face was gloomy to the extreme, and the beauty contained anger and stared at Xiaoping. Since you are so powerful, you think that the world is invincible, then you dare to gamble with me. Gambling. What do you want to gamble? Xiaoping raised an eyebrow. Chu Rong snorted and said, the bet, you and I are fighting, as long as I win you, then you must break up with Jiang Yaru, and you can't get close to her in this life. Seeing the performance of this just now, she felt that Jiang Yaru could not continue to stay with this bastard. Otherwise, Jiang Yaru would be finished in this life and would definitely be tired of this shameless person. What? Xiaoping's face is weird. How does he feel that this woman's head is a bit problematic? What does he and Jiang Yaru have to do with this chick? Is this chick a lace? He thought for a long time and couldn't understand it, but he didn't care because he didn't lose the reason. After 7 days of continuous challenge to the martial arts hall, His Northern Guardian body practiced to a very powerful level. The body is as hard as steel, even if it is the strongest of the martial arts, do not want to hurt him. And because of the constant cultivation, taking a lot of gold pharmacy, refining and absorbing, he has reached the peak of the martial arts sixfold Tianju. Only one step can break through 7 heavens. How can he be afraid of a chick who is a martial artist? It's a bit interesting, okay, I promise you. Xiaoping looked at Chu Rong. What if you lose? Chu Rong screamed, Los. Of course, if you win, you will lose. Do you only want to win the benefits? Have you ever thought about the disadvantages of losing? If so, this is not a gamble. Xiaoping said lightly. Chu Rong stunned, she did not think about her own loss, but she bit his teeth. Shenxing said, well, if I lost Chu Rong, you can be your girlfriend. Sister Chu. A group of people anxiously cried, wanting to stop quickly. How can be the girlfriend of this shameless person? Is this not a sheep into the tiger's mouth? You can rest assured, because I have no chance of losing Chu Rong. Chu Rong waved his hand and looked very confident. Everyone is anxious, but there is nothing to help. No. Xiaoping refused, you can't be my girlfriend. What? A group of people roared. Xiaoping, this did not have to enter the ruler, such a beautiful woman can be your girlfriend, is a blessing that you can't get in this life, you must burn 8 years of high fragrance, and now it is still too disgusting, too confusing. You can't look at me. Chu Rong gritted her teeth, and she felt that the blue veins on her forehead were protruding, and she could not resist the urge to beat the man. She has lived for 18 years, and she has only been the one who has chosen a man. Where is a man who dislikes her? I have too many girlfriends, you can't line up. Xiaoping's Dalala said, if you want to be a lover, you can only be my number 8 lover, so it's still strong. Damn, this beast, there is a girlfriend is too much, and there are actually lovers, even the beauty of Chu Rong can only be ranked 8th, how can God not kill him? One person is sorrowful. Shameless, I have never seen such a brazen person. The world is not old, this is a modern society. There are still people who open the palace. There are a lot of girlfriends and a lot of lovers. Is this what he wants after the palace? Is it not afraid of kidney deficiency? If you want to be beautiful, this will be hacked to death by a woman sooner or later, waiting for retribution. Damn, what good is this person? Why are so many women watching him? God still has eyes. I am still at the office. Men, people are already married, and society is so unfair. Everyone is sorrowful and angry, and the hatred of Xiaoping is soaring. If the eyes can kill, I am afraid that Xiaoping's body is already 1,000 holes. Show off in front of a group of people who don't know how long they are, and say that they have a lot of girlfriends. This is a dead end. Number 8 lover. Upon hearing this, Chu Rong was almost fainted. God knows how many women there are around the beast. I did not expect Jiang Yaru to be one of the victims. This is a drop in the ocean. This is simply a social scum and a scum. If you do not remove this scum, you will not know how many sisters will suffer in the future. Yes, it's the number 8 lover. If you don't agree, this gambling will be worth it. Xiaoping waved his hand and didn't mind. I promise. Chu Rong gritted his teeth, and Mei Lu exposed fierce light. Today, this man is not flattened, eggs are kicked out, and the essence of this is abolished. Sister Chu. Everyone is nervous, but now they can't stop it, because Chu Rong decided that even 10 cows could not pull back. Chapter 59. Drops. As Chu Rong promised to gamble, Xiaoping immediately heard the sound of the system, hate value +1, hate value +1. The sound continued. After such a provocation, I don't know how many people want to beat him, and the value of hatred has certainly soared. Sure enough, picking up a girl is the best way to increase hatred. Xiaoping touched his chin. What is better than even if you hate me, but I still soak your goddess, it is even more resentful. He looked around and found that everyone around him really wanted to eat himself. He wanted to go out of the road and hit the oncoming car. However, regardless of how angry people around him, Xiaoping and Chu Rong quickly signed a contract. Come on, come in the Chu's martial arts hall. Chu Rong turned and walked toward the Chu's martial arts hall. Hey! A group of people soon came to an open space of the Chu's martial arts hall. This is the practice of the martial arts field. They immediately separated and left an open space in the middle. This is where the war is fighting. Xia Ping and Chu Rong stood in the middle. The two were separated by 10 meters, and they were far away. The people around them held their breath and wanted to see who wins and loses. Of course, everyone here wants Xia Ping to lose. It is best to be swollen and bruised. Game start. The referee was a disciple of the Chu's martial arts hall. He went forward and announced the start of the game. Boom. When the voice just fell, Chu Rong set off. The anger on her body did not know how long it was suppressed. Now, finally, there is a chance to break out. When it is shot, it is a stone stun. The Chu's martial arts school is the only one to learn the Qianquan crack the mountain legs, the first type reversed. It's so good. Everyone is amazed. Chu Rong is not a legendary genius, the strength is even stronger than Yao Zhong, kicked, the air burst, and a terrible hurricane. They almost couldn't see Chu Rong's movements. They just felt that a figure flickered and turned 9 turns in the air, exerting terrible power, as if the meteor was smashing, and the singularity was reversed. With a bang, she descended from the sky, and one foot went to his chest, with the smell of shaking mountains and rivers. It is said that this leg method is a smashing of the mountain legs, and it is made by the master of the martial arts. It has a foot that shatters the earth and breaks the power of the mountains and rivers. Some people exclaimed, there were once masters who dealt with countless monsters. One foot blasted, and tens of thousands of powerful monsters were killed in an instant, and the entire land was split for more than 10 kilometers. There is indeed such a rumor, although the Chu Shiji is the martial arts 7 heavens, but also the essence of this martial arts. Even if faced with the ordinary martial arts 8 heavens strong, the other party may not be the opponent. And this footwork breaks through the outside door, the penetration is extremely strong, and the body protection can't resist it. This kid is still motionless here, he is dead this time. Everyone talked a lot. They saw that the Xia Ping still did not move, standing in the same place, standing with his hands, calm, and did not seem to intend to do any dodge action. Boom. Chu Rong's ankles were on Xia Ping's chest, and the gas swelled. Even the air rippled in the air, sweeping around and spreading. 2 or 3 disciples around him couldn't catch up. They were immediately attacked by Yu Bo and screamed. When they were 5 or 6 meters above the ground, everyone was shocked and unbelievable. Is this skill? Xia Ping still did not move, faintly looking at Chu Rong. His heart also secretly expressed emotion. This woman's strength is really not boasted, just the power of this foot, it is more than Yao Zhongchang, more than double. Even before he challenged a lot of martial arts masters, none of them could match this woman. It is a talented girl who can be named after Jiang Yaru. If it wasn't for his 7 days of cultivation, he would practice the North Guardian body to the point of being like steel. I am afraid that he can't bear this foot and will definitely be flying. It is a pity that Xia Ping is 7 days later, not Xia Ping 7 days ago. Hateful. Chu Rong couldn't believe his eyes. He had such a powerful foot. Even the men couldn't do it with half a step. Is this a hell? The second type of Qianquan cracked mountain legs, angered 5 miles. With a bang, she runs her own infuriating body, and kicks her feet. The momentum of her body rises in vain, just like the ancient gods, they must kick the 5 sacred. The audience around them are all in vain. The power of this foot is twice as horrible as it was just now. It is just fierce and unremarkable. It is just the strength of the foot, and it has already made people stand firm. Many people who are leaning in front of them are going backwards, so as not to be shocked. The few unlucky ones just now are the lessons of the past. Boom. This foot kicked in the body of Xia Ping, and the shells roared, and the horror to the extreme temperament seemed to want to penetrate Xia Ping's defense and shock his lungs. Awesome leg method. Xia Ping's eyes showed a glimmer of light. He ran the north to protect his body, and the body-like breath of the water flow surging, weakening the strength of this leg method. If it is an iron cloth shirt, King Kong body protection and so on, it will certainly not be able to withstand such a terrible foot, and will be penetrated by the strength in an instant, hurting the lungs. However, Bei Ming's bodybuilding function is the top practice method, and the mysterious and incomparable. It is not the one that can be compared with the garbage bodybuilding method. It can remove the strength of all things in the world and even turn it into its own use. How can it be? Chu Rong's great beauty, he did not believe that his own feet were a combination of his life skills, and the pinnacle of the peak, even the strongest of the martial arts, can fly and defeat. But now that the kid is standing here, he can stand up to his own peak. Even so far, she has not let them move a step. I don't believe that you are really so strong, and then pick me up, it is also the strongest blow. although I don't have a thorough grasp, it is enough to deal with you." Chu Rong took a deep breath and slammed, and it was still not moving. The earth at her feet was shaken out of a deep pit, and numerous cracks spread out. The third type of Qianquan cracked mountain legs, split Kyushu. In the twinkling of an eye, there are 9 leg shadows in the air, but the 9 leg shadows are joined together and merged into one, 9 different kinds of strength such as entanglement, softness, stickiness, strength, and silkiness. Together, the power of terror broke out. Such a blow is enough to shatter the earth and split the Kyushu. Legend has it that in ancient times, there were peerless strongmen who used this foot, and they stepped the whole continent apart and divided Kyushu, which made countless martial arts strongmen admire. Sister Chu, too strong. Even the disciples of the Chu's martial arts have never seen Chu Rong to make such an attack. This is basically the prototype of the martial arts master. A single blow can compare the attack power of the martial arts. Chapter 60 Princess Hug. Boom. Xiaoping still did not resist, let Chu Rong attack him, his abdomen in his chest, his temperament, rolling up the violent air, the dust rolling, filled the surrounding. The surrounding audiences have stepped back a few steps, so as not to be affected. Because of the yellow sand and dust rolling relationship, they are temporarily unable to see the situation of the two people fighting. That kid is dead, it's still at this time. A student of the Chu's martial arts hall must have said, "This foot is enough to shatter the rocks, even the mountains." It can be compared to the attack of the ordinary martial arts, and the martial arts in the district is 6 heavens, and it is impossible to resist. Indeed. Another person also nodded, "If the kid avoids, there may be hopes of winning, but he is too big, arrogant to the extreme, hard to stun such a horrible foot. To survive, even luck." Oops, the kid was sent directly to the hospital, and it is very possible to lie down for a year. Others also agree with them. According to their eyesight, Xiaoping also has no hope of winning, because Chu Rong's foot is too horrible to reach the peak. However, Chu Rong had a big change in the battle center. She was confident and full, thinking that this foot can definitely defeat Xiaoping, and it was very smooth at the beginning. The former cotton-like defense seemed to be ruined by her horrible spurs, as if to infiltrate his body and attack his internal organs. But at this moment, the momentum of the has doubled in vain. It seems to be more terrible than before. The whole person is like an ancient beast. The power of this foot seems to have fallen into the endless sea, surrounded by the sea, the strength is constantly weakened, and in the end there has been no attack. "Thank you, if it is not your foot, I am afraid I can't be promoted to the martial arts 7 heavens so quickly." Xiaoping smiled lightly, and his heart was full of joy. After a week of cultivation, he was in the realm of the 6th heaven of the Wutu. He was able to penetrate 7 meridians in one step and was promoted to the 7th heaven of the Wutu. After the horror of the other side, let his North Guardian body work insanely, quickly refine the energy of the body's golden remedy, and transform a lot of infuriating. In this way, he sighed with anger, and suddenly broke through the 7th meridian, the strength increased. Impossible. Chu Rong stunned, "A breakthrough, are you abnormal? You can do this by breaking through this kind of thing." She thought that it was only the legend of the good guys to break through this kind of thing. After all, cultivation is difficult and difficult. It depends on the accumulation of time. Every breakthrough is extremely difficult. It needs to be prepared for a long time. It is ridiculous that someone breaks through when fighting. But now she actually saw a guy in her life, and broke through in front of herself, and in her own battle, she suddenly broke through to the 7th heaven. Nothing is impossible. You are so surprised. You can only say that you still don't know the real martial arts. Xiaoping stood up and showed a martial arts master. The world of martial arts is infinite, there is no possibility. There is impossible on this idea limits your future. Fart. Chu Rong was half dead, and even if the broke through, it was only the strongman of the martial arts. It was also equipped here to force and talk about martial arts. Even if it was the strongman of the military, he would not dare to say such a big talk. Say that you know the martial arts. Even if you are promoted to the martial arts 7 heavens, I will definitely defeat you. With a bang, she runs the body infuriatingly, exhausting all the power, and is afoot, turning back and forth, the momentum is thick, from the sky, the sly squatting to Xiaoping's chest. I said, "You are not my opponent now." Xiaoping slowly extended his right palm and gently patted it. Boom. 2 tyrannical forces collided, and a burst of explosions broke out in the air, and the air trembled, and even the ears of the audience around them roared and couldn't help but hold their ears. Damn. Chu Rong was shocked. She felt that the strength of her foot was far worse than that of the other side. Even the other party's palm came with a terrible anti-seismic force, and the whole body swayed and swayed along the foot and spread the whole body. Boom. In the twinkling of an eye, the white exercise clothes and even the underwear on her body were suddenly shattered into pieces, which turned into pieces of cloth on the ground, showing a perfect body. Xia Ping grabbed her right foot and her eyes lit up. Not bad, this figure is qualified to be my number 8 lover, I am very satisfied. He did not expect the fight and this kind of welfare. Satisfied with a fart. Chu Rong was ashamed and angry. She did not expect to have such a situation when she killed her. The perfect figure would be presented in front of a strange man. Is there anything more shameful than this? Fortunately, around the yellow sand rolling, the audience next to it cannot see the situation inside, otherwise she must be ashamed to immediately drill into the hole, never come out again. Give me to death. She was not willing to show weakness, with her right foot as the axis, her body spinning, and her left foot kicking, with a sharp wind and whistling. However, Xia Ping had already prepared for it. He extended his left hand and slammed it. He easily resisted it. Then he copied the whole hand and held the whole person in his arms. This is the standard princess. Ah! Chu Rong exclaimed, the face was red, and the beautiful and shy, angry flames, struggling, seemed to want to escape from the arms of this shameless man. She doesn't have any clothes now, so she is held by a man. What is it? Don't make a noise. Xia Ping stared at Chu Rong and said, do you want this situation to be seen by others? This. Upon hearing this, Chu Rong immediately stopped struggling and her face was ugly. If she was seen by other people, she would have no face to see her tomorrow and would definitely become a laughingstock at school. Be good. Seeing that Chu Rong is no longer struggling, Xia Ping smiled lightly. Now, we will go inside the martial arts to find a room. Chat slowly, my 8th lover. Farting, who is your lover? Chu Rong is mad, but now she is not good to continue to resist, can only swear by this shameless bastard. Hey! His feet leaped gently, producing a powerful bounce. The whole body was like a white crane. It was extremely light, and he jumped a dozen meters at once, leaving the encirclement of the yellow sand. Look, they escaped in the summer. A viewer heard the wind and immediately looked up and saw Xia Ping jumping into the air, seemingly trying to escape. However, these people simply couldn't keep up. Xia Ping jumped a few times, and the white crane spread his wings. The speed was extremely fast and he quickly disappeared into the practice field. Chapter 61 Bullying. What happened? Why did Xia Ping escape? A viewer was very confused. He didn't understand why Xia Ping would suddenly run away. If this guy lost, he should not be able to move. But if you win, you don't need to run away. No one can resist this strength alone. Look, Chu Shiji is gone, she seems to have been taken away by the shameless Xia Ping. The yellow sand dust of the sky has gradually dispersed, and some people have also discovered that the figure of Chu Rong has disappeared. Many people have also found this situation and their faces have changed dramatically. Damn, why did Xia Ping take Chu Shiji away? What do he want to do? Don't that want to be bad for Chu Shiji? But since he can catch Miss Chu, he won on behalf of him. Why did he make such a move? Everyone has a lot of arguments and feels very strange. Everyone is watching. There is a pile of debris on the ground. It is the debris of the clothes of Master Chu. Even if I turn into gray, I will recognize it. A martial arts student shouted, it seemed very shocking. Hey! A group of people also immediately looked at the past. Sure enough, there was a pile of debris on the ground. It seemed to be shattered into pieces by a strong force. It was all over the floor. There was even a crack on the ground, and the hard marble floor was shaken like this. I can imagine how fierce the battle was and the destructive power. I remembered. Suddenly, a person's face changed greatly. When the Xia Ping grabbed Miss Chu and fled, although it was a glimpse, I seemed to see that Miss Chu did not wear clothes. She was all over the summer. I hugged it. I thought it was an illusion, but I didn't expect it to be true. I understand, it must be that the Xia Ping won the Chu Shiji. But Xia Ping is not ashamed, and she is not prepared for the Chu Shiji. She is a big animal and tears up her clothes in public. One student grieves, when the master of Chu did not follow, he came hard, and the overlord hardened the bow and took her away. This Xiaoping is a mountain thief. I am going to go, tearing up the woman's clothes in public. How can this Xiaoping have such an idea? This is not the case. He has long wanted to do this kind of thing, and the plot has been for a long time. This kind of thing can be done. This Xiaoping is not a human. If you win, even if you take people away together, is he a bandit? The snatched Miss Chu, who didn't wear clothes. What did he want to do? Are you a fool? All men, what else can you do? I definitely want to do something that Miss Chu has done, all kinds of men's dreams, and let Miss Chu do all kinds of shameful postures. This is appropriate. When it's over, Miss Chu's innocence must have been taken away by this Xiaoping. There is another beautiful woman who has been poisoned by the animal Xiaoping. The world has not been saved. When Miss Chu appears again, I am afraid she is not Miss Chu we know. I haven't known how many times I have been trained by the bastard. It is awful and enviable. God, no one is going to clean up the beast. He is evil. Everyone is very angry and sorrowful, all of them are mourning, their eyes are red. Especially the many audiences present at the scene are fans of Chu Rong, but now she is actually taken by a man in front of so many people, went to the hidden room, and did all kinds of things that could not be described. Thinking of this, they are all envious and hateful. This Xiaoping luck is so good, why can it be a good thing with such a beautiful woman? It is simply no reason. Alarm, we have to call the police immediately, grab the animal Xiaoping, and send him to prison. He is a strong robbing woman. A martial arts student grieves, no matter what, he will destroy this Xiaoping. Good thing. Chu Rong is their goddess, it is simply the existence of a dream lover. How can it be easily ruined by a shameless animal? Absolutely not. But some people said, but before he had signed a contract with Chu Rong, when he was the 8th lover, both sides agreed, and we have no reason to call the police. The police will not pay attention even if they call the police. When I heard this, everyone was even more sorrowful and depressed. It was Southwest depressed that this road was blocked. If there was no way to report the police, then it would be impossible to get Xiaoping into prison. In other words, they can only watch the do whatever they want, ruin all kinds of beautiful women. I am not willing. A martial arts student sighed in the sky, the Xiaoping is a beast. He came to our martial hall to bully the male tyrant and do evil. But we can't help him. Is there any justice in the world? No, I think the world is still fair. Although the law can't sanction him, we can expose his true face and let more people resent him, making his reputation worse than shit. Yes, let's post on the internet, make rumors, stink his reputation. Dog rumors, these are facts, are you aware of the facts? That's right, although we don't have any evidence, but we can see the whole picture, Xiaoping is definitely a monk. This must be done as soon as possible, otherwise I don't know how many ignorant girls have been met, and they have been poisoned by him. If we delay a second, there may be a few girls' innocence ruined in his hands. The people were filled with indignation and the crowds were raging. At this time, the Chu's martial arts hall is deep, 1 bedroom. Damn, they actually went away. Chu Rong looked at the empty room, thinking about the figure that had disappeared long ago, could not help but create a sulking. When she was caught here by the Xiaoping, she thought that this guy would make all sorts of unspeakable things for himself. Even Chu Rong decided, once the dared to do something to himself, even a little bit of a sign, she would be exhausted, but also kick the bastard. Unexpectedly, this guy is really a gentleman, but he just left himself in this place, and there is no such thing as nostalgia. Does it mean that the guy is actually a Yangshua? Chu Rong couldn't help thinking like this, or else there is no way, facing such a beautiful woman, actually indifferent, is this still a man? Still, I have no charm at all, and even a man can't be fascinated. Impossible, definitely not my problem, it must be the problem of that guy. Chu Rong definitely does not admit that she has no charm, but she admits that her failure is too serious. Actually, he lost face in front of so many people, and even almost lost his body, and his innocence was gone. Xiaoping, I am remembering you. Chu Rong clenched the powder punch and gritted his teeth. The next time this hatred, I will report it back, you will wait for me. Chapter 62 A lot of hate value. The next morning, Xiaoping stretched out and woke up from the bed. Suddenly, the system came with a mechanical reminder, congratulations to the host, so far, the host has received a total of 7,436 hatred. What? Xiaoping was shocked, what happened? I remember that there were only 3,000 or 4,000 hatred values yesterday. How do I get a sleep, and I have 2,000 or 3,000 hatreds? Last night, it seems that many people have reprimanded the host on the internet, attracting a lot of hatred. The system guessed, probably because yesterday the host robbed the people. Strong robbing women. Xiaoping's mouth was pumped. He was only kind, and he took Chu Rong back, less the spring size, and he became a bully who robbed the women. It was too embarrassing. But forget it, anyway, I got 3,000 or 4,000 hate values, this is a huge harvest, maybe it is not a bad thing. Xiaoping touched his chin and smiled. And after a week of continuous cultivation, the gold medicine he brought back from the Black Moon City was basically consumed. If you want to promote it again quickly, I am afraid I still need a lot of resources. However, he is also very satisfied with his progress in cultivation. In just over a week, he has been practicing from the 6-day martial arts to the realm of 7 heavens. Even among the numerous students in Tianshui City, he is among the best. It's still too fast to cultivate. It's necessary to consolidate the foundation of the martial arts, so that it's a bit of a hassle when it's not stable. Xiaoping thought for a moment, I'm going to retreat at home today and take a break. He decided to take a temporary leave today and retreat for a day. At this time, Tianshui City 95 High School, High 36 class. Jiang Yaru came to the school as always, but I don't know why, she came in from the school gate and went into the classroom. Many people pointed at her and whispered, just like what she was like a rare animal. This made her feel very weird and puzzling. When Jiang Yaru returned to his seat and sat down, the girls in the 5 or 6 classes immediately surrounded. The other students in the class also looked over and looked like a gossip. Yaru, when you are finished, you are green, you know. That Xiaoping is simply a beast. This kind of thing can be done. You don't need to be sad about Yaru, just like a man kicking it off, it's no big deal. That is, even if you are pregnant, it doesn't matter. You can go to abortion. If you stay with such a man, it will be ruined for a lifetime. You must not enter the wolf's nest. Several girls shouted, as if the sky had fallen. Was it green? Jiang Yaru had a stern face. She didn't know what her female classmates wanted to say. She screamed at me, what are you talking about at the time? I can't understand a word. Yaru, don't you go online, don't know what happened last night, a tall girl surprised. Jiang Yaru nodded. I have been practicing last night. I have no chance to go online. When I am tired, I go to sleep directly. I will come to school in the morning. It's really hard work. A few girls are admired. People are geniuses, but they are working harder than themselves. How can this be compared? It is almost impossible. Yaru, I think that you are so diligent, often practicing, and careless, only to give the Xiaoping a chance to derail. You should always stare at him. A fat girl hates iron and does not become steel. Once there is this kind of sign, you should kick his egg, definitely cannot give him a chance to green. Jiang Yaru was depressed to the extreme, saying, derailed. What do you want to say? What can that be? The tall girl is shouting, you know, when Xiaoping was out of school recently, he constantly challenged the major martial arts halls and slammed the geniuses of the major schools. Jiang Yaru also said that he knew this thing, because whenever she wanted to find the trouble of this bastard, he was escaped by various excuses, saying that he was looking for a martial arts challenge. And this matter has become the news of the school, basically few do not know. On last night, he challenged the Chuanwu Martial Arts Museum, the strongest martial arts museum nearby. There is a master sister Chu Rong, who is the school flower of the 88th middle school. The tall girl said. Jiang Yaru's eye shines brightly. She also knows Chu Rong. After all, this woman is her biggest competitor. She has always been for tat, and she is naturally familiar with each other. He went to challenge the Chu's martial arts hall. Jiang Yaru curiously asked. Then he must have been to Chu Rong. What happened? Is that kid being beaten up? She is very clear about the strength of Chu Rong, the realm of the 7th heaven of the martial arts, and the cultivation of extremely terrible martial arts. The real combat power may be more powerful than himself. The summer plane is definitely not the hope of winning for such a strong. No, not only has not been beaten. The tall girl sorrowfully said, the animal beast Xiaoping means superb, do not know what means to use, but defeated Chu Rong, and even signed a contract, let Chu Rong be his number 8 lover. It was just last night, under the eyes of the public, the was running with Chu Rong. Some people said that they both went to a nearby hotel to open a house and became a good thing. What? Jiang Yara was taken aback. She did not expect Xiaoping to beat Chu Rong. Is this already strong enough? No, the problem does not seem to be this. With this, can you still open a room with Chu Rong? No, is this thing true and false? Jiang Yara could not believe it. The tall girl is shouting, there can still be a fake. At that time, hundreds of people in the Chu Martial Arts Museum looked at it. The man is reliable and the sow will go to the tree. To be honest, I always thought that the bastard's foot on a dozen boats was a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. Lien Churong has been soaked by him, and there is still a fake. When I went to the teacher's office, I heard the news of the guy's leave, and it is said that I didn't come today. It seems to be a bit of a problem. There is a fart problem. They are all 7-day people of the martial arts. They are as strong as the burdock. It must have been crazy for one night with the little 3 Chu Rong last night. I am not willing to get up this morning. Scorpio Xiaoping, Yarrow, such beautiful women are soaking hands, actually still deliberate, no shame to the extreme, people and God are angry. A group of girls talked awkwardly and angered to the extreme. This. Jiang Yarrow was speechless, although these friends were angry with themselves, but in fact she and the did not have a dime relationship, and there was no place to be angry. I don't know why, she is a little bit uncomfortable in her heart. Isn't she Jiang Yarrow not better than Chu Rong? Chapter 63 Mary Hospital. In an independent ward in the hospital, a sound of a vase was smashed, and it was filled with anger and extreme anger, as if it were an injured beast. Xiaoping. The person lying on the hospital bed was Zhou Tian. His face was twisted and his fists were pinched, and he was obviously angry. With the high-quality treatment equipment of the Queen Mary Hospital, it cost millions of federal dollars, and it would take a month to recover. Now he is good for 7 or 8 in a week. But when he was in a good mood, he saw the news of Xiaoping on the internet. He suddenly mad at him and saved a week of anger, which could no longer be suppressed. This week, I can only lie on the hospital bed, as if the mummies are treated, and you Xiaoping is very comfortable, even if it is a wind and water. Zhou Tian looked gloomy, challenged the martial arts hall, promoted to the martial arts 7 heavens, and even the school flowers of the 88 middle school, the famous beauty anchors on the network are all in hand. If you go on like this, can the ride on my head and pull the urine, can I still revenge Zhou Tian? He was extremely reluctant and very embarrassed. He thought that in order to promote him to the 6th heaven of the martial arts, he did not know how much work was spent and how much resources were consumed. But this kid, there seems to be no bottleneck in cultivation, and it has been promoted to the realm of the 7th heaven of the martial arts. It is not only the combat power, but even the cultivation is above him. This makes him convinced. Son. Awkwardly, the door of the ward was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a black suit walked in from the outside. His body was full of arrogance, followed by 4 or 5 black bodyguards. He is Zhou Tai's father, Zhou Ding, the owner of the Zhou's Hotel, with hundreds of millions of net worth and thousands of men. It is said that he also has a deep relationship with the forces of the underworld. Even the cultivation is very powerful, reaching the realm of the martial arts. Seeing the fragments of the vase on the ground, Zhou Ding frowned and stared at his son. You just lost your temper. The doctor is not telling you, don't anger easily, otherwise it will affect the recovery of the injury. Yes, Dad, I lost my temper, but I am not convinced. Zhou Tian gritted his teeth. What is Xiaoping's life? The family background is mediocre, but it is a poor ghost. Before, it was just a waste of the trilogy of the martial arts. No one can afford him. But I lost. In the ring, he was beaten like a dead dog and became the laughingstock of the school. How do you say that I will serve? He clenched his fists and his body was shaking. Zhou Ding looked at his son and couldn't help but sigh. He also knew that his son was a smooth and profitable person from a young age to a high level. His self-respect was very strong and he had never suffered any setbacks. Suddenly, with such a big setback, self-esteem is frustrated, and it is normal to accept it. To shut up. Zhou Ding screamed, you are the son of Zhou Ding, the look of this pocket. Who do you want to see? A son of a city management, you don't want to see him, I let him disappear. His tone contains unparalleled majesty. Dad. Zhou Tian groaned and looked at his father. Today I want to tell you one thing, martial arts is not everything, power is everything. Zhou Ding held his hand, his Xiaoping is a genius. How do I spend some money, find someone to interrupt his leg, and abolish him to repair, can he fly? the genius who didn't grow up, not even a fart. Once he loses his cultivation, Xiaoping is also a cockroach. He has to be riding on your head in this life. When he gets what he compares with you. His tone is extremely hot. Zhou Tian knows that his father is not joking. He has such energy. Although their home is just a restaurant, they secretly do some smuggling activities, which are related to the underworld forces. Once the power of his father's hands was used, it would be easy to crush a martial artist's 7 heavens. My son, Zhou Ding, can be hurt by anyone. Zhou Ding sneered, I can teach Xiaoping that he does not know the humble hybrid, and his parents can't forgive. This is a felony and must be punished. I will also send people to interrupt the legs of both of them. In this life, I can only kneel on the ground and beg. His tone is very indifferent, as if to say something simple, as if he was not dealing with people, but stepping on the ants on both grounds. But now medical technology is developed, even if they interrupt their legs, as long as they have money, they can recover. Zhou Tian's eyes also showed a trace of ferocity. He wanted to drive Xiaoping's family into hell. Zhou Ding waved his hand. I investigated them, but it was the middle class. The house that I lived in was worth $1 million federal, and it was bought in a 30-year loan. The bank deposits did not exceed 100,000. The legs of a family of 3 are completely broken, and the treatment fee is at least 1.5 million. That is to say, if they want to restore the original status, they must sell the house, and they must borrow the West to borrow money and go bankrupt. But how is this? When their treatment is restored, I will send people over and interrupt their legs. Let's see it again. They can't take out the money. You can't get the money, you can only lie in this life. Even if Zhou Tian heard this, he couldn't help but raise a chill. According to his father's means, this Xiaoping family will definitely fall into the land of annihilation. Even if Xiaoping is a genius, he has no legs, and he is just a waste. By then, he can compare himself. Thinking of this, Zhou Tian couldn't help but reveal a hint of exuberance, so that your kid was so stunned in the ring, so humiliated me, this time I have to kill you. Chen Dong. Zhou Ding looked at a black man in front of him and told him, I will hand it over to you. Remember to do a better job. Don't show any flaws, you know. Yes, boss, we are familiar with this kind of thing. Black-breasted brawny reveals a white tooth, which is like a shark. It is a common occurrence for such a gangster. Okay. Zhou Ding nodded. For the upper class, for a small person, he would just say a word. Do you personally shoot? Too much to lose. Evening. After retreating at home for a whole day, Xiaoping exhaled a breath, opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of light, the surrounding airflow vibrates, and there is a faint sound of tiger and leopard roaring. Boom. He stood up, the void was a punch, the powerful force, passed from the footsteps, immediately slammed a blast, showing terrible destructive power. It has finally stabilized. Xiaoping exhaled a breath and smiled lightly. After a day of retreat, he finally stabilized the infuriating body and even felt that the martial arts repair had a little improvement. He touched his stomach and practiced for a whole day. His stomach seemed to be a little hungry. He slammed the door open and walked out of the bedroom and found that the parents had not returned yet. It is estimated that his father is still working in the government department, and the mother should just go out and set up a stall. Thinking of this, Xiaoping couldn't help but feel a warmth. It was because of the relationship between his parents that he was rich in 3 meals, and he would not grow up in the wind and grow up healthily. Although their family is not a very wealthy family, it is very warm, and he likes this warm atmosphere. After a while, my manuscript fee should be close to the account. Xiaoping squeezed his fist and smiled. The time will return the house for 30 years, and even a bigger one. Living in a house, you can eat monster meat for meals. However, the trade will come up with such a large sum of money, and it will definitely scare the father and mother to make a big jump. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. It seems that he could imagine the 2 parents who heard that they had made a lot of money, and the expression on the face was astonished and unbelievable. Suddenly, the public phone at home rang, and Xiaoping gently clicked, and then the phone was transferred to his mobile phone and pressed the answer button. Hey, is it the home of Zai Quanliu? I am an employee of Shiwenfei Express Company, Limited. There is a courier that you need to sign. Do you know that you are convenient to sign? The mobile phone immediately heard the voice of a strange man. Xiaoping, stunned, said, Express. But our family has no online shopping recently. I don't know this. Maybe your relatives or friends want to send something to you. The courier staff said, in short, you come to the community door to get the courier. His tone seems to be impatient. Xiaoping nodded, not without this possibility, hesitated, said, well, I will go out. After that, he walked toward the door of the community. Sure enough, at the door, there was a young man in a blue uniform with a white carton in his hand, who seemed to be impatient. Are you Mr. Xia? The blue man's eyes seemed to be very sharp, and he saw Xiaoping coming out from the inside. Yes, I am. Xiaoping nodded. The blue man smiled and said, that's good. You open it and look at it. The goods inside have a look at the problem. If there is no problem, then sign it. Yes. Xiaoping blinked, looked at the blue man, and reached for the white carton. With a bang, he ripped open the wrapping paper. In the twinkling of an instant, there was a red smog in it, like a viper, and instantly slammed into his face. Immediately, he felt a faint stun, and suddenly his pure yang did not go out of his way, and he refining the mist that invaded himself, and he recovered his sense of sobriety. Xiaoping's eyes showed a trace of anger. Now, how could he not know that he was trapped? If he hadn't cultivated the pure yang, he would have been tempted. This red smog contains a quirky breath that seems to be able to numb the nerves. How is it possible? This is a dizzy red mist, which is extracted from countless precious herbs. Even if an elephant smells a trace, it will instantly fall to the ground and stun for 3 days and 3 nights. You are not dizzy. I can't believe my eyes, and I watched Xiaoping incredulously. I'm fine, but you have something. Xiaoping was filled with anger and clenched his fists. He did not intend to let go of this unscrupulous person. Hey, let me go this time, you won't be so lucky next time. After saying this, the blue man was very decisive, turned and fled in the distance, very fast. Want to run? Xiaoping chased it up like a cheetah. However, the other party is not simple. It seems to be proficient in light work, and several vertical and horizontal jumps disappear in the same place, running toward the far lanes, and the body is extremely light. Xiaoping was chasing after him. In a few minutes, he blocked the blue man into a remote alley. It was still a dead end, and there was no smoke around. His eyes flickered, sensing the breath of the surrounding, frowning, you deliberately brought me here. Hey, you are a little smart. The blue man smiled and his eyes showed a hint of black and white. The reason why I slow down, not to get rid of you all at once, is to bring you to this place to deal with you. I didn't expect you to be so stupid, and you were fooled at once. He is proud and looks at Xiaoping. Hey! The voice just fell, and 3 or 4 black men appeared in the dark alleys. They were strong and their faces were stunned. There were also 3 or 4 black men at the entrance. All of a sudden, Xiaoping was surrounded by the front and back, surrounded by these black men in this alley. Small 6, you have done a very good job, and it is true that you let yourself go here. It is right to bring this kid here. From these black men, one is tall and tall, at least 2 meters. He patted the palm of his hand and was obviously very satisfied with the work of the blue man. He prepared 2 sets of plans. The first set was to use the incense, to stun Xiaoping, package it away, but failed. Now is the second set of plans, obviously he succeeded. Nothing, the result is everything, you succeeded in bringing him to this place. The man named Dong Gun nodded and turned to look at Xiaoping, faintly said, Kid, you know, why should I lead you to this unmanned alley? There is no other reason, because you have offended someone who should not be offended. He is condescending, looking at Xiaoping indifferently, as if looking at an ant-like ant, can squeeze to death. Chapter 65 Bombing. People who should not offend. Upon hearing this, Xiaoping frowned and looked at the man named Chen Dong. I am a bit interested. Can I ask who I am offended? He knows that these suddenly appearing black people are definitely not good people. They are bleeding and suffocating. They must have seen blood, killing people, and not being idle. The gangsters who are mixed in the Black Moon City are very similar to these people. No, you don't need to know about this in your life. Chen Dong said faintly, you only need to know one thing is enough. I will interrupt your 2 legs. You can only live in a wheelchair in the future. The only way to make a living is to go to the street to beg. This is a lesson for you. Small people are small people. If you want to get too many things that are not your own, you will have your life. His body is murderous and ruthless. He is a ruthless person. He is a real gangster and does not take into account the lives of any ordinary person. Interrupted my leg. Xiaoping looked at these people faintly. I am afraid that you still have no such ability. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, he stepped on the ground, like a madman trampling. The whole ground cracked, gravel splashed, the earth shook, and there were numerous cracks on the ground. Xiaoping grabbed a hand and immediately seized 5 or 6 stones, running the body infuriatingly, so that the black people in front of him smashed the past and tore the air. This is how terrible it is. Since Xiaoping was promoted to the martial arts 7 heavens realm, his strength has reached tens of thousands of pounds, enough to rival the strongest of the martial arts 9-day heaven, than when he was in the Black Moon City, do not know how many times tyrannical. Such a stone, exerting a huge force, is even more terrifying than a sniper bullet. And these black people are only 5 or 6 meters away from Xiaoping, such a short distance, so fast, how can this block? There is no way to stop it. Hey! The stone came in a flash, the first 3 black men were pierced by stones, and a blood hole appeared in the chest, and a scream of screaming was made, and they were killed at once. Their eyes were so wide that they were horrified. It seemed that they did not expect to be killed by this high school student, and they did not even have the strength to fight back. With a bang, their bodies fell to the ground, splashing dust from the ground, and the blood drips on the ground. What? The blue man was so scared that his face was pale and his eyes were extremely scared. He couldn't believe that this kid dared to resist, and he still shot and killed, and he was not merciless. You wanna die? Chen Dong was shocked and angry, and his anger was extremely extreme. How did he want to get a small high school student to be so hot? To this point, he would kill the killer without paying attention. Just a breath, his 3 elite men died in front of themselves, and the loss was too heavy. Go to death. Xiaoping did not intend to show mercy. Since these people wanted to find their own troubles and even wanted to put him to death, he did not plan to stay. For the enemy, there is only one way to do it, and that is to kill. Hey! Another 3 stones flew out, scratching the air, whistling, making a sharp voice, seeming to reach the sound barrier, like the sound of death. Damn! Chen Dong wanted to resist, but it was too late to keep up with this speed. After a few clicks, the throats of the 3 black men's hands were pierced at once. Their eyes were so wide that they couldn't say anything. Before they died, they did not expect that they would be killed by a small high school student. You must know that they are all gangsters, the strongest of the 7-day martial arts, but in front of this kid, they cannot support a trick, they are instantly killed. This is the case with the battle of life and death. There is no time for 300 rounds of war, and it is enough to kill one after another. Xiaoping. Chen Dong sighed and looked at him. I actually dared to kill my men and make such a big reversal. I want you to die, I want to kill you, I know. He was so angry that he couldn't hide his inner anger. Now he doesn't want to abolish the kid's leg, just want to smash him. Otherwise, his sees and deep hatred, the inner hatred of the heart, cannot fill in. As for the boss's instructions, he did not want to go to the management. Now he just wants to kill and smash the corpse. Boom. At this moment, Chen Dong's body broke out with horror, showing the strong strength of the martial arts 9-day heaven. The whole person was like a bear, and the clothes were shattered. Advanced martial arts, black bears and squats. Between the vagueness, this fist blasted out, seemingly hit the shadow of a black bear, bursting bear roaring, showing the power of terror, enough to crush a rock, a chariot can pierce, knock over. This is the ultimate force of the martial arts. What? Chen Dong was shocked, because he found that the kid did not evade the plan, is still standing in the same place, faintly looking at himself, his face is extremely calm, as if looking down on his own fist. Your boy is looking for death. Chen Dong's face, even more angry, since the other party wants to die, then he will complete this kid, punching the body of this bastard, broken. Boom. A punched and solid bang on the body of Xiaoping, like 100 tons of explosives exploding in general, roaring, turbulent, even the cement floor at the foot of the foot suddenly appeared deep pit, there is a crack, gravel spread. What happened? Chen Dong was amazed at the extreme, and he was shocked. He felt that his fist seemed to hit the cotton. The high school student didn't move at all, and he couldn't let the other party leave half a step. Not good, run away. At this moment, he felt endless fear in his heart. He felt that the big horror between life and death came. He could not beat the other side with his own strength. The old force just went, the new force was not born, how can he resist the attack of the other side? Snake boxing, the spirit snake drills holes. Xiaoping's right-handed snake, A heavy poke, slamming, like cutting tofu, easily pierced Chendong's chest, directly exploding his heart. Hey, Chendong squatting Xiaoping, cannot believe that his own martial arts 9 days strong, so killed by the other side, a blow to blow their own heart. But even if he was not reconciled, he was already dead and his body was heavy on the ground. Escape. The blue man was scared of urine. Seeing that so many strong people were killed in the hands of the young man, he still had a good time. He immediately operated the infuriating body and wanted to make a fuss. But when he jumped into the air, a stone came out of the air, and a slamming sound interrupted his left leg on the spot. The whole person seemed like a bird without wings and fell from a height. Chapter 66 Destroy the Dead. What? The blue man fell from the sky, hugged his own feet, fell to the ground, painful screams, and made a pig-like voice, extremely fierce and piercing, still rolling on the ground. It was too painful to be pierced by the left foot. It was a waste of half of his work, and the cold sweat on his forehead came out, and all of them were squatting. I still want to escape. Xiaoping came to the blue man in front of him, and he was condescending, so he looked at him indifferently. How can it be? The blue man looked incredulously at Xiaoping. If you have this ability, why didn't you kill me from the beginning, instead follow me to this alley? It's very simple, because I am deliberate. I just want to see who is behind you to count me, so I will let you escape and follow you here. Xiaoping said lightly. When the blue man escaped, he knew that the other party did not do his best to escape, but instead purposefully brought himself to this place, so he would count. Sure enough, the blue man immediately took it and brought the people behind him. Let me escape. The blue man's eyes showed endless regrets, and there was a hint of chill in his heart. What a terrible young man, a hot, cruel, powerful, this is simply a hero. If he had known that this kid was such a terrible person, he would never come and provoke it, but it is too late, it is too late. Say it. Xiaoping looked at the blue man. Which people are calling you to abolish me? Such a gangster is definitely not sent by ordinary people. If he does not investigate clearly, he will definitely have trouble sleeping. Who knows if such a person will appear one after another. I won't tell you anything, you kill me. The blue man bit his teeth, it was very hard, and he looked at Xiaoping with hatred. It will take a long time, you will end up like me, you too. Will die, do you know? He is not willing to tell Xiaoping anything. It turns out that it is still a man of iron bones, but unfortunately you used the wrong place. Xiaoping said coldly, but you think the mouth is hard, I can't help it. Awkwardly, he took out a red remedy from his body. This is the primary honest Dan who has just been exchanged from the system. It is worth 100% of hatred. As long as you take this honest Dan, no matter how hard it is, you can't tell lies. This, what is this? The blue man's eyes were terrified. He didn't know what it was, but he didn't wait for him to resist. Xiaoping grabbed his mouth and forced him into it. Hey! Soon, this medicinal herb was swallowed by the blue man and quickly digested in the stomach. What did you eat for me, is it poison? The blue man stared at Xiaoping with resentment. It's useless. I said it, even if you threaten me with death, I won't say anything. Xiaoping asked, let's say, who is the person behind you? I am not very clear about this. I am just a small squat, an errand, and only someone behind Chendong will know. The blue man instinctively said this, but his face immediately showed a panic. How is it possible? Why do I say that it is leaking? What is going on here? It turned out to be a small cockroach. I don't know anything. It's still hard here. It makes me disappointed. Xiaoping was very disappointed. What do you know? Listening, the blue man suddenly became angry. Give me shut up, I am also a very important role. Do you know? Not knowing anything, at least I know, Chendong, they don't just want to deal with you, even yours. Mother also wants to deal with it. To calculate the time, they have sent someone to drive your mother's leg. What? He was filled with horrible murderousness, almost condensed into substance. To be honest, he is not a person who is easily angered, but these people's methods of doing things touch their own bottom line. It is simply unscrupulous, actually dare to do their own parents. Xiaoping has a violent flame in his heart. No matter who he is, dare to pay for his parents, they have to pay the price. At this time, the cell phone on his body rang, and his father, Xiaochuanliu, called, and he yelled at it. There was an anxious voice over there, son, your mother has an accident. Dad, I listen. Xiaoping gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Xiaochuan runner, your mother just planned to collect the home. I didn't expect a madman to follow the traffic rules. I ran straight and flew directly to your mother. I was seriously injured on the spot. Now your mother was sent to the First People's Hospital of Tianshui City for rescue. The escaped. In short, I went to see your mother first, and you can get it for dinner this evening. After that, he hangs up and hangs up. Damn. Xiaoping stepped on the ground with a foot, and a slamming sound, the earth immediately appeared a pothole, the gravel splashed, roaring, like a trample, a dozen cracks spread out. The blue men saw this scene, all of them were stunned and looked at Xiaoping in horror. I have already said everything, it is better to let me go, spare me this time. You also know that I am just a little bit, it is innocent. Boom. Xiaoping's backhand, a force of more than 1,000 pounds, suddenly smashed the blue man's celestial cover, 7 holes bleed, this person was killed on the spot, no more breathing. No one is innocent, the moment you dare to work with my family, you have to die. He stared indifferently at the blue man who had died. There was no mercy. The poisonous snake like this would just bite his own bite. It would be better to get rid of it immediately. Exchange, corpse water. Xiaoping's thoughts took 100 hatreds and exchanged a bottle of corpse water. He dropped the liquids one by one on the dead bodies on the ground. Ziz. Suddenly, the bodies on the ground, even with the blood, came into contact with the corpse water, just like the melting of snow and ice, quickly turned into a blue smoke, disappeared into the world. No one except Xiaoping knows that these people are dead, and the corpse capital cannot be found again. In a city as large as Tianshui City, sometimes it is normal to miss a few people. He wants to know what his mother is doing now. Chapter 67 Miles Tracking. Tianshuicheng First People's Hospital. When Xiaoping came to the hospital, he saw his father sitting outside the emergency room, and his face was like a gray ash. It was like the sky was falling down. Dad, what happened to Mom? Xiaoping immediately asked. Xiaochuanliu saw his son come, and his tone was very heavy. Your mother is out of danger. Because of the timely relationship between rescue, there is no danger to life. You also know that technology is very developed now. As long as it is not dead on the spot, it can save lives. But being hit by this, your mother's legs are broken, or comminuted fractures, becoming disabled. If you want to treat well, at least 700,000. Xiaoping also knows why his father is so dignified. Although they are a family of 3, the usual consumption is not very big, but it is impossible to take out 700,000 at a time. Even the house loans have not been returned, and their homes can come up with 700,000. Moreover, the other party has also escaped, the figure has not been found, and it is impossible to compensate within a short time. No solution anymore. Xiaochuan stream bite his teeth, it can only sell the house at home, and make up the handling fee. Fortunately, the real estate industry in Tianshui City is still relatively developed, and the value added is very fast. It is also easy to get rid of it. It should be able to sell 1.3 million. Even if you drop your loan, you can still have 1 million. It is to work hard in the future, only to rent a house. He did not expect that such a thing would happen, it was simply a disaster. Dad, don't worry, don't need to sell the house. Xiaoping said, I will come out with this money. What? Xiaochuan screamed, are you coming out? He was a bit skeptical about what was wrong with his ears. Is his son of 700,000 federal currency wanting to be alone? Yes, that's me. Xiaoping nodded. Before I just made a fortune, I got $1 million federal dollars and paid 700,000 federal dollars for medical expenses. That's more than enough. It's nothing. He took out his mobile phone and projected a page showing the amount on his bank account. Seeing the numbers above, Xiaochuanliu is stunned. Son, this is really $1 million. Where did you get it from, and robbed? He is crazy, he worked for 10 or 20 years, and saved money. Until now, there were no more than 1 million deposits, but his son was a high school student and had not yet worked. But there are actually 1 million deposits. How is this possible? I wrote a novel before and made a lot of money. Xiaoping simply said that he was on the internet, explaining the reason for his money, and then said, and robbery where I went to grab, I was shot when I didn't enter the door. It's estimated that even in a bank, there is not much cash. Xiaochuan nodded. Nowadays, the electronic currency is popular. Although there are still banknotes, it is greatly reduced. It is directly a network transfer. Even within the bank, there will not be a lot of cash to store, let alone the bank's internal security is strict. Security is equipped with guns, which dare to swear. Thinking of this, he had to accept this explanation, and he couldn't help but feel a bit gratified. Although he was useless, his son was a good man. At least you don't need to sell your house and sleep on the streets. Dad, I will transfer the money to you, you will pay for it, let the mother receive treatment as soon as possible. Xiaoping hands-on, transfer 1 million federal currency on his account to his father's bank account. With a bang, Xia Chuanliu immediately received a message of 1 million federal dollars in his bank account. As if he were in a dream, his hands were squatting, and his son really earned 1 million. However, he quickly converges his emotions and said, well, I will go to the hospital immediately to pay for it. Let the doctor help you arrange the operation as soon as possible. Now the medical technology is developed, as long as there is money, there is nothing to cure. He was very energetic and immediately paid the bill. Seeing that his father left, Xiaoping clenched his fists and his eyes showed a hint of coldness. Is it something to escape? Don't think that you can escape, I will definitely catch you. System, what can you do to track a strange enemy? The sound of the system immediately sounded. There are a total of 39,803 methods, which are suitable for the current situation of the host. The hate value is relatively low, and there is probably one. Say. Xiaoping Shensheng. The system replied, there is a cheat, called Wanli tracking, which runs in the body, can simulate the dog's nose, and distinguishes 9,837 odors. Even if they are separated by thousands of miles, they can track each other. As long as the host learns this method, it is easy to find strange enemies. It is worth 1,000 hatred. Xiaoping did not hesitate. Buy. Yes, the host, deducting 1,000 hatred values. The voice of the system came out. Immediately, Xiaoping felt a slogan in his mind, and then he instinctively operated this method, running along the mysterious line, and the body was surging. For a moment, his nose seems to be the same. It seems that the whole world has become unusual. There seem to be countless smells in the air. Men's, women's, stone, potions, clothes, shoes, etc., a variety of complex odors mixed together, intertwined into a world of smell. The world of this smell is incomparably clear in Xiaoping's mind. Hey! 10 minutes later, Xiaoping left Tianshui City First People's Hospital and came to the scene of the accident. It was a street, and now there is a blue car and a small cart. I saw that the blue car has been bumped and deformed, and the stroller is even more divided. It is conceivable how serious the traffic accident happened just now. At this time, the scene has been blocked by the cloth. As a crime scene, the police still need to investigate the situation. Even the car and the small cart have to stay on the scene and have not been taken away. But after a while, these things should be removed, so as not to block traffic. Hey, driving without a license. Xiaoping's eyes passed a trace of coldness. When he saw that there was no license on the blue car, he knew that the other party was deliberately driving the car and crashed into his mother. Even if there is an accident, the police can't trace the owner of the vehicle through this car. It is estimated that this person has long thought of various retreats and has a strict plan. Out of this, it is estimated that the other party has long wanted to run. Want to run? I will definitely catch you. Xiaoping clenched his fists, his nose moved, and he smelled the smell from the car. The owner who locked the taste, his body flashed, disappeared into the scene. Chapter 68 Avoiding the Limelight. At night, Tianshui City has a remote warehouse. There is no smoke around the warehouse. There are car parts and other garbage everywhere. It seems to be a car recycling station, which is specially used to recycle those scrapped cars. The air is filled with strong gasoline smell. At this point, a house in the middle of the warehouse, brightly lit. There are 2 middle-aged men in the inside. One is bald, the other body is obese, at least 200 or 300 kilograms. The characteristics are very obvious. Kong Shui, how is it going? Is it going smoothly? The obese man looked at the bald man Kong Shui sitting across from his face with a burning look. The bald man took a glass of beer on the table and took a sip. He said, of course, the situation can't go smoothly. The mother-in-law was hit by me on the spot. It was not lucky to be lucky. Although I ran fast, but I heard the ambulance behind. The woman's legs must have been broken. I am doing things in Kong Shui. Are you still not sure about Meng Chang? He showed a smug look. Indeed. The obese man Meng Chang also nodded. I thought you were also an underground racer. You are driving the car at the very least. It is a small idea to control the vehicle and break a person's legs. But I didn't expect you to pick up this business. Of course. The bald man Kong Shueishao said, that is the reward of 3 million federal coins. Even if I drive 10 times, I don't necessarily get that much. It's just a breeze to just smash a person's legs. The situation is the most serious, that is, it is an escape. If it is caught, it will be sentenced to 7 years. Of course, not caught by the police, not going to prison, that is the best. He calculated it very clearly and thought about the consequences. You can rest assured. The obese man Meng Chang smiled slightly. The car you drive is made up by the parts one use here. There are absolutely no models on the market. Even the police don't want to find the origin of this car. You also know how much I pay to help you. I have to pay 30% for this reward. His eyes also showed a greedy look. He didn't have the slightest embarrassment about the possibility of killing a person. He didn't even have mercy. Nothing is as important as money. Don't worry, wait for the employer to pay the bill now. The bald man puts his hand in the water. You should know the credibility of your reputation. It will definitely not be reconciled. There will be plenty of opportunities to cooperate in the future. The obese man Meng Chang also nodded. He naturally believed in the brother who had known this for a long time. He said, but the woman you ran into, did you have any background? If you got into trouble, it would be a bit worthwhile. He is a bit worried about this. You don't have to worry about this. I have investigated the family. The absolute civilians, the 3 generations of the ancestors have no prominent figures, and they don't know anything about the nobles. The bald man sneered, the woman's husband is just a city management, the son is still a high school student, the grades are ordinary, and the relatives and friends are also ordinary people. To be honest, even if they know that this is what I did, they can't help me. A flat-headed people, what about killing them? Can you still bite me? His face is very disdainful. But I am afraid that the police will come to the door to investigate. The obese man Meng Chang is still a little cautious. I think you have recently left Tianshui City to avoid the limelight. After the storm is over, it is not too late to come back to this place. The bald man Kong Shui also nodded. I know that I have set a ticket for tomorrow morning. I will leave after arrest, and I will go back after half a year. It is estimated that this case will become a headless case. He has already had a series of detailed plans. No, you can't leave Tianshui City in this life. Suddenly, there was a sound outside the room, and the door opened. What? Both Meng Chang and Kong Shui were shocked. They immediately jumped out of the chair and watched the door with vigilance. But when they saw the door, there was a young man who looked like a high school student. Suddenly, they will breathe a sigh of relief. Kid, who are you? I don't know if this is a private residence. You are now a strong house. If I call the police, you will immediately be arrested and put in prison for 7 days. The obese man Meng Chang threatened to try. Intimidating the young man in front of him, the momentum is impressive. Who am I? You should be very clear. Today you hit the woman, my mother, so you understand. The person who spoke was Xia Ping. He used the Wanli tracking technique to trace the warehouse to the warehouse and finally found the perpetrator. Even when I heard the words of the 2 men, his anger was raging inside, and he could not hold back. What? The bald man was shocked by the water, his face could not help but change. You are the woman's son, how is it possible? How did you trace this place? He was unbelievable. In order to create this traffic accident, he made a rigorous plan. Even if the police had various high-tech means, they could not trace themselves. But now, the woman's son actually went to the door and found himself. I naturally have my means, you don't need to know why. Xia Ping looked at the bald man faintly and said, the purpose of my coming here is very simple, only 2, one is to find the black hand behind the scenes, one is to kill you. His inner killings are almost uncontrollable. If the other party drives a little faster, the ambulance is a little late, and his mother may not only be as simple as being crippled, but he is directly killed. It is also very likely. But these 2 chop, just for a little money, to make such a devastating thing, how could he forgive? Kill us. The obese man Meng Chang suddenly smiled, but he was sneer, what can you do with a high school student? You come here alone, this is your misstep. Give me death. As soon as the voice fell, he slammed, and immediately pulled out a sharp long knife from under the table. The shot was fierce and hot, and the air passed a trace of cold light, so he went to Xiaoping's chest. Don't look at his fat body, but it is really moving, but it is very sensitive, as if it were a monkey. Even this fat man is also the strongest of the martial arts. Snake fist, poison snake tail. In the twinkling of an eye, Xiaoping's figure is like a poisonous snake. It instantly wraps around the back of an obese man. It is just a palm, falling from the sky and slap on top of his heavenly cover. With a bang, the obese man's celestial cover was blasted, and 7 holes were bleeding, killing him on the spot. Chapter 69 Will Not Forgive. Boom. Immediately, his huge body of more than 300 kilograms fell to the ground, splashing a dust, a lot of blood flowing from him, reddish a piece of concrete floor. Fortunately, no one is around, otherwise it will be known to the neighbors. Escape. Seeing that his companion was slapped by a young man who looked like a high school student, the bald man was scared of water and felt a terrible chill in his body. Out of the long-term instinct of the underworld, he felt extremely dangerous. He wanted to escape from the outside of the house. It was very fast, just like a racing car. Want to escape? Xiaoping's eyes showed a hint of coldness, grabbing a stone from the trouser pocket. Hey! In the twinkling of an eye, 2 or 3 stones flew out, lightning, tearing the air, whistling, and instantly pierced the feet of the bald man, 2 blood holes. Ah! The bald man's whole water made a scream of screaming, and he slammed, and he immediately fell to the ground, his face squatting on the ground, his nose and face swollen. Even the pain of the piercing of the legs spread all over the body, causing him to sweat coldly all over his body, and his whole body was shaking, which was the pain that he had never tried in his life. You almost killed my mother by car, do you think I will let you escape? Xiaoping came to the bald man, condescending, so he looked down at him and looked at him. The bald man was scared by the water, and said, Give me, I didn't mean it, it wasn't intentional. It's not me who wants to kill your mother, not me. Although the person who executed it was me, but I was instructed to have someone else, and someone else. He was terrified to the extreme, and when he saw that the obese man was killed in an instant, he did not doubt that the young man's heart was so hot that he was definitely the kind of gangster. All of a sudden, he was shocked by the means of this young man, and he dared not say anything hard. I know, you are just awkward, but even this is not to cover your fault, not you. My mother will not be seriously injured and admitted to the hospital, almost died. Xiaoping's eyes revealing the cold. Dare to move my family, no matter who they are, they must pay the price. The bald man Kong Shui shouted, Rain my life, don't you want to know who is behind me? If you spare my life, I will tell you all, never hide. No, you will say everything. Xiaoping faintly, slamming, he took out an honest Dan from his body, immediately stuffed into the mouth of a bald man, forcibly let him swallow. After a moment of hard work, the bald man's body immediately reacted, his eyes were stunned. Let's say, who is referring to you? Xiaoping asked. The bald man Kong Shui immediately said, It is Zhou Ding, the owner of the Zhou Hotel, who told me to do this. He has 3 million federal coins, which makes me break your mother's legs. If your father is still working in the government, we'll be hit into a disability together. What? Xiaoping clenched his fists, and his heart rushed out of endless anger. Zhou Ding, the owner of the Zhou Hotel, not only wanted his mother to kill, but even his father wanted to abolish it together. Wait, Zhou Ding. Zhou's Hotel. His eyes flashed and he immediately remembered something. No wonder, I think the name is very familiar. Zhou Ding is the father of Tian that week, which means that this incident was directed by Zhou Tian, and the purpose is to retaliate against me. He immediately wanted to understand the origin of this incident, and it must be Zhou Tian's revenge. It is said that they have follow-up plans. The bald man Kong Shuaishan said, Even if you heal your injuries, they will launch a second plan. The ultimate goal is to make your family ruin and ruin. If you don't become disabled, you can't stop because you are begging on the street. He said everything he knew. Damn. Xiaoping squeezed his fists, killing his eyes showing cold, as if the temperature around him had dropped by 12 degrees. He knew that Zhou Tian was a hot person and he must report it. However, I did not expect the other party to be so hot that I would not be willing to kill myself and be unwilling. Zhou Tian, Zhou Ding. Xiaoping gritted his teeth. You dare to do this kind of thing, I can't stand you. Then he also asked about the location of Zhou Ding's family, as well as other information. Awkwardly, the bald man's consciousness of Kong Shui recovered at this time. It seemed to instantly realize what he had just said, and his face changed. How is it possible? I actually said everything, nothing concealed. What did you just feed me? He knew at once that the reason why he became so strange is definitely related to the strange pill just now. But what kind of pill is actually so simple that he can say anything and can't lie? He suddenly feels that this young man is very mysterious and can't be provoked. But it is too late to know this kind of thing now. What do you eat? You don't need to know. Xiaoping looked coldly at the bald man. The reason is simple, because the dead don't need to know anything. No, no. The bald man shouted, I have already said everything. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. Do you know? It's illegal, and it is illegal. He struggled and tried to resist. Boom. Before he finished speaking, Xiaoping's backhand was a palm, and a huge force broke out. He slammed on the bald man's head and slammed. The Tianling cover was shattered on the spot, split, and 7 holes bleed. Awkwardly, his body fell to the ground, his eyes widened, and before he died, he seemed to show resentment, horror, unwillingness, and regret. Ziz. Xiaoping also took the corpse water from his body and dripped it on the bodies of 2 people. All of them immediately melted their bodies, and even the clothes disappeared. For a moment, their existence was completely erased and turned into a world of blue smoke disappearing into the world. It is estimated that even if someone comes to this warehouse, they will only think that the 2 have fled and traveled to other cities. After all, these 2 people also have a criminal record. Zhou Ding. Xiaoping's eyes showed a hint of coldness. I will come to you, and my father and son will not forgive me. Just wait for me to go to hell. With a bang, his figure left the warehouse. Chapter 70 Jingda Community. Jingda Community. This is a famous rich community in Tianshui City. The houses here are basically villas, with a value of more than 10 million federal coins, and some even billions. The people who can live here are not rich and expensive, and the security is extremely strict. If there is no relevant documents and the owner guarantees, even a fly does not want to come in. Just in the northeast of this district, a 2-story villa is decorated in a minimalist style. There is a green back garden and an independent garage, which covers an area of 500 square meters. There is no bodyguard around this villa. Because with the security system of Jingda Community, it is enough to ensure the safety of the villa. There is no need to arrange bodyguards in your own villa. This is a superfluous addition to the painting. At this time, in the living room of the villa, Zhou Ding and Zhou Tian were sitting on the sofa, and the 2 were sitting opposite each other. Dad. Zhou Tian looks obviously a little nervous. Do you say that their plans have been successful? After a week of emergency treatment, spending a lot of money, his injuries have long since recovered, so he does not want to stay in the hospital, but choose to go home. Rest assured. Zhou Ding waved his hand and sneered, the plan has been successful. The other party called me before. I have already drove the woman into the hospital. I was sent to the hospital on the spot. I was half-baked and the medical expenses were at least several $100,000. I sent someone to the hospital to look at it. It is true. The woman stayed in the emergency room for emergency treatment. He showed a strategizing look, not worried about any accidents, and in fact no accidents. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ding was overjoyed and his eyes showed fierce light. Great, if the Xiaoping knows about it, it will definitely be mad, maybe it is very possible to directly stun. But this is a deserved one. Who told him to be so arrogant? This is to offend me, Zhou Tian. Can that Xiaoping, how is his situation? Have the legs been interrupted? He gritted his teeth, and if he wanted to retaliate, who was undoubtedly Xiaoping, he couldn't wait to see Xiaoping's mischievous look. He wants to see this guy kneeling on the ground for mercy, and he can only lie in front of himself forever. It is estimated that this kid will regret this life, why he is so stupid. Forced to offend him, Zhou Tian. Chen Dong has no news for the time being. Zhou Ding is frowning, because according to time, Chen Dong will give himself a call regardless of success or failure. But now, he still hasn't received any news, which is very weird. Is there something wrong? Zhou Tian was a little worried. Zhou Ding faintly said, can there be any accidents? Even if the kid is even more powerful, it is just a high school student. The martial arts are 7 days old, and Chen Dong is the strongest of the martial arts. with a dozen more elite people. They are all desperate, murderous, killing countless people. Once they get out of the incident, they are caught by the police and they are not shot at all. In the face of these desperate people, the kid still wants to escape. It is just a dream. He sneered, his face was very disdainful, and in fact, so many people were dispatched, it was too affordable for Xiaoping. If it is not for safety reasons, it would be enough for him to send Qingdong in the past. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian immediately relieved and continued to ask, but Xiaoping's father, the guy seems to be alive and kicking, why not directly hit him into a disability? His heart is hot, cruel, and ruthless, and he wants to completely abolish the Xiaoping family. There is no chance at the moment. Zhou Dingdao, after all, the guy is also a civil servant. He goes to work in the government department all day long. We can't trade in the past. If things are really big, it will be very bad for us. But this is also temporary. I have already investigated it clearly. He seems to be planning to spend the night with his wife in the hospital this evening. He will leave the First People's Hospital of Tianshui City tomorrow. That is the opportunity. Once the Summer River flowed out of the hospital door, someone immediately drove him to death, and then their family could reunite in the hospital. The murderousness of his body is chilling, showing that the gangster is so hot that he can't even shoot it. Once he is shot, it is to destroy the family and uproot it. Xiaoping, it is estimated that after tomorrow, your whole family will fall apart. It is normal for the family to break. Zhou Tian sneered again and again. But this is to offend my Zhou family and offend me, Zhou Tian. Don't blame me, who calls you weak. Weak is the original sin, can only be grasped by the strong, play with ease. You Xiaoping martial arts is really powerful, but I am not martial than you, and you are more than your family. It turns out that it is easy for me to be able to play with your Xiaoping bug. His eyes showed fierce light, and his heart was boiling. Hey! At this moment, 3 sounds broke through the air, and the eardrum was pierced. The glass around the villa seemed to shatter a few pieces and sizzled. What? Zhou Ding's hair was erected. As a strongman of the martial arts, he immediately felt a compelling killing attack, covering his body. He fixed his eyes and saw 3 stones as if they were sniping bullets. Come to yourself. At this moment, he tried his best and twisted his body into an incredible angle. He came to an iron bridge and just escaped 3 dead stones. A few times, 3 stones suddenly penetrated the cement wall, revealing 3 holes, and the moonlight came in from the outside of the hole, and the gravel splashed. From this it can be shown that the horror power of these 3 stones is no less than a sniper bullet. Damn, it's bad. Zhou Ding's face was green, because the 3 stones hit, only the first kill, the second kill quickly hit, a terrible wind close to his chest, vaguely about the venomous snake. But now, in order to avoid the 3 stones, he has already spent a lot of effort, the body twisted into an incredible angle, and it is simply impossible to resist this trick. Boom. A big hand came, like a poisonous snake, screaming, and instantly pierced Zhou Ding's chest, and suddenly broke the heart of Zhou Ding, and the blood sprayed like a fountain. Who exactly wants to kill me? Zhou Ding stunned his heart, and the intense pain spread throughout the body. He hasn't seen the enemy's voice until now, as if the other person is transparent. He did not understand how the enemy passed through the security of the community and arrived at the villa. Remember, go to hell, when you see the king, don't forget to say, the person who killed you is my Xiaoping. A cold voice came from the side, letting the temperature of the whole villa drop several degrees. Chapter 71 Kill. Xiaoping. Hearing this sentence, the name, whether standing on the side and being overwhelmed, the panic-stricken Zhou Tian, has already been beaten to the heart, taking advantage of the tyrannical vitality of the martial arts, and the barely surviving Zhou Ding, both I was shocked. They didn't even think of death. They thought that they were caught by their own men and Xiaoping, who was disabled, would suddenly appear in their own homes and even kill them. Impossible. Zhou Dingda said, you have not been caught by Qingdong, have both legs been interrupted and become disabled? How can they appear in this place? Also, how did you come to Jingda community? He was unbelievable and desperately widened his eyes, but he could not find the figure of Xiaoping. The entire living room did not seem to have the shadow of Xiaoping. Besides the sound, it seemed that there was no such thing in the world. As a gangster, he has never seen anything in Zhou Ding. There are countless people who have killed people. The scenes he has seen are countless, but he has never seen such a strange scene. He couldn't find the enemy, and even the enemy tried to kill him. He didn't know. A deep fear spread all over the body, and he couldn't help himself. How can Zhou Ding know that there is a magical drug in the world called Invisible Dan, which can be seen by anyone for an hour after being taken down, hidden invisible? Even the strong martial arts, even the monitors, could not detect his existence. It was because Xiaoping spent a lot of hateful value on this medicinal drug, and it was easy to enter the Xingda community, where security is extremely strict, and Zhou Ding's assassination success. Do you mean those black people before? They are all dead. Xiaoping said lightly, his voice rang in the living room, just like a ghost, it made people shudder. Are you dead? Zhou Ding is even more frightened. Chen Dong is the strongest of the martial arts. His strength is almost the same as his own. Just by Chen Dong, it is enough to beat Xiaoping half dead. Not to mention, he also sent more than a dozen elite men to the past. The purpose is to be foolproof, but this kind of power cannot kill this Xiaoping, but was killed. How is this possible? How did you kill them? Zhou Ding couldn't help but ask. He couldn't understand the matter because of his thoughts. According to his investigation, this kid is also the realm of the martial arts seven heavens. And there is no background, no backstage, but such a small person can actually kill these elite men, and even sneak into the Xingda community, not found by anyone. How can this ridiculous thing happen? Could it be said that this kid has a secret that he does not know, and has a background that he does not know? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel deep regrets. This time he really kicked the iron board. You don't need to know this, because the dead do not need to know anything. Xiaoping said coldly, no mercy, a bang, and a palm shot, beat on Zhou Ding. Awkwardly, Zhou Ding's eyes widened and his body fell to the ground. A generation of underworld heroes was thus killed in their villa home. This. Zhou Tian was all embarrassed, seeing his father died in front of himself. He was so frightened that he could not move, because Xiaoping even killed his father. What else did not dare to kill? The next one is definitely myself. But what makes Zhou Tian most fearful is that the other party is invisible. He doesn't know where Xiaoping is hiding. He stays outside, or stands by his side and looks at himself coldly. Even if you want to escape, you don't know which way to escape. Xiaoping, I am wrong, really wrong. With a bang, Zhou Tian immediately squatted on the ground and kept gimmick. Give me this time, as long as you can spare me this time, this life can give you a cow and a dog. In order to survive, he abandoned all dignity, even if he kneels down to the enemy. Is you spared? If I spare you, who will spare me? Xiaoping's voice was cold, like the cold current of ice and snow, and even the blood was frozen. Putting himself in the ground, if he is in a downwind, he is caught by the father and son of this week, tortured, and his legs interrupted and become a waste. Then he begged for mercy, hoping that the other party will forgive him. Will the other party forgive him? Obviously impossible. There is a contradiction between you and me. You can beat me and humiliate me. You can make all the way. Even if I am killed by you, I have no regrets. This proves that Xiaoping is just a man who is just like this. Nothing. But you shouldn't have to do anything. Send someone to deal with my parents, hurt them, and want to crash them. With this, Zhou Tian will die. With a bang, Xiaoping lifted his palm in vain, and the backhand was shot with a palm, as if the waves were soaring. No. Zhou Tian was terrified to the extreme, his face was scared, he wanted to escape, but it was too late. He and Xiaoping are also 1 meter away, and knees down, plus the speed of Xiaoping's shot, it is like a snake, the distance, such a speed, how to hide? Boom. The slap in the face of Zhou Tian's Tianling cover, the tens of thousands of giants broke out, and his Tianling cover immediately shattered like a glass. The 7 holes all flowed a lot of blood. Zhou Tian's eyes widened, revealing the look of fear, unwillingness, and regret. He opened his mouth and seemed to want to say something, but he could not say anything. He regretted going to the extreme. If he knew that Xiaoping was such a horrible person, he would not go up to kill him. Unfortunately, everything was too late. With a bang, his body fell to the ground, making a sound, and the blood ticking on the ground. Zhou's 2 fathers and sons died. Xiaoping looked at the 2 bodies on the ground faintly. There was no fluctuation in his heart. If he did not kill the 2 snakes, he would definitely be killed by these 2 snakes and even his parents. If he is given another chance, he will still shoot, and will not even wait for Zhou and his father and son to do both hands, and directly destroy the danger. There will be no mercy. Well. What is this? Xiaoping's eyes flashed, and he suddenly saw the white smooth wall above the living room, and there seemed to be a high-grade fingerprint lock. Is there something in it that is locked with this lock? He went over. Chapter 72 Quenching. If it is a fingerprint, it should be Zhou Tian's father. Xiaoping touched his chin and thought of it. He immediately lifted Zhou Ding's body and lifted his right hand up high and placed it on the high-grade fingerprint lock. Drop. For a moment, the high-grade fingerprint lock immediately sounded, and the red light flashed on it. When the smashed, the whole wall seemed to crack and slowly moved toward both sides. It was only 5 or 6 seconds, and there was a room in the white wall. There was a lock with a high-grade fingerprint lock. What kind of room is this? Xiaoping's eyes flickered. He put down Zhou Ding's body and strode into the hidden room. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately saw that the room was covered with dense weapons, laser guns, heavy machine guns, sniper firearms, etc. It seems that most types of firearms in the world can be found in this room. In addition to firearms, there are a variety of bombs, micronuclear bullets, time bombs, etc. in the room. This room is like a small arsenal. Great. Most of the weapons inside are illegal and prohibited. If something leaks out here, it will definitely be arrested by the police and sentenced to more than 10 years in prison. Where is this weak? What is the reason why there are so many powerful military weapons in the family? Xiaoping frowned. He remembered that Zhou Tian's father seemed to be a hotel owner, with a net worth of over 100 million, apparently a law-abiding citizen. But looking at this guy's way of doing things is not a good person. Maybe you have done something dirty in the back. Forget it. Anyway, this week, Ding Ding is dead. It doesn't make much sense to continue to pursue it. Xiaoping does not intend to continue to pay attention to this matter, continue to look at this room and see if he can find some suitable baby. Hey! No, isn't this a quenching Dan? Suddenly, he saw a green hoist on the wooden table in the room. He slammed it and opened the lid. It was discovered that a golden medicinal drug was piled up inside. He immediately recognized that these medicinal herbs are the legendary quenching Dan. Great, there are actually 20 or 30, and this is the case. Xiaoping's eyes are bright, but he knows that quenching Dan is a precious remedy with the same name as the Golden Pharmacy, but it is a little different from the Golden Pharmacy. Taking this kind of medicinal medicine can quench the body sputum and remove the impurities of the body, making the body strength stronger. To some extent, the tempering body is more precious than the gold medicinal agent. This is also reflected in the price. One such quenching body requires at least 1 million federal coins, and there is no price in the market. Once it appears, it is immediately purchased by the rich. This kind of immortality, even if it is rich, can't buy it. 20 or 30 such quenching bodies, at least worth 40 to 50 million federal coins, are extremely precious. It can be said that these quenching bodies are more expensive than this villa. I don't know where this week's tripod was obtained. In short, this quenching body Dan belongs to me. Xiaoping smiled and immediately took the green gourd. He continued to look in this room, but unfortunately, in addition to some military weapons, gold, and a large number of federal currency, it did not find other treasures. He did not have any heart and soul for these gold and other property, and he did not intend to take it away. It was very difficult to completely wash the money. He did not want to cause himself to be in trouble because of these unknown sources of money. And Xiaoping is not short of money now, no need to be brought to the door by the police because of the money. Go. After searching for a circle, Xiaoping did not find any useful things. He left the room and took out the corpse water on his body and dripped on the bodies of Zhou Ding and Zhou Tian. With a sigh of relief, the two bodies were melted and cleaned into a world of blue smoke. No, it doesn't seem to be clean enough. It must be completely destroyed. Xiaoping knows that once he kills the two fathers and sons of Zhou, they will get into trouble. Anything may be found by the police. The clues, he must be cleared. Thinking of this, he returned to the hidden room again, took out a bunch of bombs, set a time, and planned to completely detonate the bombs after 5 minutes. It is estimated that these bombs will be detonated successfully, the whole villa will be smashed, nothing will be left, and it is impossible to find clues at that time. Go. After doing a series of things, Xiaoping left the villa. Because the invisible Dan's efficacy has not been lost, he easily left the security of the extremely strict Jingda community, not found by anyone. 5 minutes later, he left the Jingda community for a distance. Boom. At this moment, the villa where Zhou's father and son were located was immediately detonated by a bomb, and an earth-shattering explosion sounded, and the luxury villa was suddenly blown up. Even the entire Jingda community was shaken, as if a 4 or 5 level earthquake occurred. Some of the glass near the villa was slamming, broken, and fragmented. Damn, what happened? Did the earthquake? No, I saw it. There was a villa that exploded and the fire was shining. How is it possible? Our safety system here is extremely strict and it is impossible to have an explosion accident. Nothing is impossible, the facts have happened. I will go over and see if there are any casualties. Hurry to the police, we can't handle this incident. If something goes wrong, it's really a big deal. How can it suddenly explode? The security of the community was scared, the whole villa was blown up, and it was still in the strictly strict Jingda community. This is a big event, and it must be headlined in Tianshui City. If there are many dead people, it will be even worse. Each security guard is full of dignity. Some people used to look at the villa. Some people called the police, some people determined the casualties, and some people called the ambulance. Hey! After receiving the news, the police were also very shocked. They immediately drove in a police car and arrived in Jingda community in a few minutes. Hundreds of police officers quickly surrounded the community. At the same time, the firefighters also rushed to the fire in time, and the hospital ambulance also rushed. However, Xiaoping, the initiator of the explosion, left the place and returned to his home. No matter what happened in this place, he had nothing to do with him. Chapter 73 Big News. The next morning. Call. Xiaoping Duan sat on the bed, exhaling a white gas, almost condensed into the essence, like a white refining. The muscles of the body vibrate, covered with a layer of black dirt. The air is filled with an unpleasant smell. It's really good to quench the body, Dan. He opened his eyes and revealed a horrible light. He felt the ease of the body like never before. After taking 2 or 3 quenching bodies Dan last night, he immediately ran the exercises and practiced one night. As a result, this morning, the effect of the quenching body was exhausted. He felt that the impurities in his body were excluded a lot, and the body seemed to be relaxed twice, and the strength became 3 points. Even the infuriating body of the body has grown a little, and is approaching the peak of the 7th heaven and earth. Take this quenching body, Dan, for a while. I may soon be able to break through to the martial arts 8 heavens. Xiaoping pinched his fist and felt the powerful strength of his body. Originally, the gold pharmacy was consumed. He was still thinking about some ways to get some medicinal herbs, but he did not expect to find 20 or 30 quenching dawn in Zhou's father and son. It's just that if you want to sleep, someone will send a pillow. And the effect of quenching body Dan is also very powerful. The name is well deserved. Just one night, he feels that his body is stronger than before. But the impurities removed from the body are really stinky. It seems that I have to take a shower before going to school. Xiaoping immediately got up, went to the bathroom and took a shower, then refreshed. An hour later, Xiaoping changed clothes and came to the school to return to his seat. I'm having a big deal, do you know what's going on? Xiaoping was just sitting down, and a classmate called out, last night, Zhou Tian had an explosion at home, and the whole villa was blown up and turned into ruins. At that time, Zhou Tian and Zhou Ding's 2 fathers and sons stayed in the villa. They did not escape in time, and they were all blown up, and even the police could not find their bodies. What? This news suddenly shocked the classmates in the class. Even in the previous fighting event, Zhou Tian lost to Xiaoping, but this did not hurt Zhou Tian as the name of the men of the 95th Middle School in Tianshui City. After all, Zhou Tian has become a celebrity in the school for 3 years, and it is impossible to disappear. No, is this news true and false? A classmate suspected, I heard that Zhou Tian is a high-end residential community living in Jingda community. It is a villa, each of which is worth tens of millions of federal coins. Even the safety system of each house inside is doing very well. Once something goes wrong, someone will go to the investigation immediately to prevent all safety incidents from happening. It's like a gas explosion that has disappeared hundreds of years ago. Many students also nodded and felt that this could not happen. Cut. The classmate dismissed, this is not my fiction, and the news has been reported. It has become the headline news of Tianshui City today. If you don't believe it, you can see it yourself. Some students immediately open their mobile phones and click on the news page. Oh my god, this is actually true. A tall student suddenly screamed. The news is coming out, and there are pictures of the explosion scene. It is just a ruin. Nothing remains. Damn. Many students also saw reports on the webpage, all of which were shocked. Hey, my dad is a policeman. This happened last night. It has already been rumored. I know more or less inside information. An obese student said mysteriously. Many students immediately asked, don't hang your appetite, hurry and say. According to my dad, they were at the villa site. Although they could not find the body of Zhou Taiyan, two fathers and sons, they found a large number of military weapons wreckage. Obese students looked around and whispered, it is said that these weapons are strictly forbidden by federal law. They are absolutely not allowed to be privately owned. Ordinary people can't buy them without channels, but they find them from the villas. It is conceivable that Zhou Taiyan's family must have an ulterior secret. What? A group of students was shocked, and they did not expect to have such an inside story. There was a police speculation. This is not a simple bombing time. There must be an insider. Obese students continued. And the source of the explosion was actually caused by a bomb at Zhou Taiyan's house. If it wasn't for Zhou Tai's unlucky, I accidentally caught fire when I played with these bombs and killed myself. So surely the Zhou family's enemies want to retaliate against Zhou Jia, so they installed bombs in the villa and killed all the Zhou family. He said the guess he knew. No, Zhou Taiyan's father is not a restaurant owner. How can there be an enemy? I didn't hear his house search for a large number of prohibited weapons. It is estimated that Zhou Taiyan's father is not just a hotel owner. It may be secretly secret. It is also true that it is unusual to be able to search so many weapons in a villa. Zhou Taiyan is really unlucky. I had just been beaten by Xiaoping before, and my face was lost. Now I am still being found by the enemy, and I have no bones. It is true that watching Zhou Tai's life is a life full of tragedy and a life of drama. Many students have expressed their feelings about Zhou Taiyan's death, but they have not felt so sad. For them, Zhou Taiyan is just a stranger. Even if it dies, it is just like news. Anyone who lacks the world will continue to operate. As the initiator, Xiaoping was unmoved, and his face was as usual, without any change. Xiaoping. At this time, Jiang Yaru came over from a distance and came to Xiaoping. What is it? Xiaoping raised an eyebrow. He thought that Jiang Yaru was looking for trouble, because he had spread a lot of rumors before, and it was estimated that she was mad at her. However, Jiang Yaru did not have any look of anger, and even his face was very calm. He said, the teacher has something to do with us. Now let us go to the office and go together. Her beauty contains incomparably complex colors, and there seems to be something to say to Xiaoping. The teacher is looking for us. Xiaoping's eyes were very puzzled. Jiang Yaru said, it should be for the sake of school trials. School trials? Xiaoping is even more confused, he has never heard of such a thing. In short, you will come to the teacher's office with me, and the teacher will explain it to you. Jiang Yaru said. She took Xiaoping's hand and took it out from the seat. Then, the two left the classroom and walked toward the teacher's office. Chapter 74 Jiang Yaru's Vigilance. On the way to the teacher's office, Jiang Yaru hesitated for a moment, still looking at Xiaoping, worried and asked, I heard that Auntie had a car accident, I don't know how it is going on now. Nothing serious. Upon hearing this, Xiaoping immediately understood why Jiang Yaru did not find his own account. It was originally heard about his mother's affairs, so it was this expression. She was hit by a man, and she was half-length. Xiaoping said, but the situation is now temporarily stabilized, soaked in nutrient solution, it takes about a week to recover. Having said that, he feels a lot easier, because his mother's condition has gradually improved, and he will be discharged from the hospital in a week to restore his original healthy body. Half-body. Nutrient solution. Jiang Yaru was shocked. As far as I know, the price of this nutrient solution is extremely expensive. If you want to soak it once, I am afraid it will cost hundreds of thousands of federal coins. This is not a small amount. Nutrient solution is a special life medicine made of dozens of precious materials. If a person with a whole body fracture is immersed in nutrient solution, it can speed up the healing of bones, even if it is a comminuted fracture. Before Xiangbeixian and Zhou Taiyan and others were injured and admitted to the hospital, they recovered in just 1 week, because they soaked the nutrient solution and accelerated the healing speed of their injuries. Undoubtedly, this nutrient solution is extremely expensive, and people in ordinary families cannot afford it. Nothing. Xiaoping waved his hand. You also know that I wrote a novel before, and made a lot of money on it. The medical expenses are expensive, but for me, it is not a heavy burden. Jiang Yaru also immediately remembered that this man wrote a functional novel, which seems to be very popular on the internet, but the content inside is very shameless and unbearable. She looked at Xiaoping beautifully and wondered a bit, is this novel really making so much money? Although she also knows that top novelists earn more than $1 billion federal dollars a year, it is the most top-notch novelist. And Xiaoping is just a high school student, or the first novel, is it so powerful? Of course it is true, I don't have to lie, but what do you do with these things? Do you want to check my ability to make money? Xiaoping touched his chin, revealing a look of ignorance. Then, he looked at Jiang Yaru with a smile, you can rest assured that although I have nothing to do, I will still have no problem in raising a family. I will never let my wife and children go hungry. He patted his chest and made a guarantee. Whoever asks you these things, shameless. Jiang Yaru was half dead, and his face was red, and the beautiful screaming of this shameless bastard, and it was cheaper. She also remembered the hateful rumors of the past, saying that she was pregnant with this child, and for 3 months, the school was full of enthusiasm, even let her parents know. If it wasn't for her repeated guarantees, it would be estimated that her parents would go to the hospital to check the body, and all this was the fault of the rogue. Xiaoping looked innocent, but is this not what you asked? Ask you an egg. Jiang Yaru was half dead, she just wanted to ask if she could make so much money. This is good. I actually think of my wife and children going there. If I ask this question, I will think about how to give birth to a few children. Which kindergarten is there? Don't think that Auntie has an accident. I am a little better at you. You can get a good shot. Before you spread the rumors in the ring, I haven't found you yet. Jiang Yaru roared Xiaoping, in short, if you are still spreading these strange rumors in school, I will definitely go to your house to complain and let Auntie rule you. She threatened Xiaoping with enthusiasm. Well, the teacher's office is here, let's go in. Xiaoping waved his hand and walked straight toward the office. Jiang Yaru gnashed his teeth and was transferred to the topic by the bastard, but she will find a chance to clean up the rogue sooner or later, and now she has let him go. Entering the office, the class teacher Qiu Shui sat in front of his desk, wearing a black women's suit, sketching the perfect arc, exudes the temperament of mature and charming urban beauty. Xiaoping feels that his class teacher is definitely a pleasing singer. No wonder there are many people in the school, and even become a dream lover of many students. Hey! Jiang Yaru suddenly stepped forward and blocked Xiaoping's line of sight. He looked at Xiaoping with contempt and vigilance. He seemed to be watching what was super invincible. She knows that this shameless man has a bad idea of a beautiful and mature teacher, and even writes a shameless functional novel. If you go on like this and continue to be alone with the teacher, maybe there will be a big beast, making things out of control, even out of the moral bottom line. Xiaoping was speechless. He also knew why Jiang Yaru was so vigilant about himself. He clearly worried that he would start with the teacher, but even if he was hungry, he would not attack the teacher in the office. Cough, Yaru, I know that you have a good relationship with Xiaoping, but there is no need to stick together all the time. Here is the school, pay attention to the image. At this time, the class teacher Qiu Shui was coughing, and seemed to remind the two men and women to pay attention to the teacher, not too much, to make this intimate action. Although Jiang Yaru thinks that he is protecting the teacher, in Qiu Shui's view, it is clear that he is showing love in front of himself, revealing the intimate behavior between the couple. Teacher, this is not the case. Hey, Jiang Yaru's pretty face suddenly became red, and quickly explained. Autumn Snow swings his hand, and he is also a person who comes over. He said, forget it, don't explain it to me. Anyway, you are all 18 years old. You are already an adult. You know what you are doing. In short, you pay attention to the image. It's all right, after all, it's a school, it's a sacred place to learn. Teacher, I know, thank you for your teacher's teachings. Xiaoping answered honestly. No, a fart. Jiang Yaru's nose is discouraged. What do I know? If I say this, isn't this a secret to the two? How does she explain this, isn't it getting darker? Well, just know. Qiu Shui nodded with satisfaction, I will explain to you later, you will start listening to the school trials the day after tomorrow, and you will listen carefully. This is very important. She went directly to the formal topic and ignored the little things. Even if Jiang Yaru regenerates the gas, he knows that it is not the time to mention such a thing, but it can only be temporarily forbeared. Chapter 75 School Trial. This school trial is to participate in a special training in the Tianshuicheng High School fighting competition. The class teacher Chiu Shui immediately said, "This special training does not need to pay any fees. The people who can participate are basically the top 10 in the school. You too are one of them. But there are also students who can pay a high fee and choose to participate in this special training, but the number cannot exceed 10. Therefore, there are a total of 20 people participating in the special training." She extended 2 fingers. "But the teacher, I heard that there are other schools participating in this special training." Jiang Yara's news is also very well informed. She heard a lot of gossip from friends. Chiu Shui nodded, "This is indeed the case, because this time I plan to go to the Beast Island for trials. The cost is a lot, just a school, the cost is too high, cannot afford." Therefore, the top schools also joined other high schools. Together, there are a total of 10 schools. Together, we have jointly organized this special training. At that time, students from other schools will also participate. 10 schools. Xiaoping's eyes flicker, this is really a big deal. It's true that it's correct to get good grades in the fighting contest. If it's an ordinary student, you are eligible to enjoy such special training. Sometimes the martial arts is like this. The stronger the strong, the weaker the weak, because the resources and training that the two sides receive are not at the same level, and the gap is naturally larger. Because this special training is going to the Beast Island. Chiu Shui continued, the island is full of powerful and terrifying beasts. It is dangerous to go to the remote island for trials. So you have to sign a life and death form and get the consent of the guardian to participate. She took out 2 agreements from the drawer. If you agree, and your parents agree, you will sign this agreement, and the day after tomorrow, you will go to the Beast Island to participate in special training. If you disagree, you will give up this special training. Both Xiaoping and Jiang Yaru have reached out to accept the agreement, but they must attend, so there are not many opportunities for special training. And although there is a certain danger, but it is not to die, signing the so-called life and death, it is just a routine business. In fact, the school will hold such special training every year, but there have never been any major accidents. Therefore, basically few parents and students will refuse such special training. Okay, this is the case, the agreement book, you take it away, hand it over to me tomorrow. Autumn Snow was very popular, and when he ordered the matter, he immediately issued an order. 2 days later, Xiaoping came to the school in the morning because the school decided to leave this morning and the gathering place was in the school sports ground. After 2 days of practice, taking 4 or 5 pieces of quenching body dan, he felt that the infuriating body in his body seemed to have grown a little, and a lot of impurities were extracted, which has reached the peak of the 7 days of the martial arts. Continuing this way, it is estimated that it will take a long time for him to pass through the 8th meridian. Fortunately, there is help from quenching dan, otherwise Xiaoping can't practice so fast. Not long after, Xiaoping arrived at the school sports ground. I saw some school teachers, teaching directors, and vice presidents, including her own class teacher Chiu Shui, who had already arrived at the scene. Even the students who came to participate in special training came. Among them, Jiang Yaru, Zhu Erqin, Hong Yu and others who entered the semi-finals, even Xiong Beishan, Tao Yun, Goldman Sachs and other students who had handed over with him also came, and some the top student of the school. Almost all of the top 20 of the 90th middle school in Tianshui City came to this stadium. Hey, Bear Bully, you have come to special training. Xiaoping was very enthusiastic to go and greet the old acquaintance, said, but how do I remember that you do not seem to be the top 10 masters, is it to pay in? Give your sister. Xiong Beishan's nose is discouraged. Which pot of the does not open? Which one is specializing in this kind of thing? Is it not clear that he is satirizing him to go to the back door and paying by the relationship? This is too poisonous and wants to swollen his face. Tao Yun, you have come, I haven't seen you for many days. I miss it. Now I still remember you and I were in the battle of life and death. Xiaoping also said to Tao Yun, very emotional. I miss you, uncle. When I heard this, Tao Yun's mouth was twitching. Is that a life and death battle? Clearly, it was a humiliation of his Tao Yun's battle. Because of that battle, he became the laughing stock of the school, and he was nicknamed the Crying Ghost. Now he is on the road and can't lift his head. When Tao Yun remembers what happened that day, he would have liked to never participate in that game. This is a shameful face of Xiaoping, he will never forget it in his life. Even when night falls, this cockroach will appear in your own nightmare. Don't mention too much pain. It can be said that he never wants to see this again in this life. Unexpectedly, this is actually Dare to come up and say hello. Hey, isn't this Goldman Sachs? Your injury is so fast, isn't it soaking in nutrient solution? Can that thing be worth a lot? It's good to have money at home. Xiaoping stepped forward and patted Gao Xing's shoulder, a pair of envious. Okay, you are an egg. Goldman's face was green and trembling. The reason why he went to the hospital to run nutrient solution was to give thanks to the bastard. But they actually dared to come over, so ironic. He has money at home, but he can't give it to the hospital. Is there such a burying person? A group of school leaders twitched their mouths. They had already heard that Xiaoping was a very flat guy, but he didn't expect to be flatter than he thought. Even if it didn't matter to them, they all raised the urge to beat the bastard, and no one sealed the mouth of the bastard. It was too poisonous. Xiaoping, what are you doing? Don't talk casually. Jiang Yaru also couldn't stand it anymore. Let the continue to open his mouth and open the map cannon. I am afraid that I haven't gotten into the spaceship yet, and my own people started to fight. Cough. The class teacher Qiu Shui was also speechless. She was the first time she saw that her class students were so flat and coughed a few times. Xiaoping, since you are here, then people are together. Let's go to the spaceship, other schools. People have been waiting for a long time.